Hello there, and a warm welcome to our cozy corner by the fireplace. As the gentle crackling of the fire fills the room, we invite you to unwind and let go of the day's worries. Here in this serene setting, relaxation is the key that unlocks the sweetest of dreams. Tonight, the stories we share will gently carry you away to magical and peaceful places, where imagination knows no bounds and serenity is always within reach. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with us. We're truly grateful to have you here. Now settle in, take a deep breath, and let the soothing sounds guide you to a world of tranquility. Story 1. Once upon a time, nestled between the gentle folds of rolling green hills, lay a quaint village named Meadowvale. It was a place where the sun always seemed to cast a golden hue over the cobblestone paths, and the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers. In this village lived a young girl named Clara, who was as curious as a kitten and as adventurous as the breeze that rustled through the tall grass. Clara's heart brimmed with a yearning for adventure, and her imagination danced with tales of lands beyond the horizon. And so, on a day when the sky was a vast canvas of azure, and the clouds drifted lazily like fluffy sheep, Clara decided it was time to explore the mysterious Whispering Woods, a place that the villagers spoke of in hushed tones. The Whispering Woods lay just beyond the meadow, where the trees stood tall like ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. As Clara stepped into the woods, she felt the cool embrace of the forest air, a refreshing contrast to the warm, sunlit meadow behind her. The path beneath her feet was soft with moss, and the air was filled with the sound of birds singing in melodious harmony. As she ventured deeper, Clara came upon a shimmering brook that wound its way through the woods like a silver ribbon. Its waters were so clear that she could see the pebbles glistening at the bottom and tiny fish darting back and forth in playful circles. She paused for a moment, dipping her fingers into the cool water, feeling a tingle of excitement run through her. Not long after, Clara encountered the first of many whimsical creatures that called the Whispering Woods home. A fluttering of wings announced the arrival of a tiny, luminescent butterfly, its wings a dazzling display of blues and purples. It danced around Clara's head, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in its wake. With a giggle, Clara twirled in delight, her laughter echoing through the trees. As she continued her journey, Clara met a wise old owl perched on a low-hanging branch. Its feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "Who ventures into the heart of the woods?" the owl inquired in a voice as smooth as honey. "I am Clara," she replied with a polite bow, "and I seek to discover the wonders of these woods." The owl nodded approvingly. "Courage and curiosity are fine companions," it said, "but remember, the greatest discoveries are those that come from the heart." With the owl's words tucked safely in her mind, Clara pressed on, her steps light and filled with purpose. The forest seemed to welcome her, with each tree and flower offering its own silent encouragement. She soon came across a clearing bathed in soft, dappled sunlight, where a circle of mushrooms formed a perfect ring. In the center stood a tiny creature with a pointed hat and a mischievous grin, a forest sprite. "Welcome, Clara," the sprite chirped, its voice as bright as a bell. "Would you like to join us in a dance?" Without hesitation, Clara joined the sprite, her feet moving in time with the lilting music that seemed to rise from the very earth itself. They danced until the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, casting long shadows that stretched across the forest floor. As the day drew to a close, Clara knew it was time to return to Meadowvale. Her heart was full, not only with the magic of the woods, but with a newfound understanding of herself. She had faced the unknown with courage and found friendship in the most unexpected places. With the forest gently guiding her back to the village, Clara knew she would carry this adventure with her always, a reminder that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, if only one had the courage to seek them out. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Clara returned home, her spirit alive with the joys of exploration and the warmth of friendship. The Whispering Woods had whispered its secrets to her, and she to them, in a timeless dance of discovery. Thus, with a heart full of stories and dreams, Clara drifted to sleep, cradled by the comforting embrace of her own bed. knowing that the world was a place of endless possibilities and gentle wonders, and the whispering woods, with all its magic and mystery, would always be there, waiting for her next adventure. Story 2. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun's golden fingers barely touched the forest floor, there was a serene village hidden from the eyes of the world. This village was not made of bricks and stones, but of leaves and whispers, nestled among the roots of towering oaks and the gentle sway of willows. It was a place where the natural creatures of the forest dwelled in perfect harmony, each playing their unique role in the intricate tapestry of life. As dawn stretched across the sky, painting it with hues of soft pink and lavender, the forest awoke to the gentle rustling of leaves and the melodious chorus of birds greeting the new day. The air was crisp and sweet, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the subtle fragrance of blooming wildflowers. In this peaceful haven lived a wise old tortoise named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the stories of time and wisdom passed down through the ages. Bramble was respected by all creatures, not just for his age, but for his gentle nature and the wisdom that seemed to radiate from his very being. He lived near the banks of a sparkling stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the forest, its waters clear and cool, reflecting the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy overhead. One morning, as the dew still clung to the leaves and the mist lingered like a soft blanket over the forest, Bramble received an unexpected visitor. It was a young fawn named Lila, her eyes wide with curiosity and her steps light as she danced through the undergrowth. She approached Bramble with a question that had been bubbling in her mind. "Wise Bramble," Lila began, her voice as gentle as the breeze that rustled the leaves. Why do the seasons change? And how does the forest know when to dress in green or gold?" Bramble chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. "Ah, dear Lila, the changing of the seasons is one of the forest's most magical phenomena. It is a dance of balance and harmony, a cycle that has continued since time began." He gestured with a slow, deliberate motion towards the trees, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. In the spring, the forest awakens from its slumber, filled with the promise of new life. The air is filled with the scent of blossoms, and the songs of birds weave a melody of renewal. This is the time of growth, when every creature, big and small, plays its part in the symphony of life. Lila listened intently, her heart filled with wonder as Bramble continued. Then comes the summer, when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun. The days are long and filled with light, and the forest thrives, its bounty shared among all who call it home. Bramble's voice took on a softer, more reflective tone. As autumn approaches, the forest dons a cloak of vibrant colors, crimson, gold, and amber. It is a time of reflection, as the leaves fall to the ground, nourishing the earth and preparing for the quiet of winter. "And winter?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Winter is a time of rest," Bramble replied, his voice a soothing lullaby. The forest sleeps beneath a blanket of snow, conserving its energy and dreaming of the warmth that spring will bring once again. Lila nodded, understanding the beauty and necessity of each season's role in the cycle of life. "But what keeps the balance, Bramble? How do we ensure the harmony continues?" Bramble smiled, his heart warmed by Lila's eagerness to learn. "It is the responsibility of every creature, dear Lila, to respect and care for the forest. Just as the trees provide shelter and the streams offer water, we must give back in kind. It is through kindness and cooperation that we maintain the balance." As the sun climbed higher in the sky, bathing the forest in its golden glow, Lila felt a newfound appreciation for the world around her. She thanked Bramble and promised to share his wisdom with others, ensuring that the harmony of the forest would endure. With a light heart and a mind full of dreams, Lila bounded away, her spirit as free as the wind that danced through the trees. And as Bramble watched her go, he knew that the forest, with all its wonders and secrets, was in good hands. In the quiet that followed, the forest continued its gentle song, a melody of life and renewal, of balance and harmony, echoing through the ages and into the hearts of all who listened. And so the ancient forest remained a sanctuary, a testament to the wisdom of nature and the power of friendship and understanding. Story 3. In a tranquil village nestled between emerald hills and a vast whispering forest, a young woman named Leora lived a quiet and contented life. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her grandmother's herb garden, listening to the cheerful songs of the birds, and admiring the play of light through the leaves of the ancient oak trees that bordered their cottage. Leora had always been curious about the tales her grandmother told, stories of their ancestors who lived long ago in harmony with the land, weaving magic and wisdom into the very fabric of their community. The village itself was a tapestry of old traditions, but one legend stood out among the rest: the tale of the Moonstone Amulet. This amulet, as the story went, was a gift from the moon goddess herself, bestowed upon the village founders to ensure peace and prosperity. It was said to glow with the light of the moon, guiding the wearer with clarity and vision. Over time, the amulet was lost to history, its whereabouts unknown, and with it, a part of their heritage seemed to slip into the past. One evening, as Leora sat by the hearth, the fire casting warm, flickering shadows on the walls, her grandmother handed her an old, weathered journal. Its pages were fragile and yellowed with age, filled with sprawling, elegant script. "This belonged to your great-grandmother," her grandmother said, her voice a gentle murmur. "She wrote of the amulet and our heritage. I believe it is time for you to discover this story for yourself." Intrigued and feeling a spark of adventure, Leora spent her nights by the fire, poring over the journal. The pages spoke of a journey, a path through the forest, marked by ancient symbols, leading to a hidden glade where the amulet was believed to rest. With each word, Leora felt a deep connection to her past, a sense of belonging that she had never quite understood until now. The journal was more than a relic. It was a bridge to her ancestors, their hopes and dreams whispering to her across time. One misty morning, as the sun began to paint the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leora set out on her journey. The forest, alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hum of life, seemed to welcome her. She followed the symbols described in the journal, carvings on tree bark, patterns of stones, and the delicate dance of light filtering through the canopy. Each step felt guided by unseen hands, as if her ancestors were walking beside her, the air filled with warmth and encouragement. Along the way, she met kind-hearted creatures of the forest, an inquisitive fox with eyes like amber and a wise old owl whose hoot sounded like a comforting lullaby. They seemed to know her purpose, offering companionship and guidance as she ventured deeper into the woods. At last, Leora arrived at the hidden glade. The clearing was bathed in soft moonlight, even though the sun was still high in the sky, casting an otherworldly glow that made her heart swell with awe. At the center stood an ancient stone altar, overgrown with moss and tiny wildflowers, and upon it lay the Moonstone Amulet. The amulet shimmered, its surface swirling with iridescent hues, as though capturing the essence of the moon itself. As Leora reached out to touch it, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, a sensation of being welcomed and embraced. It was a feeling of acceptance, of coming home. Her heart brimmed with gratitude and understanding. The amulet was more than a symbol of her heritage. It was a reminder of the wisdom and love that had been passed down through generations. It spoke of unity, of living in harmony with the world and with oneself. Taking the amulet in her hands, Leora closed her eyes and breathed deeply, feeling the energy of the forest, the whispers of her ancestors, and the promise of her own journey. She understood now that the true legacy wasn't just about the past. It was about carrying forward the values of kindness, wisdom, and connection into the future. With a heart full of peace and a newfound sense of belonging, Leora made her way back to the village. The sun was setting, painting the sky with shades of lavender and rose, as the first stars began to twinkle above. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes bright with pride and love. As they embraced, Leora felt the amulet glow softly against her chest, a comforting presence that would guide her always. She knew that she was part of something greater, a legacy of light and love that she would cherish and nurture. That night, as the village settled into the gentle lull of dreams, Leora lay in her bed, the amulet resting on her heart. The soft rustle of the leaves outside her window and the distant hoot of the owl lulled her to sleep, her dreams filled with moonlit paths and the embrace of her ancestors. And so, with the warmth of the firelight and the gentle glow of the moonstone, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing she had found her place in the world. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed lullabies and the moonlight painted silver paths on the forest floor, lay the quaint village of Lunalin. The village was like something out of a dream, with its cobblestone streets winding gently around cottages that seemed to be stitched together with love. In Lunalin, the air always carried the sweet scent of blooming night flowers, and the gentle babble of the nearby brook sang an eternal serenade. The villagers of Lunalin lived in harmony with the magical creatures of the woods. Among them were the moon mice, tiny beings with fur as soft as dandelion fluff, whose tinkling laughter could be heard on the breeze, and the elder owls, whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. Perhaps the most cherished of all was the gentle dragon, Cinderglow, who preferred the company of the villagers to the treasures of old. On a particularly crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled like whispers of secrets untold, strange occurrences began to unsettle the village. It started with the peculiar disappearance of colors from the village gardens. The vibrant reds, yellows, and purples of the autumn blooms were replaced by shades of gray overnight. The villagers, while puzzled, were not alarmed, for they knew that in Lunalin, mysteries often bore enchanting resolutions. Ivy, a curious soul with eyes like the forest itself, decided to unravel this mystery. She was known for her gentle heart and an impeccable knack for observation. With her trusty satchel slung over her shoulder, she set out to discover what lay at the root of this colorful conundrum. As Ivy wandered through the village, she noticed that while the gardens were devoid of their usual hues, the sky was painting a breathtaking display of colors at sunset, far more vivid than usual. This was a clue, she thought, her heart whispering that the answer lay somewhere between the earth and the sky. Her first stop was the cozy nook of the elder owls, nestled high in the ancient trees. The owls, with feathers speckled like the night sky, welcomed Ivy with soft hoots. "Wise owls," Ivy began, her voice gentle as the evening breeze, "have you noticed the colors vanishing from our gardens?" One particularly sage owl, with spectacles perched upon his beak, blinked slowly. "Ah, yes, child, the colors have found new homes, but they are not lost. Seek the heart of the forest, where the oldest tree stands. There you might find the answers you seek." Thanking the owls, Ivy set off deeper into the whispering woods, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustle of leaves. The moon rose higher, casting a serene glow over her path. As she walked, she was joined by Cinderglow, whose presence was as warm and comforting as a hearth on a winter's night. Together, they reached the heart of the forest, where the grand oak stood, a tree so ancient that its roots seemed to cradle the world itself. Ivy noticed that the bark shimmered with a faint, elusive glow, as if the colors of the world were flowing through it like a gentle river. As Ivy pressed her hand against the bark, she heard a soft, melodious hum. It was then she realized that the colors were not stolen but borrowed by the forest to paint a grand tapestry, a gift for the dragon's annual gathering, a celebration of unity and peace that would be seen by all creatures of the sky. Cinderglow, with eyes alight like hearth embers, nodded knowingly. The forest, dear Ivy, wished to share the beauty of Lunalin with the world. It meant no harm, but rather sought to spread joy. Understanding dawned upon Ivy like the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon. Perhaps, she mused, we could all share in this celebration. Let us invite the village to witness this grand tapestry and understand the beauty in sharing and unity. With Cinderglow by her side, Ivy returned to the village. She shared her discovery with the villagers, who listened with wide-eyed wonder. Together, they made preparations to join the magical creatures of the forest in their celebration. On the night of the gathering, the village was aglow with lanterns, their light mingling with the moon's glow. The villagers, alongside the moon mice and wise owls, gathered at the heart of the forest. As the dragons soared overhead, their scales catching the moonlight, the colors of the forest wove a stunning tapestry across the sky, a sight that left every heart brimming with joy. In that moment, the villagers understood that sharing beauty and joy only multiplied it. The colors returned to Lunalin's gardens the very next day, more vibrant than ever, as if thanking the villagers for their open hearts and minds. And so, the mystery of the colors became a cherished tale in Lunalin. a gentle reminder that sometimes sharing what we hold dear can create a beauty far beyond our own imaginings. As Ivy curled up in her cottage that night, with Cinderglow's gentle warmth nearby, she whispered a promise to the stars, to always see the world with wonder and to share that wonder with others. And thus, peace settled over the village once more, like a soft blanket of starlight, as the whispering woods sang their lullabies, and the villagers of Lunaland drifted into dreams filled with colors and unity. Story 5. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a serene, shimmering lake, there was a place where magic whispered softly through the leaves and tickled the air with effervescent charm. The villagers called it Willow Glade, a name inspired by the ancient trees that stood like guardians around the village, their branches swaying gently as if in a perpetual, peaceful dance. Within this village, there lived a young girl named Willa. Willa had a curious heart and eyes that twinkled with the light of 1,000 questions. Her days were often spent exploring the glade, her feet light and swift over the soft moss that carpeted the forest floor, and her mind ever eager for the mysteries that the world might hold. One morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, Willa noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved bell, which hung from the ancient oak in the center of the square and was used to call everyone for gatherings, had stopped ringing. It was said that the bell had a mind of its own, choosing moments of joy to chime spontaneously, its notes like laughter echoing through the air. Yet now, it remained silent, its voice seemingly lost to the wind. Perplexed, Willa decided to investigate. She approached the bell, its bronze surface cool to the touch, and examined it closely. The bell seemed perfectly fine, its clapper intact and its surface gleaming brightly in the morning sun. But deep down, Willa knew there was more to this mystery. As she pondered, her thoughts were interrupted by the soft rustling of wings. She looked up to find a small, luminescent creature perched on a branch above her. It was a glimmerwing, a type of fairy-like being known for their wisdom and gentle nature. This particular glimmerwing had shimmering wings of azure and gold, and eyes that sparkled with understanding. "Hello, Willa," the glimmerwing greeted, its voice as soft as a summer breeze. "I see you're puzzled by the bell's silence." Willa nodded, her curiosity piqued even further. "Do you know why it has stopped ringing?" The glimmerwing fluttered its wings, casting tiny flecks of light around them. "The bell is enchanted, tied to the harmony of the village. When hearts are troubled or harmony is disrupted, the bell falls silent." Willa thought for a moment, her mind tracing the events of the past few days. She recalled the recent tension between two villagers, Mr. Alder and Mrs. Fern. They had been arguing over the best way to tend to the community garden, each convinced their method was superior. Could the disagreement between Mr. Alder and Mrs. Fern be the cause? Willa asked, her voice tinged with concern. The glimmerwing nodded. Indeed, their discord has caused a ripple in the village's harmony. But fear not, for such things can be mended with understanding and kindness. Determined to restore the village's harmony and the bell's joyful chime, Willa set off towards the community garden. The garden was a vibrant patchwork of colors and scents, with rows of sunflowers standing tall amidst lavender and rosemary. She found Mr. Alder and Mrs. Fern standing at opposite ends of the garden, each tending to their section with a stubborn focus. Willa approached them with a gentle smile, her voice calm and soothing. "Mr. Alder, Mrs. Fern," she began, "I believe the village bell has fallen silent because of the disagreement between you two. It's affecting the harmony of our home." Both villagers paused, their expressions softening as they listened to Willa's words. They exchanged a glance, the weight of their argument suddenly seeming less important. "But how do we resolve this?" Mr. Alder asked, his voice tinged with regret. Willa thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up with an idea. "What if you both share your methods? Perhaps there's a way to combine them, making the garden even more beautiful." Mrs. Fern nodded slowly, a smile spreading across her face. "That sounds like a wonderful idea, Willa. I would love to learn from Mr. Alder's experience." "And I from yours, Mrs. Fern," Mr. Alder agreed, his tone warm and sincere. With Willa's guidance, the two villagers began to work together, blending their techniques in a spirit of cooperation and friendship. The garden flourished under their combined care, each plant thriving in the newfound harmony. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over Willow Glade, the bell in the village square rang out once more. Its melody was sweet and joyful, a song of unity and peace that filled the hearts of all who heard it. The villagers gathered, drawn by the bell's enchanting call, and celebrated the return of its voice. Laughter and music echoed through the glade, and Willa felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that harmony had been restored. The glimmerwing fluttered down to her shoulder, its presence a comforting reminder of the magic that surrounded them. "You have done well, Willa," it said, its voice a gentle caress. "You have reminded us all of the power of understanding and friendship." Willa smiled, feeling the warmth of the evening embrace her like a soft, comforting blanket. The mystery had been solved, not through force or haste, but with patience and wisdom. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, she knew that the village of Willow Glade would always have a heart that beat in harmony, as long as kindness and friendship guided its people. And so, with the lullaby of the bell still echoing in her mind, Willa returned home, her heart light and her dreams filled with the magic of the world around her. The village slept under the watchful gaze of the old willow trees, and all was well, wrapped in the tender embrace of the night. Story 6. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between gentle hills and whispering woods, there was a small, sunlit shop known as Whimsy Wonders. It was a place where curious folk gathered, drawn by the promise of uncovering peculiar treasures and listening to the tales spun by its kind-hearted owner, an elderly man known simply as Mr. Bramble. One misty morning, as the village awoke to the soft cooing of doves and the delicate scent of blooming jasmine, a young girl named Lila entered Whimsy Wonders. Her auburn curls bounced with each eager step, and her eyes sparkled with the light of adventure. Today she hoped to find something special, something that whispered of far-off lands and untold stories. As she wandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against an assortment of trinkets. A brass compass that always pointed to the heart's true desire, a collection of seashells that sang the ocean's lullabies, and a set of marbles that glowed with the colors of the rainbow. But it was a small, unassuming brass key that caught her attention, lying in an old, dusty box. The key was not shiny or ornate, but it seemed to hum with a gentle warmth. As Lila picked it up, Mr. Bramble appeared beside her with a smile as soft as the morning light. "Ah, you found the key of whispers," he said in a voice that was both wise and tender. "It's said to unlock the door to wherever your heart needs to go." Intrigued by the promise of the key, Lila tucked it into her pocket and thanked Mr. Bramble. With a parting wave, she stepped back into the village, the key's warmth a comforting presence against her side. As she meandered through the cobblestone streets, Lila wondered what the key might unlock. Her journey took her to the edge of the village, where a forgotten path led into the verdant embrace of the forest. Here, the trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the sunlight scattered like confetti through the canopy. Lila followed the path, her heart steady with curiosity. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. As she walked, she encountered a peculiar group of helpers, a wise old tortoise named Thistle, a sprightly squirrel called Pippin, and a gentle dove known as Luna. Thistle, with eyes like polished stones, offered sage advice. "The journey is as important as the destination, dear Leela. Listen closely to the whispers of the forest." Pippin, ever the playful spirit, darted around with twinkling eyes. "Remember to find joy in the small things," he chattered, offering her an acorn as a token of friendship. Luna, with feathers as soft as moonlight, cooed gently, "Have faith in your heart, for it knows the way." With their guidance, Leela felt a sense of calm wash over her. She continued deeper into the forest, the path winding like a ribbon through the trees. It wasn't long before she came upon an ancient oak, gnarled and majestic, its trunk adorned with a small, intricate lock. Heart aflutter with anticipation, Lila retrieved the key of whispers and inserted it into the lock. With a soft click, the oak's trunk opened like a doorway, revealing a hidden glade bathed in golden light. Here the air was sweet with the fragrance of wildflowers, and a gentle breeze carried the melodies of unseen songbirds. In the center of the glade stood a mirror, its surface as smooth and clear as a still pond. As Lila approached, the mirror shimmered and revealed a vision of her village, wrapped in a gentle glow. She saw her neighbors, each engaged in acts of kindness, their faces lit with joy and contentment. Suddenly, Leela understood the secret of the Key of Whispers. It did not unlock a physical place, but rather opened the heart to the magic of connection and community. It reminded her of the beauty found in small acts of love and the importance of nurturing those around her. With newfound clarity, Lila stepped back from the mirror and returned through the oak's doorway. Her heart was light, and her spirit soared with the knowledge that she carried a treasure far greater than any object, a heart attuned to the wonders of the world and the warmth of friendship. As she made her way back to the village, Thistle, Pippin, and Luna accompanied her, their presence a gentle reminder of the journey's lessons. Together, they emerged from the forest, greeted by the village's familiar charm and the promise of a new day. Lila returned the Key of Whispers to Mr. Bramble, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you for the adventure," she said, her voice brimming with warmth. Mr. Bramble smiled, his eyes twinkling like the stars. "Remember, dear Lila, the key to wonder lies not in things, but in the heart's embrace of the world." And so, Lila carried the magic of her journey with her, sharing her newfound wisdom and kindness with her village. The days passed in a gentle rhythm, filled with laughter, love, and the quiet joy of knowing that the most extraordinary treasures are those found within. As the village settled into a peaceful slumber each night, the Key of Whispers rested in its box at Whimsy Wonders, waiting patiently for the next heart in need of its gentle magic. And in the silence of the evening, beneath a sky dusted with stars, the world felt a little more connected, a little more alive, all because of a young girl's journey through the whispers of the heart. And so, dear listener, as you drift into the comforting embrace of sleep, remember the gentle magic that lies within you, waiting to be shared with the world. For in every heart there is a key, and every day is a journey filled with wonder. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village, tucked between whispering woods and rolling fields of wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had an unyielding curiosity that sparkled in her eyes like the first rays of dawn. She cherished the village library, where tales of adventure and magic were nestled in well-worn pages. Her favorite spot was a snug nook by the window, where the sunlight would dance upon the ancient tomes like playful sprites. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves swirled in the breeze, Clara set out to explore the attic of her grandmother's cottage. Her heart thrummed with excitement at the possibility of uncovering hidden treasures from bygone days. As she tiptoed through the dimly lit space, brushing cobwebs aside, her gaze fell upon an old, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer faintly in the gloom. With a soft creak, the lid opened to reveal a small, delicate hand mirror. The silver frame glinted softly, and its glass was as clear as a mountain spring. Clara, entranced by its beauty, held it in her hands. To her amazement, the reflection was not her own, but a vivid scene of the village square where villagers gathered, their laughter echoing like a melodious song. As she gazed into the mirror, the scene shifted like a gentle breeze carrying whispers of distant places. Each image was more wondrous than the last. Mystical forests with trees that seemed to hum with life, serene lakes reflecting skies painted in hues of lavender and gold, and most intriguingly, a path that wound through a lush garden. Clara's heart swelled with a sense of adventure. This mirror was not just a mirror, but a window to another world. She knew she had to follow the path she'd seen, to uncover the secrets it held. But such a journey could not be undertaken alone. She sought the wisdom of the village's kindest souls, those who knew the art of listening to the earth and the whispers of the wind. First, she visited old Elias, the gardener. His eyes crinkled with warmth as he listened to her tale. "Ah, a mirror that shows more than mere reflections," he mused. "In life, it's often the unseen that holds the greatest truths. Remember, Clara, the garden is a living thing. It will speak to you if you listen." Next, Clara went to see Mina, the baker, whose hands crafted loaves that were nothing short of magical in their ability to comfort. Mina offered Clara a loaf of honeyed bread for her journey. "May this bread give you strength," she said with a smile, "just as warmth and kindness nourish the soul." Finally, Clara sought out Jasper, the village storyteller. He was a man of few words, but his stories were rich with wisdom. He handed Clara a tiny vial filled with a shimmering liquid. "A drop of moonlight," he explained, "for there may come a time when you need a guiding light." Armed with these gifts and the encouragement of her friends, Clara set off on her adventure. She followed the path revealed by the mirror, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath her feet and the cool kiss of the breeze on her cheeks. As she walked, the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the gentle rustle of leaves. The path led her to the entrance of the enchanted garden from the mirror. It was a place of vibrant colors and harmonious sounds, where flowers bloomed in every hue imaginable and birds sang melodies as old as time. At the heart of the garden stood a grand oak tree, its branches stretching to the sky in a welcoming embrace. Clara approached the tree, her heart filled with awe and wonder. As she touched its ancient bark, she heard a soft, melodic voice, as if the tree itself were speaking. "Welcome, Clara," it said. "You have come seeking answers, but the greatest wisdom lies within." A challenge awaited her, a riddle woven into the very fabric of the garden. The tree spoke of a hidden well that held the essence of understanding. But only those who could see beyond the surface, who could understand the language of nature, would find it. Clara sat beneath the tree, closing her eyes. She let the sounds of the garden wash over her, the whispers of the leaves, the songs of the birds. She remembered Elias's words, "Nature speaks if you listen." Slowly she began to hear the gentle murmur of water, a sound that was not of the garden but from within herself. Guided by this inner melody, Clara rose and walked deeper into the garden. There, covered by a cascade of ivy, she found the well. Its water shimmered in the moonlight, a reflection of the stars above. Clara dipped the mirror into the well, and as she did, the water shimmered and revealed a vision of her village, a vision alive with laughter, harmony, and a deep connection to the world around them. Clara understood then that the journey was not just about discovering magical places, but about understanding the magic of her own world, the interconnectedness of all things, and the beauty of simple truths. With a heart full of newfound wisdom, Clara returned to her village. She shared her tale with old Elias, Mina, and Jasper, and together they celebrated the wonders of their world, the laughter of children, the colors of the sunset, the warmth of friendship. As the night fell and the stars twinkled above, Clara placed the mirror back in its box, knowing that its magic was not in the scenes it showed, but in the journey it inspired. And so in her cozy room by the crackling fireplace, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart aglow with the gentle magic of understanding and the promise of new adventures to come. And the village, nestled between whispering woods and fields of wildflowers, thrived in the gentle embrace of the night, each dreamer cradled by the soft lullaby of the world. Story 8. In the velvety expanse of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like distant lanterns in a vast dark sea, there floated a small but bustling space station known as Luminara. It was a place of refuge and trade, a meeting point for travelers from across the cosmos, each bringing their own stories and dreams. Here, under the gentle glow of artificial atmospheres, two very different souls were about to embark on a journey of unexpected friendship. First, there was Lyra, a nimble and curious being from the lush, mist-covered planet of Valoria. Her skin shimmered with a soft, iridescent glow, reminiscent of the bioluminescent flora of her homeland. She had eyes like pools of clear water, reflecting the serenity and wisdom of her people, who were known for their deep connection to nature and their gentle, harmonious way of life. Then there was Tarek, a rugged and resourceful engineer from the desert planet of Sandor, where survival depended on grit and ingenuity. His deep-set eyes were the color of storm clouds, and his skin bore the marks of many suns. He was a man of few words, preferring the company of machines to people, yet beneath his quiet exterior lay a heart as vast and warm as the desert skies. Their paths crossed one quiet evening in the central hub of Luminara, a place filled with the hum of conversation and the clinking of glasses. Lyra was admiring a holographic display of distant nebula, her eyes wide with wonder, when the station shuddered with an unexpected jolt. A small maintenance droid, attempting to fix a nearby panel, had malfunctioned, sending a shower of sparks in its wake. Instinctively, Tarek sprang into action, his hands deftly moving to deactivate the errant droid. Lyra, startled but intrigued, watched as he worked with steady precision. It was not long before the droid was back in operation, its circuits humming contentedly. "Thank you," Lyra said softly, her voice like a gentle breeze. "I wasn't sure what to do." Tarek glanced up, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "It's what I do," he replied, his voice deep and steady. "Machines and I understand each other." Lyra laughed, a sound as light as falling leaves. "And I am just beginning to understand them. My world is less mechanical." As they talked, an unexpected friendship began to bloom, like a flower unfurling its petals to the morning sun. They shared stories of their worlds, of the lush forests of Valoria and the sprawling dunes of Sandor. Though their backgrounds were worlds apart, they found common ground in their curiosity and appreciation for the unknown. But their newfound friendship was soon tested. A solar flare disrupted the station's power grid, plunging parts of Luminara into shadow. Emergency lights flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. In the dim glow, Lyra and Tarek could see the worry etched on the faces of the station's inhabitants. "We must help," Lyra said, her voice firm with resolve. Tarek nodded, his mind already racing with plans. "The main power relay is in the lower levels. If we can reset it, we might stabilize the system." Together they made their way through the dimly lit corridors, their footsteps echoing softly. The air was cool and tinged with the faint metallic scent of the station's infrastructure. As they descended into the bowels of Luminara, their differences became apparent. Lyra's ethereal grace contrasted with Tarek's grounded practicality, and at times they misunderstood each other's intentions. "Why would you take that path?" Tarek questioned, pointing to a narrow passage Lyra had suggested. "It feels right," Lyra replied, her instincts guiding her. Tarek hesitated, logic clashing with intuition. Yet, trusting her judgment, he followed. As they traversed the labyrinthine corridors, they encountered obstacles that required both their strengths. Lyra's keen senses and Tarek's technical expertise proved invaluable as they navigated the complex systems. In one particularly tricky section, a door stubbornly refused to open. Tarek tried to override the controls, but his efforts were futile. Frustration threatened to bubble up, but Lyra placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "Let me try," she said gently, her fingers brushing lightly over the console. She closed her eyes, sensing the subtle energies that flowed through the station, and soon the door slid open with a soft hiss. Tarek looked at her in awe. "How did you?" "Sometimes you just have to feel your way through," she replied with a smile, her eyes twinkling. As they continued their journey, a mutual respect blossomed, each recognizing the other's strengths. When they finally reached the power relay, it was Lyra's insight that helped Tarek see the problem from a new perspective, and Tarek's skill that brought the system back online. The station hummed back to life, lights flickering on as the emergency was averted. The inhabitants of Luminara cheered, their relief palpable. Lyra and Tarek stood together, surrounded by the warm glow of gratitude and camaraderie. In that moment, they understood that their differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to a deeper understanding and an enduring friendship. As the echoes of celebration faded, Tarek turned to Lyra, his eyes reflecting the gentle light of the station. "I never thought I'd find a friend like you out here." Lyra smiled, her heart full. "Nor I you, but I've learned that the universe has a way of bringing us exactly what we need when we least expect it." Under the starlit canopy of Luminara, two unlikely companions found solace in each other's company, discovering that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species. Together, they ventured onward, their hearts intertwined like the constellations that guided them, shining brightly in the endless night. Story 9. In the tranquil village of Willowbend, nestled within a lush forest where sunlight danced through the emerald canopy, a gentle mystery began to unfold. The village was a place where the air was always softly scented with blooming lilacs, and the cobblestone paths were lined with quaint cottages that seemed to be woven right out of the fabric of fairy tales. One serene morning, as the golden light of dawn spilled over the thatched roofs, the villagers awoke to find something peculiar, the sound of laughter echoing through the woods, but no one could see where it came from. It was a warm and inviting laughter, yet its source was as elusive as a whisper in the wind. The villagers were puzzled but not frightened, for strange happenings were not entirely unknown in Willowbend. They had long shared their home with magical creatures and wise beings, who often guided them with gentle hands. Still, the mystery called for a bit of investigation, and so they turned to young Finn, a bright and curious boy with a knack for solving puzzles. Finn was known for his keen eye and thoughtful demeanor. He lived with his grandmother, who was the village storyteller and keeper of ancient lore. She had taught Finn the value of listening closely to the world around him, a skill that would serve him well in the days to come. As Finn set out to unravel the mystery of the laughter, he was joined by his loyal companion, a small, fluffy creature named Pippin. Pippin was a mischievous puffball with sparkling eyes and a knack for sniffing out secrets. Together, they ventured into the heart of the forest, where the laughter seemed to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. Sunbeams filtered through the branches, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. As they walked, Finn and Pippin kept their senses sharp, noticing every detail: the fragrance of wildflowers, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook. As they walked deeper into the woods, Finn heard the laughter again, closer this time, like a melody carried on a breeze. He paused, closing his eyes to listen more intently. "It's coming from the glen," he murmured to Pippin, who chirped in agreement. The glen was a magical place, a sun-dappled clearing surrounded by whispering trees. Finn and Pippin approached cautiously, peering through the foliage. To their surprise, they saw a circle of enchanted mushrooms, each one glowing with a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the circle danced a group of tiny, joyful creatures. Forest sprites, no taller than a blade of grass, their wings shimmering like gossamer in the sunlight. The sprites were lost in their merriment, unaware of their audience. Finn watched, fascinated, as they twirled and laughed, their voices blending in a harmonious chorus of joy. He realized that the laughter they had heard was not a mystery to be solved, but a celebration to be shared. Pippin, ever the curious companion, gave a delighted squeak and bounded into the clearing. The sprites paused, their eyes wide with surprise, but Finn stepped forward with a gentle smile. "Hello, friends," he greeted warmly. "We've been enchanted by your laughter. It's the loveliest sound." The sprites giggled among themselves, their initial surprise melting into friendly curiosity. One bold sprite, with wings like autumn leaves, fluttered forward. "We didn't mean to alarm anyone," she said in a voice as light as a breeze. "We are simply celebrating the return of spring." Finn nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Your joy is a gift to the forest and to us," he said. "But perhaps you could share your laughter with the village, so everyone might join in your celebration." The sprites exchanged gleeful looks, and the idea seemed to please them greatly. They agreed to host a festival in the village, where their laughter and light could be shared with all. And so, with Finn and Pippin leading the way, the forest sprites made their way to Willowbend. The villagers, who had gathered in curiosity, welcomed the sprites with open arms. That evening, under a canopy of twinkling stars and lanterns, the village square transformed into a scene of magic and wonder. The sprites danced and sang, their laughter mingling with the music of flutes and fiddles. The villagers joined in, their hearts lifted by the infectious joy that filled the air. As the night wore on, the boundary between the magical and the mundane blurred, and all who were present felt the enchantment of the moment. When the festival finally came to a close, the villagers thanked the sprites for their visit, promising to cherish the memory of their laughter. The sprites in turn promised to return each spring, to renew the bond of joy they had forged with the people of Willowbend. As Finn and Pippin walked home beneath the moonlit sky, Finn's heart was full. He had discovered that sometimes the mysteries we seek are not puzzles to be solved, but moments to be cherished and shared. With Pippin nestled comfortably in his arms, he knew that the world was a place of endless wonder, waiting to be explored with an open heart and a curious mind. And so, the village of Willowbend returned to its peaceful slumber, cradled in the magic of the forest, where laughter and friendship wove a tapestry of harmony that would echo through the ages. Story 10 title: The Whispers of Willow Wood. Beneath the silvery glow of a crescent moon, nestled at the edge of the quaint village of Eldergrove, lay the mysterious and enchanting Willow Wood. The villagers spoke of its ancient trees that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky, their branches weaving a canopy so thick that even the boldest rays of sunlight had to fight their way through. The air within the wood was perpetually tinged with the scent of damp earth and fragrant wildflowers, a blend that was both exhilarating and calming. Those who wandered the well-trodden paths of Willow Wood often spoke of the peculiar feeling that accompanied them, a sensation as if the trees themselves were whispering secrets just beyond the reach of human ears. But it wasn't the whispers that brought young Finn to the wood this particular evening. It was something else entirely, something more elusive and enchanting, the promise of a magical object hidden deep within its heart. Finn was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a storm-tossed sea, and hair that curled like the tendrils of the creeping ivy that adorned the old stone walls of his village. He was known for his kindness and curiosity, traits that often led him to explore places others dared not tread. That day, a whisper from an elder had reached him, a tale of an ancient amulet, said to grant its bearer the ability to understand the language of the forest itself. The idea of such a gift was too tantalizing for Finn to resist. He envisioned speaking with the birds, understanding the rustle of leaves, and learning the stories of the ancient oaks. And so, under the gentle guidance of moonlight, Finn ventured into Willow Wood, his heart a delicate blend of trepidation and excitement. The path into the wood was lined with wild lavender, its scent mingling with the cool night air, creating an ethereal blend that soothed Finn's mind. His footsteps were soft on the moss-covered ground, and he moved with an ease that came naturally to those who respected the wood's solemn beauty. As he walked deeper, the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches forming an intricate lattice above. The whispers grew more defined, a symphony of rustling leaves and creaking wood that seemed to pulse with an ancient rhythm. Finn paused, closed his eyes, and listened, imagining that the wood was greeting him, welcoming him into its secret heart. After a time, the path opened into a small clearing bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight. At its center stood a willow tree, its branches cascading like a waterfall, leaves shimmering with a silver luminescence. Finn approached slowly, his instincts guiding him to the very base of the tree where the earth seemed to hum with a gentle vibrancy. It was there, nestled among the tangled roots, that Finn found the object of his quest. The amulet was unassuming, a simple circle of polished wood hanging from a leather cord. But as he held it in his palm, he felt a warmth emanating from it, a pulse that matched the rhythm of his own heart. Finn slipped the amulet over his head, and in that moment, the whispers of the wood crescendoed into a chorus of voices. Every rustle, every creak, every sigh of the wind through the branches transformed into words, rich and full of life. It was as if the forest had taken a deep breath and was now sharing its secrets. A soft voice, gentle and wise, spoke first. "Welcome, Finn of Eldergrove. We have awaited your coming." Finn looked around in wonder, realizing it was the willow itself that addressed him. "Thank you," Finn replied, his voice a whisper of awe. "I seek to learn from the wood, to understand its stories." The willow swayed gracefully, its leaves dancing in the breeze. "The forest holds many tales, young one. Some are as old as the earth itself, while others are still being written. What is it you wish to know?" Finn pondered this, considering the depth of his desire. "I wish to understand the harmony of this place, to learn how the creatures and plants live in balance, and perhaps to find my own place within it." The willow seemed to nod, its branches creating a soft rustling sound that was both comforting and inspiring. "Then let us begin, Finn. Walk with us, listen, and see." With that, the journey began. Guided by the amulet's gentle warmth, Finn wandered deeper into the wood, each step revealing new wonders and new lessons. The trees spoke of their long lives, of seasons turning, and the dance of sunlight and shadow. The birds sang of freedom and flight, their songs filled with the joys and sorrows of their fleeting lives. Finn learned from the streams, clear and cool, their waters whispering of journeys from distant mountains to the endless sea. The flowers taught him of beauty and fragility, their blooms a testament to the fleeting nature of life and the importance of living fully in each moment. As the night wore on, Finn encountered creatures he had only dreamt of. A family of foxes shared tales of cunning and survival, while an ancient owl imparted wisdom gathered over countless moonlit nights. Through each encounter, Finn's understanding deepened, his heart opening to the interconnectedness of all things. But not all was peaceful in the wood. As dawn began to paint the sky with hues of rose and gold, Finn stumbled upon a clearing marred by broken branches and trampled underbrush. The air was heavy with a sense of loss, and the whispers of the forest seemed tinged with sorrow. "What happened here?" Finn asked, his voice filled with concern. A soft rustle answered him, and from the shadows emerged a deer, her eyes dark pools of gentle wisdom. "This is the work of those who do not understand the balance," she explained. "They take without giving back, disrupting the harmony." Finn felt a pang of sadness at the destruction before him. "How can it be mended?" he asked, longing to help. The deer regarded him with a calm gaze. "By teaching others to see as you do now, to respect the whispers of the wood and find their place within it." Finn nodded, understanding that his journey was not just for himself, but for the world beyond the wood. As the first light of day began to filter through the trees, casting a warm glow over the forest, Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him. He had found his place, a bridge between his world and the world of the wood. With a heart full of newfound wisdom, Finn made his way back to the village, the amulet resting against his chest, a reminder of the whispers that had transformed him. He knew that his journey had only just begun, that there were more stories to learn and more harmony to share. And so, as the sun rose high in the sky, painting Eldergrove in hues of light and shadow, Finn set out to share the whispers of Willow Wood, to teach others the language of the forest and the beauty of living in harmony with the world around them. In doing so, he ensured that the whispers would never fade, and that the heart of the wood would continue to beat strong and true for generations to come. And every night, as he lay beneath the stars, Finn would listen to the whispers once more, a gentle reminder of the journey that had changed him forever. Story 11. In the gentle glow of the twin moons of Aronnax, a small, vibrant planet nestled in the far reaches of the galaxy, there was a serene valley where the lush flora shimmered like a sea of emeralds and sapphires. Here the air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers, and the gentle hum of the wind through the crystalline trees created a symphony that soothed even the most restless of hearts. It was in this enchanting valley that two unlikely travelers found themselves. The first was a young Sylvian named Leora, her skin a delicate shade of teal and her hair flowing like silver waterfalls. As a Sylvian, Leora was attuned to the rhythms of nature, able to communicate with plants and animals, and she bore a quiet wisdom that belied her youthful appearance. The other traveler was a Kintari named Thax, a creature of considerable size and strength, with scales that shimmered in hues of deep indigo and eyes that glowed like twin suns. Thax hailed from the planet Zythor, known for its harsh landscapes and fearsome storms, which had imbued him with resilience and a fierce determination. Their meeting was not planned. Leora had come to the valley seeking solace and reflection, while Thax had been drawn by tales of its beauty, hoping to find rare minerals to study for his research. Their paths crossed at the base of a majestic crystal waterfall that cascaded down in a shower of light and sound. It was here, amidst the spray of the falls and the gentle rustle of nearby leaves, that their story began. At first, they regarded each other with cautious curiosity. Leora, with her gentle demeanor, was wary of Thax's formidable presence, while Thax, accustomed to the solitude of his work, was unsure how to engage with the delicate Sylvian before him. Their initial interactions were marked by misunderstandings. Leora's quiet nature was mistaken for aloofness, while Thax's direct manner seemed brusque and unfeeling. Yet, as the days passed and they shared the warmth of nightly campfires beneath the starlit sky, they began to find common ground. Leora showed Thax the wonders of the valley, teaching him to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth. In return, Thax shared stories of his home, tales of bravery and endurance that spoke of a world where survival meant facing the fiercest of storms. Their bond deepened through a shared challenge that arose unexpectedly. One evening, as the sky was painted with hues of lavender and gold, a strange phenomenon occurred. A celestial storm, rare and unpredictable, swept across the valley. The winds howled with an otherworldly force, and the shimmering flora bent and swayed under its power. In this moment of turmoil, Leora and Thax joined forces. Leora used her connection to the land to calm the frantic movement of the plants, creating a protective barrier, while Thax, with his immense strength, secured their shelter against the storm's onslaught. In the midst of chaos, they worked in harmony, their differences melding into a powerful alliance. Through this shared adversity, they discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to communicate beyond words, understanding each other's strengths and vulnerabilities. Leora found in Thax a steadfast protector and a friend who appreciated the subtleties of her world. Thax, in turn, saw in Leora a gentle guide and a companion who taught him the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the storm abated and peace returned to the valley, they sat together side by side beneath the twin moons. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of rain and renewal. In that tranquil moment, they realized that their journey together had only just begun. From that day forward, Leora and Thax became inseparable. They traveled across the galaxy, exploring new worlds and sharing their adventures with others. Wherever they went, they spread a message of unity, showing that differences could be a source of strength, and that friendship, forged in the heart of a celestial storm, could light the darkest of paths. And so, in the gentle embrace of the twin moons, amidst the shimmering beauty of the valley, a bond was formed, one that transcended planets and species, teaching all who heard their tale that true friendship knows no boundaries, and that together, even the most unlikely companions can find their way home. Story 12, title, The Whispering Woods. In a quaint, sleepy village nestled snugly between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there existed a legend passed down through the generations, a tale of a hidden world within the heart of the Whispering Woods. The woods lay just beyond the village, a thick grove of towering trees that seemed to hum a gentle lullaby whenever the wind brushed through their leaves. It was said that within this forest, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, lay secrets waiting to be uncovered by those pure of heart and bold of spirit. On the edge of the village, in a cozy, lichen-covered cottage with a thatched roof that seemed to blend seamlessly into the surrounding landscape, lived a young girl named Anwin. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the lake at dawn, Anwin was known for her boundless curiosity and kindness. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and hills, befriending every creature she encountered, from the smallest beetle to the shyest deer. Anwin's closest companion was a wise old owl named Bramble, who had taken residence in the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel beside her home. Bramble was a creature of mystery and wisdom, his feathers a patchwork of earthy browns and soft whites, his eyes as deep and knowing as the night sky. The villagers often spoke of Bramble's peculiar ability to understand human speech, and some even claimed he could speak, though only Anwin ever heard his words. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of crimson and gold, Anwin sat beneath the oak tree, her fingers weaving daisies into a chain. Bramble perched above her, his eyes gleaming with a secret knowledge. "Anwin," he hooted softly, his voice like the rustle of leaves, "the time has come for you to embark on a journey that will change you and the world around you." Anwin looked up, surprised yet intrigued by Bramble's words. "What kind of journey, Bramble?" she asked, her voice a blend of excitement and apprehension. "The Whispering Woods hold a secret world, hidden from those who lack the courage to seek it. You must venture into the forest and find the heart of the woods. There you will discover a magical object, an amulet that holds the power to heal and nurture the land. But beware, for the path is fraught with challenges, and you must rely on your kindness and wisdom to succeed." Anwin's heart fluttered with anticipation. She had always been drawn to the Whispering Woods, its ancient trees and murmuring shadows calling to her in her dreams. The thought of embarking on such an adventure filled her with a sense of purpose. "Bramble, will you accompany me?" she asked, her gaze steady and hopeful. "Of course, dear Anwin," Bramble replied with a gentle nod. "Together, we shall find the heart of the woods and uncover its secrets." The next morning, as the village still slumbered beneath a blanket of mist, Anwen and Bramble set off toward the forest. The sun's first light kissed the treetops, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, a promise of the wonders that lay ahead. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the whispers grew louder, a symphony of voices that seemed to guide them along an unseen path. Anwen marveled at the forest's beauty, her senses alive to the vibrant greens and browns, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, and the gentle caress of the breeze on her skin. Their journey led them to a glade bathed in silver moonlight, where a small stream gurgled merrily over smooth stones. Here, they encountered the first of many challenges, a riddle posed by a mischievous fox with fur as red as fire and eyes that twinkled with mischief. "To pass this glade, you must solve my riddle," the fox announced, his voice a playful melody. "What is it that has keys but can't open doors, has space but no room, and can enter the heart without knocking?" Anwen pondered the riddle, her mind turning over the possibilities like pebbles in her hand. Then, a smile broke across her face as she realized the answer. "It's music," she declared confidently. "Music has keys, space within its notes, and it can touch the heart without needing an invitation." The fox grinned, his eyes alight with approval. "Well done, young one. You may continue on your journey." With a nod of gratitude, Anwen and Bramble pressed onward, the path leading them deeper into the heart of the woods. As they traveled, they encountered more creatures, each with their own challenges and lessons. A family of hedgehogs taught Anwen the value of patience and perseverance, while a wise old turtle imparted the importance of listening and understanding. The forest itself seemed to come alive around them, its magic palpable in the air. Anwen could feel it in the gentle sway of the branches, the soft glow of the moon filtering through the canopy, and the ethereal music of the wind as it danced through the leaves. It was as if the very soul of the forest was guiding her steps, urging her onward toward her destiny. Finally, as twilight descended upon the woods, Anwen and Bramble arrived at the heart of the woods, a magnificent clearing bathed in the soft light of 1,000 fireflies. In the center stood an ancient tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of a wise elder. At its base lay the amulet, a delicate piece of craftsmanship wrought from silver and emerald, glistening with an otherworldly light. Anwen approached the amulet with reverence, her heart swelling with a sense of awe and reverence. As she reached out to touch it, a voice echoed through the clearing, soft and melodious like the rustling of leaves. "Anwen, you have proven yourself worthy by your kindness, wisdom, and courage. This amulet is yours to protect and use to heal the land." With trembling fingers, Anwen picked up the amulet, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. She knew instinctively that its magic was tied to the forest, a bond of life and growth that she had been chosen to guard. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, Anwen and Bramble began their journey back to the village. The forest seemed to part for them, guiding them gently toward home. Along the way, Anwen could feel the amulet's magic at work, a subtle hum that resonated with the life around her. When they emerged from the woods, the village was waking to a new day. The villagers greeted Anwen with smiles and curiosity, sensing that something wondrous had transpired. Anwen shared her tale, her words weaving a tapestry of adventure and wonder that captivated her audience. With the amulet in her care, Anwen dedicated herself to nurturing the land and the village. She became a guardian of the Whispering Woods, using the amulet's magic to heal the soil, encourage the growth of crops, and ensure the well-being of the creatures that called the forest home. Through her journey, Anwen learned that true strength came not from power alone, but from the kindness and wisdom of one's heart. She discovered that friendship, like the bonds she shared with Bramble and the creatures of the forest, was a force that could overcome any challenge. As the years passed, Anwen grew wise and respected, her legend becoming part of the very fabric of the village. The Whispering Woods continued to whisper their secrets, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the edge of the known world. And each night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into slumber, Anwen would sit beneath the ancient oak tree, the amulet glowing softly in her hands. Bramble would perch beside her, his feathers ruffled by the evening breeze, and together they would listen to the gentle symphony of the forest, a lullaby of peace and promise that echoed through the ages. And so the story of Unwind and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a reminder of the magic that resides in the world and in the hearts of those who dare to seek it. Story 13. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across velvet, there lay a small planetary system known for its vibrant interstellar trade routes. Among these celestial bodies was a planet called Arborealis, famed for its lush, towering forests that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the universe itself. Here lived the Arboreans, gentle tree-like beings whose skin shimmered with the iridescence of leaves kissed by dawn's first light. On a crisp azure morning, when the sky was painted with strokes of gold and lavender, an Arborean named Linden was preparing for the Great Gathering, a celebration of unity and peace among the planets. Linden was a sapling by Arborean standards, his bark still smooth and his branches adorned with the delicate buds of youth. His heart, however, was filled with the wisdom and curiosity of the ancients. As Linden made his way through the whispering groves towards the gathering clearing, his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a metallic object streaking through the sky, trailing a plume of silver smoke. It was a small spacecraft, and it descended with a graceful yet urgent speed, landing with a gentle thud in a nearby glade. Cautiously, Linden approached, his leaves rustling softly in the breeze. The spacecraft's door slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a figure unlike any Linden had ever seen. The newcomer was a Kyloran, a species from the icy planet of Glacial. Her name was Nara, and she was as striking as she was different, her skin a crystalline blue that sparkled like frost under the morning sun. Nara emerged, brushing away the frost that naturally accumulated on her skin. Her eyes, deep and serene, met Linden's with a mixture of apprehension and intrigue. She had journeyed far from her frozen home in search of warmth and understanding, driven by tales of the Arboreans and their legendary kindness. "Greetings," Linden began, his voice soft as the rustling of leaves. "I am Linden of Arborealis. You are welcome here." Nara hesitated, her breath visible in the warm air. "I am Nara from Glacial. I did not mean to intrude." Linden sensed her unease and offered a comforting smile, his branches extending slightly in a gesture of welcome. "There is no intrusion in seeking friendship," he said gently. Despite the warmth of his words, a misunderstanding soon brewed. Nara, unfamiliar with the traditions of Arborealis, misinterpreted the invitation to the Great Gathering as a formal challenge, a concept from her own culture where gatherings were often tests of strength and resilience. Her initial interactions were guarded as she prepared herself for what she thought would be a series of competitive trials. Linden, on the other hand, was puzzled by her cautious demeanor, unaware of her interpretation. Yet, he admired her determination and decided to show her the beauty and harmony of his world in hopes of easing her concerns. Days turned into nights, and under the blanket of twinkling stars, the two began to explore the wonders of Arborealis. Linden introduced Nara to the singing stones, crystalline formations that resonated with the music of the cosmos when touched. Nara, in turn, shared stories of Glacial's dancing auroras, painting vibrant pictures with her words that melted the icy barriers between them. As they journeyed together, they faced challenges that neither could have anticipated. A sudden storm, rare in Arborealis, swept through the forest, threatening to uproot the delicate balance of life. Nara's crystalline skin shimmered with an inner glow as she used her natural affinity for cold to shield them from the storm's wrath. Linden, with his deep roots connected to the earth, guided them to safety, his wisdom and calm providing an anchor amidst the chaos. In the aftermath of the storm, as the world around them returned to its tranquil beauty, Nara realized that the Great Gathering was not a test of strength, but a celebration of peace and unity. Her misunderstanding gave way to a profound appreciation for Linden's gentle nature and the harmony he cherished. "I have much to learn," Nara admitted one evening, her voice soft as the evening breeze. "Your world is different from mine, yet it holds a beauty I never imagined." Linden nodded, his branches swaying softly. "And I from you. In your resilience I find strength. In your stories I see the vastness of the universe." With each shared story and every challenge overcome, their friendship deepened, rooted in mutual respect and understanding. They discovered that despite their differences, they were bound by a common desire for connection and peace. The great gathering finally arrived, and under a sky painted with the colors of dusk, Nara stood beside Linden. As the Arboreans and visitors from across the galaxy joined hands, their voices lifted in a harmonious chorus, celebrating the unity that transcended the stars. In that moment, Nara and Linden understood the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged through shared experiences, nurtured by empathy, and strengthened by the willingness to see the world through each other's eyes. As the gathering concluded, Nara prepared to return to Glacial, her heart warmed by the friendships she had forged. Linden, his branches now full with the blossoms of wisdom, promised to visit her icy world, eager to experience its beauty firsthand. As her spacecraft ascended, Nara looked down upon the lush forests of Arborealis, her heart full of gratitude for the unexpected journey that had led her to discover not just a new world, but a cherished friend. And so, under the vast expanse of stars, two unlikely companions celebrated the bonds of friendship, proving that even in the farthest reaches of the galaxy, understanding and kindness could bridge any distance. Story 14, The Whispering Forest and the Silver Acorn. On the edge of a small, quaint village nestled between rolling hills and sprawling fields, there lay a forest shrouded in mystery and wonder. The villagers called it the Whispering Forest, for the trees seemed to murmur secrets to those who dared to listen. The forest was dense and lush, with towering oaks and elms that stretched their gnarled branches towards the sky, forming a canopy of emerald green that rustled gently in the wind. In this village lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as wide as the horizon. Lila had golden curls that danced around her face like sunbeams, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Her days were filled with explorations and adventures, but none intrigued her more than the mysterious Whispering Forest. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves painted the world in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off on a journey. She had heard tales of a magical object hidden deep within the forest, a silver acorn that granted the gift of understanding the whispers of the woods. Guided by her adventurous spirit and the gentle rustle of the leaves, she ventured into the heart of the forest. As Lila walked, the forest unfolded like a storybook before her. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped melodiously, and squirrels darted through the underbrush, chattering in a language all their own. Lila felt a sense of belonging, as if the forest embraced her as one of its own. Deeper and deeper she journeyed, the path beneath her feet growing narrower and the light dimmer. She followed the sound of a gentle brook that bubbled and gurgled over smooth stones, its waters as clear as crystal. The brook led her to a clearing where the forest seemed to hold its breath. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk thick and twisted, its branches stretching towards the heavens. There, nestled among the roots of the oak, Lila found the silver acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as if it captured the essence of moonlight within its shell. Lila reached out and cradled it in her hands, feeling its cool surface pulse with a gentle warmth. As she held the acorn, the forest around her seemed to come alive with whispers that tickled her ears and filled her heart with wonder. With the silver acorn in her possession, Lila discovered she could understand the language of the forest. The trees spoke of ages past, of seasons turning and creatures passing through. The brook sang songs of its journey from mountain springs to the wide, open sea. Even the stones shared stories of the earth's deep secrets, of roots and bones and the passage of time. Lila spent her days wandering through the forest, learning its secrets and listening to its tales. She befriended a wise old owl named Orion, whose feathers were the color of twilight and whose eyes held the wisdom of the ages. Orion taught her to see the world through new eyes, to notice the small wonders that others might overlook. One day, while exploring a part of the forest she had never seen before, Lila stumbled upon a hidden glen. The air here was cooler, and a gentle mist hung in the air, giving the place an ethereal quality. At the center of the glen stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces covered in lichen and moss. Within this circle lay an entrance to a hidden world, a world that existed alongside her own, yet remained unseen by most. With Orion by her side, Lila stepped through the threshold and found herself in a realm of magic and mystery. Here, the trees were taller, their leaves shimmering with colors beyond imagination. Flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals whispering secrets to the wind. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, their eyes filled with intelligence and kindness. It was in this hidden world that Lila met a gentle creature named Finn. Finn was a sprite, small and delicate, with wings that glistened like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. His laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and his heart was pure and untainted by the troubles of the world. Despite their differences, Lila and Finn became fast friends, their bond as strong as the roots of the ancient trees. Together they embarked on adventures that filled their days with joy and wonder. They danced with the fireflies under the light of the full moon, played hide-and-seek with the shadows, and shared stories by the glow of the fireflies' gentle light. With each passing day, Lila's heart grew lighter, her spirit brighter, as she learned the true meaning of friendship and the magic that lay within. But the hidden world was not without its challenges. A shadow had fallen over the land, a darkness that threatened to consume the light and steal the joy from its inhabitants. The creatures of the forest spoke of a great beast, a creature of nightmares that prowled the edges of their world, seeking to devour all that was good and pure. Lila and Finn, with Orion's guidance, knew they must confront this darkness and restore balance to the world they had come to love. Armed with the wisdom of the forest and the courage of their hearts, they set off on a journey to the heart of the shadow, determined to dispel the darkness and bring light back to the hidden realm. As they traveled, the forest around them grew darker, the air heavy with an oppressive silence. The trees whispered of fear and despair, their leaves rustling with unease. But Lila and Finn pressed on, their friendship a beacon of hope in the encroaching gloom. Finally, they reached the lair of the great beast, a cavern hidden deep within the roots of the earth. The air here was thick with shadows, and the ground trembled with the creature's restless slumber. Drawing upon the strength of their bond and the wisdom they had gained, Lila and Finn entered the cavern, their hearts filled with determination and love. Inside, they found the beast, a creature of immense size, its scales as black as night and eyes that glowed with an inner fire. It was a dragon, ancient and weary, its heart burdened by loneliness and sorrow. Lila approached the dragon with a gentle heart, her voice soft and soothing. "Great dragon," she spoke, "we come not to harm but to understand. Why do you cast shadows upon this land?" The dragon, its voice a rumble like distant thunder, replied, "I am alone, forgotten by time. The world has changed, and I no longer belong. My heart is heavy, and the shadows are my only companions." Lila, with tears in her eyes, reached out to the dragon. "You are not alone. We are here, and we see you. We understand your pain, and we wish to help." With these words, the dragon's heart began to heal. The shadows lifted, and light filled the cavern, illuminating the beauty hidden beneath the darkness. The dragon, touched by Lila's kindness and Finn's friendship, found peace at last. Grateful for their compassion, the dragon bestowed upon Lila and Finn a gift, a single scale that shimmered with the colors of the dawn. With this gift, the hidden world was restored to its former glory, the shadows banished, and the light triumphant. Lila and Finn returned to their beloved forest, their hearts full of joy and their friendship stronger than ever. They knew that challenges would come and go, but with love and understanding, they could overcome any darkness that crossed their path. The whispering forest continued to share its secrets, its whispers a gentle lullaby that cradled the village in peace. And every night, as the stars twinkled in the sky, Lila would hold the silver acorn close, its warmth a reminder of the journey she had taken and the friends she had gained. In the quiet of the forest, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hoot of Orion from above, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic and wonder of the hidden world she had come to love. And so the story of Lila, the silver acorn, and the hidden world of the whispering forest was told and retold, a tale of friendship, courage, and the power of understanding. A gentle reminder that even in the darkest of times, light and love, will always find a way. Story 15. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood like wise old sentinels, a gentle brook babbled its timeless song, winding through the underbrush and pooling into clear, mirror-like ponds. The forest was a place where seasons danced in harmony, and days seemed to stretch like golden threads in a tapestry woven by the sun. Among the inhabitants of this enchanting forest was a young girl named Lila. She was a child of the woods, with hair as wild as the vines and eyes as bright as the summer sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman with stories etched in the lines of her face, in a cozy cottage nestled at the edge of a meadow. The cottage was filled with the scent of herbs and the warmth of a crackling fire, its walls adorned with dried flowers and curious trinkets collected from the forest. One morning, as the first light of dawn crept through the lattice of leaves, Lila awoke to find her grandmother sitting by the window, her eyes fixed on the horizon. It was a look Lila knew well, a gaze filled with both longing and a hint of melancholy. "Grandmother," Lila asked softly, "what are you thinking about?" Her grandmother turned, a wistful smile playing on her lips. "Ah, Lila, my dear, I was thinking of the stories my own grandmother used to tell me. Stories of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic breathes and the impossible becomes possible." Lila's eyes widened with curiosity. "Have you ever seen it?" "I have not," her grandmother replied, "but I believe it exists. It is said that only those with a pure heart and a courageous spirit can find it." Lila pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a flutter of excitement in her chest. She had always felt a deep connection to the forest, a sense that it was whispering secrets to her. Perhaps, she thought, she might discover the hidden world herself. With the sun rising higher, casting long shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her daily wanderings. She slipped on her worn leather boots and wrapped a soft green cloak around her shoulders, setting off with a small satchel packed with bread and cheese, a gift from her grandmother's kitchen. The forest embraced her with its familiar sounds and scents, the rustling leaves, the earthy aroma of moss, and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. As she walked, Lila hummed a tune, allowing her feet to guide her deeper into the woods than she'd ever ventured before. After a time, she came upon a clearing she had never seen. It was a perfect circle, surrounded by towering oaks whose branches arched overhead like the ribbed vaults of a cathedral. In the center of the clearing stood a solitary stone, worn smooth by time. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Lila approached the stone and placed her hand upon its cool surface. As she did, a gentle breeze stirred the air, and she heard a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, child of the forest," the voice sang, as if carried on the wind itself. Startled, Lila stepped back, searching for the source of the voice, but there was no one to be seen. Only the trees stood as silent witnesses, their leaves whispering in the breeze. "Do not fear," the voice continued. "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for countless years. You have been chosen to seek the hidden world, for you possess the heart and spirit that can uncover its wonders." Lila's heart raced with a mix of fear and excitement. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Follow the path of light and shadow," the spirit instructed. "Trust in your heart, and you shall find the way." With those words, the voice faded into the rustling of leaves, leaving Lila alone once more. She stood for a moment, pondering the spirit's cryptic message. Then, gathering her courage, she set off again, her steps guided by an unseen force. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, she noticed subtle changes in her surroundings. The air seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and the songs of birds took on a haunting, otherworldly quality. She followed the play of light and shadow as instructed, watching as sunbeams pierced the canopy, illuminating her path with an almost magical radiance. Hours passed, and Lila walked on, her heart filled with determination. She climbed over moss-covered rocks, crossed babbling brooks, and wound her way through thickets of brambles that seemed to part at her approach. With each step, she felt a growing sense of purpose, as if the forest itself was guiding her. Just as fatigue began to weigh heavily on her limbs, Lila emerged into another clearing, this one far more enchanting than the last. In its center stood a grand tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its trunk was broad and gnarled, and its branches spread wide and high, draped with leaves of every shade of green. But what truly captured Lila's attention was the tree's blossoms. They glowed with a luminescent light, casting a soft, soothing glow over the entire clearing. Beneath the tree's boughs, the air was thick with the heady scent of jasmine and honeysuckle, and Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her. As she approached the tree, she noticed a small, intricately carved box nestled among its roots. It was made of a wood that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight, and Lila's fingers tingled with anticipation as she reached for it. The moment her hand touched the box, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her body, and she heard the forest spirit's voice once more. "You have found the heart of the hidden world," the voice sang softly. "Within this box lies a gift, a magical object that can reveal the unseen and guide you on your journey." Lila carefully opened the box, her breath catching in her throat. Inside lay a delicate mirror, its surface as smooth and clear as a still pond. She lifted it gently, marveling at the way it seemed to capture and reflect the light around her, casting rainbows that danced across the clearing. "This mirror will show you the truth," the spirit continued. "Use it wisely, and it will help you uncover the mysteries of the forest and beyond." With the mirror in hand, Lila felt an unshakable sense of purpose. She knew that her journey was only just beginning, and that the hidden world held many secrets yet to be revealed. As she made her way back through the forest, retracing her steps with the mirror safely tucked in her satchel, she felt a renewed sense of wonder and possibility. When Lila returned to her grandmother's cottage, the sun was setting, casting a warm, golden glow over the meadow. Her grandmother was waiting by the door, her eyes alight with curiosity and pride. "What did you discover, my dear?" she asked as Lila approached. Lila smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude and excitement. "I found the hidden world, grandmother," she replied, holding the mirror up for her grandmother to see. "And I have been given a gift, a mirror that reveals the unseen." Her grandmother's eyes shone with understanding and joy. "Ah, Lila," she said softly, embracing her granddaughter. "You have taken the first step on a journey that will change you in ways you cannot yet imagine. May you find wisdom and friendship along the way." As night fell and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lila and her grandmother sat by the fire, sharing stories and dreams. The forest whispered its ancient song through the open window, and Lila felt a deep contentment, knowing that she was part of something much larger than herself. In the days that followed, Lila continued to explore the forest with the mirror as her guide. She discovered hidden glens and sparkling streams, and she met creatures both wondrous and wise, a family of foxes who led her to a secret waterfall, a wise old owl who shared tales of the forest's history, and a mischievous squirrel who delighted in playing tricks. Through her adventures, Lila learned that the mirror's true power lay not in revealing the magical, but in helping her see the beauty and wonder in everyday moments. She came to understand that the hidden world was not a place apart, but a reflection of the connections between all living things. As the seasons turned and the forest changed with them, Lila grew in wisdom and strength, her heart ever open to the mysteries and joys of the world around her. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to follow the dance of light and shadow, and to trust in the magic of friendship and love. And so, Lila's journey continued, a dance through the tapestry of life, guided by the mirror's gentle light and the timeless wisdom of the forest. With each step, she became a part of the hidden world she had longed to find, a world that dwelled not only in the heart of the forest, but in her own heart as well. The end. Story 16. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum gentle tunes, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and sweet flowers, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This village, nestled between rolling hills and a sparkling silver stream, was known for its warmth, its laughter, and its curious blend of the ordinary and the magical. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of orange and purple, villagers would gather in the square to share stories and songs. Yet lately, their tales had taken a mysterious turn. Something peculiar was afoot in Willowbrook. It began with the flickering lanterns. Every night, the lanterns hanging along the cobblestone paths would twinkle more than usual, their glow dancing like fireflies caught in the breeze. The villagers noticed that the candles burned shorter than they should, as if some unseen hand was drawing on their light. Then came the whispers. Soft and melodic, they drifted through the village, as if the very wind carried secrets from tree to tree. The whispers seemed to come alive with the night, filling the air with words that no one could quite catch, but everyone could feel. The villagers, puzzled yet intrigued, turned to the wisest among them, an old woman named Melis. Melis had lived in Willowbrook for as long as anyone could remember. Her hair was silver as moonlight, and her eyes sparkled with the kindness of 1,000 dawns. It was said that Melis had a way of seeing things others could not, a gift that was both rare and precious. One brisk evening, under the glow of a crescent moon, Melis invited the villagers to gather by the great oak tree in the village square. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of earth and wood smoke. Villagers huddled together, wrapped in woolen shawls and sipping warm, spiced cider. "My dear friends," Melis began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "there is a mystery among us, one that dances in shadows and sings with the stars. But worry not, for mysteries are merely stories waiting to be told." With these words, she invited two of the village's most curious children, a brother and sister named Finn and Lyra, to join her on a gentle quest. They were bright-eyed and full of wonder, known for their keen sense of adventure and their boundless imaginations. "Tonight," Melis said, placing her hands gently on their shoulders, "we shall uncover the tale that the whispers wish to tell." With lanterns in hand, the small group set off into the woods, where the path was soft with fallen leaves, and the air was rich with the smell of moss and earth. Finn and Lyra stayed close to Melis, their eyes wide with anticipation. As they walked deeper into the woods, the whispers grew clearer, like a soft chorus of voices weaving through the trees. Melis paused, her gaze thoughtful. "Do you hear that?" she asked, turning to the children. Finn nodded, his brow furrowed in concentration. "It sounds like a song," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Lyra, ever observant, knelt to the ground, pressing her ear to the earth. "It's coming from below. The ground is humming." Melis smiled warmly at the children's insights. "Very perceptive, my dears. The forest has its own heart, and tonight it beats with a story." Guided by the whispers, they followed the path until they reached an ancient grove, where the trees stood like wise old guardians. In the center of the grove lay a small, shimmering pond, its surface smooth and mirror-like under the moonlight. As they approached, the whispers grew louder, forming a gentle, harmonious melody. It was then that Melis noticed something unusual about the pond. The water, usually clear and still, seemed to ripple with a light of its own, as if stars had fallen into its depths. Finn, ever curious, leaned over the edge and gasped in delight. "Look, the water is full of tiny lights." Lyra, equally enchanted, reached out a hand, letting her fingers dance over the surface. "They feel like warm rain," she said, her voice filled with awe. Melis watched the children, understanding dawning in her wise eyes. "These are the whispers of the forest, the lanterns of the night," she explained softly. "They are the fireflies of the pond, guardians of stories untold." The children listened intently, fascinated by the magic unfolding before them. Melis continued, "Long ago, the fireflies were entrusted with the tales of the woods, whispering them to those who would listen. But as time passed, their voices grew faint, waiting for the right moment to share their stories once more." Finn and Lyra exchanged a look of wonder and excitement. "We can help them tell their stories," Lyra exclaimed, her eyes bright with determination. Melis nodded, her heart swelling with pride. "Yes, my dear, you can be their voices." With gentle care, the three of them gathered the glowing fireflies, cradling them in their hands. The fireflies seemed to respond to the warmth of their touch, their light growing brighter with each gentle word spoken to them. Returning to the village, they shared the fireflies with the other villagers, each person taking a moment to listen, to feel the stories woven into the tiny lights. As the fireflies danced around them, their whispers turned into a melodious tale, filling the air with a song of unity and love. That night, Willowbrook was aglow with more than just the twinkling lanterns. It was alive with the magic of stories shared and mysteries uncovered, of bonds strengthened and dreams rekindled. As the last of the fireflies returned to the woods, Melis gathered the villagers once more. Remember, she said, her voice a gentle caress, mysteries are treasures of the heart. They teach us to listen, to see with more than just our eyes, and to find joy in the unknown. With these words, the villagers returned to their homes, their hearts light and their dreams filled with the magic of the night. Finn and Lyra snuggled under their blankets, the warmth of the firefly's glow still lingering in their minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook settled into a deep, peaceful slumber, cradled by the whispers of the woods and the gentle promise of more stories to come whenever they were ready to listen. Story 17. Nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered softly through a dense canopy of emerald leaves, lay a vibrant world teeming with life. This was a place where the whisper of the wind carried secrets older than time itself, and the gentle rustle of leaves was a lullaby sung by the forest to its dwellers. In this verdant haven, a community of creatures lived harmoniously, their lives intertwined like the roots of the towering oaks that surrounded them. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who had seen countless seasons paint the forest in hues of green and gold. His shell was patterned like the swirling bark of the oldest trees, and his eyes held the deep, calm wisdom of the earth. Thistle's home was nestled beneath a sprawling sycamore, where the air was always cool and the ground soft with fallen leaves. He spent his days meandering along the forest paths, speaking in gentle tones with the birds, the foxes, and the deer, sharing stories and listening to their tales of the woods. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a tapestry of amber and crimson, Thistle noticed something unusual. The once vibrant stream that wound its way through the heart of their home had slowed to a trickle, its crystal waters now sparse and sluggish. The chatter of the brook, which usually sang the forest awake, was now a faint murmur. Concerned, Thistle called upon his friends, the creatures of the forest, to gather beneath the sycamore. There was Luna, the graceful deer whose coat shimmered like silver in the moonlight, Pippin, the lively squirrel with a tail as bushy as a cloud, and Wren, the songbird with a voice as sweet as honey. As they assembled, Thistle spoke in his slow, measured voice. "Dear friends, our beloved stream is in distress. Without its life-giving waters, the balance of our home is at risk." Luna stepped forward, her eyes wide with concern. "What could have caused this, Thistle?" The old tortoise pondered for a moment, the lines of his face deepening like the grooves of an ancient tree. "I believe the answer lies with the winds of change, the ethereal guardians of our seasons. They dance through the skies, guiding the rains and the snows. We must seek their counsel." Pippin, ever eager for adventure, scampered up onto Thistle's shell, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Then let's find them. We can't let the forest wither." With determination, the group set off, guided by the whispers of the wind. They traveled through the forest, each step a gentle crunch upon the carpet of fallen leaves. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of ripe berries. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, the landscape began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches reaching skyward, like ancient arms yearning for the heavens. The air became cooler, tinged with the crispness of approaching winter. After a long trek, they reached the Clearing of Seasons, a sacred place where the forest opened up to reveal a circle of stones, each one representing a different time of the year. In the center stood the Winds of Change, ethereal beings shimmering with the colors of the sky at dawn. The winds greeted them with voices that sang like the breeze through the pines. "Welcome, creatures of the forest. We have sensed your plight." Wren fluttered forward, her wings a blur of indigo and gold. "Our stream is drying, and we fear for the forest's balance." The winds of change swirled gently, their forms shifting like the clouds. The balance has indeed been disrupted. The rains have been delayed by the shadow of forgetfulness, a lingering presence that dims the memory of the cycles. Thistle nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "How can we restore the balance?" The winds replied, their voices a harmonious melody. "You must rekindle the memory of the cycles. Find the Stone of Echoes hidden deep within the forest and sing to it the song of the seasons." With a newfound purpose, Thistle and his friends embarked on their quest. They traveled through meadows kissed by the sun, across hills where the grass whispered secrets, and through dense thickets where shadows played mischievously. At last, they arrived at a secluded glen, where the Stone of Echoes lay half-buried beneath a tangle of vines. It was a magnificent stone, ancient and weathered, its surface etched with symbols of the sun, the moon, and the stars. Gathering around the stone, the friends began to sing. Their voices rose and fell like the gentle ebb of the tides, weaving together a melody that spoke of spring's renewal, summer's bounty, autumn's harvest, and winter's rest. As their song filled the glen, the stone began to hum with a deep, resonant energy. The ground beneath their feet vibrated gently, and a soft light emanated from the engravings, casting dancing shadows on the forest floor. The winds of change, drawn by the song, appeared once more, encircling the stone with their luminous forms. You have awakened the memory of the cycles. The forest shall be restored. With a gust of wind, the rains returned, gentle and life-giving, filling the stream with their crystalline flow. The forest rejoiced, its leaves shimmering with newfound vitality, and the air was rich with the fragrance of renewal. Thistle and his friends returned to their home beneath the sycamore, their hearts filled with joy. The stream sang once more, its waters a jubilant chorus that echoed through the woods. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Thistle gathered his friends around him. Today we have learned that harmony is not just the absence of discord, but the presence of understanding and unity. Together, we have ensured the balance of our world. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blur, the creatures lived on, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the enduring bond of friendship. The forest thrived, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when hearts and minds worked as one. Once upon a time, in a realm where the moonlight wove patterns of silver lace across the night sky, there nestled a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was cradled by rolling hills that were lush with emerald green meadows, and its cobblestone streets were lined with cottages that seemed to hum with gentle enchantments. The roofs of these homes were thatched with golden straw that glistened like the sun's rays, and the windows were adorned with vibrant flower boxes, brimming with blooms of every imaginable hue. In this enchanted village lived a young boy named Finn. He was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the summer sea and a heart as open and warm as a sun-kissed meadow. Finn had an insatiable thirst for adventure and a keen eye for detail that often led him to discover things others might overlook. He lived with his grandmother, Nana, a wise woman whose tales were as rich and comforting as the aroma of her freshly baked lavender bread. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves whispered secrets to the breeze and the stars began to twinkle in the tapestry of the night, Finn noticed something peculiar. As he sat by his window, sipping on a cup of Nana's special cinnamon tea, he observed a soft, shimmering light dancing at the edge of the village, near the ancient oak known as Old Hallow. It was a light unlike any he had seen before, flickering gently like a distant star fallen to earth. Intrigued, Finn decided to investigate. He wrapped himself in his woolen cloak, its fabric as soft as a kitten's fur, and ventured out into the cool embrace of the night. The village was quiet, the only sound being the gentle rustle of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl perched high in the trees. As Finn approached Old Hallow, the light grew brighter, casting an ethereal glow over the surrounding meadow. To his astonishment, he found a small gathering of fireflies, their tiny bodies aglow with a soft luminescence. But these were no ordinary fireflies. They were larger than usual, and their light pulsed with a peculiar rhythm, as if they were communicating through a secret language of light. Suddenly, from behind the great oak, emerged a figure cloaked in shadows. Finn's heart skipped a beat, but his curiosity outweighed his fear. The figure stepped into the moonlight, revealing itself to be none other than Thistle, the village's resident sprite. Thistle was a whimsical creature, with wings as delicate as lace and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed morning glories. "Good evening, young Finn," chimed Thistle, his voice as melodious as a brook's babble. "I see you found my little friends." Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "What are they doing, Thistle? I've never seen fireflies like these before." Thistle fluttered closer, the air around him tinged with the scent of wildflowers. "These are the Lumina fireflies. They carry messages from the heart of the forest. Lately, they've been trying to tell us something important. but I fear their message is lost to us until we unravel the mystery." Intrigued and eager to help, Finn offered, "Perhaps I could assist in deciphering their message." Thistle's wings fluttered with joy, sending a gentle breeze through the meadow. "Oh, that would be splendid. The lumina are drawn to kindness and wisdom. With your perceptive eyes and open heart, we might just uncover what they wish to convey." Together, Finn and Thistle watched the fireflies as they danced their intricate ballet of light. Finn noticed that the fireflies' glow appeared in specific patterns, much like the constellations in the night sky. He realized that each pattern corresponded to a distinct part of the forest, as if the fireflies were pointing the way. Could it be a map? Finn wondered aloud, his voice tinged with excitement. Thistle's eyes widened with realization. "Yes, a map indeed, but where does it lead?" With newfound determination, Finn and Thistle decided to follow the luminous trail. They journeyed deeper into the forest, the fireflies lighting their path with a gentle glow that made the shadows dance away. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine. After a while, they came upon a hidden glen, a place so serene and untouched that it felt like stepping into a forgotten dream. At the center of the glen stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the moonlight. Finn approached the stones, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from them. "Thistle, do you know what these stones are for?" Thistle nodded, his voice filled with reverence. "These are the stones of solace. Long ago, they were used by the village elders to communicate with the spirit of the forest, but their purpose has been forgotten over time." The fireflies swirled around the stones, their light intensifying as if urging Finn toward a particular spot. With careful steps, Finn moved forward and touched the cool surface of the largest stone. As he did, a symphony of soft chimes filled the air, and the runes began to glow brighter, illuminating the entire glen. In that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. It was the spirit of the forest, awakening from its slumber to speak with the boy who had listened. "Dear Finn," the voice murmured, "you have awakened the stones of solace with your kind heart and keen mind. The fireflies sought your help to restore balance to the forest, for a disturbance has been felt deep within our roots." Finn listened attentively, his heart swelling with resolve to aid the forest. "What can I do to help?" "The answer lies in friendship and understanding," the spirit replied. "A creature has wandered into our lands, lost and frightened. It is not here to harm, but it needs guidance to return home." With a sense of purpose, Finn and Thistle ventured further into the forest, guided by the fireflies. Their journey led them to a gentle stream, where a young fawn stood trembling by the water's edge. Its coat was dappled with moonlight, and its eyes were wide with fear. "Poor thing," Finn murmured, approaching slowly so as not to startle it. "You must be the one the forest spoke of." Thistle fluttered beside him, his voice soothing and melodic. "Do not be afraid, little one. We are here to help." With patience and gentle words, Finn and Thistle calmed the fawn, earning its trust. They learned from the fawn that it had wandered too far from its home in the meadow beyond the hills, drawn by the mysterious lights of the lumina fireflies. "Let us guide you back to where you belong," Finn promised, and together with Thistle, they led the fawn through the forest, the fireflies lighting their way with a soft, reassuring glow. As they reached the edge of the forest, where the meadow stretched wide under the watchful gaze of the moon, the fawn nuzzled Finn's hand gratefully before bounding back to its family, who awaited with anxious hearts. With their task complete, Finn and Thistle returned to the village, their hearts light with joy. The fireflies danced around them, their lights gentle and content, knowing the balance had been restored. Back in Willowbrook, the villagers marveled at the tale Finn had to share, the story of a mysterious light, a hidden message, and a journey that led to a newfound friendship. As Finn settled back into the warmth of his home, with Nana's comforting embrace and the crackling fire by his side, he felt a deep sense of peace. He knew that even in the midst of mystery and the unknown, kindness and understanding could light the way home. And in the quiet of the night, as the fire's glow flickered softly, Finn drifted into a restful sleep, dreaming of gentle adventures and the magic that resided in the heart of the forest. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep in the heart of an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her life seemed ordinary, she carried within her a remarkable gift, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with a gentle touch. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling fire, she reached for her favorite wool blanket to ward off the chill. But as her fingers brushed against the soft fabric, something extraordinary happened. The blanket stirred, and to Willow's astonishment, a tiny voice emerged. "Thank you for bringing me to life, dear Willow," the blanket spoke, its threads seeming to dance with each word. "I have been waiting for someone with a kind heart like yours to awaken me from my slumber." Willow's eyes widened with wonder, and a million questions raced through her mind. The blanket, sensing her curiosity, continued, "I am no ordinary blanket, my child. I am a treasured heirloom, woven with strands of magic spun from the dreams of forest sprites." From that moment on, Willow's world was forever changed. Her humble cottage became a sanctuary where she could communicate with the objects around her, each with its own unique personality and story to share. Her teacups would regale her with tales of faraway lands, while her rocking chair would creak and groan with wisdom beyond its years. But amidst this newfound enchantment, Willow learned of a great challenge that lay ahead. Deep in the heart of the forest, a powerful enchantress had fallen under a dark spell, casting a shadow of gloom over the once vibrant woodland realm. The trees had grown silent, their leaves withering, and the creatures that called the forest home had retreated into hiding. It was then that Willow's trusted companions, a wise old rug and a mischievous hatbox, revealed that the key to breaking the enchantress's curse lay in a magical artifact hidden deep within the forest's depths. With her newfound friends by her side, Willow embarked on a journey that would test her courage and resolve. Along the way, she encountered a host of helpers, each with their own unique personalities and gifts. There was Oakley, a gruff but kind-hearted tree stump, who guided them through the twisted paths of the forest, and Piper, a playful stream that danced and sang, lifting their spirits when the journey grew weary. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the challenges grew more daunting. Twisted vines and thorny brambles seemed to block their path at every turn, but Willow's companions taught her that true strength lay not in force, but in patience and wisdom. With Oakley's guidance, they learned to navigate the obstacles with care, respecting the natural order of the forest. And with Piper's gentle melodies, they soothed the tangled underbrush, coaxing it to part and reveal the path ahead. At last, they reached the heart of the forest, where an ancient moss-covered stone stood tall and proud. It was here that the magical artifact lay hidden, a simple acorn imbued with the power to break the enchantress's curse. But as Willow reached out to claim the acorn, a final challenge presented itself. A riddle etched into the stone, a test of wisdom and understanding. With the help of her trusted companions, Willow pondered the riddle's words, and in a moment of clarity, she realized that the true power lay not in the acorn itself, but in the love and friendship that had guided her thus far. Grasping the acorn firmly in her hand, Willow spoke the words that would break the curse, and a warm, golden light radiated outwards, banishing the shadows and restoring the forest to its former glory. The enchantress, freed from the dark spell, emerged from her slumber, her eyes shining with gratitude. She thanked Willow for her bravery and compassion, and as a token of her appreciation, she bestowed upon the young girl a special gift, the ability to understand and communicate with all living things, be they plant, animal, or magical creature. From that day forward, Willow's world was filled with wonder and magic, and she knew that her journey had only just begun. With her faithful companions by her side and a heart full of love and wisdom, she embarked on a lifetime of adventure, discovering the extraordinary secrets that lay hidden in the most ordinary of places. Story 20. In a cozy woodland glade where sunbeams danced through the canopy of ancient trees, there lived a young deer named Willow. With her delicate legs and soft brown eyes, she was the picture of gentle innocence. Yet beneath her timid exterior, a restless spirit yearned for adventure and growth. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured deeper into the forest than she'd ever gone before. The familiar paths gave way to a tangle of unfamiliar brambles and twisted roots. A sense of unease prickled her fur, but curiosity urged her onward. As she pressed deeper into the thicket, a shimmering light caught her eye. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, lay a glowing acorn. Willow's heart raced with wonder. She leaned closer, and the acorn pulsed with a warm, inviting radiance. Without a moment's hesitation, Willow plucked the acorn from its resting place. A wave of energy surged through her, and the world around her blurred and shifted. When her vision cleared, she found herself in a strange, misty realm where the trees seemed to breathe with life. A gentle voice echoed around her. "Welcome, young Willow. You have embarked on a journey of profound transformation." Startled, Willow spun around to find a wise-eyed owl perched on a nearby branch. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I am Gaia, keeper of the forest's ancient magic," the owl replied. "The acorn you found is a powerful talisman, a catalyst for personal growth, but its gifts come with challenges you must face." Willow's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "What kind of challenges?" Gaia hooted softly. "The path ahead will test your courage, your resilience, and your ability to embrace change. But fear not, for you will not walk it alone." As if on cue, two ethereal figures emerged from the mist, a gentle bear and a lithe fox. "These are your guides, Ursus and Lila," Gaia explained. "They will lend you their wisdom and strength as you navigate the trials to come." Ursus, his warm brown eyes brimming with kindness, lumbered forward. "We have all faced our own struggles with change, little one," he rumbled. "But in doing so, we have grown stronger and wiser." Lila nodded, her russet fur shimmering like fire. "The journey will not be easy," she cautioned, "but the rewards will be immense, for you will discover the true depths of your spirit." With a deep breath, Willow steadied her trembling legs. "I'm ready," she declared, her voice ringing with newfound courage. And so began Willow's extraordinary odyssey through the mystical realm. Each challenge she faced mirrored an aspect of her inner self that needed to be nurtured or transformed. In a shadowy glen, she confronted her deepest fears, learning to find courage in the face of uncertainty. Ursus's gentle presence and unwavering strength helped her persevere. In a shimmering meadow, she let go of old patterns and limiting beliefs, shedding her self-doubt like a heavy cloak. Lila's agility and adaptability inspired Willow to embrace the unknown with grace. Through dense brambles and across rushing streams, Willow's journey unfolded, each obstacle a catalyst for profound growth and self-discovery. Yet even in her darkest moments, when the path seemed impassable, her guides remained steadfast. Gaia's wise counsel echoed through the mists, reminding Willow of her inner reserves of resilience and determination. As the seasons shifted around her, Willow found herself changing in ways she could scarcely comprehend. Her steps grew surer, her spirit more vibrant. The once timid deer blossomed into a radiant, confident being, her eyes shining with hard-won wisdom. At last, as the first blush of spring painted the forest anew, Willow found herself back in the familiar glade where her journey began. But everything felt different, infused with a newfound sense of wonder and possibility. Gaia appeared before her, her feathers shimmering like starlight. "Well done, brave Willow," the owl said, her voice rich with pride. "You have faced your fears, shed your limitations, and emerged transformed." Willow bowed her head, humbled by the immensity of her growth. "I could not have done it without my guides," she said, her heart swelling with gratitude. Ursus and Lila stepped forward, their eyes shining with affection. "The strength was within you all along, dear one," Ursus rumbled. "We merely helped you uncover it." Lila nodded. "You have discovered the true magic that resides in every being, that the courage to grow, to adapt, and to embrace the constant dance of change." As her guides faded back into the mists, Willow felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. She understood now that growth was not a destination, but an ongoing journey of self-discovery and transformation. With a lightness in her heart and a spring in her step, Willow turned her gaze towards the endless depths of the forest. A world of possibility lay before her, and she was ready to embrace it with open arms, forever changed by the magic that had awakened within. Story 21. Once upon a time, nestled within the emerald folds of a vast and whispering forest, there lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with the vibrant nature that surrounded them. In the heart of this village, there was a young woman named Leora. She was known for her gentle spirit and her deep connection to the rhythm of the woods, yet she often found herself feeling trapped by an unshakable fear of change. Leora lived in a cozy cottage on the outskirts of the village, its walls draped with ivy and its garden blossoming with wildflowers in hues of lavender and gold. Each morning she would wake to the symphony of birdsong, the air sweet with the scent of dew-kissed blossoms. Despite the beauty around her, Leora felt a restlessness stirring within, a longing for something more, though she knew not what. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of rose and amber, Leora took a walk along the forest's edge. The twilight air was cool and comforting, the leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a glen she hadn't seen before, bathed in the silvery glow of the rising moon. In the center of the glen stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like open arms. Beneath the tree's watchful gaze sat an old woman with eyes that twinkled like stars. Her name was Isolde, the village storyteller, known for her wisdom and kindness. "Ah, Leora," said Isolde, her voice as soothing as the murmur of the stream. "I've been expecting you." Leora blinked in surprise. "Expecting me? But I didn't know I was coming." Isolde chuckled softly. "Sometimes the heart knows before the mind does. Sit with me, child, and let us talk." As Leora settled beside her, the old woman began to weave a tale of transformation and growth, of a caterpillar that dreamed of flying. Leora listened intently, losing herself in the cadence of Isolde's words. "The caterpillar feared leaving its safe green leaf," Isolde said, her eyes meeting Leora's. "Yet it knew deep inside that change was the only path to realizing its true self." Leora nodded slowly, feeling the truth of the story settle within her. "But how did it find the courage to change?" Isolde smiled, her gaze warm and knowing. "It listened to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stars, and it trusted the gentle guidance of its friends." As the evening deepened into night, Leora sat in silence, contemplating the story. She realized that, like the caterpillar, she too feared leaving the familiar comfort of her life. Yet she felt a stirring of courage within her, a flicker of hope that perhaps change was not something to be feared, but embraced. Over the following weeks, Leora began to step beyond her comfort zone, guided by the gentle wisdom of Isolde and the support of her friends in the village. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to see magic in the mundane, and to trust in the journey of personal growth. One day, as she wandered through the woods, she came upon a small, shimmering stream. The water danced with light, and as Leora gazed into its depths, she saw a reflection that was both familiar and new. Her eyes shone with a newfound confidence, her smile wide and free. In that moment, Leora understood that she was like the caterpillar of Isolde's tale, emerging from her cocoon to embrace the sky. She felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that change had been her greatest teacher. From that day on, Leora lived with a heart wide open to the possibilities of the world, no longer fearing the unknown. She became a guiding light for others in Willowbrook, sharing her story of transformation and growth, and encouraging them to embrace their own journeys with courage and grace. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oak and the twinkling stars, the village of Willowbrook thrived, a testament to the beauty of personal discovery and the magic of transformation. Leora's journey had shown them all that change, though sometimes daunting, was a path to becoming who they were truly meant to be. And in the gentle embrace of the forest, the village and its people lived happily ever after, their hearts and spirits forever intertwined with the magic of the world around them. Story 22. In the gentle glow of the twin moons of Arctoria, nestled within the vast reaches of the Andromeda star cluster, a small, vibrant planet known as Valoria thrived. Valoria was a world of lush, emerald forests and crystalline lakes, where the air hummed with the melodies of unseen creatures, and the very earth seemed to pulse with life. It was here, amidst the whispering winds and the rustle of silver-leafed trees, that an unforeseen friendship would blossom. Izzy, a Valorian native, was a creature of light and grace. her skin shimmering with iridescent hues that shifted with her emotions. Her large, curious eyes held the colors of a dawn sky, and her heart was as open as the vast plains she called home. She spent her days tending to the delicate flora of her world, her touch gentle enough to coax life from even the most reluctant seeds. Far away across the star-studded expanse lived Corin, a rugged, solitary figure from the icy planet of Tundralis. Corin was a being of stone and resilience, his form carved from the very mountains he roamed. His skin was a mosaic of granite and crystal, his eyes deep and dark like the frozen lakes of his homeland. Though he appeared cold and aloof, his heart held a warmth that few had ever seen. Fate, in its mysterious ways, brought these two together when a cosmic storm swept through the galaxy, leaving Corin's vessel marooned on Valoria. The crash landing was less than graceful, leaving a scar upon the serene landscape and awakening Izzy from her peaceful slumber. Drawn by the commotion, Izzy approached the strange craft with caution and curiosity. There, amidst the wreckage, she found Corin, injured and wary. Their first meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Corin's gruff demeanor clashed with Izzy's gentle nature. He mistook her cautious approach for hostility, while she perceived his stony silence as indifference. Yet as the days passed, necessity forged a bridge between them. Valoria, though beautiful, was not without its perils. As they navigated the dense forests and unpredictable weather, they encountered challenges that required cooperation and trust. A particularly fierce storm forced them to seek shelter in a hidden grotto, where the echoes of thunder seemed to blend with the rhythmic pulse of Valoria itself. In that sheltered space, with the storm raging outside, Izzy and Corin began to share their stories. Corin spoke of the harsh beauty of Tundralis, of the solitude that had been his companion for so long. Izzy listened with empathy, her own stories weaving a tapestry of warmth and life. She spoke of the joy found in nurturing her world, of the vibrant connections she felt with every living thing. Their words formed a bridge across the chasm of misunderstanding, revealing commonalities that neither had imagined. Corin learned to appreciate the delicate beauty of Valoria through Izzy's eyes, while she came to understand the strength and endurance that Corin had honed in his icy homeland. As the storm subsided, they emerged from the grotto, their bond stronger for the trials they had faced. Each challenge became a lesson in cooperation and mutual respect. When a sudden quake threatened to separate them, it was Corin's strength that steadied the trembling ground, while Izzy's calming presence soothed the restless earth. In moments of doubt, they found solace in each other's unwavering support. Through their journey, Corin discovered that vulnerability was not a weakness, and that there was a profound strength in opening his heart to new experiences and friendships. Izzy, in turn, learned that resilience could be as gentle as it was strong, and that true friendship transcended the boundaries of origin and form. As the suns of Valoria set, casting a warm golden glow over the land, Izzy and Corin stood side by side, their hearts alight with a newfound understanding. They had discovered that friendship was a journey, not a destination, a journey made richer by the shared experience of growth and change. Under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, they pledged to explore the wonders of the universe together, their unlikely companionship, a testament to the power of connection and the beauty of embracing differences. And so, with stars in their eyes and hope in their hearts, they set forth on new adventures, forever bound by the enduring magic of friendship. Story 23. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees formed a green cathedral and the light danced like liquid gold across the forest floor, the creatures of the woodland lived in a harmony that was as old as the earth itself. The air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of pine needles and wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of the nearby stream played a soothing symphony that lulled the forest to peace. Among these creatures was an old tortoise named Alder, whose shell was etched with the wisdom of centuries. Alder's eyes, a deep, warm brown, reflected the quiet strength of the forest, and his slow, deliberate movements were a testament to the patience he had learned from the whispering trees and the steady river. Alder had lived through countless seasons and had come to understand the rhythms and secrets of the forest like no other. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in shades of coral and lavender, Alder awoke to find the forest in a state of unusual quietude. The chatter of squirrels, usually a constant accompaniment to his mornings, was absent, and the birds that normally filled the air with song were subdued. As he made his way to the stream, the grass still cool and dewy beneath his feet, Alder noticed that the water's usual sparkle seemed muted. It was then that he encountered Willow, a young deer with eyes wide with concern. Her coat was a soft, russet hue, and her presence was as gentle as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "Alder," she spoke softly, her voice carrying a note of worry. "Something feels amiss. The spirit of the forest seems to be hiding." Alder nodded slowly, his ancient heart sensing the same unrest. "You are perceptive, young Willow. The balance of our world is delicate, and sometimes even the smallest disturbance can ripple through our lives." Just then, the sky above them began to shift. Clouds gathered, swirling in a dance that seemed to echo the forest's unease. But instead of the usual gray, they shimmered with hues of emerald and silver, casting an otherworldly glow upon the land. This was no ordinary weather. This was the forest's breath, a magical phenomenon that occurred only when the forest sought to communicate an urgent message. Alder and Willow watched as the forest's breath descended, bringing with it a gentle rain. But this was a rain unlike any other, for each drop caught the light in a prism of colors, showering the forest in a kaleidoscope of hues. It was both a warning and a gift, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. "The forest speaks," Alder murmured, feeling the wisdom of the ages flow through him. "We must listen." Together, Alder and Willow ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, following the path of the shimmering rain. The trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. As they walked, Alder shared stories with Willow, tales of the times when the balance was disrupted and how it was restored through unity and understanding. "The forest teaches us that we are all part of a greater whole," Alder said gently. "Every creature, every plant, every drop of water plays a role. When one is out of tune, the entire symphony falters." Finally, they reached a glade where the rain had woven itself into a tapestry of light and sound. There they found Elder Oak, the venerable tree whose roots reached deep into the earth and branches soared high into the sky. Elder Oak was the guardian of the forest's wisdom, and his presence filled the glade with a sense of timeless peace. "You have come," Elder Oak rumbled, his voice as deep as the earth's core. "The forest's breath has called you, for you are its caretakers." Alder bowed his head respectfully. "We are here to serve, Elder Oak. How may we restore the balance?" "The forest has sensed a disturbance," Elder Oak explained. "The stream's flow is hindered by fallen branches upstream, blocking the passage of life-giving water. This imbalance has caused the unease you feel." Willow's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Then we shall clear the path, allowing the stream to sing once more." With Elder Oak's guidance, Alder and Willow set about their task. The forest rallied to their cause, as birds carried messages to gather help, and squirrels and rabbits joined in the effort. Together, they removed the debris that clogged the stream, working in harmony, their hearts filled with the forest's melody. As the last branch was lifted, the water surged forward with a joyful rush, its song resonating through the forest. The air seemed to lighten, and the creatures of the woodland felt the shift, a collective sigh of relief sweeping through them. The forest's breath, now fulfilled, began to dissipate, leaving behind a rain-kissed forest bathed in a serene, golden light. Alder and Willow stood by the water's edge, watching the stream dance with renewed vigor. "We have done well," Alder said softly, his voice a soothing balm against the quiet. "The forest is grateful, and so am I for the wisdom it continues to share." Willow nuzzled Alder affectionately, her heart swelling with the joy of their accomplishment. "Thank you, Alder, for your guidance. I have learned that even the smallest of us can make a difference." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the land, Alder and Willow made their way back to their homes. The forest, now in harmony, sang a lullaby of rustling leaves and gentle breezes, cradling its inhabitants in a blanket of peace. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the creatures of the forest slumbered, their dreams filled with the beauty of a world in balance. where wisdom and friendship wove a tapestry of everlasting harmony. Story 24. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet canvas, there drifted a small, cozy spacecraft named the Lumina. It was on this quaint vessel that an unexpected friendship was about to unfold, a friendship that would bridge the vastness of space and the diversity of worlds. The Lumina was piloted by a gentle soul known as Leora, a being from the forested planet of Verdantia. Leora had skin that shimmered with the green of lush leaves and eyes that mirrored the deep, tranquil pools of her home. Her voice was as soft as the rustle of wind through the trees, and she carried with her the wisdom of the ancient forests. One fine star day, as the Lumina glided through the cosmos, Leora received a distress signal from a nearby asteroid field. It was a garbled plea for help, tinged with static and urgency. Without hesitation, she adjusted her course towards the source of the signal. Upon reaching the field, she found a vessel, a sleek, silver craft, entangled in a web of meteor fragments. Its pilot was a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a creature with scales that glistened like polished metal and eyes that glowed a warm amber. Her name was Zix, a resourceful engineer from the metallic planet of Macronia. Zix had been attempting to navigate the asteroid field when an unexpected collision had left her stranded. As Leora approached, she offered a cautious wave, unsure of what to expect. Leora, with her nurturing nature, responded with a reassuring smile and extended a vine-like hand in friendship. With careful maneuvering, Leora helped free Zix's craft from its rocky prison. Once safely aboard the Lumina, they exchanged introductions. Though their appearances were as different as night and day, a spark of understanding passed between them. As they settled into the cozy cabin of the Lumina, Leora brewed a warm concoction from Verdantian herbs, filling the air with a soothing, earthy aroma. Zix, intrigued by this new sensation, sipped the brew and felt a warmth spread through her metallic frame. Their initial conversations were peppered with misunderstandings. Zix, being from a world where logic and precision reigned supreme, struggled to comprehend Leora's poetic expressions and her tendency to speak in metaphors. Leora, in turn, found Zix's directness and technical jargon somewhat perplexing. One evening, as they hovered near a nebula that glowed with hues of lavender and gold, Leora attempted to describe its beauty. "It's like the universe is painting dreams with stardust," she mused. Zix, tilting her head, replied, "I see it as a complex interaction of gaseous elements and light refraction." They both paused, realizing their differing perspectives, but rather than growing frustrated, they began to appreciate these differences. Leora learned to see the beauty in Zix's structured world, while Zix found joy in the artistry of Leora's interpretations. It was through these misunderstandings that they grew, each expanding their view of the cosmos. Their journey soon brought them to the planet of Aqualuna, a world of endless oceans and floating islands. Here, they encountered a predicament that required both their strengths. A massive storm threatened the delicate balance of an island community, and only by combining Leora's understanding of nature with Zix's engineering prowess could they hope to avert disaster. As the storm raged, Leora and Zix worked side by side, their actions synchronized like the harmonious dance of wind and wave. Leora communicated with the island's flora, calming the tempestuous winds, while Zix constructed barriers to protect the islanders from the rising tides. In those tense moments, their bond solidified. Leora's gentle encouragement bolstered Zix's confidence, and Zix's problem-solving skills inspired Leora to think beyond her instincts. Together, they turned the tide, and the grateful islanders celebrated their newfound heroes. After the storm had passed, as the island basked in the glow of the setting sun, Leora and Zix found a quiet spot by the shore. The rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the sand matched the steady beating of their hearts. "I never imagined I'd find a friend among the stars," Zix admitted, her voice softer than before, her amber eyes reflecting the twilight. "Neither did I," Leora replied, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "But perhaps that's the magic of the universe. It brings together those who seem different, only to reveal how much they truly share." In the days that followed, the Lumina continued its voyage across the galaxy, now piloted by two companions who had discovered the true meaning of friendship. They shared laughter and stories, faced challenges and triumphs, always supporting one another. And as they traveled, they carried with them a lesson as vast as the cosmos itself, that friendship is not defined by appearances or origins, but by the connections of the heart. With the stars as their witnesses, Leora and Zix drifted onward, their friendship a beacon of light in the vast expanse of space. And so, in the cozy cabin of the Lumina, where dreams and stardust intertwined, the gentle tale of their journey came to a peaceful, comforting close. Story 25. In the gentle twilight of the galaxy's edge, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, two unlikely companions found themselves on a journey neither had anticipated. The first was Tira, a being from the lush, verdant planet of Silveria, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming flora, and the skies danced with the hues of endless dawns. Tira's people, the Sylvans, were known for their ability to communicate with nature, their skin a tapestry of emerald hues that shimmered with the vitality of their world. The second was Zin, a native of Aradonia, a planet of endless deserts and fierce winds that sang through the towering dunes. Zin's kind, the Iridians, were resilient and resourceful, with skin that mirrored the golden sands of their homeland. They were a people of practicality and ingenuity, their eyes keen to the distant horizons and the hidden oases of life. Their paths crossed on the bustling interstellar hub of Concord Station, a floating city that bridged the stars, where travelers from countless worlds mingled amidst the hum of engines and the glow of neon lights. It was here, amidst the cacophony of diverse species and cultures, that a misunderstanding drew Tira and Zin together. Tira, fascinated by the vibrant displays of Concord's market, had paused to admire a peculiar trinket, a small, crystalline orb that shimmered with an inner light. Zin, passing by on their way to a scheduled transport, noticed Tira's interest and, misunderstanding their intent, assumed the Sylvan was attempting to pilfer the item. "Hey, you can't just take that!" Zin exclaimed, their voice a mix of caution and authority, as they stepped forward to confront Tira. Startled, Tira turned, their eyes wide with surprise, and replied with a gentle firmness, "I meant no harm, friend. I was merely drawn to its beauty." The misunderstanding seemed poised to escalate, but something in Tira's calm demeanor gave Zin pause. They had encountered many travelers in their time, but there was a sincerity in Tira's words that resonated with them. Realizing their error, Zin's expression softened. "I apologize," Zin said, inclining their head in respect. "I misjudged you. It's just on Aradonia we learned to be wary." Tira nodded, understanding dawning in their eyes. "On Silveria we learned to trust in the goodness of others, but I see that sometimes caution is wisdom." From this unlikely beginning, a tentative friendship formed. As they strolled through the bustling market, Tira and Zin exchanged stories of their worlds, Tira speaking of the whispering woods and flowing rivers of Silveria, and Zin recounting tales of Aradonia's mighty sandstorms and hidden springs. Their journey together truly began when a sudden power malfunction stranded them on Concord Station for several days. The station's artificial day-night cycle created a surreal ambiance, casting long shadows and bathing the corridors in a soft, amber glow. With nothing but time on their hands, Tira and Zin decided to explore the station's lesser-known corners. It was in these quiet moments, away from the crowded marketplaces and the thrumming engines, that they discovered the true depth of each other's character. One evening, as they sat in a small observation dome overlooking the vastness of space, Zin shared a memory from their childhood, a time when their family, caught in a fierce desert storm, found shelter in a hidden cavern, discovering a subterranean lake that sustained them until the storm passed. Tira listened intently, their eyes reflecting the starlight. "Your story speaks of resilience and finding beauty in unexpected places," Tira mused. "I admire that." In return, Tira shared a Sylvan ritual, a meditative practice of listening to the forest, learning from the wisdom of the ancient trees. Intrigued, Zin attempted the practice, finding a surprising sense of peace in the stillness, a contrast to the ever-moving sands of their home. As the days passed, the bond between Tira and Zin deepened. They encountered challenges together, helping to repair a crucial part of the station's life support system, where Tira's natural affinity with living systems and Zin's mechanical expertise combined in perfect harmony. In these moments, they learned to rely on each other's strengths, their differences becoming their greatest asset. One evening, as they sat beneath the artificial canopy of Concord's arboretum, Tira noticed Zin gazing thoughtfully at the stars above. "What do you see when you look at the stars, Zin?" Tira asked softly. Zin was silent for a moment, then replied, "I see paths untaken and possibilities yet to be explored. But now, I also see companionship, where once I traveled alone." Touched by the sentiment, Tira smiled, their eyes warm with understanding. "And I see that friendship, like the stars, can light the darkest of nights." Their time on Concord Station eventually came to an end, as repairs were completed and travel routes reopened. However, the bond forged between Tira and Zin remained unbroken. As they prepared to part ways, Tira extended a hand, offering a small flower from Silveria, its petals shimmering with all the colors of a dawn sky. "For remembrance," Tira said, their voice a gentle whisper of the forest. Zin accepted the gift, tucking it safely into their travel pouch. "And this," they said, handing Tira a small vial of Aridonia's rarest sand, glinting like gold dust in the light, "to remind you of resilience." With promises to meet again, they each went their separate ways, carrying with them the lessons of their shared journey, a journey that had taught them the true meaning of friendship, where differences were celebrated and challenges were met with the strength of unity. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, a Sylvan and an Iridian remained connected, their hearts forever touched by the warmth of a friendship that defied the stars. As they traveled onward, they knew that wherever they went, they carried a piece of each other with them, a testament to the enduring power of kindness and understanding. Story 26. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves rustled with secrets and the air hummed with enchantment, there sat a quaint little village named Willowmere. The village was known far and wide for its beautiful moonlit glades and the gentle glow of fireflies that danced like twinkling stars among the trees. The villagers, who were as warm and welcoming as the golden light of dawn, lived in harmony with the magical creatures who called the woods their home. As the sun set one evening, casting hues of coral and lavender across the sky, a curious phenomenon began to ripple through Willowmere. It started with the disappearance of the village's beloved nightingale, Lyra, whose melodious songs had been a nightly gift to the villagers. Her voice, as soothing as a lullaby, was suddenly absent, leaving an unexpected silence in the evening air. The villagers gathered in the central square, their faces lit by lanterns that swung gently in the night breeze. Among them was a thoughtful young woman named Unwind, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Unwind had always been fascinated by the mysteries of the woods, and she felt a small flutter of excitement mixed with concern at the thought of solving this peculiar puzzle. "Perhaps the wind has carried her song elsewhere," suggested Cedric, the village's wise old storyteller, whose tales were as rich and layered as the tapestry of stars above them. "But what if something has frightened her?" pondered Anwen aloud, her eyes reflecting the shimmering lantern light. Just then, a soft rustling came from the edge of the woods, and out stepped Lumina, a silver-haired fairy with wings that sparkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. Lumina was known for her kindness and wisdom, and the villagers often sought her guidance in times of uncertainty. "Dear friends," Lumina began in a voice as melodious as Lyra's own songs, "I have sensed a gentle disturbance in the magical energies of our forest. It is as if a new presence wishes to make itself known, but it is shy and uncertain." Anwen's curiosity deepened. "What can we do to help, Lumina?" she asked, eager to bring peace back to the village. "We must seek the counsel of the enchanted grove," Lumina replied, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "The ancient trees there have long memories, and perhaps they can shed light on this mystery." The villagers murmured in agreement, and it was decided that Anwen, joined by her loyal companion Finn, a clever little fox with fur as red as autumn leaves, would venture into the grove. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Anwen and Finn set off on their journey. The forest path dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the soft chirping of morning birds, creating a symphony of nature's awakening. The enchanted grove was a serene and sacred place, its ancient trees standing tall and proud, their branches whispering secrets to those who listened. Unwind approached a particularly grand oak, its bark etched with the stories of centuries past. "Great oak," Unwind called softly, placing her hand upon the rough bark. "We seek your wisdom. Can you tell us of the strange silence that has fallen over Willowmere?" The tree groaned gently, its leaves rustling as if considering her question. Finally, it spoke in a voice deep and resonant, like the rumbling of distant thunder. "A creature of shadows new to these woods hides in fear. It seeks a voice, a guide, to find its place among us." "A creature of shadows?" Finn mused, his bright eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Perhaps it is drawn to Lyra's song and has inadvertently silenced it in its confusion." Anwin nodded, understanding dawning on her, like the morning sun. "We must find this creature and reassure it. Show it that it has nothing to fear in Willowmere." With renewed purpose, Anwin and Finn returned to the village, determined to find the shy creature. They decided to organize a gathering at the clearing by the moonlit pond, inviting all the creatures of the Whispering Woods to join them in a night of music and friendship. As twilight descended, the clearing came alive with the gentle glow of lanterns and the soft hum of anticipation. Anwin and the villagers played their instruments, weaving a melody that floated on the breeze, a gentle invitation to the creature hidden in the shadows. Slowly, from the edge of the clearing, emerged a small, timid creature unlike any the villagers had seen before. Its form was like a swirling mist, dark yet shimmering, with eyes that glowed softly like embers in the night. It hovered uncertainly, drawn by the music yet hesitant to join. "Welcome, friend," Anwin called kindly, extending her hand in a gesture of peace. "You are safe here. We are glad to have you with us." The creature paused, then drifted closer, its form becoming more defined as it gathered courage from Anwin's warmth. The villagers watched in awe as it began to pulse gently with light, its fear melting away in the glow of acceptance. With a soft, melodious sigh, the creature joined the music, its voice a haunting, beautiful addition that wove seamlessly into the nightingale's returning song. Lyra, perched nearby, trilled a joyful note, welcoming the new voice into their nightly chorus. The village of Willowmere celebrated beneath the starlit sky, their hearts lifted by the harmonious blend of old and new. Anwin, with Finn at her side, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that they had brought comfort and understanding to a creature in need. As the festivities drew to a close and the villagers began to drift back to their homes, Anwin took a moment to gaze at the peaceful scene. The creature of shadows, now a beloved part of their community, shimmered contentedly by the pond, its presence a reminder of the power of kindness and acceptance. With a gentle rustle of leaves as her lullaby, Anwin returned to her cottage, her heart full and her spirit at ease. The mystery of the Whispering Woods had been solved not through force or fear, but through the simple, powerful act of reaching out with compassion and understanding. And so, as the nightingale's song once again filled the air, the village of Willowmere slumbered peacefully, wrapped in the comforting embrace of friendship and the magical harmony of their enchanted home. Story 27. In the heart of a forest that was older than memory itself, where the trees whispered stories of ancient times and the mossy ground felt like a soft, comforting carpet, there was a small, hidden glade. This glade was a secret place, known only to the most curious of creatures and the most adventurous of souls. It lay bathed in the gentle golden light that filtered through the dense canopy above, and it was here that the story of a remarkable friendship began. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of this magical forest, there lived a young girl named Arya. Arya was known for her kind heart and her insatiable curiosity. She had a special affinity for the forest, often spending her afternoons wandering beneath its ancient boughs, listening to the birds and talking to the trees. Her grandmother had once told her of a legend, a tale of a hidden world within the forest, where magic thrived and where those pure of heart could find their deepest desires. On a particular afternoon, when the sky was painted with hues of pink and orange, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, Arya set out on a journey. She felt a gentle urging in her heart, as if the forest itself was calling to her. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with essentials like a piece of bread, some cheese, and her grandmother's old compass, she stepped into the forest. The deeper Arya ventured, the more the forest seemed to come alive. The trees stood taller, their leaves rustling softly as if in greeting. The path beneath her feet was dappled with sunshine, and the sound of a distant stream sang a soothing melody. As she walked, Arya noticed something peculiar, a tiny, shimmering light flitting just beyond her reach. Intrigued, she followed it, her heart filled with wonder and excitement. The light led her to the glade, a place so beautiful that it took her breath away. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire world. Beneath the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small, ornate box carved with intricate patterns of vines and stars. The box seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting glow. Arya approached the box with reverence, her fingers tingling with anticipation as she touched its cool, smooth surface. As if recognizing her, the box clicked open to reveal a delicate silver key shaped like a leaf. Her heart raced with the thrill of discovery, and she carefully lifted the key, wondering what it might unlock. As she pondered, a soft voice broke the silence. "Hello," it said, warm and kind, emanating from nowhere and everywhere all at once. Startled, Arya looked around, her eyes wide with surprise. "Who's there?" she asked, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the glade. "I am the guardian of the forest," the voice replied, gentle and serene. "You have found the key of understanding, a gift given only to those who seek the truth with a pure heart." Arya's curiosity grew. "What does it unlock?" she inquired, holding the key tightly in her hand. "It opens the door to the hidden world," the guardian explained. "A place where the unseen becomes visible, and where the secrets of the forest can be discovered. But be warned, only those who are willing to learn and grow can enter." With a nod of determination, Arya accepted the challenge. The guardian, sensing her resolve, instructed her to follow the stream that sang through the forest. It would lead her to a hidden door, a passageway to the world beyond. Eager to embark on this new adventure, Arya thanked the guardian and set off along the stream. As she walked, the forest around her seemed to shift and shimmer, as if it were holding its breath. The path was lined with ferns and wildflowers, their colors vibrant and alive. Eventually, Arya arrived at a small clearing where the stream disappeared beneath a rocky outcrop. There, nestled in the stone, was a door made of living wood, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled light. Taking a deep breath, Arya inserted the silver key into the door's lock. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a world that was both familiar and fantastical. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, and the sky above was a tapestry of twinkling stars, even though it was still day. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, some with feathers as brilliant as a rainbow, and others with fur that shimmered like silver in the moonlight. Arya stepped through the door, her eyes wide with amazement. She felt a sense of belonging, as if she had come home to a place she had never known existed. As she wandered through this enchanted realm, she encountered creatures who spoke with the wisdom of ages, and plants that shimmered with the glow of hidden magic. Among these wonders, Arya met a peculiar creature named Thistle. Thistle was a small, round being with eyes that sparkled like stars and a mischievous grin that never seemed to leave his face. Despite his unusual appearance, Thistle was kind and friendly, always eager to share a story or lend a helping hand. Arya and Thistle quickly became friends, exploring the hidden world together and uncovering its many mysteries. They discovered a grove where the trees sang with voices like a choir, and a meadow where the flowers danced to the rhythm of the wind. Each day brought new adventures and new lessons, and Arya's heart swelled with joy and gratitude for the friendship she had found. As time passed, Arya began to notice a change within herself. The magic of the hidden world, the wisdom of its creatures, and the adventures she shared with Thistle had awakened something deep within her, a strength and understanding that she had never known before. One day, as they sat beneath the singing trees, Thistle turned to Arya with a thoughtful expression. "You have grown," he said, his voice warm and filled with pride. "The forest has taught you well, but there is still one more challenge you must face." Arya listened intently, eager to learn more. "What is it?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "In the heart of the forest lies the crystal of reflection, Thistle explained. "It is a powerful artifact that reveals one's true self. To look into it is to see your greatest strengths and your deepest fears. Only those who truly know themselves can harness its power." Arya felt a flutter of nerves, but also a surge of determination. She knew she had come far, and she was ready to face this final challenge. With Thistle by her side, she set out towards the heart of the forest, her heart steady and her spirit strong. The journey was long and filled with obstacles, but Arya faced each challenge with courage and wisdom. She crossed rivers and climbed mountains, always moving forward, guided by the knowledge she had gained from her adventures. Finally, they reached a serene, hidden glen where the crystal of reflection lay nestled among ancient stones. The crystal was beautiful, its surface a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and changed with the light. As Arya approached, she felt a deep sense of calm wash over her. Taking a deep breath, Arya gazed into the crystal's depths. To her amazement, she saw herself, not just her reflection, but the essence of who she truly was. She saw her kindness, her curiosity, and her strength. She also saw her fears and doubts, but instead of feeling afraid, she felt a deep sense of acceptance. In that moment, Arya understood the true lesson of her journey. She realized that true magic was not just in the world around her, but within her heart and soul. It was the love and friendship she shared with others, the courage to face her fears, and the wisdom to understand herself. As she stepped away from the crystal, she felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. She turned to Thistle, who was watching her with a knowing smile. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you for guiding me and for being my friend." Thistle bowed with a twinkle in his eye. "It was my pleasure, dear Arya. You have a kind heart and a courageous spirit. The forest will always be with you, wherever you go." With a final farewell, Arya returned to her village, her heart filled with the magic and wisdom of the hidden world. She shared her stories and lessons with those she loved, inspiring others to seek their own adventures and discover the magic within themselves. And so, Arya's tale became a legend, passed down through generations, as a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us to discover who we truly are. The hidden world remained a secret, known only to those who dared to seek it, but its magic lived on in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the strength of the human spirit. In the end, the forest continued to whisper its ancient stories, and the glade remained a place of wonder and enchantment, waiting for the next curious soul to unlock its secrets and embark on a journey of a lifetime. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle embrace of the forest, Arya found her place in the world, a place where magic was real, and where the heart's true desires could be found in the simplest of things. A kind word, a shared laugh, and the warmth of a true friend. Story 28. In the heart of a quaint, cobbled village nestled among rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood an ancient bookshop named Whispering Pages. The shop, with its ivy-clad walls and wooden sign creaking gently in the breeze, was a haven for readers and dreamers alike. Its interior was a labyrinth of towering shelves, each groaning under the weight of countless tomes whose spines bore the patina of time. On a particularly crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the cool wind, a young girl named Clara wandered into the bookshop. She was a curious soul with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart full of wonder. Clara loved the smell of old books and the stories they promised within their crumbling pages. As she meandered through the aisles, Clara's fingers brushed against the spines of books, feeling their stories seep into her skin. Suddenly, an unusual book caught her eye. It was bound in rich, emerald green leather with intricate gold leaf patterns gleaming under the dim light. What drew her in was the peculiar sensation she felt as her fingers traced the patterns, a warm, tingling feeling that made her heart flutter with a sense of discovery. Clara hesitated for a moment, then gently pulled the book from its snug resting place. The cover bore no title, but as she opened it, the pages shimmered with a strange, silvery glow. Her eyes widened in wonder as words began to weave themselves across the pages, forming a story that seemed to speak directly to her heart. The book was enchanted, filled with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures, yet it was more than a mere collection of stories. Each tale seemed to offer a lesson or a piece of wisdom, revealed subtly through the adventures of its characters. Entranced, Clara decided to purchase the book. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with twinkling eyes and a gentle smile, nodded knowingly as he wrapped the book carefully in brown paper. "This book chooses its reader," he murmured softly, his voice as warm as honey. "It will guide you well." Clara left the shop with a sense of anticipation bubbling in her chest. On her way home, she noticed how the world seemed to shimmer with a newfound vibrancy. The rustling leaves whispered secrets, and the scent of the earth was rich and inviting. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and a soft blanket of twilight fell over the village, Clara began to read the first story in the book. It was about a young boy named Finn, who discovered a magical lantern hidden in the roots of an ancient oak tree. The lantern, when lit, revealed the true nature of things, showing the hidden beauty or darkness in every soul. As Clara read, she felt as if she were walking beside Finn, sharing in his awe and trepidation. Finn's journey was not easy, for he had to learn to use the lantern wisely, understanding that its light was a gift to be used with care and compassion. He met companions along the way, a wise old owl who spoke in riddles, and a mischievous fox with a heart of gold. Together they faced challenges, each teaching Finn valuable lessons about trust, courage, and the power of kindness. Clara closed the book with a sigh of contentment, feeling the warmth of Finn's journey linger within her. She realized that the story had changed her, even in its gentle way. It had opened her eyes to the magic hidden in everyday life, encouraging her to look beyond the surface and see the world with a heart full of wonder and understanding. Days turned into weeks, and Clara found herself returning to the book often, each story a new journey of discovery and self-reflection. She met characters who taught her about forgiveness, patience, and the beauty of dreams. Each tale was a gentle reminder that wisdom often lay in kindness and understanding rather than in power or force. One chilly winter evening, as Clara read a particularly touching story about a lonely star that found its way home, she felt a sudden urge to share the book's magic. She began inviting friends to read with her, creating a small circle of wonder and warmth. Together, they would gather around the crackling fireplace, the room filled with the soft glow of candlelight and the comforting scent of cinnamon and pine. As each story unfolded, Clara and her friends would discuss the lessons and insights they gleaned, their laughter and voices weaving a tapestry of friendship and shared dreams. The book became a bridge, connecting hearts and igniting imaginations, its magic growing with each new reader drawn into its embrace. Over time, Clara realized that the true enchantment of the book was not just in the stories it told, but in the connections it fostered and the kindness it inspired. It had become a part of her journey, guiding her to see the world with eyes of wonder and a heart open to the possibilities of friendship and love. And so, in the quiet village where the wind sang through the hills and the stars painted stories across the night sky, Clara's life was gently transformed. She discovered that magic was not confined to the pages of a book, but lived in the hearts of those who believed in its power, a power that could illuminate the darkest paths and turn ordinary moments into extraordinary memories. And as Clara closed the book for the night, she knew that the stories within would forever be a part of her, a comforting whisper in the tapestry of her dreams, guiding her through life with wisdom, warmth, and wonder. Story 29. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there was a cobblestone street where the wind whispered secrets to those who listened closely. On this street stood a charming little shop, the kind that seemed to have sprouted from the ground like a whimsical mushroom. Its painted sign swung gently, creaking softly with each breeze, and read, "The Curiosity Nook." The shop was run by a kindly old man named Mr. Thistledown, whose eyes twinkled like the night sky. His shelves were brimming with peculiar objects that sparkled in the sunlight streaming through the dusty windows. But among these treasures was a most peculiar item, a small, unassuming teapot, painted with delicate blue flowers that seemed to sway as if touched by an invisible breeze. One rainy afternoon, a young girl named Lila, with hair the color of autumn leaves, pushed open the shop's door, a bell tinkling warmly above her head. She had a heart full of dreams and a mind ever curious about the world beyond her village. Lila had come to the Curiosity Nook looking for something to spark her imagination, and the teapot, with its quiet allure, caught her eye. As she lifted it from the shelf, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, and she heard a soft murmur, almost like a sigh of contentment. Intrigued, she carried it over to the counter, where Mr. Thistledown stood, polishing a brass compass. "Ah, you found the Teapot of Whispers," he said with a smile that crinkled his weathered face. "It holds the stories of those who once brewed dreams within it." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "Stories?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," Mr. Thistledown nodded, "but only those with a listening heart can hear them." That night, as the rain pattered gently against her window, Lila sat in her cozy room, cradling the teapot. She closed her eyes and listened, really listened, until she heard it. A soft, melodic voice weaving tales of distant lands, of stars that danced in the sky, and of rivers that sang to the moon. The teapot's stories spoke of a place far beyond Willowbrook, where the Heartstone Valley lay hidden beneath a canopy of twinkling stars. It was said to be a realm where dreams took flight, and every creature, from the smallest beetle to the tallest tree, held a secret of its own. Compelled by an irresistible urge, Lila decided to follow the teapot's stories and discover the wonders of Heartstone Valley. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a warm scarf, and the teapot nestled safely within. As she set off on her journey, the village seemed to bid her farewell with gentle rustles of leaves and the soft babbling of the brook. With each step, the world around her unfolded like a storybook, full of vibrant colors and the sweet scent of blooming flowers. On her path, Lila soon encountered her first companion, a wise old owl named Hoot, with feathers as soft as the twilight sky. Hoot was a guardian of the forest, his eyes keen and filled with ancient knowledge. "Where do you wander, young dreamer?" Hoot inquired, perched upon a gnarled branch. "I'm seeking the Heartstone Valley," Lila replied, "a place I've heard in whispers." Hoot inclined his head, a knowing glimmer in his eyes. "The path is long and full of mysteries, but I will guide you through the forest." Together, they journeyed beneath the leafy canopy, where light danced in dapples upon the forest floor. Lila learned to understand the language of the wind and the songs of the trees, guided by Hoot's gentle wisdom. As they traveled, they met a spirited squirrel named Nutmeg, who bounded alongside them with boundless energy. Nutmeg knew every nook and cranny of the forest, leading them to hidden glades and secret streams where fish leapt joyfully. One day, as they rested by a babbling brook, the teapot began to hum with a new story. It spoke of a challenge that awaited them, a shimmering mist that guarded the entrance to Heartstone Valley. Only those who could see beyond the obvious would find their way through. Hoot and Nutmeg listened intently, and Lila pondered the meaning of the tale. As night fell, they sat around a small fire, the teapot nestled close, its warmth a comfort against the chill. "The mist is a riddle," Hoot mused, his eyes reflecting the firelight. "To see through it, we must look with our hearts, not our eyes." Nutmeg nodded, nibbling on an acorn. "Perhaps it's about believing in the unseen." And so, with hearts open and eyes closed, they approached the mist at dawn. Lila led the way, her hand resting gently on the teapot as if drawing strength from its stories. As they stepped into the swirling fog, they imagined a world where dreams danced freely, where kindness and courage wove together like threads in a tapestry. As they walked, the mist began to part, revealing a path paved with stardust that led them into Heartstone Valley. The valley was more beautiful than the teapot's whispers had ever described, a tapestry of vibrant wildflowers, streams that sang with joy, and a sky painted with the colors of dawn. In the heart of the valley, they discovered a circle of ancient stones, where a gentle, glowing light pulsed like a heartbeat. It was the Heartstone, the source of all dreams and stories, a beacon of hope and inspiration. Lila approached it with reverence, feeling the warmth of its glow seep into her very being. She understood now that the journey had been about more than reaching a destination. It was about discovering the magic that lay within her own heart, a magic that could transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. With newfound wisdom, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of stories and her spirit aglow with wonder. She shared her tales with those who would listen, teaching them to hear the whispers of the world around them. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Lila's stories wove their way into dreams, nurturing the hearts of dreamers and creators, reminding them of the magic that lay within each and every one. In the quiet corners of Willowbrook, the teapot of whispers sat in its place of honor, ever ready to share its tales with those willing to listen. And beneath the twinkling sky, the world felt a little more enchanted, a little more wondrous, as if the very air was filled with the promise of dreams yet to come. Story 30. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, lay a quaint village named Elderglen. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, blooming with gardens full of lavender and thyme, their fragrance weaving through the air like an ancient melody. In this serene setting lived a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as curious as it was kind. Leora had always been enchanted by the stories her grandmother, wise and gentle, would tell by the fireside. These tales spoke of their ancestors, the Lumira, who were known for their deep connection to the earth and the stars. Our roots, her grandmother would say, are intertwined with the magic of the world. Leora would listen, eyes wide with wonder as the fire crackled and danced, casting warm shadows on the walls of their cozy cottage. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the forest in hues of gold and crimson, Leora discovered a worn, leather-bound journal hidden beneath a loose floorboard in her grandmother's room. The cover was embossed with an intricate symbol, a spiral entwined with a star. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of reverence. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a piece of her own soul. Opening the journal, Leora found entries from a woman named Serafina, one of the revered Lumira. Each page was adorned with sketches of mystical artifacts, descriptions of sacred rituals, and reflections that seemed to hum with life and wisdom. The most intriguing entry described a pendant, a crystal of deep azure said to hold the essence of their lineage. It was known as the Heart of Lumira, and it had been lost to time. Determined to uncover more about her heritage and the fate of the pendant, Leora sought guidance from the village elder, a kind-hearted man named Eamon. His eyes twinkled with the light of 1,000 stories as he welcomed her into his thatched hut. "Ah, the Heart of Lumira," Eamon mused, stroking his silvery beard. "It is said that the pendant can reveal the true nature of one's spirit and connect its bearer to the ancient wisdom of our people." Eamon shared tales of how the pendant had been worn by leaders of the Lumira during times of great change, guiding them with clarity and courage. "It may still be found," he said softly, "but only by one who listens to the whispers of the woods and embraces the journey with an open heart." With newfound determination, Leora set out into the whispering woods, the air cool and invigorating against her skin. The forest was alive with the gentle rustling of leaves, birdsong echoing like a serene symphony. She walked with purpose, feeling the soft earth beneath her feet and the gentle caress of the breeze, as if the forest itself was guiding her. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Leora stumbled upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the heavens. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small, weathered chest. Her heart skipped a beat as she opened it to reveal the Heart of Lumira, its azure crystal shimmering with an inner light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Holding the pendant, Leora felt a warmth spread through her, as if the voices of her ancestors were welcoming her home. Memories not her own flickered in her mind, visions of gatherings under starlit skies, of laughter and unity, of wisdom shared and passed down through generations. The pendant glowed gently in her palm, a reminder of her connection to the past and the strength she carried within. Returning to Elderglen, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging. She had not only uncovered a piece of her heritage, but had also found her place within the tapestry of her people. Gathering the village together, she shared the story of her journey and the lessons she had learned, that we are all threads in the fabric of time, connected by our shared histories and the love we pass on. As the villagers sat around the crackling fire, their faces illuminated by its warm glow, Leora clasped the Heart of Lumira around her neck. It was a symbol of her legacy, a beacon of the wisdom and courage that lay within her. and as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, she knew that she would carry this light forward, guiding her steps on the path of life. And so, with hearts full and spirits lifted, the people of Elderglen drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that their roots ran deep and their bonds were strong. The gentle whispers of the woods lulled them to sleep, promising dreams filled with hope and harmony. The end. Story 31. On the edge of the quaint village of Maplewood, where the air was perpetually scented with the sweet aroma of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, there nestled an old, ivy-covered cottage. Inside this cozy abode lived a young girl named Clara, with eyes that sparkled like dew on a spring morning and a heart full of curiosity. One crisp autumn day, as the golden leaves danced from the trees, Clara stumbled upon an old, weathered trunk in the attic. It was a place she had visited often, searching for forgotten trinkets and stories from the past. But today something felt different. The trunk, which had always seemed locked and impenetrable, stood slightly ajar, as if inviting her to peek inside. With a gentle creak, Clara lifted the lid and gasped in wonder. Among the dust and cobwebs sat a radiant, opal-colored magnifying glass. Its handle was intricately carved with delicate vines and tiny, twinkling stars. She picked it up carefully, feeling a warm, comforting energy seep into her fingertips. As she held the magnifying glass up to her eyes, the world around her transformed. Colors became more vibrant, and every detail sharpened with an almost magical clarity. But the true marvel revealed itself when Clara focused on a small, seemingly ordinary pebble on the floor. Through the lens, the pebble glowed with an inner light, and within its depths, a miniature world unfolded, complete with tiny creatures bustling about their daily lives. Overwhelmed with awe, Clara knew she had discovered something extraordinary. The magnifying glass was no ordinary tool. It was a portal to worlds unseen. Eager to share her discovery, she decided to visit her dear friends, Oliver and Lily, who lived nearby. Oliver was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a tack. His love for puzzles and riddles was matched only by his kindness. Lily, on the other hand, was a whimsical spirit, always seeing the brighter side of things, and her laughter was as infectious as the song of a lark. As Clara recounted her tale, the friends gathered around her in the cottage's cozy den, warmed by the crackling fire and enveloped by the scent of freshly baked apple pie cooling on the windowsill. "This is remarkable, Clara," exclaimed Oliver, his eyes wide with excitement. "We must understand how it works. Perhaps it can show us more than just tiny worlds." Lily nodded enthusiastically, her golden curls bouncing with each movement. "Imagine the adventures we could have. We could learn so much from these little worlds." Together, they decided to embark on a journey of discovery, guided by the magical magnifying glass. Their first stop was the ancient oak tree at the heart of the village, a place whispered to hold secrets long forgotten. As they approached, Clara held the magnifying glass to the tree's gnarled bark. Instantly, a vivid tapestry of life unfolded before their eyes. Small, ethereal creatures, resembling tiny, luminescent fairies, tended to the tree with care, spreading warmth and nurturing its growth. The friends watched in silent admiration, learning the importance of harmony and care for the world around them. Inspired by the tiny fairies, Clara, Oliver, and Lily decided to explore further. They visited ponds where dragonflies danced above the water, meadows where butterflies flitted among wildflowers, and even the bustling marketplace where every trinket and bauble held stories of its own. With each new discovery, they learned invaluable lessons about patience, kindness, and the interconnectedness of all living things. The magnifying glass had not only opened their eyes to hidden wonders, but had also deepened their understanding of the world and their place within it. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the friends found themselves back at the old oak tree. They sat beneath its sturdy branches, reflecting on their journey. "This magnifying glass has shown us so much," Clara mused, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet evening air. "But the most important thing it taught me is that there's magic in everything if we only take the time to look." Oliver nodded thoughtfully. "And sometimes, understanding is more powerful than any magic. It's what brings us closer and helps us grow." Lily smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Yes, and isn't it wonderful that we discovered all of this together? I think that's the greatest part of our adventure. With hearts full of gratitude and minds brimming with newfound wisdom, the friends made their way back to the cottage. As they settled in for the night, the magnifying glass resting gently on the mantel, they knew they had found something truly special, not just in the magical object, but in the journey itself and the bonds that had grown stronger with each step. And so as the gentle breeze rustled the leaves outside and the fire crackled softly, Clara, Oliver, and Lily drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that magic and wonder were always waiting, just beyond what the eye could see. Story 32. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled snugly between rolling green hills and a meandering silver river, there was something rather peculiar afoot. The village was known for its enchanting charm, where cobblestone pathways wound between thatched cottages, and laughter often floated above the rooftops like drifting dandelion seeds. But lately, a series of mysterious events had begun to stir among the villagers, like a gentle breeze that rustles the pages of an unwritten story. It all started with the bells. Each morning as the sun's first golden rays kissed the dew-laden meadows, the bells of Willowbrook would ring with a melody so sweet it seemed to coax the flowers into bloom. But one morning the bells were silent. Instead, an unusual sound filled the air, a gentle, rhythmic tapping, much like the soft patter of rain on a window pane. The villagers, curious and slightly amused, gathered in the town square to share their bewilderment. Among them was young Marigold, a thoughtful girl with hair the color of ripe corn and eyes as bright as the morning sky. She listened intently to the chatter, her mind already piecing together the fragments of this odd occurrence. Deciding to investigate, Marigold set off towards the bell tower, her footsteps whispering secrets to the cobblestones beneath. As she approached, the tapping grew louder, echoing like a heartbeat within the ancient stone walls. She climbed the spiral staircase, each step bringing her closer to the mystery. At the top, she discovered not a malfunction of gears or ropes, but a small, curious creature, a diminutive woodland sprite named Flicker. His wings shimmered like gossamer in the dawn light, and his eyes twinkled with mischief. "Good morning, Marigold," Flicker chirped, his voice as light as a feather. "I didn't mean to silence the bells, truly. I was just trying to play a tune of my own." Marigold smiled warmly at the sprite. "Your music is lovely, Flicker, but perhaps you could teach it to the bells instead?" Flicker nodded enthusiastically, and together they experimented until the bells rang out a new melody, one that wove Flicker's gentle tapping with their own harmonious chime. The villagers below applauded, delighted by the unexpected concert. With this first mystery resolved, Marigold found herself drawn into the heart of a series of delightful enigmas. The next puzzle presented itself when the river, usually as clear as crystal, turned a luminous shade of lavender. While it was undeniably beautiful, it was also quite perplexing. Marigold wandered along the riverbank, her fingers trailing through the fragrant wildflowers. She noticed a group of river nymphs, their hair flowing like water around their shoulders, whispering among themselves. "Excuse me," Marigold said softly, "do you know why the river has changed color?" One of the nymphs, with eyes as deep as the ocean, turned to her. "It's the moonstone dust," she explained. "The wind carried it from the caves, and it settled upon the water." Marigold pondered this, then suggested with a gentle smile, "Perhaps we can guide the dust back to the caves so the river can sparkle in its usual way." The nymphs nodded, and with Marigold's help, they sang a lilting song that coaxed the moonstone dust to dance upon the breeze, twirling like glittering fireflies back to their cavernous home. The river shimmered, returning to its familiar clarity, and the village once again basked in its idyllic reflection. As the days passed, Marigold became the village's unofficial solver of mysteries, her keen observations and kind heart leading her to solutions that left everyone feeling a little more connected. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and amber, a new challenge arose. The village's beloved apple orchard, known for its bountiful harvests, had not borne a single fruit. The trees stood bare, their branches reaching towards the heavens in silent supplication. Marigold wandered among the trees, listening to the whispers of the wind through the leaves. She noticed a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch, his feathers as soft as twilight shadows. "Greetings, wise one," Marigold said, her voice as gentle as the evening breeze. "Can you shed some light on this mystery?" The owl, whose name was Eldwin, blinked slowly, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. "The trees are waiting for the song of the earth," he hooted softly. "They require a melody to awaken their slumbering roots." Marigold pondered this, and decided to gather the villagers for a night of music and laughter beneath the starlit sky. With instruments in hand, they played melodies that soared and dipped, harmonizing with the rustling leaves and the murmurs of the earth. As the music filled the air, the orchard gradually stirred to life. Blossoms unfurled in a cascade of color, and soon the trees were heavy with ripe, juicy apples. The villagers cheered, their hearts warmed by the magic of unity and song. With each mystery solved, Marigold learned that the world was filled with wonder, and that often the answers lay not in grand gestures, but in understanding, patience, and the gentle art of listening. One evening, as Marigold sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage, she reflected on her adventures. The flames crackled softly, casting a warm glow across the room, and she smiled, knowing that every mystery brought the village closer together, weaving a tapestry of friendship and joy. And so, in the enchanting village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths cradled the stories of old, the mysteries continued to unfold like the petals of a flower, each one revealing a lesson wrapped in the tender embrace of magic and kindness. As Marigold closed her eyes, she knew that the gentle heartbeat of the village would always guide her dreams, whispering promises of new wonders to come. Story 33, The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in a village cradled by emerald hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Amara. Her home was a quaint cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began its symphony of rustling leaves and melodic bird calls. Amara was known for her kind spirit and an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond her doorstep. She spent her days helping her family in the garden, where the scent of lavender and rosemary mingled in the gentle breeze, and her evenings by the hearth, weaving stories with her younger siblings. But Amara's favorite time of day was twilight, when the sky blushed with hues of rose and amber, and the first stars timidly peeped through the veil of dusk. It was during these moments that the forest seemed to come alive, its secrets almost tangible, beckoning her to explore further. Her grandmother often warned her of the hidden world within the woods, telling tales of ancient trees that whispered secrets to those who listened closely. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight blue, Amara felt an irresistible pull towards the forest. She wrapped herself in a soft woolen shawl, kissed her family goodbye, and set off towards the heart of the woods. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. With each step, the world around her grew more enchanting, the trees standing tall like ancient sentinels guarding their realm. As she ventured deeper, Amara stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and wise, its branches stretching towards the heavens as if in eternal supplication. Something about the tree seemed different, almost magical, as if it held within its boughs the very essence of the forest. Drawn by an invisible force, Amara approached the oak, her fingers brushing against its rough bark. To her astonishment, the tree responded with a gentle hum, a vibration that resonated through her fingertips and into her heart. As if sensing her presence, the oak's bark parted to reveal a small, glowing acorn nestled within a hollow. The acorn pulsed with a soft, golden light, warm and inviting. Without hesitation, Amara reached out and cradled it in her hands, feeling a rush of energy coursing through her veins. In that moment, the forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if awaiting her next move. Amara knew, deep in her soul, that this acorn was no ordinary seed. It was a magical object, imbued with the power to reveal the hidden world within the natural environment. Holding it close, she could hear the whispers of the forest, a gentle chorus of voices that spoke of wonders unseen, of life and growth and the interconnectedness of all things. With the acorn as her guide, Amara began her journey through the forest, each step unveiling new marvels. She wandered through groves where fireflies danced like living stars, their glow illuminating paths that twisted and turned in unexpected directions. She discovered streams that sang as they flowed over smooth stones, their waters shimmering with the reflection of the night sky. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, Amara encountered creatures she had only heard of in her grandmother's tales. There were gentle deer with eyes like liquid amber, who nodded in greeting as she passed. Playful foxes with fur as red as autumn leaves darted through the underbrush, their laughter echoing in the night air. Even the owls, wise guardians of the night, watched her with knowing eyes, their hoots a soft accompaniment to her steps. Amara marveled at the hidden world around her, feeling a sense of wonder and belonging she had never known before. With each discovery, she felt the acorn's magic weaving through her, opening her heart to the beauty and mystery of the forest. It was a journey not just through the woods, but into herself, awakening parts of her spirit she had never understood. As the night deepened, Amara found herself at the edge of a shimmering pond, its surface reflecting the moon's silvery light. She knelt by the water's edge, the acorn's glow casting ripples of light across the pond. In the reflection, she saw not only her own face, but the faces of her family, her village, and the countless generations who had lived in harmony with the forest. In that moment, Amara understood the true gift of the acorn. It was a reminder of the connection between all living things, the threads that wove together the tapestry of life. It was a call to cherish and protect the natural world, to listen to its whispers and learn from its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, Amara planted the acorn by the pond, watching as it took root, its golden glow spreading through the earth like a promise of new beginnings. As dawn broke, painting the sky with the first light of day, Amara made her way back to the village, the forest's magic still singing in her veins. She returned home not just with stories of wonder, but with a renewed sense of purpose and a deeper understanding of her place in the world. Her journey had transformed her, opening her heart to the endless possibilities that lay beyond the horizon. From that day forward, Amara became a guardian of the forest, sharing its secrets and wisdom with all who would listen. She taught the villagers to respect and care for the natural world, to nurture its gifts and protect its mysteries. And though the acorn's glow had faded, its magic lived on in the hearts of those who heard Amara's tales, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay just beyond the edge of the known. As the years passed, the forest flourished, its whispers a constant presence in the lives of those who dwelled nearby. And when the time came for Amara to tell her own children the tales of the hidden world, she would take them to the edge of the woods at twilight, where the sky blushed with hues of rose and amber, and the first stars timidly peeped through the veil of dusk. There, beneath the ancient oak that had once held the magical acorn, they would listen to the whispers of the forest and dream of the wonders yet to be discovered. And so, the story of Amara and the Whispering Grove lived on, a gentle reminder of the magic that resides within us all, waiting to be awakened by the beauty of the world around us. In every leaf that rustled, in every stream that sang, and in every creature that danced beneath the moon's glow, the forest's secrets continued to unfold, weaving a tapestry of life and love that spanned generations. And as the world turned, with each new dawn greeting the sky and each twilight bidding it farewell, the magic of the forest remained eternal, a beacon of hope and wonder for all who dared to listen to its gentle whispers. Story 34, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Echoes. In the heart of a gentle valley, nestled between rolling hills quilted with wildflowers and tall, whispering pines, there lay a village called Bramble Hollow. It was a quaint place, where cobblestone paths wound their way through clusters of thatched-roof cottages, each surrounded by gardens teeming with vibrant blooms and the sweet song of birds. The air was crisp and filled with the comforting aroma of baking bread and the earthy scent of morning dew that clung to the grass. In this village, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled like the morning sun glinting off a babbling brook, and her heart was as warm as the hearth fires that crackled in every home. Lila was known for her kind spirit and her insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the hills. She often wandered into the edges of the Whispering Woods, a vast and mysterious forest that bordered the village, where the trees seemed to sway not just with the wind, but with the secrets of time itself. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the woods, saying they were enchanted, alive with magic that only the bravest or most foolhardy dared to explore. Legends told of a magical object hidden deep within the forest, an ancient lantern of echoes, which possessed the power to reveal the truth of one's heart and illuminate paths otherwise hidden. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves had turned to hues of gold and russet, Lila decided that the time had come to seek out this legendary lantern. She longed to understand the whispers of the woods and uncover the hidden secrets it might reveal. Her soul was stirred by a dream she had the previous night, where she saw the lantern glowing softly amidst the trees, its light dancing like 1,000 fireflies in the twilight. Lila packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, some cheese, and a flask of her grandmother's special elderflower cordial. With a steady resolve and a heart full of anticipation, she set off towards the forest, her steps light and purposeful. As she entered the whispering woods, the air seemed to change, growing cooler and filled with the rich scent of pine and earth. The trees towered above her, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into soft, dappled patterns on the forest floor. Lila walked with care, listening to the gentle rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a wood thrush echoing through the trees. Hours passed as she wandered deeper into the forest, her path guided by intuition and the occasional deer trail. Along the way, she encountered a curious squirrel with a bushy tail, who chattered at her from a low branch. Lila laughed and offered it a crumb of her bread, which it accepted with a twitch of its nose before scampering off into the underbrush. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest, Lila found herself at the edge of a clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in prayer. Beneath its boughs lay a small, moss-covered stone altar, and upon it rested the Lantern of Echoes. The lantern was a magnificent sight, crafted from silver and etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. A soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a warm light that danced across the clearing. Lila approached the altar with reverence, her heart pounding with excitement and wonder. As she reached out to touch the lantern, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, as if the lantern recognized her presence. In that moment, a voice filled the clearing, soft and melodic like the tinkling of a mountain stream. "Welcome, seeker of truth," it said. "You have found the Lantern of Echoes. It will reveal to you the path you seek, but only if your heart is true and your intentions pure." Lila nodded, her eyes wide with awe. "I wish to understand the whispers of the woods," she said, her voice steady despite the fluttering in her chest. "I want to learn the secrets that lie hidden here and bring their wisdom back to my village." The lantern's glow intensified, casting intricate patterns of light that swirled around Lila like a living tapestry. As she watched, the patterns began to form images and scenes, telling stories of the forest and its inhabitants, of the harmony between nature and the village, and the delicate balance that must be maintained. Lila learned of the symbiotic relationship between the villagers and the forest, of how the woods provided shelter, food, and resources, and in return, the village ensured that the forest was respected and preserved. She saw visions of past villagers who had strayed from this path, and the consequences that followed, as well as the joy and prosperity that came from living in harmony with the land. With each vision, Lila felt a deeper connection to the forest and a growing understanding of her role in the delicate dance between humanity and nature. She realized that the whispers were not just secrets to be uncovered, but lessons to be learned and shared. As the final vision faded, the lantern's glow softened, and the voice spoke once more. "You have seen the truth, dear Lila. Remember what you have learned and share it with your village. The Lantern of Echoes will always be here for those who seek its wisdom with an open heart." Lila thanked the lantern, feeling a profound gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the knowledge she had gained. She carefully retraced her steps through the forest, the path now illuminated not by the lantern's light, but by the clarity and purpose she felt within. When she emerged from the woods, the sun was setting, painting the sky with streaks of pink and gold. Her heart was full of the forest's whispers, and she knew that she had been changed by her journey. Back in Bramble Hollow, Lila gathered the villagers and shared the stories and lessons she had learned. She spoke of the importance of living in harmony with the forest, of respecting its secrets, and of the magic that lay within every leaf and branch. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by her words and the wisdom she brought. Together, they vowed to honor the forest and its teachings, ensuring that the bond between the village and the woods remained strong and unbroken. In the days that followed, Lila's tale spread beyond Bramble Hollow, reaching distant lands and inspiring others to seek their own truths within the natural world. The Lantern of Echoes became a symbol of wisdom and unity, a reminder that the greatest magic often lies within our own hearts and the connections we forge with the world around us. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, Lila's legacy endured, a beacon of light and hope, guiding those who sought to understand the whispers of the woods and the truths they held. As for Lila, she continued to wander the forest, her footsteps light and filled with the joy of discovery. The Whispering Woods, with its ancient secrets and gentle magic, had become a part of her very soul, and she knew that she would always find her way home, guided by the light of the Lantern of Echoes and the wisdom it had shared. Story 35. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a kind and curious soul, always eager to explore the world around her. Little did she know, her ordinary life was about to take an extraordinary turn. One sunny morning, Lily was helping her mother in the kitchen when she noticed an old wooden spoon lying on the counter. As she absent-mindedly picked it up, something remarkable happened. The spoon began to glow with a warm, golden light. Lily gasped in surprise, and the spoon seemed to wriggle in her hand, as if it had come alive. A gentle voice echoed in her mind. "Ah, you have awakened me from my slumber, dear child. I am the Spoon of Wonder, and I have been waiting for someone like you." Lily could hardly believe her eyes and ears. The Spoon of Wonder? She had never heard of such a thing. The spoon continued, "I have the power to grant 3 wishes, but only to those with a pure heart and a thirst for knowledge. If you accept this quest, you must embark on a journey to discover the true essence of wonder." Without hesitation, Lily agreed, her heart brimming with curiosity and excitement. And so, her adventure began. The Spoon of Wonder guided her through enchanted forests, where the trees whispered secrets and the flowers danced in the breeze. Along the way, Lily encountered delightful companions who became her helpers and friends. First, there was Willow, a gentle sprite with a playful spirit, who could make the most magnificent kites out of leaves and twigs. Then there was Pebble, a wise old toad who had seen many wonders in his long life, and whose croaky voice held great wisdom. As they journeyed together, Lily and her new friends faced challenges that tested their wit and courage. One day, they came upon a vast, misty lake, and the Spoon of Wonder instructed them to cross it without a boat. Lily pondered the riddle, her brow furrowed in thought. Pebble croaked, "Sometimes the answer lies not in what we see, but in what we feel." Willow giggled and danced around them, her laughter like tinkling bells. Suddenly, Lily had an idea. She closed her eyes and focused on the warmth of the sun, the gentle breeze, and the sound of her friends' voices. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, and to her amazement, her feet found solid ground beneath the mist. They crossed the lake with ease, their hearts filled with wonder and the knowledge that true magic comes from within. As they continued their quest, Lily learned many valuable lessons about friendship, perseverance, and the beauty that lies in the simplest of things. She discovered that wonder was not just a fleeting moment, but a state of mind, a way of seeing the world with open eyes and an open heart. Finally, the Spoon of Wonder declared that Lily had proven herself worthy of her 3 wishes. But by then, Lily had realized that the greatest wonder of all was the journey itself and the precious friendships she had forged along the way. With a grateful smile, she wished for the Spoon of Wonder to be set free, to continue its journey and bring joy to others. Her second wish was for Willow and Pebble to always have a place to call home, where they could share their laughter and wisdom. And for her third wish, Lily asked for the ability to see the wonder in every moment, no matter how small or ordinary it may seem. From that day on, Lily walked through life with a newfound sense of awe and appreciation. She cherished the memories of her incredible journey and the lessons she had learned, tucked away like precious treasures in her heart. And whenever she felt the world growing a little too ordinary, she would take out the old wooden spoon, now warm and glowing once more, and remember the magic that lies within us all, waiting to be discovered. Story 36. In the heart of a vast and tranquil forest, nestled between towering pines and soft, mossy ground, lay the tiny village of Glimmerwood. The village was so named for the way the sunlight danced off the leaves, creating a gentle, shimmering light that seemed to wrap the entire village in a warm, golden glow. Here, the air was always fresh and fragrant, with the scent of pine needles and wildflowers, a comforting aroma that filled the hearts of its inhabitants with peace and joy. The people of Glimmerwood were known for their simplicity and kindness, living in harmony with the land and each other. Their cottages, built from the very trees that surrounded them, were sturdy and rustic, with roofs of thatched straw and walls covered in climbing ivy. Each garden was a riot of colors, with flowers and vegetables growing side by side, tended with care and love. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, and worries were as fleeting as the clouds that drifted lazily across the sky. In this idyllic setting lived a young girl named Leora. With her bright, curious eyes and a laugh that tinkled like a brook over stones, she was a beloved member of the community. Leora had a knack for finding beauty in the small things, whether it was a particularly lovely stone or the way the sunlight played on a spider's web. Her days were filled with exploration, wandering through the woods and discovering its many secrets. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to brilliant shades of amber and crimson, Leora set out on one of her adventures. Her heart was light, and her spirit full of wonder as she traversed the familiar paths, her footsteps muffled by a carpet of fallen leaves. The air was cool and invigorating, with a gentle breeze that whispered secrets through the trees. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Leora stumbled upon something she had never seen before, a small, intricate door set into the trunk of a particularly ancient oak. It was a beautiful piece, carved with delicate patterns of swirling vines and blooming flowers, and it seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart quickened with excitement and curiosity. She had heard tales of hidden worlds and magical beings, but never had she encountered anything so enchanting. With a gentle push, the door swung open with a soft creak, revealing a winding staircase that descended into the earth. Leora hesitated for only a moment before her sense of adventure propelled her forward. Down she went, the air growing cooler and more fragrant with each step, until she emerged into a breathtaking underground cavern. The cavern was vast and glowed with an ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the very walls. Crystals of all shapes and sizes jutted out from every surface, casting rainbows across the floor. In the center of this wondrous place was a small pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the shimmering crystals above. She approached the pool slowly, mesmerized by its beauty. It was then she noticed a small, silver fish swimming just beneath the surface. As her eyes met the fish's, she felt a strange sensation, a connection, as if the fish were speaking directly to her heart. Without words, it conveyed a message. This place is a secret, a haven of magic and wonder. Guard it well, and it will guard you. Leora understood the importance of this encounter, the responsibility it bestowed upon her. She promised the fish she would keep the secret of the hidden world, and in turn, she felt a sense of peace and belonging she had never known before. As she made her way back up the staircase, a gentle warmth spread through her, as if the cavern's magic had taken root in her soul. The door closed softly behind her, and she knew her life would never be the same. With a newfound sense of wonder and purpose, she returned to Glimmerwood, her heart forever tied to the hidden world she had discovered. In the days and weeks that followed, Leora found herself drawn back to the ancient oak time and again. Each visit deepened her bond with the magical realm, and she began to notice subtle changes in herself. Her senses sharpened, allowing her to perceive things she had never noticed before: the song of the wind, the laughter of the brook, the the whispers of the trees. It was as if the magic of the hidden world had awakened something within her, a part of herself that had been dormant until now. The people of Glimmerwood, though unaware of Leora's secret, began to sense the change in her. Her presence seemed to bring a touch of magic to everything around her. The gardens flourished under her care, producing bountiful harvests and vibrant blooms. Her laughter rang out like music, lifting the spirits of all who heard it. She became a beacon of light and joy, a source of inspiration to those around her. One day, as winter began to creep into the forest, Leora noticed a change in the village, a subtle tension that hung in the air like a storm cloud on the horizon. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, their faces lined with worry. Crops were failing, and the once plentiful game had all but vanished from the woods. It was as if a shadow had fallen over Glimmerwood, dimming its golden glow. Determined to help her beloved village, Leora sought the wisdom of the hidden world. She made her way to the ancient oak, her heart heavy with concern. As she descended into the cavern, she felt the familiar warmth envelop her, soothing her troubled mind. The silver fish awaited her by the pool, its eyes reflecting the shimmering light. "I need your guidance," Leora spoke softly, her voice echoing in the cavern. "The village is suffering, and I don't know how to help." The fish swam closer, and once again Leora felt its words in her heart. "The balance of the forest has been disrupted. To restore it, you must find the source of the imbalance and bring harmony back to the land." Leora nodded, understanding the task before her. She thanked the fish and made her way back to the surface, her mind racing with possibilities. She knew she couldn't do this alone and needed the help of her friends and the wisdom of the village elders. Gathering her closest friends, Elwyn, a thoughtful boy with a deep love for nature, and Mira, whose laughter could brighten the darkest day, Leora shared what she had learned. Together, they formed a plan to discover the source of the imbalance and restore peace to Glimmerwood. Their journey led them to the farthest reaches of the forest, to places they had never dared venture before. Along the way, they encountered many trials, each more challenging than the last. They faced fierce storms that tested their resolve, crossed treacherous rivers that threatened to sweep them away, and navigated dense thickets that seemed to close in around them. Through it all, they relied on each other, their friendship growing stronger with every step. Elwyn's knowledge of the forest proved invaluable, guiding them safely through the most perilous paths. Mira's laughter lifted their spirits, reminding them of the joy and beauty of their journey. And Leora, with the magic of the hidden world coursing through her, led them with courage and determination. After many days of travel, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. It was a place of stark beauty, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches reaching for the sky. In the center of the clearing lay a stone circle, ancient and weathered, pulsing with a faint, rhythmic light. As they stepped into the circle, the air hummed with energy, and they felt a presence, a force that had watched over the forest for generations. It was the guardian of Glimmerwood, a spirit as old as the trees themselves, and it was here to help them restore the balance. In a voice like the rustling of leaves, the spirit spoke, revealing the source of the imbalance, a hidden wound deep within the heart of the forest, where the land had been scarred by an ancient conflict. To heal this wound, the friends would need to bring forth the magic of the hidden world and the power of their friendship. With newfound purpose, they set to work, drawing upon all they had learned. Leora, guided by the magic within her, channeled the energy of the hidden world, weaving a tapestry of light and shadow that danced across the clearing. Elwyn, with his deep connection to the land, called upon the strength of the earth, grounding their efforts in the solid foundation of nature. And Mira, with her boundless joy, infused their work with hope and love, binding them together in a circle of friendship. As their powers combined, the clearing was filled with a radiant light, brighter than the sun and softer than the moon. The stones pulsed with energy, and the wound in the land began to heal, its jagged edges smoothing and softening under their care. When the light finally faded, the forest was transformed. The air was once again filled with the sweet scent of pine and wildflowers, and the trees stood tall and strong and their leaves shimmering in the golden light of the sun. The balance had been restored, and Glimmerwood had been saved. Leora, Elwyn, and Mira returned to the village as heroes, their hearts full of gratitude and love for each other and the land they called home. They had faced great challenges and emerged stronger, their friendship a testament to the power of kindness and unity. As the seasons changed, so did Leora, Elwyn, and Mira, each growing in their own way. Leora continued to visit the hidden world, her bond with the magical realm deepening with each encounter. Elwyn became a guardian of the forest, his love for nature guiding his every action. And Mira, with her infectious laughter, brought joy to the hearts of all who knew her, her spirit a beacon of hope and happiness. Together, they watched over Glimmerwood, ensuring it remained a place of peace and harmony for generations to come. And though the hidden world remained a secret, its magic lived on in their hearts, a reminder of the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. And so, in the quiet, golden light of Glimmerwood, the village thrived once more, its people living in harmony with the land and each other. The challenges they had faced only strengthened their bond, their hearts forever tied to the magic of the forest and the friendship that had saved them all. In the soft glow of evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Leora, Elwyn, and Mira sat together beneath the ancient oak. The fireflies danced around them, their light a gentle reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. Leora looked at her friends, her heart full of gratitude and love. "We've been through so much," she said softly, her voice carrying on the night breeze, "and yet we always find our way back to each other." Elwyn nodded, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "It's because we have each other," he replied. "Together we can face anything." Mira laughed, her joy infectious. "And we'll always have the magic of the forest," she added, her eyes shining with mischief. "It's our secret, our gift." As they sat together, their hearts full of hope and promise, the forest seemed to sigh with contentment, its ancient spirit at peace. The hidden world, though unseen by most, continued to weave its magic through the land, a gentle, guiding force that watched over them all. And so, in the heart of the forest, beneath the shimmering leaves of the ancient oak, Leora, Elwyn, and Mira found their place in the world, a place of magic, friendship, and love, where dreams could take flight and the impossible became possible. The story of Glimmerwood, its hidden world, and the friends who saved it was whispered through the generations, a tale of wonder and hope that warmed the hearts of those who listened. And though the village would change with time, its spirit remained the same, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the magic that lived in the hearts of all who called it home. As the stars danced above and the gentle night breeze rustled the leaves, the village of Glimmerwood slept soundly, cradled in the embrace of the forest and the magic that watched over it. And in that peaceful slumber, dreams of adventure, friendship, and love filled the hearts of all who dwelled there, a promise of the wonders yet to come. Story 37, The Whispering Forest. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a quaint little village, there lay a forest unlike any other, a forest that whispered secrets to those who dared to venture beneath its canopy. The villagers called it the Whispering Forest, and its name was well earned, for the leaves rustled with tales of old, and the winds carried voices of wisdom long forgotten. But few dared to listen, fearing the unknown that lay within. In this village lived a kind-hearted boy named Rowan. He was a cheerful soul, with a curiosity that often led him to explore the edges of the forest, though he had never mustered the courage to step inside. Rowan had a special affinity for nature. He could spend hours watching the way sunlight danced on the petals of wildflowers or listening to the chorus of birds at dawn. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, Rowan's grandmother, an old woman with eyes as bright as the stars, called him to her side. Her voice was soft like a lullaby, as she told him of a magical ability that ran in their family. "It is the gift of understanding," she whispered, "the ability to hear the true language of the forest and learn from its wisdom." Rowan's eyes widened with wonder. His grandmother explained that in the heart of the Whispering Forest lay a hidden world, protected by a mystical barrier that only those with a pure heart and inquisitive spirit could pass through. She told Rowan that if he wished to truly understand the world around him, he must venture into the forest and embrace its secrets. With her words echoing in his mind, Rowan felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. That night he lay in bed, listening to the soft symphony of crickets outside his window, pondering whether he was ready to undertake such a journey. The next morning, the air was crisp, and the sky was painted with hues of pink and orange. Rowan, feeling a surge of determination, packed a small satchel with essentials, bread, cheese, and a flask of water. He draped his warmest cloak around his shoulders and set off toward the forest. As he approached the edge of the trees, Rowan paused, taking a deep breath. The forest loomed before him, its towering trees swaying gently as if beckoning him to enter. With a fluttering heart, he stepped into the whispering forest. The moment he crossed the threshold, Rowan felt a gentle hum envelop him, a melody so delicate and faint that it seemed to originate from within the very earth. The forest was alive with 1,000 sounds, the rustle of leaves, the babbling of a hidden brook, and the soft chirping of unseen creatures. It was a symphony of nature, comforting and serene. Rowan wandered deeper, each step taking him further into a world that felt both familiar and foreign. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and moss, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. He marveled at the vibrant colors of mushrooms peeking through the underbrush and the intricate webs spun by industrious spiders glistening with dew. As he walked, Rowan noticed something peculiar. The deeper he ventured, the more the forest seemed to speak to him, not in words, but in feelings and impressions. He felt a gentle tug at his heart, guiding him toward a path less traveled, overgrown with ferns and wildflowers. Following this instinct, he came upon a small clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward as if in supplication. Rowan felt a warmth emanating from the tree, a presence that was both welcoming and wise. Intrigued, he approached the tree and placed a hand upon its rough bark. Instantly, a flood of images and sounds filled his mind, a tapestry of memories, both joyful and sorrowful, woven together with the threads of time. He saw the forest as it had been long ago, teeming with life and laughter, and felt the echoes of those who had come before him, each leaving their mark upon the land. Rowan understood that this oak was the heart of the whispering forest, a guardian of its secrets and a keeper of its wisdom. As he stood there enveloped in its embrace, a gentle voice, ancient and kind, spoke to him from within the depths of his soul. "Welcome, Rowan," it said, "for you have the heart to hear and the spirit to learn. This forest holds many secrets, and it is yours to explore and understand. But remember, knowledge is a gift, and with it comes the responsibility to cherish and protect." Rowan nodded, feeling a sense of peace and purpose. He spent the rest of the day exploring the clearing, discovering hidden nooks and crannies where small creatures dwelled. He listened to the rustling of leaves, the whispers of the wind, and the songs of the birds, each conveying stories of their own. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm golden glow over the forest, Rowan realized it was time to return. He thanked the ancient oak for its guidance and promised to return soon. Retracing his steps, Rowan noticed that the forest no longer seemed mysterious or daunting. It felt like an old friend, full of life and stories waiting to be heard. As he emerged from the trees, he felt a profound change within himself, a deeper connection to the world and a newfound respect for its wonders. Back in the village, Rowan's grandmother greeted him with a knowing smile. "You have seen and understood," she said, embracing him warmly. "The forest has shared its wisdom with you, and now you carry it within your heart." From that day forward, Rowan visited the whispering forest often, each time learning something new and wondrous. He shared his stories with the villagers, inspiring them to see the world through different eyes, not with fear, but with appreciation and love. And so the forest continued to whisper its secrets, a timeless guardian of wisdom and wonder, ever ready to welcome those with the heart to listen and the courage to learn. In the years that followed, Rowan grew into a wise and compassionate leader, guiding his village with kindness and understanding. The lessons he learned from the whispering forest stayed with him always, reminding him of the beauty and interconnectedness of all living things. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the gentle rustle of leaves, Rowan lived a life full of purpose and joy, ever grateful for the gift of understanding bestowed upon him by the forest that whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen. In the peaceful village by the forest's edge, the story of Rowan and the Whispering Forest became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the magic that resides in nature and the power of a heart open to wonder. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange occurrences began to unfold. It started with small things, a misplaced cooking pot here, a toppled garden gnome there. At first, the villagers brushed it off as mere forgetfulness or playful woodland sprites at work. But then, the peculiarities grew more frequent and bizarre. Freshly baked pies would go missing from windowsills, only to reappear the next day with a single bite taken out. Flowers in the village gardens would mysteriously change colors overnight. And on one memorable occasion, Old Mother Hubbard awoke to find her entire cupboard rearranged in alphabetical order. Needless to say, the curiosity of the villagers was piqued. Rumors and theories swirled through the streets like autumn leaves in the breeze. Some blamed mischievous fairies, while others suspected the antics of a friendly forest troll. But no one could quite put their finger on the truth. That is, until young Willow Whisperwood took notice. Willow was a quiet, observant girl with a special gift. She could communicate with the creatures of the forest. Her closest friend was a wise old oak tree named Quercus, who had seen many seasons come and go in the enchanted wood. One crisp morning, as Willow sat beneath Quercus's sheltering branches, she confided her bewilderment about the strange happenings. The ancient oak listened patiently, his leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. "Ah, little one," Quercus rumbled in his deep, creaking voice. "I believe I may have the answer you seek. Last night, I overheard a curious conversation among the forest critters." With rapt attention, Willow leaned in as Quercus recounted the whispers he had caught on the wind. It seemed that a young, mischievous gnome had recently taken up residence in the forest, possessed of a peculiar magic, the ability to temporarily rearrange objects and surroundings with a mere snap of his fingers. The gnome, overcome with curiosity about the human village, had been indulging in harmless hijinks out of sheer whimsy. Quercus assured Willow that the gnome meant no harm and was simply exploring the wonders of the world in his own unique way. Armed with this knowledge, Willow hurried back to the village square, eager to share the surprising yet benign truth with her fellow townsfolk. At first, the adults were skeptical of the young girl's tale of a prankster gnome, but as Willow earnestly recounted Quercus's wisdom, their doubts melted away like morning frost in the warm sunlight. From that day on, the villagers embraced the gnome's antics with cheerful curiosity, always wondering what delightfully askew scene might greet them each morning. And though the gnome's identity remained a playful mystery, his harmless magic brought smiles and laughter to all. In the end, the strange occurrences that had once caused such puzzlement became a cherished part of village life, a reminder to stay curious and open-hearted to the whimsical wonders of the enchanted forest. And whenever things seemed a bit too ordinary, the villagers knew they could count on their mischievous, unseen friend to add a touch of magical merriment to their days. Story 39. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly with the wind and the rivers hummed gentle lullabies, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages with thatched roofs and gardens that overflowed with wildflowers. Each night, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a veil of mist would settle like a cozy blanket, wrapping the village in serenity. Willowbrook was home to many delightful characters, but none more beloved than young Thomas, a boy with an insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as a summer's day. His best friend, a clever squirrel named Nutmeg, often accompanied him on his adventures. Nutmeg was no ordinary squirrel. She had a knack for solving puzzles and could communicate with all creatures, great and small. One crisp autumn morning, as amber leaves danced down from the treetops, Thomas and Nutmeg noticed something peculiar. The village clock, a grand old timepiece that had stood in the town square for as long as anyone could remember, had mysteriously stopped. Its hands, once ticking faithfully, now pointed stubbornly to midnight. The villagers gathered around, murmuring in concern. The clock was not only a symbol of the village's history, but also an essential part of their daily lives. Without it, the rhythm of Willowbrook felt strangely off-kilter. "How curious," mused Thomas, kneeling by the clock's base, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "It's as if time itself has decided to take a nap." Nutmeg twitched her bushy tail thoughtfully. "We should investigate. There must be a reason for this slumbering clock." With a nod of agreement, the two friends set off on their quest. They trod lightly along the cobblestone path, each step echoing softly in the still morning air. Their first stop was the home of Professor Ponder, the village's wise and somewhat eccentric clockmaker. Professor Ponder lived in a cottage that resembled a giant cuckoo clock, complete with a little bird that popped out to greet visitors. The professor, with his round spectacles and wild white hair, welcomed Thomas and Nutmeg with a warm smile. "Ah, the curious duo! What brings you to my humble abode?" he asked, his voice as melodious as a gentle stream. Thomas explained the situation, and the professor listened intently, nodding along. "The village clock, you say? Fascinating. It must be the work of the timekeeper's mischief." "The timekeeper's mischief?" Nutmeg queried, tilting her head. "Indeed," Professor Ponder replied. "Legend tells of a playful sprite named Tilly, guardian of time and seasons. Occasionally, she indulges in a bit of mischief to remind us of time's true nature. It's said she hides clues to her whereabouts, inviting us on a journey to understand time's importance." Thomas and Nutmeg exchanged a glance, their determination renewed. They thanked the professor and made their way to the village square, where they hoped to uncover the first clue. The square was a bustling hub of activity, with villagers tending to their market stalls, each filled with the sweet scents of fresh bread, ripe apples, and fragrant herbs. As Thomas and Nutmeg approached the clock, they noticed something glinting in the morning light. A small, silvery feather caught between the clock's hands. "A clue!" exclaimed Nutmeg, her eyes twinkling with excitement. Thomas carefully plucked the feather and examined it closely. "It looks like it belongs to a moonbird," he mused. Moonbirds were magical creatures known for their shimmering feathers and their ability to guide lost travelers with their soft, glowing light. With their first clue in hand, Thomas and Nutmeg decided to venture into the Whispering Woods, where the moonbirds were known to nest. The woods were alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, and the gentle babbling of a brook. As they walked deeper into the woods, a soft glow began to illuminate their path. It was a moonbird, perched gracefully on a branch above, its feathers glowing like silver in the dappled sunlight. "Welcome, seekers," cooed the moonbird in a voice as soft as the night. "You seek Tilly, the timekeeper sprite. To find her, you must answer this riddle. What flies without wings and can never be caught, yet is often lost?" Thomas and Nutmeg pondered the riddle, their minds ticking like the hands of a well-oiled clock. After a thoughtful pause, Nutmeg piped up, "Time! The answer is time." The moonbird nodded approvingly, its eyes shimmering with wisdom. "Correct. Follow the path of light, and you shall find her." With a graceful flap of its wings, the moonbird cast a beam of silvery light onto a hidden path that wound deeper into the heart of the woods. Thomas and Nutmeg followed eagerly, their spirits buoyed by the moonbird's guidance. The path led them to a small clearing bathed in the glow of twilight. In the center stood a tiny figure, no taller than a sunflower, with hair that shimmered like stardust and eyes that sparkled with mischief. It was Tilly, the timekeeper sprite. "Ah, visitors," she chimed, her voice as light as a feather. "You've found me, and you've solved my riddle. Well done." Thomas stepped forward, his voice gentle. "Tilly, the village clock has stopped, and the villagers are worried. Can you help us set it right?" Tilly twirled in the air, her laughter as bright as a sunbeam. "Of course. Sometimes I like to remind people that time is precious, but I never mean to cause distress. Let's fix this, shall we?" With a wave of her tiny hand, Tilly conjured a stream of golden light that wrapped around the silvery feather Thomas held. The light danced and twirled before soaring into the sky, disappearing into the ether. In that moment, the village clock chimed, its hands springing back to life with a gentle tick-tock. "Thank you, Tilly," Thomas said with a smile, his heart filled with gratitude. Tilly winked playfully. "Remember, time is a gift. Use it wisely." With a final flutter of her wings, Tilly vanished into the twilight, leaving Thomas and Nutmeg alone in the clearing. They retraced their steps back to the village, where they were greeted with cheers and applause from the grateful villagers. The clock chimed brightly, marking the passage of time, and the villagers returned to their daily activities, each with a renewed appreciation for the moments that filled their lives. As the sun dipped below the horizon once more, casting a warm golden glow over Willowbrook, Thomas and Nutmeg settled by the fireplace in Thomas's cozy cottage. The crackling fire cast flickering shadows on the walls, and the scent of cinnamon and apples filled the air. Thomas smiled at Nutmeg, his heart content. "What a day, my friend. I suppose the real treasure today wasn't solving the mystery, but the reminder to cherish every moment." Nutmeg nodded, snuggling into a soft cushion. "Indeed, Thomas, time spent with friends is the most precious gift of all." With that, the two friends drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the gentle magic of the whispering woods, the warmth of friendship, and the comforting rhythm of a ticking clock. And somewhere in the distance, a faint, merry giggle echoed through the night, as the timekeeper sprite danced among the stars. Story 40. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a silvery whispering stream, there lived a humble young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her curious mind and gentle heart, spending her days tending to her family's small garden and helping her neighbors with their chores. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where flowers bloomed in abundance and laughter echoed warmly through cobblestone streets. One misty morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight stretched across the sleepy village, Clara set out to gather wild herbs from the nearby forest. Her path meandered through a grove of towering oaks, their leaves rustling softly in the morning breeze. The air was filled with the crisp scent of pine and the sweet melody of birdsong. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Clara stumbled upon something peculiar, an intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath a canopy of moss. The box was unlike anything Clara had ever seen. It was adorned with delicate engravings of swirling vines and tiny twinkling stars. Gently brushing away the moss, she lifted the lid to discover a small, shimmering mirror nestled inside. Its surface was smooth and flawless, reflecting the world with an ethereal glow. Clara's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and curiosity. Instinctively, she gazed into the mirror and was astonished as the image rippled and transformed. Instead of her own reflection, the mirror revealed a path through the forest she had never seen before, lined with vibrant flowers that glowed in shades of azure and violet. A gentle voice, as soft as a sigh, whispered from within the mirror, "Follow the path, dear Clara, and discover the wonders that await." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Clara tucked the mirror safely into her satchel and set off, her heart guiding her steps. As she followed the enchanted trail, she encountered a host of friendly creatures, each with their own special gifts. First, a wise old tortoise named Tobin, who carried the weight of centuries in his calm, amber eyes. He greeted Clara with a slow nod and offered her a small, polished stone, promising it would light her way in times of darkness. Further along, Clara met a lively squirrel named Fennel, whose lively chatter was as bright as his bushy tail. Fennel bounded alongside her, sharing stories of hidden groves and secret treasures. From him, Clara learned the importance of seeing the world through eyes of wonder and curiosity. Finally, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, Clara arrived at a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching toward the heavens. Beneath its roots, a gentle spring bubbled, its waters glistening like liquid silver. The mirror hummed with energy, and Clara sensed this was the heart of the forest's magic. It was here that Clara faced her challenge, a puzzle of sorts, woven into the very fabric of the oak's roots. The puzzle was not one of strength, but of wisdom and understanding. Clara sat quietly, listening to the whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves. She recalled the lessons from Tobin and Fennel, drawing upon the patience of the tortoise and the curiosity of the squirrel. With a serene smile, Clara traced the patterns in the roots, allowing her fingers to dance with intuition and insight. Gradually, the puzzle unraveled, revealing a hidden chamber within the oak. Inside, Clara found an ancient book, its pages filled with the stories and secrets of the forest. As she gently closed the book, the mirror glowed warmly, filling the clearing with a soft, comforting light. Clara felt a deep sense of peace and understanding, realizing that the true magic lay not in the objects themselves, but in the journey and the friends she had made along the way. With the mirror as her guide and the wisdom she had gained, Clara returned to her village, her heart forever touched by the wonders she had discovered. And though the enchanted path faded from view, Clara knew the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a gentle reminder of the beauty and wisdom found in the quiet corners of the world. As Clara drifted to sleep that night, the mirror lay beside her, its surface reflecting the soft glow of the moon. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the enchanted forest, embraced by the warmth of friendship and the gentle whisper of the wind, knowing that the magic would always be there, just waiting to be discovered. Story 41. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and gentle murmuring streams, there lived a young girl named Lena. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart was as warm as the sunlit meadows that surrounded her home. Lena lived with her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman who always had stories to tell and hands that smelled of lavender and fresh bread. Lena's village was a place where time seemed to move at a gentle pace, where the laughter of children mingled with the songs of birds, and the scent of blooming wildflowers danced on the breeze. It was a place of old traditions, whispered about in tales and celebrated in vibrant festivals, yet much of its ancient heritage had been veiled by the passage of time. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves swirled around them like a playful ballet, Lena's grandmother called her to the cozy warmth of their hearth. The fire crackled softly, casting a flickering glow upon the walls that were lined with shelves of books and trinkets from years gone by. "My dear Lena," her grandmother began, her voice a melody of nostalgia and love, "there is something I wish to share with you, something that belongs to you as much as it belonged to those who came before us." With gentle hands, grandmother reached into an old wooden chest, its surface worn smooth by the passage of countless hands. From within, she drew a small, intricately carved box. The box was crafted from dark, polished wood, adorned with delicate inlays of mother-of-pearl that shimmered like moonlight on water. Lena's eyes widened with wonder as grandmother opened the box to reveal a necklace unlike any she had ever seen. The pendant was a smooth, iridescent stone encircled by a band of silver etched with ancient symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. "This," said grandmother, "is the heartstone of our ancestors. It is said to carry the wisdom and strength of our lineage, a reminder of who we are and where we come from." Lena touched the stone gently, feeling an unexpected warmth spread through her fingertips. "What do these symbols mean?" she asked, tracing the etchings with her eyes. "They tell the story of our people," grandmother replied with a soft smile. "Each symbol represents a value or lesson that has guided us through the ages. Kindness, courage, unity, and the understanding that we are all part of something greater than ourselves." As the days passed, Lena wore the necklace close to her heart, a tangible connection to her heritage. With each step she took through the village's cobblestone paths, she felt a growing sense of belonging, as though the whispers of her ancestors were guiding her every move. One day, while exploring the edge of the forest where the sun filtered through the trees in golden shafts, Lena met a boy named Aaron. He was a gentle soul, with eyes that mirrored the deep blue of the sky and a smile that warmed even the chilliest of days. They quickly became fast friends, sharing stories and dreams beneath the canopy of leaves. As they wandered deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon an old stone archway, partially hidden by ivy and thyme. Intrigued, they stepped through it and found themselves in a sunlit clearing where an ancient willow tree stood like a sentinel of the past. Etched into the tree's bark were more of the symbols from Lena's necklace, glowing softly in the dappled light. Lena and Aaron exchanged a glance, their hearts beating with the thrill of discovery. "Perhaps this is a place of learning," Aaron suggested, his voice carrying the awe they both felt. Together, they sat beneath the willow, feeling a profound peace settle over them. They spoke of the lessons the symbols might hold, of kindness that could heal divisions, of courage to face the unknown, and of unity that could bridge any distance. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of rose and gold, Lena realized that the Heartstone was not just a relic of the past, but a beacon for the future. It was a reminder that the legacy of her ancestors was not merely a history to be remembered, but a living tradition to be cherished and lived. With this newfound understanding, Lena felt the bonds of her heritage weaving into the fabric of her being, strengthening her spirit and opening her heart to the world around her. When Lena and Aaron returned to the village, they shared their discovery with the elders, and soon the stories and symbols of old began to breathe new life into the community. The villagers gathered in the clearing beneath the willow, celebrating their shared heritage with songs, stories, and laughter that echoed into the star-filled night. And so, amidst the gentle rustle of leaves and the soothing melody of the river nearby, Lena found her place in the tapestry of her ancestors' legacy, woven together with threads of wisdom, friendship, and love. In the warmth of that timeless village, where the past and present danced in harmony, Lena knew she was home. And as she drifted into slumber each night, the Heartstone nestled close. She dreamt of the stories yet to be told and the endless journey of discovery that awaited her. Story 42. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and a sapphire river, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Clara. Clara had a curious mind and an eye for the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. Her home was an old stone cottage, its walls covered with ivy and its windows adorned with lace curtains that fluttered like the wings of a sleepy butterfly. One crisp autumn morning, while gathering kindling for her hearth, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar object buried beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. It was a small, ornate mirror framed in silver vines that seemed to twist and dance around the glass. Captivated by its beauty, Clara polished the mirror with her sleeve and gazed into it. To her surprise, instead of her own reflection, the mirror revealed a lush, enchanted forest bathed in the golden light of a perpetual sunset. Intrigued and entranced, Clara decided to explore this mysterious forest. With a deep breath and a flutter of excitement, she stepped through the mirror as if it were a shimmering veil. Instantly, she found herself standing on a soft carpet of moss, surrounded by towering trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the gentle breeze. As Clara ventured deeper into the forest, she encountered a variety of delightful creatures, each with their own unique charm. There was Pip, a cheerful squirrel with fur as red as ripe apples, who chattered endlessly about the finest acorns hidden in the forest. Then there was Luna, a wise old owl with feathers the color of moonlight, who perched high above, her eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. And finally, there was Nimbus, a playful cloud sprite who floated just above the treetops, trailing sparkles of stardust in his wake. Together, Clara and her new companions traveled through the enchanted forest, marveling at its wonders. The crystalline streams that sang as they flowed, the fields of flowers that bloomed in every color imaginable, and the gentle hum of magic that filled the air. However, their journey was not without its challenges. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the forest floor, they reached a wide, winding river. The river was swift and deep, its waters swirling with a mysterious energy that deterred any who dared to cross. Clara and her friends paused at the riverbank, pondering how they might reach the other side. Luna, with her keen eyesight, noticed a pattern in the way the leaves floated on the water. "There is wisdom in the flow," she hooted softly. "We must listen to the river's song." Pip, always eager to help, scampered to the edge of the river and tapped his tiny paw on a smooth stone. "This stone here seems special," he chirped. "Perhaps it holds the answer." Clara knelt beside the stone and traced the intricate markings etched upon it. As she focused, she began to hear a faint melody, a song of the river, telling a tale of patience and harmony. She realized that the river was not a barrier, but a guide. Nimbus, feeling the rhythm of the song, swirled down to join them. "We must follow the song's path," he suggested, his voice as light as a breeze. "Let it lead us to the crossing." With newfound understanding, Clara and her friends stepped carefully, following the melody that only their hearts could hear. Slowly, stones emerged from the water, forming a bridge that shimmered in the fading light. One by one, they crossed the river, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the lesson they had learned. On the other side, the forest opened up into a tranquil glade. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, and at its roots, a pool of crystal-clear water reflected the stars. Clara approached the pool and saw her own reflection, surrounded by her friends. As she gazed into the water, the mirror's magic began to murmur a gentle truth, one that Clara had known all along but had never fully understood. The true magic lay not in the mirror or the enchanted forest, but in the journey itself and the bonds of friendship she had formed. With this realization, Clara felt a warmth spread through her heart, a comfort that she would carry with her always. As she bade farewell to Luna, Pip, and Nimbus, she promised to cherish their friendship and the wisdom they had shared. Clara stepped back through the mirror, returning to her cozy cottage just as the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. She placed the mirror on her mantle, a reminder of her wondrous adventure. As she settled into her favorite armchair by the crackling fireplace, Clara closed her eyes, her heart full of peace and gratitude. The lessons of the enchanted forest lingered in her mind like a gentle lullaby, and she knew that she would never be alone as long as she carried the magic of friendship within her. And so, with the warmth of the fire and the soft whispers of the autumn night, Clara drifted into a deep, restful sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the extraordinary secrets hidden within the ordinary world. Story 43. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, a forest so ancient that its roots seemed to cradle the very secrets of the earth, there existed a world where magic and nature danced together in perfect harmony. The forest was a vibrant tapestry of emerald leaves and dappled sunlight, where the air was perfumed with the rich scent of moss and the gentle whisper of the breeze carried stories older than time itself. Here, the creatures of the forest lived in a delicate balance with their surroundings, guided by the wisdom of the elder oak, a tree so grand and knowing that its branches seemed to touch the sky. The elder oak was the heart of the forest, a guardian of secrets and a keeper of peace. Its bark was etched with lines like the wrinkles of a wise old face, and its leaves rustled with a soothing sound, as if sharing a comforting lullaby with all who listened. In this serene enclave, there lived a gentle fawn named Lyra, whose eyes sparkled like dewdrops in the morning light. She was curious and kind-hearted, always eager to learn about the world beyond her leafy glade. Lyra often wandered through the forest, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft moss, her nose twitching at the earthy scent of the forest floor. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, Lyra heard a whispering in the wind, a gentle, melodic sound that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the sound, weaving through the towering trees and over babbling brooks, until she came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of dawn. In the center of the clearing stood the elder oak, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. At its base, the forest creatures had gathered, rabbits with twitching noses, squirrels with bushy tails, and birds with feathers like jewels. They all listened intently to the elder oak, whose leaves rustled with stories of old. "Gather close, my children," the elder oak intoned, its voice a deep and resonant hum. "For the time has come to share the tale of the season's dance, a story of balance and renewal." Lyra settled among her friends, her heart fluttering with anticipation. The elder oak began to weave its tale, painting pictures in the minds of its listeners with words as rich as the forest itself. "In the beginning," the elder oak began, "the world was but a blank canvas, waiting to be painted with the colors of life. The seasons, 4 siblings of magnificent power, took it upon themselves to create a world of beauty and balance. Each brought their own gifts to the land, and together they created the cycle of life, a dance that would carry on through the ages. Spring, the youngest and most vibrant, brought forth life with a gentle touch, coaxing buds from the earth and filling the air with the sweet scent of new beginnings. Summer, bold and bright, painted the world in hues of gold and green, warming the land with her radiant light. Autumn, wise and contemplative, adorned the trees with colors of fire and prepared the earth for rest. And winter, serene and silent, wrapped the world in a blanket of stillness, allowing time for reflection and renewal. As the elder oak spoke, Lyra could almost see the seasons themselves, their presence as vivid as the forest around her. She imagined spring's delicate touch, summer's golden embrace, autumn's fiery palette, and winter's gentle hush. But, the elder oak continued, with great power comes great responsibility. The seasons knew that their dance must be one of harmony, each step carefully measured to maintain the balance of nature. For if one season were to linger too long, the world would fall into chaos, too much warmth, too little growth, or a never-ending chill. The forest creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts attuned to the rhythm of the elder oak's story. Lyra felt a sense of peace wash over her, a deep appreciation for the delicate balance that sustained their world. And so, the elder oak concluded, it is our duty to honor this balance, to live in harmony with the rhythms of the earth, and to pass this wisdom from one generation to the next. For in understanding the dance of the seasons, we find our place in the grand tapestry of life. As the story ended, the forest was filled with a serene stillness, as if the very trees were holding their breath in reverence. Lyra looked around at her friends, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. She realized that each creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in the dance of life, a dance that required wisdom, friendship, and respect for the world around them. With a gentle nudge from the breeze, Lyra rose to her feet, feeling the warmth of the sun on her back as she made her way back through the forest. The path before her was soft with fallen leaves, their colors a reminder of the beauty in change and the promise of renewal. As she trotted homeward, Lyra carried the elder oak's story in her heart, a precious gift to be shared with others. She knew that the wisdom of the forest was a treasure beyond measure, one that would guide her through the seasons of her own life. And so, in the tranquil embrace of the whispering woods, the dance of the seasons continued, a timeless symphony of life, love, and laughter, played out beneath the boughs of the ancient trees and the watchful gaze of the elder oak. In this peaceful corner of the world, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the gentle wisdom of nature and the knowledge that they were all part of something much greater than themselves. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with the soft colors of twilight, Lyra felt a deep, abiding peace, the kind that comes from knowing you are home. And so the story of the Whispering Woods was passed on, a gentle reminder of the beauty and balance, the power of friendship, and the enduring magic of the natural world. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the forest settled into a restful slumber, cradled in the arms of the ancient trees and the timeless dance of the seasons. And thus the Whispering Woods whispered on, its stories woven into the very fabric of the forest, a melody of life that would echo through the ages. Story 44. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could carry, there existed a world unseen by most. The forest was a tapestry of greens, golds, and browns, woven together with threads of sunlight that danced through the canopy. Here, beneath the broad leaves and among the tangled roots, was a realm where the natural creatures lived in harmony, hidden from the hurried eyes of the outside world. As the first light of dawn filtered through the mist, illuminating dewdrops like a galaxy of tiny stars, a soft rustling began among the underbrush. The forest was awakening, and with it the gentle creatures who called it home. Among them was a kind-hearted fox named Brindle, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Brindle had lived in the forest all his life, his days spent exploring the winding paths and listening to the stories of the trees. His ears perked up at the sound of a distant waterfall, his nose twitching as he caught the scent of ripe berries nearby. But more than food or water, it was the promise of discovery that drew him deeper into the forest each day. One particular morning, as the chill of early autumn began to creep through the forest, Brindle found himself near the great oak, a towering tree that stood at the center of the forest like an ancient guardian. It was said that the oak had witnessed more seasons than any creature alive, and held within its bark the wisdom of ages. As Brindle approached, he felt a gentle breeze brush against his fur, carrying with it the scent of pine and the sound of leaves rustling softly. He knew the forest was speaking to him, as it often did, in its own gentle way. At the base of the great oak, nestled among roots that curled like the fingers of a giant hand, he found a small, shimmering acorn unlike any he had ever seen. It glowed faintly, a soft golden light pulsing in rhythm with the heartbeat of the earth. Brindle knew that this acorn was special. He remembered the stories passed down from his grandmother, a wise old fox who had taught him about the balance of the forest and the magic that flowed through it like an unseen river. Every creature and plant, she had told him, has a role to play in maintaining harmony. And sometimes the forest will gift us with a sign, a reminder to care for one another and the world we share. With a gentle nudge, Brindle picked up the acorn and decided to seek the counsel of his friend Willow, a soft-spoken owl with feathers as white as freshly fallen snow. Willow lived in a hollow high above, where the stars seemed close enough to touch, and the night sky was a blanket of velvety indigo. As dusk painted the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Brindle reached Willow's home. He found the owl perched on a branch, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the night. "Ah, Brindle," she hooted softly, "what brings you to my tree as the day turns to night?" Brindle placed the glowing acorn before her, its light casting a warm glow on the tree bark. "I found this near the great oak," he explained. "I believe it holds a message from the forest, but I do not know what it means." Willow studied the acorn with her keen eyes, the silence between them filled with the sounds of the forest settling into night. "This acorn," she finally said, "is a gift from the earth, a symbol of renewal and the cycle of life. It reminds us that even as the leaves fall and the days grow shorter, new life is always waiting to begin." Brindle nodded thoughtfully, understanding the lesson hidden within the acorn's glow. "But how do we share this wisdom with others?" he asked, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Willow ruffled her feathers and looked out over the forest, where shadows danced and the moonlight wove silver threads across the landscape. "We share it by living it," she replied gently, "by caring for our home and each other, by respecting the balance that sustains us all, and by teaching those who come after us so that they too may understand the harmony of the world." Moved by Willow's words, Brindle felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of purpose ignited by the glow of the acorn. He knew that the forest was a living, breathing entity, its magic woven into every leaf and stone, and that he was a part of this grand design. As the seasons turned and winter's breath began to touch the forest with frost, Brindle and Willow shared the story of the glowing acorn with all who would listen. They spoke of the wisdom it contained, the lessons of balance and renewal, and the gentle reminder that every creature had a role to play. And so, the acorn's light never dimmed, for it lived on in the hearts and actions of those who cherished their world. The forest, in its infinite wisdom, continued to thrive, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures worked together for the greater good. As the last leaves of autumn fell and the first snowflakes began to dance among the branches, Brindle and Willow knew that they had done their part to honor the gift they had been given. And as they looked out over the peaceful, sleeping forest, they felt a sense of comfort, knowing that the cycle of life would continue, nurtured by the love and care of those who called the forest home. Story 45. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a serene, winding river, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her home was a simple cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden bursting with wildflowers of every shade imaginable. The air always carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle, blending with the earthy aroma of the river that whispered secrets as it flowed gently past the village. Leora was known for her curious nature and her boundless imagination. Her eyes, the color of a clear summer sky, sparkled with wonder at the world around her. She spent her days exploring the meadows and woods, her loyal companion, a gentle fox named Whiskers, always by her side. Whiskers had fur as red as the autumn leaves, and his playful antics never failed to make Leora laugh. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Leora and Whiskers stumbled upon a peculiar sight. In a secluded grove, hidden away from the prying eyes of the world, stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At the base of this magnificent tree lay a shimmering pool of water, its surface mirroring the colors of the sunset. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora approached the pool, her heart thumping with excitement. As she peered into the water, she noticed something extraordinary. Beneath the surface, a key made of crystal lay nestled in the soft sand. It glowed with an ethereal light, casting delicate patterns on the surrounding rocks. With gentle care, Leora reached into the pool, her fingers grazing the cool water. As she lifted the crystal key from its watery bed, a soft humming filled the air, as if the key itself were singing a song only she could hear. Whiskers watched with wide eyes, his ears twitching in curiosity. "What do you suppose this is, Whiskers?" Leora mused aloud, holding the key up to the fading light. The fox tilted his head, as if pondering the question himself. Just then, a voice, as gentle as the breeze, drifted through the grove. "The key you hold unlocks a world unseen, a place where wonders abound and dreams take flight." Startled yet intrigued, Leora glanced around, searching for the source of the voice. There, emerging from the shadows of the oak, was an elderly woman clad in robes that shimmered like moonlight on water. Her hair, silver as starlight, cascaded down her shoulders, and her eyes, wise and kind, twinkled with secrets. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice a mixture of awe and curiosity. "I am Mirabelle, the guardian of the hidden realms," the woman replied, her smile as warm as sunshine. "And you, dear Leora, have been chosen to embark on a journey that will change you forever." Leora's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. "What kind of journey?" Mirabelle gestured toward the crystal key. "This key opens the door to a world within our own, a place where magic thrives and mysteries unfold. But it is not without its challenges. You must be brave, for the path is not always easy." Leora glanced at Whiskers, who nodded in silent agreement. With her friend by her side, she felt ready for whatever lay ahead. "I accept," she declared, her voice steady with resolve. Mirabelle nodded approvingly and beckoned them closer. "Follow me, and let the journey begin." With the key clutched tightly in her hand, Leora followed Mirabelle deeper into the grove. The trees seemed to whisper encouragement, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze. As they walked, the air grew cooler, and the scents of the forest enveloped them like a comforting embrace. At last, they reached a stone archway entwined with ivy, hidden among the trees. Mirabelle gestured for Leora to step forward. "Place the key in the lock, and the portal will reveal itself." With a steady breath, Leora inserted the crystal key into a small, hidden lock within the archway. As she turned it, a soft click echoed, and the air shimmered like the surface of a pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. The archway glowed with a soft, inviting light, and beyond it lay a world unlike any Leora had ever seen. Stepping through the portal, Leora and Whiskers found themselves in a land of wonder. The sky was a tapestry of colors, shifting and swirling like a living painting. The ground beneath their feet was carpeted with flowers that seemed to hum with life, their petals glowing softly in the twilight. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their forms as varied as the stars in the sky. Some were familiar, like the graceful deer and playful rabbits, while others were fantastical, with shimmering scales and wings that glistened like rainbows. As they ventured further, Leora felt a sense of peace and belonging, as if she had been welcomed into a secret family. But she knew that this world was more than just a place of beauty. It held mysteries that begged to be unraveled and lessons that awaited to be learned. Their first stop was a village made entirely of living wood. Houses grew from the trees themselves, their branches forming intricate patterns that danced in the light. The villagers, a community of gentle woodland beings, greeted Leora and Whiskers with open arms, their smiles warm and genuine. "Welcome, travelers," called a cheery voice from among the villagers. It belonged to a plump, cheerful creature with fur the color of moss and eyes that sparkled like dew. "I am Alder, and it is a joy to have you here." Leora smiled back, feeling the warmth of their welcome seep into her very bones. "Thank you, Alder. This place is more beautiful than I ever imagined." Alder chuckled, his laughter like the rustling of leaves. "There is much to see and learn here, but first you must know of the enchanted glade." Intrigued, Leora leaned closer. "The enchanted glade?" "Yes," Alder replied, his voice growing serious. "It is a place of great magic, where the heart of our world beats strongest. But it is also where shadows have begun to gather, threatening the harmony of all." Leora felt a tug at her heart, a desire to help. "What can I do?" Alder placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Listen to the whispers of the glade. It will guide you." With a nod of determination, Leora and Whiskers set off once more, guided by the subtle pull of the enchanted glade. The path wound through lush forests and across sparkling streams, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the mystery. As they walked, Leora noticed subtle changes in the world around her. The colors grew dimmer, and the air seemed heavier, as if the very essence of magic was being drained away. Yet, despite the growing shadows, the land still exuded a gentle beauty, a testament to its resilience. Finally, they arrived at the glade, a circular clearing surrounded by towering trees whose branches reached for the sky like ancient protectors. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent stone altar, its surface inscribed with symbols that pulsed with a faint, otherworldly light. As Leora approached, the air resonated with a deep, melodic hum, as if the world itself were singing a song of hope and longing. The symbols on the altar began to glow brighter, casting a warm, inviting light. The glade seemed to come alive, and Leora could feel its magic seeping into her very being. She closed her eyes, listening to the whispers carried on the breeze, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft murmur of the earth beneath her feet. In that moment of stillness, a vision unfolded in her mind's eye, a vision of harmony restored, of light banishing shadows, and of a world brought back into balance. She understood then that the key to saving this land lay not in battle or force, but in friendship and understanding. With newfound clarity, Leora turned to Whiskers, who watched her with eyes full of trust and love. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, guided by the wisdom of the glade. As they made their way back to the village, Leora's heart was light with hope. She shared her vision with Alder and the villagers, who listened with rapt attention, their own hearts swelling with courage and determination. In the days that followed, the village came together, working in harmony to restore the balance of their world. They sang songs of unity and hope, their voices rising like a beacon to the heavens. They tended to the land with care and reverence, nurturing the magic that flowed through every living thing. Leora and Whiskers, too, played their part, exploring the hidden corners of the realm, uncovering forgotten secrets and forging bonds of friendship with creatures great and small. They discovered that even the most unlikely allies could offer wisdom and strength, and that true magic lay in the connections they forged with others. As the shadows began to recede, the world blossomed anew, vibrant and full of life. The sky sparkled with a brilliance that took Leora's breath away, and the air was filled with the joyful laughter of the villagers. Through it all, Leora grew and changed, her heart expanding with every new experience and every lesson learned. She discovered that courage came not from the absence of fear, but from the willingness to face it with an open heart. She learned that true strength lay in kindness and compassion, and that the bonds of friendship could overcome even the darkest of challenges. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with the colors of a dream, Leora and Whiskers returned to the enchanted glade. The glade welcomed them with open arms, its magic a warm, comforting embrace. There in the heart of the glade, Leora placed the crystal key upon the stone altar, a token of gratitude for the journey that had changed her life. As the key touched the altar, a gentle light enveloped the glade, a promise of hope and renewal for all. With a heart full of love and a spirit forever transformed, Leora knew that she had found her true home, not just in the hidden world she had come to cherish, but in the connections she had formed and the lessons she had learned. As she and Whiskers made their way back through the portal, the world beyond awaited them with open arms, ready to welcome them home. And though the journey had ended, the magic of the hidden realm lived on in their hearts, a guiding light for all the days to come. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Leora and Whiskers returned to their village, their hearts full of peace and their spirits forever changed. The journey had ended, but the tale of friendship, courage, and transformation would live on. A story to be shared by the warmth of the hearth and the light of the fire. And as the world slumbered beneath the blanket of night, the gentle hum of the enchanted glade echoed in the stillness, a lullaby of hope and wonder that would carry through the ages, whispered on the winds of time. The end. Story 46, The Whispering Forest. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills, there lived a young girl named Marin. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart carried the warmth of the sun. Marin lived with her grandmother in a cottage draped in ivy, its windows peeking out like curious eyes from beneath the thatched roof. Each day was a gentle embrace from the ever-changing sky, and the village, with its cobblestone streets and thatched roofs, was a world unto itself. Marin loved exploring the world around her, especially the forest that bordered the village. This forest, known as the Whispering Forest, was no ordinary place. It was said to hold secrets of old, hidden pathways, and a magic that lay just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The villagers spoke of how the trees would whisper stories to those who knew how to listen, tales carried on the gentle breezes that rustled through the leaves. On a particularly crisp autumn morning, when the sun cast golden beams through the mist, Marin set out towards the forest. Her grandmother had told her tales about a hidden glade at the heart of the forest, a place where the veil between worlds was thinnest, and where one might find the answers to their deepest questions. As Marin walked, the forest welcomed her with open arms. The scent of pine needles filled the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of moss and damp leaves. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches swaying like dancers in a silent ballet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Marin's footsteps were soft, barely disturbing the peace of the forest. She knew the path well, having wandered these woods since she was a child, but today something felt different. The whispers seemed to call her name, guiding her towards something unknown yet familiar. As she ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks thick and ancient, their bark etched with symbols that seemed to shift and change as she passed by. The air was cool and filled with the sound of birdsong, a symphony that played just for her. After what felt like hours, Marin found herself in a clearing. It was the hidden glade her grandmother had spoken of, a place untouched by time. The grass was soft and lush, dotted with wildflowers that glowed with an inner light. A small pond mirrored the sky above, its waters as clear as glass. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At the base of the tree lay a stone altar, covered in moss and lichen. On the altar rested a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was this box that seemed to call to Marin, its presence both comforting and mysterious. As she approached, Marin could feel the magic in the air, a gentle hum that resonated with her very being. She reached out and touched the box, the wood warm beneath her fingers. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices that seemed to come from the forest itself. With a deep breath, Marin opened the box. Inside lay a small, iridescent stone, its surface swirling with colors that shifted and changed like the seasons. She picked it up, feeling its weight and warmth. As she held it, a sense of peace washed over her, and she knew that this stone was the key to unlocking the mysteries of the forest. From that day on, Marin would visit the glade often, listening to the whispers and learning the stories of the forest. With the stone as her guide, she discovered hidden paths and secret places, each revealing a new facet of the world she thought she knew. Through her journeys, Marin grew in wisdom and understanding. She learned to see the beauty in the small things, to listen with her heart, and to appreciate the magic that lay all around her. The forest became her teacher, and she its willing student. As the years passed, Marin shared her knowledge with others, guiding them to the hidden glade and the wonders it held. She taught them to listen to the whispers, to see the magic in the world, and to find the answers to their own questions. In time, Marin became a beloved figure in the village, a keeper of stories and a guardian of the forest. Her eyes still sparkled with curiosity, and her heart remained as warm as the sun. And though she had grown older, the magic of the Whispering Forest lived on within her, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the beauty of the world around us. And so, as the sun set beyond the hills, casting the village in a golden glow, Marin would sit by the fire, the stone in her hand, and tell stories of the forest to those who would listen. Her voice was a gentle melody, a soothing balm that carried her listeners to a place of wonder and peace. And in the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled above, the whispers of the forest would sing their song, a lullaby that drifted through the trees, a promise of magic and mystery for those with the heart to seek it. And thus the story of Marin and the Whispering Forest was woven into the fabric of the village, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the village settled into slumber, Marin's stories lived on, a beacon of hope and enchantment, a reminder that the world is full of wonders just waiting to be discovered. Story 47. In a secluded nook of the verdant wood forest, where sunlight filtered through an emerald canopy, there lay an enchanted glen known only to the creatures who called it home. The air here was sweet with the scent of wild honeysuckle, and the gentle burble of a crystal stream wove a melody of tranquility that harmonized with the rustling leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. The creatures of the forest, each a master of their own craft, lived in perfect harmony, guided by the ancient wisdom of the forest's lore. Among them was a wise old turtle named Terran, who moved with the slow grace of one who understood the true nature of time. His shell was adorned with moss and tiny flowers, a natural tapestry telling tales of seasons past. One crisp autumn morning, when the earth was wrapped in a quilt of amber and gold leaves, Terran gathered the young creatures at the heart of the glen for the annual telling of the story of seasons. As they settled around him, the air grew still, save for the gentle flutter of a robin's wings as it perched nearby, eager to listen. "Long ago," began Terran, his voice a soft rumble, "before the world was divided by lines and borders, the seasons were but dreams waiting to be born. The great spirit of the forest, a gentle yet formidable force, breathed life into these dreams, weaving them into the fabric of our existence." At his words, the wind carried the fragrance of pine needles and damp earth, a reminder of the forest's ancient roots. The creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. There was Bramble, the young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, and Willow, the graceful fawn whose eyes reflected the wisdom of the woods. Together with their friends, each a vibrant thread in the tapestry of the forest, they leaned closer, eager for the tale to unfold. "The first dream was that of spring," Terran continued as a gentle breeze stirred the leaves. "Spring was a time of renewal and awakening. With it came the songs of birds returning from distant lands, and the earth blossomed with colors as varied as the stars in the sky. Spring taught us the beauty of beginnings and the strength found in growth." As Terran spoke, the creatures could almost hear the distant echo of springtime melodies and feel the soft petals brushing against their fur and feathers. The forest seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the story, alive with the memory of its seasons. "The next dream," Terran said, "was summer, a time of warmth and abundance. The sun lingered long in the sky, and the days were filled with laughter and light. Summer reminded us of the joy found in togetherness and the importance of nurturing our bonds, much like the sun nurtures the earth." As if in response, the sunlight glinted through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The creatures felt the warmth of those summer days in their hearts, a gentle reminder of the connections they shared. "And then came autumn," Terran's voice softened, the sound of leaves rustling underfoot accompanying his words. "Autumn was the season of reflection and harvest, a time to gather the fruits of our labor and prepare for the quiet that lay ahead. It taught us the value of gratitude and the wisdom of letting go." The creatures nodded, each understanding the gentle wisdom of autumn's embrace, their thoughts mingling with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and ripe berries. Finally, winter arrived. Terran's tone was soothing, like the first snowfall blanketing the world in silence. Winter was a time of rest and contemplation, a blanket of peace under which the seeds of new dreams lay dormant, waiting for spring's touch. It reminded us that even in stillness there is purpose, and in silence there is a promise of new beginnings. As Terran's story concluded, the forest seemed to hold its breath, the creatures enveloped in a cocoon of serenity. The lessons of the seasons were etched into their hearts, a timeless guide passed down through generations. They understood now that each season, like each creature, played a vital role in the balance of their world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the creatures nestled closer, wrapping themselves in the warmth of their shared stories. The gentle crackle of a nearby fire, kindled by friendly fireflies weaving their light, added a final touch of coziness to the evening. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, the creatures of the verdant wood forest drifted into slumber, their dreams a tapestry of vibrant colors and harmonious whispers. The world outside continued to change with the seasons, but within the heart of the forest, the eternal dance of balance and harmony carried on, a testament to the enduring wisdom of nature's gentle touch. Story 48, title, The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and a sapphire sea, there lived a young girl named Lyra. She had eyes the color of the sky at dusk and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of autumn leaves. Lyra was known throughout the village for her insatiable curiosity and her heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the fields and forests that bordered her home, always accompanied by her faithful companion, a small, scruffy dog named Pip. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the land, Lyra and Pip wandered farther than ever before. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the leaves crunched underfoot like brittle parchment. As they meandered through the trees, Lyra noticed a peculiar glimmer in the underbrush. Intrigued, she knelt down and brushed aside the leaves, revealing an ornate key that sparkled in the fading light. The key was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was crafted from a metal that shimmered with an iridescent hue, and its intricate design seemed to dance with a life of its own. Lyra felt a strange pull towards it, as though it whispered secrets only she could hear. She tucked the key into her pocket, its cool weight a comforting presence. As twilight descended, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lyra and Pip decided to head back home. But as they turned to leave, the forest around them seemed to shift and change. The trees whispered in the breeze, and the shadows danced in mysterious patterns. It was as if the forest itself was alive, and it called to Lyra in a voice that was both ancient and familiar. Following the call, Lyra and Pip ventured deeper into the woods, their path illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies. The forest unfolded before them, revealing a hidden world that thrummed with magic. The trees were taller and more vibrant, their leaves shimmering with an otherworldly light. The air was filled with the sound of tinkling laughter, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed like stars. In the heart of this enchanted forest stood a grand ancient oak. Its branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small, intricately carved door. It seemed to beckon to Lyra, promising wonders beyond imagination. With a deep breath, Lyra retrieved the key from her pocket. It fit perfectly into the door's lock, turning with a soft click. As the door swung open, a warm golden light spilled out, enveloping Lyra and Pip in its glow. Together they stepped through the doorway and into a world where dreams and reality entwined. They found themselves in a bustling village, unlike any they had ever seen. The houses were built from tree trunks and woven vines, their roofs adorned with flowers and leaves. The air was filled with the sweet scent of nectar and the sound of harmonious melodies played by unseen musicians. The villagers, a delightful mix of creatures both familiar and fantastical, moved with a grace and joy that resonated in every corner of the village. Lyra and Pip were welcomed with open arms by the villagers, who were delighted to meet a human girl and her loyal companion. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers shimmered like moonlight on water. Orin took Lyra under his wing, sharing stories of the whispering woods and the magical world she had discovered. As days turned into weeks, Lyra learned much from Orin and the other villagers. She discovered that the key she had found was a symbol of great importance, one that opened the door to the heart of the forest. The villagers, who were the guardians of this hidden realm, had been waiting for someone with a pure heart and an open mind to join them. Lyra's days were filled with wonder and delight. She learned to speak the language of the forest, to understand the songs of the birds and the whispers of the trees. She danced with the fireflies under the moonlit sky and listened to the stories of the stars as they twinkled above. Pip, too, found his place among the villagers, delighting in the company of mischievous squirrels and playful foxes. But as time passed, Lyra began to feel a tug at her heart, a yearning to return to her own world. She missed her family in the village by the sea, the familiar faces and the comforting routines. Although she loved the Whispering Woods dearly, she knew she could not stay forever. One evening, as the sun sank beneath the horizon and the forest was bathed in twilight's embrace, Lyra approached Orin. She shared her thoughts with him, her voice tinged with both sadness and resolve. The wise owl listened patiently, his eyes filled with understanding. "My dear Lyra," Orin said, his voice soft and comforting, "the forest chose you for a reason. You have a gift, a light within you that can bridge our worlds. You have learned much here, and now it is time for you to return to your village and share what you have discovered." Lyra nodded, her heart heavy, yet filled with a sense of purpose. She knew that her journey had changed her, had opened her eyes to the beauty and magic that existed in every corner of the world. She thanked Orin and the villagers for their kindness and wisdom, promising to carry their stories and lessons with her always. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lyra and Pip bid farewell to their newfound friends. They retraced their steps through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The key, still in her pocket, seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth, a reminder of the adventure that had begun with its discovery. When they finally emerged from the forest, Lyra felt a sense of peace and contentment. The village by the sea was just as she remembered, its rooftops glowing in the morning light. As she walked through the familiar streets, the villagers greeted her with smiles and waves, glad to see her safe and sound. Lyra shared her stories with her family and friends, recounting the wonders of the Whispering Woods and the lessons she had learned. She spoke of the importance of kindness and understanding, of the magic that exists in the world if only one knows where to look. Her tales captivated the villagers, inspiring them to see their own world with fresh eyes and open hearts. As the seasons changed and years passed, Lyra grew into a wise and compassionate woman. She became a beacon of light in her village, known for her gentle spirit and her ability to bring people together. And though she never forgot the magic of the Whispering Woods, she found that her true home was among the people she loved. Pip, ever loyal, remained by her side, a constant reminder of the adventures they had shared and the bond that had deepened between them. Together, they explored the world around them, finding joy in the simple beauty of everyday life. And so, as the sun set each evening, casting its golden glow over the village, Lyra would sit by the sea with Pip by her side, watching the waves dance in the fading light. Her heart was full, her soul at peace, and she knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For Lyra had discovered that the true magic of the world lay not in hidden realms or enchanted keys, but in the love and friendship that surrounded her every day. And that, she realized, was the greatest adventure of all. Story 49. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant wildflower meadows, there was a place known as Thistledown Hollow. It was a whimsical village where the rooftops were painted in all the colors of the rainbow, and the cobblestone paths seemed to hum with a gentle melody as the villagers went about their day. In Thistledown Hollow lived a peculiar cast of characters, each with their own delightful quirks. There was Penelope Puddlejumper, a sprightly girl with hair the color of sunshine and an infectious laugh that could be heard echoing through the streets. Penelope had a penchant for collecting raindrops in jars, claiming that each one held a story from the sky. Next door to Penelope lived Sir Hoppington, a dapper rabbit who wore a monocle and a waistcoat with brass buttons. Sir Hoppington fancied himself an amateur detective, always investigating the tiniest mysteries of the village, like why the moon seemed to wink on certain nights, or how the daisies always knew to bloom just before a rainstorm. And then there was Professor Fizzwidget, an eccentric inventor with a beard like silver cotton candy. His workshop was a marvel of gizmos and gadgets, each one more curious than the last. He had once invented a clock that ran backward, causing quite the stir until he realized it was perfect for counting down to tea time. One sunny morning, as the village basked in the glow of dawn, a peculiar event unfolded. The sky, usually azure and serene, shimmered with a cascade of colors, and a dazzling portal appeared just above the tallest oak tree in the village square. From it tumbled a flurry of sparkling, feather-like flakes that danced on the breeze, swirling down to the ground. As they landed, an unexpected transformation occurred. Every object they touched began to float gently into the air. Hats drifted off heads, teacups levitated from tables, and even Sir Hoppington found himself bobbing along the path, his feet a few inches from the ground. The villagers were both amused and baffled, watching as their belongings took to the skies. "This is quite the conundrum," exclaimed Sir Hoppington, adjusting his monocle to get a better view of his floating top hat. "We must get to the bottom of this." Penelope giggled as she floated alongside him, her collection of raindrop jars spinning gently in the air. "It's like the world has decided to dance with us. But you're right, Sir Hoppington. We should figure out how to bring everything back down." The two friends made their way to Professor Fizzwidget's workshop, where they found the professor tinkering with a machine that seemed to blow bubbles made of light. "Ah, my dear friends," he greeted them with a twinkle in his eye. "Isn't this quite the delightful mystery? I've been observing the phenomenon with great interest." "We were hoping you might have some idea of what's causing this," said Penelope, catching a twinkling flake in her hand and watching it melt like morning dew. Professor Fizzwidget stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I suspect that portal might be a gateway from the land of Liltwings, a magical realm where everything is as light as a feather. Perhaps a bit of their magic has spilled over into our world." "But how do we close the portal?" wondered Sir Hoppington, now carrying his waistcoat along with him in the air. "And more importantly, how do we get everything back down safely?" With a thoughtful hum, Professor Fizzwidget rummaged through his shelves and pulled out a device that looked like a cross between a compass and a weather vane. It whirred softly in his hands. "This is the Fluffernutter contraption," he explained. "It can channel the magic of Liltwings and help us restore balance. But we'll need something from the realm to complete it, a feather from a sky whisper bird." Penelope's eyes sparkled with excitement. "A quest! How wonderful! But how do we reach the portal?" The professor tapped the side of his nose and winked. "Ah, that's the clever part. We'll use the floating magic to our advantage. A bit of teamwork, a touch of ingenuity, and we'll be on our way." And so, with a flutter of wings and a touch of magic, the three friends set off on their adventure. They gathered a group of villagers, each eager to lend a hand, or rather, a float. By linking hands and using the gentle breeze to guide them, they drifted toward the shimmering portal, their hearts alight with curiosity and courage. As they passed through the portal, they were greeted by the most wondrous sight. The land of Liltwings was a place of endless skies and floating islands, where vibrant colors painted the horizon, and music seemed to drift on the air like the scent of wildflowers. Fluffy creatures with wings and tails of gossamer flitted about, their laughter as light as the clouds they danced upon. A sky whisper bird, with feathers that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows, glided gracefully toward them. It regarded the visitors with curious, intelligent eyes. Penelope, ever the friend to all creatures, held out her hand. "Hello, beautiful bird," she said gently. "We come from a village where everything is floating, and we seek your help to set things right." The sky whisper bird tilted its head, then plucked a single feather from its tail and placed it in Penelope's hand. The feather was as soft as a whisper, and as she held it, a feeling of peace settled over her. "Thank you," said Sir Hoppington, bowing courteously. "Your kindness will not be forgotten." With the precious feather in hand, the friends returned to Thistledown Hollow. Professor Fizzwidget carefully attached it to the Fluffernutter contraption, which began to glow with a gentle golden light. As it hummed and sang, the floating objects started to drift back down to earth, settling softly into place as if they had never left. The villagers cheered and clapped, their hearts filled with gratitude and wonder. The portal above the oak tree shimmered one last time before closing with a soft sigh, leaving behind only the memory of its magic. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars blinked into existence, Penelope, Sir Hoppington, and Professor Fizzwidget sat together beneath the oak tree. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the soft chirping of crickets. "We made quite the team," said Penelope, leaning against the tree trunk with a contented smile. "Indeed," agreed Sir Hoppington, adjusting his monocle. A bit of magic, a dash of friendship, and a sprinkle of cleverness can solve just about anything. Professor Fizzwidget chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling like the stars above. And perhaps, every once in a while, it's good to let a little magic into our lives, just to remind us of the wonders all around. With hearts full of joy and heads full of dreams, they drifted off to sleep under the canopy of the stars, knowing that in Thistledown Hollow, there would always be a little magic waiting just around the corner. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and let the gentle lull of dreams carry you away, remember that the world is full of magic and wonder, just waiting to be discovered. Good night and sweet dreams. Story 50. On the outskirts of a peaceful little village, nestled snugly between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a quaint old cottage, with moss-covered stones and ivy creeping around its windows. This cottage belonged to a kind-hearted woman named Lila, known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love of storytelling. Her stories often spoke of magical lands and wondrous adventures, but little did she know, she was about to embark on one herself. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the fields, Lila discovered something peculiar while tidying her attic. Among the dusty books and forgotten trinkets was an old brass key, its surface engraved with delicate swirls resembling vines. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, and as she held it in her hand, a soft warmth spread through her fingers. Intrigued, Lila decided to show the key to her dear friend Oliver, a gentle and wise old man who lived in a nearby cottage. Oliver was known for his vast knowledge of history and folklore, and if anyone could unravel the mystery of the key, it would be him. As she made her way through the village, a cool breeze rustled the leaves, and the scent of wood smoke wafted through the air. The path to Oliver's home was lined with towering oak trees, their leaves a riot of red and gold, whispering secrets as they danced in the wind. Lila felt a sense of anticipation growing within her, as if the key was leading her on a path she was meant to follow. Upon reaching Oliver's cozy abode, with its thatched roof and garden filled with blooming marigolds, Lila was warmly welcomed inside. The aroma of freshly baked bread and the crackling sound of a cheerful fire enveloped her in comfort. Oliver, with his twinkling eyes and a beard as white as winter snow, listened intently as Lila shared her discovery. "Ah," he mused, gently turning the key over in his hands. "This is no ordinary key, my dear. It is said that such keys can unlock doors to places unseen by ordinary eyes, places where magic still lingers." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of disbelief. "But how do I find such a door?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Oliver smiled, his gaze thoughtful. "The key will guide you, Lila. Trust in your heart, and you shall see the way." The following morning, a soft veil of mist clung to the land, and the village was bathed in a gentle, silvery light. Lila set out on a journey, not knowing where it would lead, but filled with a sense of wonder and determination. As she walked, the key pulsed gently in her pocket, as if eager to fulfill its purpose. Lila's path took her to the edge of the woods, a place she often visited for solace and inspiration. Here, the trees stood tall and proud, their branches intertwined like the arms of old friends. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the sound of birds chirping merrily. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Lila came across a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its roots embracing the earth with a wise, timeless grace. The key in her pocket grew warm, and she could feel it tugging gently, guiding her towards the tree. With a sense of awe, Lila approached the oak and noticed a small, intricately carved door nestled between its roots. Her heart skipped a beat. This was the door the key had been leading her to. Carefully, she placed the key into the lock, and with a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Gathering her courage, Lila descended the stairs, each step echoing softly in the stillness. The air grew warmer and carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. At the bottom, she found herself in an enchanting underground garden, illuminated by the gentle glow of bioluminescent flowers. The sight took her breath away, and she wondered if she had stepped into one of her own stories. As she explored, Lila met the inhabitants of this magical realm. each one more intriguing than the last. There was Tilly, a sprightly wood sprite with eyes like emeralds and a laugh that tinkled like wind chimes. She had a knack for finding hidden paths and loved to play gentle pranks on unsuspecting friends. Then there was Bramble, a wise old tortoise with a shell that shimmered like polished stone. He moved slowly but spoke with the wisdom of ages, offering advice to those who sought it. Lila felt at home among these newfound friends, and they welcomed her warmly, sensing her kind heart and gentle spirit. They shared stories of their world, one where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence, and harmony reigned because of the respect and understanding among its creatures. But all was not entirely well in this hidden garden. A problem had arisen. The ancient oak tree, the heart of their world, was slowly withering. Its leaves had lost their luster, and its bark seemed to sag as if burdened by an unseen weight. The garden's inhabitants were deeply worried, for without the tree's life-giving magic, their world would fade and disappear. Lila listened with empathy, her mind racing with thoughts of how she might help. She realized that the solution lay not in power or strength, but in understanding and connection. She spent her days observing the tree, feeling its energy, and listening to its silent whispers. She noticed that the tree seemed to respond to warmth and kindness, its leaves rustling gently whenever she spoke softly to it or played her flute beneath its branches. Inspired by this, Lila gathered her new friends and proposed an idea that blended their unique talents. Together, they could create a symphony of energy and love, a melody that would reach into the very heart of the tree and remind it of the joy and life surrounding it. Tilly fluttered about, spreading the sweet scent of blooming flowers, while Bramble recited ancient poems passed down through generations. Lila played her flute, weaving a melody that spoke of hope and renewal. As they worked together, the air thrummed with a gentle, harmonious vibration, a testament to the power of unity and friendship. Slowly but surely, the oak tree began to respond. Its leaves turned a vibrant green once more, and its bark regained its strength. The garden was filled with a renewed sense of life, and the inhabitants rejoiced, their world saved by the wisdom and kindness of a gentle stranger. Lila's heart swelled with happiness, knowing that she had played a part in this magical restoration. She realized that her journey had taught her the true power of connection and the importance of listening to the world around her. As the time came to say goodbye, her friends gathered around her with gifts of gratitude, a garland of flowers from Tilly, a polished stone from Bramble, and a small vial of shimmering dust that glowed softly in the moonlight. Lila accepted these tokens with tears of joy, promising to carry their magic with her always. With a final wave, she made her way back up the staircase and through the door, which closed gently behind her. The key had served its purpose and now rested quietly in her pocket, a reminder of the magical adventure she had embarked upon. As Lila returned to her village, the stars twinkled in the night sky, and the moon cast a silvery glow over the land. She felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the magic she had discovered was not just in faraway places, but in the hearts and kindness of those she held dear. And so the gentle storyteller continued to share her tales, her heart forever touched by the wisdom of the hidden garden and the friendships she had forged. Her stories, now enriched with the magic of her journey, brought warmth and wonder to all who gathered to listen, reminding them that true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. Story 51. In the heart of a vast ancient forest where the trees whispered secrets of the ages and the brook sang a melody as old as time itself, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were touched by the magic of their surroundings. This forest was unlike any other, for here, nature flourished in perfect harmony, a delicate balance maintained by the gentle hands of unseen forces. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground was a soft carpet of moss that felt like clouds beneath tiny feet. As the morning sun peeked through the canopy, its golden rays danced across the forest floor, illuminating the dewdrops that clung to the leaves like tiny jewels. In a cozy burrow nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits made their home. The eldest rabbit, with fur as gray as the winter sky, was known as Sage. His eyes sparkled with wisdom gathered over many seasons, and his heart was as warm as the softest moss. Sage had lived many years and had seen the forest through all its cycles. He was a storyteller, weaving tales of the forest's past, teaching the younger generations about the delicate dance of life that kept their world in balance. One morning, as the forest awoke with a gentle symphony of chirping birds and rustling leaves, Sage gathered the young ones around him. The sun was just beginning to warm the earth, and the scent of wildflowers filled the air. They nestled close, eager to hear the stories that would carry them through the day. "Today, my dear ones," Sage began, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, "I will tell you of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that ensures our world remains in harmony." As the young rabbits listened, their eyes wide with wonder, Sage began his tale. Long ago, when the forest was still young, the seasons were wild and untamed, each vying for dominance over the land. Winter's icy breath would linger too long, while summer's fiery embrace would scorch the earth. Spring and autumn, caught in between, struggled to find their place. The forest creatures knew that for life to thrive, the seasons needed balance, and so they sought the wisdom of the great weather weavers, magical beings who lived high in the sky, hidden among the clouds. The weavers were gentle giants, with robes woven from the colors of the dawn and eyes that sparkled like the stars. They listened to the pleas of the forest creatures and agreed to help. With their magic, they crafted the season's dance, a beautiful rhythm that guided the passage of time, ensuring that each season gave way to the next in perfect harmony. Winter would spread its blanket of snow, tucking the world into a peaceful slumber. Then, as the first notes of spring's melody drifted through the air, the snow would melt and life would awaken in a burst of color and song. Summer would follow with its warm embrace and days that stretched on like golden dreams. Finally, autumn would arrive, painting the forest in hues of amber and gold, a gentle reminder of the cycles of life. And so it was that the seasons learned to dance, each taking its turn in the grand tapestry of time. As Sage finished his tale, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the faint scent of coming rain. The young rabbits sighed contentedly, lulled by the story and the peacefulness of their surroundings. One of the youngest, a curious little rabbit named Pippin, looked up at Sage with wide eyes. "But Grandfather Sage," Pippin asked, "what if the seasons forget their dance?" Sage smiled, his heart warmed by the little one's curiosity. "Ah, Pippin, that's why we must remember the lessons of the past and care for our home. We must listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the brook, for in doing so, we help keep the balance and remind the seasons of their dance." The young rabbits nodded solemnly, understanding the importance of their role in the forest's harmony. As the day wore on, the clouds gathered thickly in the sky, and a gentle rain began to fall, its rhythm a soothing lullaby to the creatures below. The forest glistened, refreshed and vibrant, each drop of rain a gift from the heavens. The rabbits returned to their burrow, the scent of rain-dampened earth clinging to their fur. They nestled together, their hearts full of the wisdom they had learned and the comfort of their shared home. In the days that followed, Pippin often found himself pondering Sage's story, watching with wonder as the seasons continued their graceful dance. He listened to the whispers of the forest, learning from its ancient wisdom, and in time he too became a storyteller, passing down the tales of the season's dance to the generations that followed. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, life continued in harmony, guided by the gentle wisdom of those who had come before and the promise of those yet to come. The forest thrived, a testament to the power of balance, friendship, and the stories that kept them all connected. Story 52. In a cozy little village nestled deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young witch named Luna. She had a warm smile and a heart full of kindness, which made her a beloved member of the community. One crisp autumn evening, Luna was tending to her garden when she noticed something peculiar. The moonflowers, which should have been in full bloom under the brilliant harvest moon, remained tightly closed. Luna gently stroked their petals and whispered soft words of encouragement, but the flowers stubbornly refused to open. The next morning, Luna confided her worries to her dear friend Willow. a wise old oak tree who had seen many seasons come and go. Willow listened patiently, her branches swaying in the gentle breeze. How strange indeed, Willow mused. The moonflowers have never failed to bloom on a night like this. Perhaps we should seek counsel from the forest sprites. They have a deep connection with nature's rhythms. Luna nodded, grateful for Willow's guidance, and set off into the heart of the forest. As she wandered along the winding paths, she noticed other peculiarities. Mushroom rings that should have glowed in the dimness now lay dormant, and the usually melodic birdsong was strangely muted. Suddenly, a flurry of tiny lights danced around Luna, and she realized she had stumbled upon a gathering of forest sprites. The delicate creatures flitted about, their wings leaving trails of shimmering dust. "Welcome, dear Luna," chimed a melodic voice. It was Zephyr, the sprite elder, perched atop a toadstool. "We sensed your concern for the forest. Something is amiss, and we have been unable to uncover the cause." Luna explained about the moonflowers and the other odd occurrences she had witnessed. The sprites nodded solemnly, their usually vibrant auras dimmed with worry. "We must consult the ancient texts," Zephyr declared. "Perhaps the wisdom of our ancestors can shed light on this mystery." With the sprite's help, Luna pored over dusty tomes filled with tales and lore from ages past. Finally, in a worn, leather-bound volume, they found a passage that seemed to hold the answer. "When the balance of nature shifts," Luna read aloud, "and the realms grow out of sync, look to the heart of the forest, where the guardian slumbers. Only the pure of heart can awaken them and restore harmony." The sprites gasped in hushed reverence. The guardian was a legendary protector of the forest, but none had laid eyes upon them for centuries. Undaunted, Luna and the sprites set off to find the heart of the forest. They journeyed deep into the ancient woods, guided by Zephyr's keen senses. At last they came upon a clearing dominated by a towering oak, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. "This is the place," Zephyr whispered, and the sprites began a series of intricate dances and chants. As Luna watched in wonder, a faint glow began to emanate from the base of the ancient oak. Slowly, a figure emerged from within the tree itself, a majestic creature with the body of a great stag and the wings of an eagle. Its antlers were adorned with glowing runes, and its eyes shone with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, Guardian," Luna said, her voice filled with reverence. "We have need of your aid. The balance of our forest has been disrupted, and we know not how to restore it." The Guardian regarded her with a solemn gaze, then turned its attention to the sprites, who continued their enchanting rituals. After a long moment, it spoke in a voice that seemed to echo through the very roots of the forest. "A dark presence has taken hold, seeking to sever the ties that bind this realm to the others. You must journey to the Dreaming Grove and retrieve the Everlight, a sacred artifact that holds the power to mend the fabric of reality." Luna felt a flicker of trepidation, for the Dreaming Grove was said to be a place of great mystery and danger. But she knew she had to try, for the sake of the forest she loved so dearly. With the sprites as her guides, Luna ventured into the heart of the Dreaming Grove. There, amidst towering trees that seemed to shift and shimmer with every step, she faced a series of challenges that tested her courage, her wit, and her connection to the natural world. At last, after trials that would have daunted even the bravest of souls, Luna emerged victorious, clutching the Everlight, a glowing orb that pulsed with pure, radiant energy. Returning to the ancient oak, Luna presented the Everlight to the Guardian. The great creature extended its wings, and the orb rose into the air, bathing the forest in a warm, golden light. As the Everlight's power rippled outward, Luna witnessed the land around her spring back to life. The moonflowers unfurled their delicate petals, the mushroom rings rekindled their ethereal glow, and the birds resumed their joyous melodies. The Guardian turned its wise gaze upon Luna once more. "You have proven yourself worthy, young one. The balance is restored, and the realms are once again in harmony." With a grateful bow, the majestic creature faded back into the heart of the ancient oak, its duty fulfilled for another age. Luna turned to Zephyr and the sprites, her heart overflowing with joy and wonder. Together they celebrated the return of the forest's vitality, dancing and singing beneath the warm glow of the Everlight. From that day forth, Luna carried the lessons she had learned close to her heart. She knew that even in the darkest of times, hope could be found in the steadfast guardians of nature, and that the pure of heart would always find a way to restore the delicate balance of the realms. Story 53. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled in the heart of the misty hollow forest, something peculiar was afoot. The villagers, accustomed to the gentle rhythms of the seasons and the harmonious song of the forest, had begun to notice subtle changes. The usually vibrant flowers of the meadow seemed to be losing their color, and the gentle babble of the brook had taken on a curious, whispering undertone. At the heart of this small village lived a wise and kind-hearted herbalist named Marigold. Her cottage, with its moss-covered roof and lavender-filled window boxes, was a beacon of warmth and welcome. Marigold had an uncanny knack for noticing the little things that others often missed, a skill she had honed over countless years of collecting herbs and observing the forest's many moods. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast golden rays through the amber leaves, Marigold decided to investigate the strange occurrences that had begun to unsettle the village. She donned her soft woolen cloak, gathered her basket, and set out towards the meadow where the flowers had first shown signs of fading. As she wandered down the well-trodden path, the cool breeze played with her hair, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves. The meadow lay ahead, its once vibrant blooms now strangely muted. Marigold knelt beside a patch of wild asters, their usually vivid purple petals now a pale lavender. "It's as if they've lost their joy," she mused aloud, gently touching the petals. As she pondered, a soft rustling in the tall grass drew her attention. Out bounded a small furry creature with eyes as bright as polished acorns and a tail that flicked with curiosity. It was Pippin, the village's resident squirrel, known to be wise beyond his years. "Good day, Marigold," chirped Pippin, settling beside her. "I've noticed the flowers, too. It's rather odd, don't you think?" "Indeed it is," replied Marigold, a thoughtful look on her face. "And there's something peculiar about the brook as well. Have you heard its whispers?" Pippin nodded, his little paws clasped together. "Yes, it speaks in tongues I've never heard before. Perhaps it's trying to tell us something." With a shared resolve, Marigold and Pippin decided to visit the brook together. They walked side by side, the sun peeking shyly through the canopy of trees above, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The brook soon came into view, its waters glistening under the midday sun. As they approached, its gentle murmurs grew clearer, forming words that floated through the air like a gentle breeze. "Seek the heart of the forest, where the ancient oak stands," the brook whispered, its voice a soft lullaby. Marigold exchanged a glance with Pippin, their eyes wide with understanding. The ancient oak, a venerable tree known to be the oldest in the forest, was said to harbor secrets of times long past. It seemed their path was clear. The journey to the ancient oak was one filled with wonder. The forest, alive with the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds, seemed to guide them with an unseen hand. As they walked, Marigold couldn't help but marvel at the vibrant tapestry of colors that autumn had woven across the landscape. The air was crisp and invigorating, carrying the promise of discovery. Finally, they arrived at the foot of the ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like a wise elder offering an embrace. Marigold and Pippin stood in awe, the tree's immense presence a comforting cloak around them. "What do you think we should do?" Pippin asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Marigold closed her eyes briefly, allowing the tranquility of the moment to envelop her. Then, with a gentle touch, she placed her hands on the rough bark of the oak, feeling its stories pulse beneath her fingertips. "Great oak," she whispered, "we seek your wisdom. The village is troubled, and we wish to restore its harmony." For a moment, all was silent, save for the gentle rustling of leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice like the rolling of distant thunder filled the air. It was the voice of the oak, resonating from the depths of the earth. "Fear not, gentle souls," it rumbled. "Long have I watched over this forest and your village. A subtle imbalance has stirred, born of neglect and forgetfulness. The meadow flowers and the brook are but the first to show signs." "What must we do to restore balance?" Marigold asked, her voice calm and respectful. "The heart of the forest has grown weary," the oak explained. "The old well, hidden within the glade, has been forgotten. Its waters once nurtured the land, but now it is dry and silent. seek out the well and offer it the gift of remembrance. Marigold and Pippin nodded, understanding that their task was to rekindle the connection between the village and the forest. With determined hearts, they thanked the ancient oak and set off towards the glade, a place of serene beauty known to few. The path to the glade was one less traveled, winding through a dense thicket where the sunlight barely touched the ground. Yet there was a gentle magic in the air, a feeling of being guided by unseen hands. As they walked, Marigold thought of the stories her grandmother had told her, of times when the village and the forest lived in harmony, each nurturing the other. Finally, they reached the glade, a tranquil clearing bathed in the soft glow of afternoon light. In its center stood the old well, its stones covered in moss, a testament to the passage of time. Marigold approached it with reverence, Pippin at her side. "This is it," Marigold said softly, "the source of the forest's heart." Together, they gathered around the well, Pippin climbing onto the edge to peer inside. It was indeed dry, its depths echoing with a silence that spoke of years gone by. Marigold reached into her basket and retrieved a small vial filled with water she had collected from the brook, a symbol of their gratitude and remembrance. With a gentle hand, she poured the water into the well, whispering a prayer of thanks to the forest. As the last drop fell, a soft light began to emanate from the depths, spreading warmth and renewal across the glade. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled ever so slightly, and the air filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. The well began to fill with crystal-clear water, its surface shimmering with the colors of the forest. Marigold and Pippin watched in awe as the glade came alive with vibrant energy, the flowers regaining their vivid hues and the air buzzing with life. The task complete, Marigold and Pippin returned to the village, their hearts light with the joy of their accomplishment. As they walked through the village square, they noticed the subtle changes taking place. The whispering brook now sang with a clear, harmonious melody, and the meadow flowers bloomed with renewed vigor, their colors brighter than ever. The villagers too sensed the change. They gathered in the square, drawn by the newfound vibrancy of their home. Marigold and Pippin shared the story of their journey, the lessons of respect and remembrance that the forest had taught them. From that day on, the village of Willowbrook lived in harmony with the forest, nurturing the land that had always nurtured them. The ancient oak watched over them, its wisdom a guiding light for generations to come. And as the sun set over the village, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Marigold sat by her cottage window, a contented smile on her face. The world outside hummed with the gentle lullaby of nature, a soothing symphony that lulled the village into a peaceful slumber. In the heart of the forest, the well continued to whisper its secrets, a timeless reminder of the bond between the village and the land, a bond that would never be forgotten. Story 54. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang their lullabies to the moon and the stars blinked in gentle approval, lay a quaint village known as Havenbrook. This village, nestled warmly within a circle of towering oaks and fragrant pines, was not marked on any map, for it existed in a realm just a whisper away from the ordinary world. The air was always sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and a thick carpet of moss cushioned the footsteps of all who wandered its paths. The villagers of Havenbrook were known for their simple joys and warm hearts, living harmoniously with the mystical aura that surrounded them. Among them was young Finn, a kind-hearted boy with eyes the color of the forest canopy and hair as tousled as the river's edge. Finn had a curious nature and an insatiable fascination with the mysteries that whispered through the woods. Finn lived at the edge of Havenbrook, in a cozy cottage that seemed almost part of the forest itself, with ivy creeping along its stone walls and a roof thatched with golden straw. He shared this home with his grandmother, Maeve, who was known for her stories that carried the magic of the ages. Her tales, woven with threads of wisdom and wonder, often spoke of hidden worlds and enchanted objects, leaving Finn's imagination to dance in the flickering light of the hearth. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Maeve gathered Finn close by the fire. The flames crackled softly, casting warm shadows that danced along the walls. Maeve's voice, gentle and melodic, began to weave another tale. "There is a legend," she said, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge, "of the luminous stone, a gem of unparalleled beauty. It is said to possess the power to reveal hidden truths and to guide those who are lost to where they truly belong." Finn leaned in closer, his heart quickening with intrigue. "Where is it, Grandma? Has anyone ever found it?" Maeve smiled, a knowing smile that suggested she held more than just stories in her heart. "The luminous stone is hidden within the Forest of Echoes, beyond the Whispering Woods. Some say it's guarded by the ancient spirits of the forest, and only those who are truly pure of heart can hope to find it." The tale lingered in Finn's thoughts long after he had gone to bed, his dreams filled with shimmering stones and mystical forests. When morning broke, with the sun casting golden rays through the lattice of leaves, Finn awoke with a newfound determination. He decided that he would seek the luminous stone, not for its power, but for the adventure it promised and the answers it might hold. With a satchel packed with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of honeyed milk, and a small lantern, Finn set off at dawn. The village was still wrapped in the gentle embrace of slumber, and the only sound was the soft rustling of leaves as the wind whispered its secrets. As Finn ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods, the familiar paths of Havenbrook gave way to wilder, untamed trails. The trees here were older, their trunks gnarled and twisted, and the air hummed with a palpable magic. Birds with plumage as vibrant as jewels flitted among the branches, their songs a harmonious symphony that guided him onward. It was here, amidst the ancient trees and the carpet of ferns, that Finn met his first companion on the journey. A fox, with fur as fiery as the setting sun and eyes bright with intelligence, appeared silently by his side. Finn was not startled, for the animals of the forest often sensed the hearts of those who traveled through their domain. "Hello, little one," Finn greeted warmly, crouching to meet the fox's gaze. "Do you know the way to the Forest of Echoes?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering the question, before turning and trotting down a narrow path. Finn, understanding the unspoken invitation, followed without hesitation. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn and his new companion to a clearing where the trees parted like curtains to reveal a glistening stream. The water sparkled under the sunlight, and on its banks stood an old willow tree, its branches dipping gracefully into the water. Beneath the willow, a figure sat, humming softly. It was an elderly man, with a beard as white as the winter snow and eyes like two clear pools of wisdom. He wore robes of deep green, and around his neck hung a pendant shaped like a crescent moon. He seemed as much a part of the forest as the trees themselves. "Greetings, young traveler," the man called, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "What brings you to this part of the woods?" Finn stepped forward, his heart filled with both curiosity and respect. "I seek the luminous stone, sir. I wish to find it and discover the truths it holds." The old man chuckled softly, a sound like the rustle of leaves. "Ah, the luminous stone. Many have sought it, but few have truly understood its purpose. It is not just about finding the stone, but about understanding the journey itself." Finn nodded, sensing the truth in the man's words. "Will you help me, sir? Can you guide me to the Forest of Echoes?" The man rose, his movements as fluid as the flowing stream. "I shall accompany you for a while, for the path to the Forest of Echoes is not one you should walk alone." With the old man and the fox by his side, Finn continued his journey. They walked through sun-dappled glades, where wildflowers painted the ground in a riot of colors, and beneath towering trees whose leaves whispered secrets in the wind. The air was alive with the scent of earth and growing things, a comforting reminder of the life that pulsed all around them. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, Finn learned from the old man, who introduced himself as Eldrin, a guardian of the forest's secrets. Eldrin spoke of the harmony that existed between the natural world and the mystical, and how the luminous stone was a symbol of that balance. Finn listened intently, his understanding of the world around him deepening with each step. The day passed gently into evening, and the sky began to blush with the colors of twilight. The group found a sheltered nook beneath a towering oak, where they made camp for the night. Eldrin conjured a small fire with a wave of his hand, its flames casting a warm glow that held the night at bay. As they sat around the fire, Finn shared his bread and honeyed milk, and in return, Eldrin told tales of the forest's history. The fox curled up beside Finn, its presence a comforting warmth as the night grew cool. "Remember, Finn," Eldrin said as the fire crackled softly, "the luminous stone is a guide, but it is your heart that truly leads the way. Trust in your instincts and the friends you find along the path." With those words echoing in his mind, Finn lay back on the soft moss, the stars above twinkling like 1,000 tiny lanterns. He drifted into a peaceful sleep, the gentle sounds of the forest lulling him into dreams of wonder and discovery. Morning arrived with the soft light of dawn, and after a simple breakfast, they resumed their journey. The forest gradually changed around them, the trees becoming more ancient, their trunks wider and their roots deeper. A sense of timelessness enveloped the land, as if they were stepping back into a world untouched by the passage of time. It was midday when they reached the edge of the Forest of Echoes. Here, the air was thick with enchantment, and the trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches interwoven to form a natural archway. Beyond lay a realm where the very air shimmered with magic, and the gentle hum of the forest grew into an ethereal melody. Finn hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the journey ahead. Eldrin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "This is where I leave you, young traveler. The Forest of Echoes is a place where you must walk alone with your heart as your guide." The fox nuzzled Finn's leg, as if offering its own encouragement. Finn nodded, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "Thank you, Eldrin, for your guidance and your friendship." Eldrin smiled, a look of pride in his wise eyes. "May the forest watch over you, Finn. Trust in yourself and in the magic that surrounds you." With a final wave, Eldrin turned and headed back into the woods, leaving Finn and the fox at the threshold of the Forest of Echoes. Finn squared his shoulders, feeling a mix of anticipation and resolve, and stepped through the archway. The world beyond was unlike anything Finn had ever seen. The forest glowed with a soft, otherworldly light, the leaves shimmering like emeralds in the sun. The air was filled with a symphony of sounds, the calls of unseen creatures mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. It was a place of enchantment, where every step seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the earth. As Finn ventured deeper, the path wound through groves of towering silver birches and thickets of fragrant wildflowers. The fox trotted by his side, its eyes keen and alert, as if sensing the magic that hung thick in the air. Their journey led them to a glade where the ground was covered in a carpet of bluebells, their blooms swaying gently in a breeze that carried the scent of jasmine and honey. At the center of the glade stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Finn approached the stones, feeling a pull in his heart, as if they were calling to him. The fox paused at the edge of the circle, watching with an intensity that suggested it understood the significance of the moment. As Finn stepped into the circle, the air seemed to hum with energy, and the runes on the stones began to pulse with light. He felt a warmth spread through him, a sensation both comforting and exhilarating, as if the very essence of the forest was flowing through his veins. In that moment, Finn understood the true nature of the luminous stone. It was not just a physical object to be found, but a bond between the seeker and the world around them. It was the realization that the magic he sought was already within him, waiting to be awakened. With this newfound understanding, Finn knelt at the center of the circle, his heart open to the wisdom and beauty of the world. The light from the runes grew brighter, surrounding him in a gentle glow that seemed to lift him from the ground. As he rose, the fox let out a soft, joyous bark, and Finn realized that he was not alone in this transformation. The fox, too, was enveloped in the light, its form shifting and shimmering until it stood as a majestic creature of pure light, its eyes filled with a deep and abiding wisdom. Together, they floated above the glade, the world below a tapestry of vibrant colors and life. Finn felt a sense of peace and belonging, as if he were part of something greater than himself, a living thread in the fabric of existence. The vision lasted only a moment, but it left an indelible mark on Finn's heart. As the light faded and he returned to the ground, he knew that his journey was far from over, but that he had found the guidance he needed to follow his path. With the fox by his side, now a guardian spirit in its own right, Finn retraced his steps through the Forest of Echoes, the air still humming with the magic of the place. They emerged from the forest to find Eldrin waiting, a knowing smile on his face. "You have found what you sought, Finn," Eldrin said, his voice filled with pride. "And now, you carry the light of the luminous stone within you, a beacon to guide you through life's journey." Finn nodded, feeling the truth of Eldrin's words deep within his soul. He understood now that the luminous stone was not just a legend, but a reminder of the wisdom and beauty that existed in the world if one only took the time to see it. Together, they returned to Havenbrook, the village welcoming them with open arms and the warmth of home. Finn shared his journey with his grandmother, Maeve, her eyes shining with pride and love. From that day forward, Finn became a storyteller in his own right, weaving tales of wonder and magic that inspired others to seek their own paths and discover the light within themselves. And so, the story of the luminous stone lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the belief that the greatest treasures are those we find within our hearts. Story 55. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived two beings from vastly different worlds. Zyrax, a brave but brash creature from the fiery planet Zillion, and Nurka, a gentle soul hailing from the serene waters of Cerulean. Zyrax's body glowed like molten lava, his movements swift and fiery. Nurka, on the other hand, was a shimmering, aquatic being, her form as fluid as the ocean currents. When a cosmic storm brought their ships crashing together on a remote moon, they found themselves stranded and utterly bewildered by one another's presence. "Stay away from me, water dweller," Zyrax snarled, his fiery temper flaring. "Your kind brings nothing but dampness and gloom." Nurka recoiled, hurt by his harsh words. "But we must work together if we wish to survive this ordeal," she pleaded, her voice as soothing as a babbling brook. Reluctantly, they joined forces, gathering supplies and seeking shelter. But their differences often led to misunderstandings and clashes. Zyrax's impatience scorched Nurka's delicate spirit, while her gentle persistence seemed to douse his fiery determination. Yet as the days turned into weeks, they faced one shared challenge after another, fending off hostile creatures, braving treacherous landscapes, and enduring the harshness of the elements. Slowly, they began to appreciate each other's unique strengths, and a tenuous bond started to form. Nurka marveled at Zyrax's unwavering courage, which burned as bright as his molten form. And Zyrax couldn't help but admire Nurka's endless patience and her ability to soothe even the most turbulent of emotions. One fateful night, as they huddled together under the cosmic canopy, a sudden tremor shook the ground, and a chasm opened before them. Nurka found herself teetering on the edge, her life hanging by a thread. Without hesitation, Zyrax plunged into the abyss, his fiery body illuminating the way. He wrapped his scorching tendrils around Nurka, shielding her from the searing heat, and pulled her to safety. As Nurka gazed upon her unlikely savior, she realized that within his fiery exterior beat a heart as warm and compassionate as the suns that give life to the universe. From that moment on, their bond deepened, and they understood that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they physical or cultural. They had found a kindred spirit in one another, and their shared journey became a testament to the power of acceptance, understanding, and unwavering support. When at last a rescue ship arrived, Zyrax and Nurka parted ways with heavy hearts, but their friendship had been forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the cool waters of empathy. They knew that no matter how vast the cosmos, their spirits would forever be intertwined, shining as a beacon of hope for all those who dared to embrace the beauty of differences. And as they each returned to their respective worlds, they carried within them the true meaning of friendship, a bond that celebrates diversity while uniting souls in a harmonious embrace, transcending even the furthest reaches of the galaxy. Story 56. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and silver streams, there stood an old cobbler's shop. Its wooden sign creaked softly in the breeze, and its windows glowed warmly in the twilight. The cobbler, a gentle soul named Alden, had spent many years crafting boots and shoes that seemed to whisper stories of distant lands with every step they took. One chilly autumn evening, as the world outside wrapped itself in the golden light of the setting sun, Alden discovered a peculiar item tucked away in a dusty corner of his shop. It was a small, unassuming shoehorn, delicate and worn with time. Its handle shimmered with an iridescent glow, like moonlight captured in glass. Curious, Alden ran his fingers over the shoehorn's surface, feeling a gentle warmth that spread through his fingertips. In that moment, a soft voice, as soothing as a lullaby, murmured in his mind, "You hold the key to a journey yet untold." Alden, though startled, felt a sense of calm assurance. He decided to keep the shoehorn close, tucking it into his apron pocket. Little did he know, this simple act would lead him on an adventure beyond his wildest dreams. The very next day, as dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, Alden set off on his morning walk. The village was just awakening, the air crisp and fresh, infused with the scent of dew-kissed earth. As he strolled along the cobblestone path, he noticed a soft, silvery trail weaving through the village, leading towards the forest's edge. Guided by an inexplicable pull, Alden followed the trail, which seemed to twinkle underfoot like stardust. The path led him deeper into the forest, where towering trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. It was here, amidst the rustling foliage, that Alden met the first of his companions, a wise old owl named Bramble. Bramble perched on a low branch, her feathers a mosaic of browns and golds, eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. "Ah, Alden," she hooted softly, "you've found the shoehorn, the harbinger of paths. It chooses those with kind hearts and gentle hands. Your journey is about to begin." Alden, though surprised, felt an overwhelming sense of peace in Bramble's presence. "But what journey?" he asked, curiosity sparking in his eyes. "To restore the balance of the enchanted glade," Bramble replied, her voice a gentle breeze. "It has fallen into shadow, and only through wisdom and unity can it be healed." With Bramble by his side, Alden continued through the forest, where the light danced through the leaves like liquid gold. Along the way, they were joined by two more companions, a mischievous squirrel named Pippin, with a coat as fiery as autumn leaves, and a kind-hearted rabbit named Willow, whose soft, silvery fur glowed in the dappled sunlight. Together, the four companions journeyed towards the heart of the forest, where the enchanted glade lay hidden. The path was not without its challenges. Tangled thickets and trickling streams sought to hinder their progress, but it was here Alden's newfound friends shone brightest. Pippin's nimble paws found the safest routes, while Willow's gentle nudges and Bramble's wise counsel guided them past every obstacle. As they neared the glade, the air grew heavy with a somber stillness. The vibrant colors of the forest dulled, and a cool mist curled around their feet, whispering of lost joy. Here in the heart of the enchanted glade, Alden found the source of the shadow, a beautiful, ancient tree, its branches drooping and leaves pale. Alden approached the tree, feeling its sorrow in the depths of his heart. He reached for the shoehorn, its warmth a reassuring presence in his hand. "What do we do?" he asked his companions, seeking their guidance. Bramble fluttered to a low branch, her eyes focused on Alden. "Listen, Alden, the tree speaks in silence. It needs not force, but understanding." Alden closed his eyes, listening with all his heart. He felt the tree's story, its roots entwined with the earth, its branches once reaching for the stars, now yearning for the laughter of the forest, the songs of the wind. With his eyes still closed, Alden whispered, "We are here to help you, dear tree. Tell us what you need." In the silence that followed, a gentle rustling arose, a language of leaves and wind. The tree spoke of the need for harmony, for the laughter of the forest creatures and the songs of the birds to return. Alden understood. He turned to his friends, who nodded in silent agreement. Together, they set to work, each contributing their unique gifts. Pippin gathered seeds and nuts, scattering them with a joyful dance. Willow dug small channels to guide the streams back to their natural paths, bringing life-giving water to the tree's roots. Bramble called out to the birds, her song a melody of welcome and warmth. As for Alden, he used the shoehorn to gently comb the soil around the tree's base, its iridescent glow encouraging new shoots to sprout and leaves to unfurl. Slowly, the tree's branches lifted, its leaves regaining their vibrant hues. In time, the enchanted glade filled with life once more. Birds sang from the treetops, their melodies weaving through the air. The forest creatures returned, their laughter echoing through the trees. The ancient tree stood tall and proud, a beacon of unity and renewal. Alden, Bramble, Pippin, and Willow sat together beneath the tree, their hearts full with the joy of their accomplishment. The shoehorn, now nestled in Alden's lap, shimmered with a gentle light, a reminder of the journey they had undertaken and the wisdom they had gained. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of lavender and rose, Alden knew it was time to return home. He bid farewell to his companions, promising to visit the glade and its newfound harmony. With the shoehorn safely in his pocket, Alden made his way back to the village under a sky studded with stars. The gentle night air whispered of the adventures yet to come, of the magic found in friendship, and the power of kindness to change the world. And so, Alden returned to his cobbler's shop, where the warmth of the hearth welcomed him home. As he settled into his favorite chair, the shoehorn glowing softly beside him, he felt a deep sense of contentment. For he knew that sometimes the greatest journeys begin with the simplest of steps, and the most profound magic is born from the gentlest of hearts. And with that comforting thought, Alden drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the wonders that awaited him in the days to come, and the friends who had taught him the true meaning of wisdom and unity. Story 57. In the heart of the ancient whispering wood, where the air was always sweet with the scent of pine and the ground cushioned by a thick carpet of moss, the creatures of the forest lived in a world as old as time. Here, the gentle symphony of rustling leaves and burbling brooks played a ceaseless melody, and the dappled sunlight danced through the towering trees, casting playful shadows on the earth below. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Brindle, whose shell was etched with the marks of countless seasons. Brindle was known far and wide for his gentle spirit and deep wisdom, which he shared generously with all who sought it. He was often found nestled beneath the grand roots of the ancient oak, his favorite spot where the sunlight was warmest and the earth smelled of rich, dark loam. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves were painted in hues of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Wren scampered through the forest with a heart full of curiosity. Her fur was the color of maple syrup, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 untold stories. Wren was new to the forest, having recently ventured from the nearby grove in search of adventure and new friends. As she darted among the trees, collecting acorns and marveling at the world around her, she noticed a peculiar thing. The usually vibrant forest seemed quieter than usual, as if it were holding its breath. The usual chatter of birds and the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush were subdued, and even the wind seemed to whisper more softly through the branches. Puzzled, Wren decided to visit Brindle, hoping his wisdom might shed light on this mystery. With her cheeks full of acorns and a heart full of questions, she made her way to the ancient oak, where Brindle was already settled in his familiar nook. "Good morning, Brindle," Wren chirped, her voice bright against the morning stillness. "The forest feels different today. Have you noticed?" Brindle lifted his head slowly, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "Ah, young Wren, the forest is always speaking to us, if only we take the time to listen. What you sense is the turning of the seasons, a magical time when the world readies itself for winter's embrace." Wren tilted her head, intrigued. "But why does it feel so quiet?" Brindle chuckled softly, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "The forest is preparing, my dear. Each creature, each tree, and each stream knows its part in the grand dance of nature. They are conserving their energy, gathering their strength for the colder days to come." As the gentle tortoise spoke, Wren began to understand. She could feel the subtle hum of life around her, the quiet determination of the forest as it shifted towards winter. It was as though she could see the invisible threads weaving the natural world together, each one a testament to resilience and harmony. "But what can I do?" Wren asked, her voice tinged with both eagerness and concern. "I want to help." Brindle smiled, his eyes closing in a slow, thoughtful blink. "Every creature has its role, Wren. For you, perhaps, it is to spread the seeds of the trees, ensuring new life when spring returns. Or maybe it's to help your fellow creatures find shelter and food." Wren nodded, her heart swelling with purpose. She spent the following days scampering through the whispering wood, sharing her acorns, and guiding others to hidden caches of food. She listened to the wisdom of the trees and learned the secrets of the streams, growing in understanding and strength. As the days grew shorter and the air took on a crisp, frosty edge, the forest began to transform. The ground was soon blanketed in fallen leaves, their rich colors muted by a dusting of early snow. The creatures of the forest grew quieter still, huddling together in warmth and companionship. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of fiery oranges and purples, Wren returned to the ancient oak. She found Brindle nestled in his usual spot, a serene smile upon his face. "Brindle, I've done as you suggested. I've helped where I can," Wren said softly, her voice carrying the satisfaction of a job well done. "You have done well, little Wren," Brindle replied, his voice as gentle as the breeze. "You have become a part of the forest, woven into its very fabric. Remember, true harmony comes from understanding and balance. Each of us, no matter how small, plays a vital role." With those words, Wren felt a warmth spread through her, a profound connection to the world around her. She understood now that the forest was not just a place, but a living, breathing community, each part essential to the whole. As winter finally settled over the whispering wood, the forest was ready. Beneath the starlit sky, the creatures found comfort in each other's presence, knowing that spring would come again, bringing with it new life and new stories. And so the whispering wood remained, a timeless testament to the beauty of balance and the wisdom of the natural world, where even the smallest creature could make a difference. With the gentle guidance of Brindle and the boundless energy of Wren, the forest thrived in harmony, a symphony of life in perfect tune with the seasons. Story 58, title, The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling hills and a meandering river, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. It was a place where time seemed to slow, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of bees flitting among the flowers. In this peaceful setting lived a young boy named Oliver, who had a heart as big and open as the sky above him. Oliver was known for his curious nature and kind spirit. Every day after school, he would wander into the surrounding forest, known to locals as the Whispering Woods. The forest was a place of wonder, where sunlight danced through the canopy of ancient trees, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The villagers spoke of its magic in hushed tones, claiming it held secrets that were as old as time itself. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves crunched beneath his feet and the wind carried the crisp scent of pine, Oliver stumbled upon something extraordinary. In a secluded glade bathed in golden sunlight stood an ancient oak tree. Its branches stretched wide as if embracing the sky, and at its base lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was unlike anything Oliver had ever seen, with delicate vines and flowers etched into its surface, and a soft, otherworldly glow emanating from within. With a sense of reverence, Oliver approached the box and gently lifted its lid. Inside was a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg, pulsating with a warm, inviting light. As his fingers brushed against its surface, a gentle voice filled the air around him, whispering secrets only the forest could know. Startled, yet intrigued, Oliver slipped the stone into his pocket and hurried home. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars twinkled in the sky, Oliver sat by the fireplace, the warmth of the fire enveloping him like a cozy blanket. He pulled the stone from his pocket and watched its glow dance in the dim light. The whispers returned, clearer now, weaving tales of the forest's hidden wonders and forgotten histories. The stone, it seemed, held the power to unlock the stories of the Whispering Woods. Over the coming weeks, Oliver returned to the forest each day, eager to uncover its mysteries. The stone became his guide, revealing paths he had never noticed before, and introducing him to the creatures that called the forest home. He met Fennel, a wise old fox with fur as silver as moonlight, who spoke in riddles and had a twinkle in his eye that suggested he knew more than he let on. Then there was Lila, a gentle deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate, who moved with a grace that seemed almost ethereal. Through his newfound friends, Oliver learned of the forest's delicate balance and the importance of every creature within it. He discovered that the stone he carried was a gift from the forest itself, a tool to help him understand and protect the world around him. It was a responsibility he took to heart, his connection to the forest deepening with each passing day. One day, as the sky turned a brilliant shade of amber, and the air was filled with the songs of the evening chorus, Oliver noticed a change in the forest. The trees whispered of a shadow creeping through the woods, a presence that threatened the harmony of their world. Determined to protect his friends and their home, Oliver set out to uncover the source of the disturbance. With Fennel and Lila by his side, Oliver ventured deeper into the forest than he had ever gone before. The path was fraught with challenges, from tangled thickets that seemed to come alive to streams that swelled with sudden rains. Yet with each obstacle, the stone guided him, its whispers offering comfort and insight. It was on the third day of their journey that they reached the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees grew so tall they seemed to touch the heavens, and the air was thick with magic. There, in a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight, stood a majestic stag. His antlers were adorned with vines and blossoms, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. He was the guardian of the forest, a being of great power and responsibility. The stag spoke to Oliver, his voice like the rustling of leaves in the wind, and revealed the source of the forest's unrest. A withered oak, poisoned by a careless act of man, its sickness spreading like a shadow through the woods. Oliver felt a pang of sadness, for he knew that the balance of the forest was fragile, and that even the smallest actions could have far-reaching consequences. Yet he also felt a surge of determination, a resolve to set things right. With the guidance of the stone and the support of his friends, Oliver devised a plan to heal the wounded tree. Gathering herbs and plants known for their healing properties, Oliver and his companions worked tirelessly. They tended to the tree, whispering words of encouragement and gratitude, their combined efforts creating a symphony of hope and renewal. Slowly the tree began to heal, its bark regaining its rich, earthy hue, and its branches once again reaching skyward. As the forest breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of peace and gratitude enveloped Oliver. The stone, its purpose fulfilled, faded into a soft, gentle light, leaving behind a warmth in his heart that would guide him forevermore. The forest, with its secrets and stories, had become a part of him, a friend and teacher that would remain with him always. Oliver returned to Willowbrook a changed boy, his eyes bright with the knowledge of the world beyond the village's borders. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, that every action, no matter how small, has an impact, that kindness and understanding can heal even the deepest wounds, and that true friendship knows no boundaries. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Oliver grew into a wise and gentle man, revered by the villagers for his wisdom and compassion. He often returned to the Whispering Woods, where the trees greeted him like an old friend, and the forest whispered tales of wonder and magic. And so, the story of Oliver and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a reminder of the magic that exists in the world for those willing to listen. It taught the villagers to respect and cherish the world around them, to seek out friendship and understanding, and to always believe in the power of their actions to create change. As the fire crackled and the embers glowed, the story would be retold, each telling a gentle reminder of the boy who listened to the whispers of the woods and found his place in the world. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the village of Willowbrook nestled into the embrace of night, Oliver's tale would lull children to sleep, their dreams filled with the wonders of the forest and the promise of tomorrow. The end. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a quaint village, nestled in the gentle embrace of rolling hills, there lay a small cottage with a charming, thatched roof and windows that twinkled like friendly eyes in the moonlight. This was the home of a young girl named Clara, whose heart was as curious as the day was long. Clara had a passion for exploring the nooks and crannies of her world, always wondering what secrets might be tucked away in the most unsuspecting places. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the leaves danced merrily on the breeze and the air carried the sweet scent of apples, Clara set out on one of her usual rambles. She wandered through the fields, where the golden stalks of wheat whispered secrets to the wind, and into the forest, where sunlight trickled through the canopy like liquid gold. Her feet followed a path less traveled, one that wound through the heart of the forest and led her to a forgotten clearing. In the center of this clearing, bathed in a shaft of warm amber light, was a solitary tree stump. Upon this stump sat an object that seemed quite out of place, a simple, unassuming teapot. Its porcelain surface was adorned with delicate vines and tiny, painted flowers that seemed to bloom under Clara's gaze. Drawn by its curious presence, Clara approached. As her fingers brushed the teapot's handle, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she heard a soft, melodic voice whisper, "Pour me some tea, and your heart shall see." Startled yet intrigued, Clara looked around, expecting to find someone nearby, but she was alone. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the teapot's lid and found, to her astonishment, that it was filled with a shimmering, iridescent liquid. She carefully poured a small amount into the teacup that had magically appeared beside the teapot. As the liquid touched the cup, it released a fragrant, soothing aroma, and Clara felt a sense of calm envelop her. Without hesitation, she took a sip. Immediately, the world around her began to shift. The trees seemed to sway in a slow, graceful dance, and the colors of the forest grew vibrant, as if painted by an artist's brush. But the most wondrous change was within Clara herself. She felt a gentle tug at her heart, guiding her thoughts inward. Memories of times when she felt uncertain or afraid began to surface, but with them came a new understanding, a clarity that revealed the truth behind her fears. She realized that the answers she sought were always within her, waiting to be uncovered by the light of self-compassion and patience. As Clara stood there, savoring this newfound insight, she heard soft footsteps approaching. From the forest emerged a peculiar pair, a tiny fox with fur like a patchwork quilt of autumn leaves, and an owl whose feathers shimmered like moonlight on a still pond. The fox, with a twinkle in its eyes, introduced itself as Pip, while the owl, with a wise nod, was called Hoot. "We've been watching you, dear Clara," said Pip in a voice as light as the rustling leaves. "We knew you were the right one to find the teapot." Hoot, with a slow blink, added, "The teapot of truth reveals the wisdom within. It guides those who seek clarity and courage." Clara smiled at her new companions, feeling a warmth of friendship blossom in her chest. "Thank you for trusting me with this gift," she said. "But what should I do with it now?" Pip and Hoot exchanged a knowing glance. "The teapot is yours to keep," Hoot explained. "Use it when you find yourself in doubt. It will always show you the path of understanding and kindness." Over the coming weeks, Clara shared her discovery with the villagers, not by revealing the teapot's magic, but by embodying the wisdom it had granted her. She became a beacon of gentle guidance and understanding, helping others to see the light within themselves. Pip and Hoot often visited, bringing stories and laughter that echoed through the forest, weaving bonds of friendship and joy. And so Clara's life in the village continued with newfound purpose. The teapot, a symbol of her journey, remained a cherished secret, nestled safely on her windowsill. Each time she poured its magical brew, she was reminded of the strength and insight that came from within, and the warmth of friendship that surrounded her. In the glow of the evening, as stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds across the sky, Clara would often sit by her window, the teapot steaming beside her. She would gaze at the horizon, where the sun dipped below the hills, painting the world in hues of pink and gold, and feel a profound peace settle in her heart. And so the village thrived in the gentle embrace of wisdom and friendship, its people forever touched by the quiet magic of an ordinary teapot that held extraordinary secrets. As Clara drifted off to sleep each night, she knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she was ready to face them, with patience, understanding, and the love of her cherished friends. Story 60. Once upon a time, in the sun-dappled glades of the Whispering Woods, a place where laughter danced on the breeze and the trees wore cloaks of emerald and gold, there lived a peculiar group of friends. Their days were filled with joyous adventures and nights with stories spun under a starlit sky. Among them was Pippin, a diminutive squirrel with a penchant for polka-dotted acorns, who wore a tiny monocle perched neatly on his nose. His closest friend, Tessa the turtle, was known for her vivid, rainbow-hued shell that shimmered like a kaleidoscope under the sun. One bright morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, casting long, golden rays that kissed the dew-kissed leaves, Pippin and Tessa gathered with their friends for their daily meeting at the great oak. This was no ordinary tree. Its trunk was wide enough to host all manner of creatures in its comforting embrace, and its branches reached out like welcoming arms. Joining them was Fergus, a rabbit with ears so long and expressive they could almost touch the clouds. He had a knack for hopping into trouble, but an even greater talent for hopping back out. Beside him stood Lila, a dainty fox with fur as soft as a whisper and eyes like the moonlit sea. Her gentle heart and sharp mind were known throughout the woodlands. As they settled beneath the great oak, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves above, creating a sound not unlike the softest of whispers. It was a perfect day for an adventure, but little did they know the adventure was about to find them. Suddenly, there was a peculiar sound, like the gentle tinkling of 1,000 tiny bells, and a shimmering ball of light appeared, hovering just above the ground. It twinkled with all the colors of the rainbow, casting playful reflections on the faces of the friends gathered below. "Well, would you look at that?" exclaimed Pippin, adjusting his monocle for a better view. "I've never seen anything quite like it." The magical orb buzzed with energy, and from its depths came a tiny voice, as cheerful as a springtime brook. "Hello, friends of the forest. I am Glimmer, the sprite of this enchanted glade. I come in need of your help." The friends leaned in closer, their eyes wide with curiosity. "What's the matter, dear Glimmer?" asked Tessa, her voice as soothing as a gentle stream. Glimmer twirled around, her light flickering with urgency. "A spell has gone awry. The colors of the Whispering Woods are fading, and soon all will be gray unless we find the missing hues." "Oh no," gasped Fergus, his ears twitching with concern. "What can we do?" Lila tilted her head thoughtfully, her eyes sparkling with determination. "We must find the Rainbow River. Its waters hold the key to restoring the colors." Pippin nodded vigorously. "Aha! A quest! Let us waste no time. We shall gather the colors and save our beloved woods." With their mission clear, the friends set off, their hearts filled with hope and courage. The path to the Rainbow River was said to be hidden, known only to those who believed in the magic of the forest. But with Glimmer as their guide, they were confident they would find the way. They traveled through meadows where wildflowers swayed in the gentle breeze, their petals whispering secrets of the forest. They crossed streams that babbled merrily over stones worn smooth by time, and climbed hills that offered sweeping views of the land, painted in hues of green and gold. As they journeyed, Glimmer shared tales of the forest's magic, of hidden groves where fairies danced, and of ancient trees that had seen the passing of countless seasons. The friends listened with wide-eyed wonder, their spirits lifted by the enchanting stories. After a long day of travel, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and orange, they arrived at the edge of the Rainbow River. It was a sight to behold. Ribbons of color flowed through the water, each hue more vibrant than the last. But there was a problem. The river was guarded by a playful creature known as the prismatic otter. His fur shimmered with every color of the rainbow, and he was known for his riddles and games. "Welcome, travelers," he called, his voice as smooth as the river's flow. "If you wish to take the colors, you must first solve my riddle." The friends gathered around, eager to hear the challenge. The otter grinned, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "I run yet never walk. I have a bed but never sleep. What am I?" Silence fell as the friends pondered the riddle. Fergus furrowed his brow. Tessa tapped her shell thoughtfully, and Lila's tail swished as she considered the answer. Suddenly, Pippin's eyes lit up with excitement. "A river! It's a river!" he exclaimed, his tiny voice triumphant. The prismatic otter clapped his paws in delight. "Indeed, a river it is. You have solved my riddle, and now the colors are yours to take." With a joyful cheer, Glimmer danced above the river, gathering the vibrant hues into a shimmering orb of light. As the colors swirled and mingled, they formed a radiant rainbow that arched across the sky, casting its glow over the forest below. The friends watched in awe as the colors returned to the Whispering Woods, painting the leaves and flowers in brilliant shades once more. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the gentle hum of life returned to the glades. "Thank you, dear friends," Glimmer said, her voice full of gratitude. "You have saved our home and restored its magic." With their mission complete, the friends returned to the great oak, their hearts full of joy and their spirits lifted by their adventure. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, They gathered together, sharing stories and laughter beneath the sheltering branches. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, they drifted into happy dreams, knowing that, whatever challenges might come, they would face them together, with friendship and love guiding their way. Story 61. In a secluded glen nestled within an ancient forest, where the whispers of the wind carried secrets of olden days, there lay a world seldom seen by human eyes. This was a realm where the natural and magical intertwined, flourishing in a delicate dance of harmony and balance. The forest, with its towering oaks and whispering pines, held stories in its roots and leaves, stories passed down through generations of creatures who called this place home. As dawn's first light filtered through the leafy canopy, a gentle mist clung to the forest floor, weaving around ferns and moss-covered stones like a silken veil. In this serene setting, a small hedgehog named Thistle emerged from her burrow, her quills glistening with dew. Thistle, with her heart as tender as the soft earth, had a gift for sensing the forest's needs and tending to its hidden treasures. Thistle scurried through the underbrush, her tiny feet padding softly against the damp earth. She paused to listen to the symphony of morning, birdsong mingling with the rustle of leaves and the distant babble of a brook. The air was crisp and laden with the earthy scent of the forest, a fragrance that settled warmly around her like a comforting embrace. As she wandered, Thistle noticed the elder of the forest, an ancient tortoise named Alder, slowly making his way towards the meeting circle. Alder, with his deep-set eyes and shell etched with the patterns of countless seasons, was the keeper of wisdom, a role passed down through the ages. The creatures of the forest often sought his counsel, for Alder carried within him the knowledge of the earth and sky. Today the forest was abuzz with anticipation, for it was the day of the seasonal gathering, an event where the inhabitants of the glen would come together to share their experiences and ensure the balance of their home. The gathering was always held at the change of seasons, when the forest's magic was at its peak, and the boundaries between the worlds were thinnest. Thistle arrived at the meeting circle, a natural amphitheater surrounded by ancient stones and draped in hanging vines. The air was filled with the soft murmur of creatures great and small, rabbits, squirrels, and finches, all gathered in anticipation. Above, the sky was a tapestry of blues and golds, with the sun casting dappled light through the branches. Alder took his place at the center, his presence commanding yet gentle. As he began to speak, his voice resonated with the rhythm of the forest itself, deep and soothing. "Dear friends," he began, "as the seasons turn, so too must we adapt to the changes they bring. The forest has thrived through eons by maintaining harmony, each creature playing its part in the grand tapestry of life." The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of Alder's words. "This season," Alder continued, "we must ensure the balance of our waters, for they run low, and the rains have been scarce. Let us work together to clear the brook, so it may flow freely once more and nourish the land." Thistle felt a sense of purpose swell within her, her small heart pulsing with determination. She knew the brook well, its path winding through the forest like a silver thread. It was a source of life, its waters feeding the roots of trees and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. As the gathering dispersed, Thistle joined a group of creatures led by a wise old beaver named Reed. With his broad tail and engineering prowess, Reed was a master builder, and his dams were works of art, blending seamlessly with the natural world. Together, they set off towards the brook, their mission clear. The path was lined with fragrant wildflowers, their petals brushing against Thistle's quills as she passed. The forest was alive with the hum of bees and the chatter of squirrels, each creature contributing to the vibrant symphony of the woods. As they reached the brook, Thistle could see where fallen branches and debris had choked its flow, creating pools of stagnant water. Under Reed's guidance, the creatures set to work. Thistle used her nimble paws to clear twigs and leaves, while the squirrels deftly moved larger branches. Reed directed his beaverkin, their strong teeth gnawing through wood, reshaping the landscape with care and precision. The sun climbed higher, warming their backs as they labored, their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that their efforts would restore life to the forest. As the day wore on, a gentle breeze rustled the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of rain. Thistle paused to wipe her brow, her eyes drawn to the shimmering surface of the brook, now flowing more freely. The sight filled her with a deep sense of satisfaction, a reminder of the power of unity and cooperation. With the brook restored, the creatures gathered on its banks to admire their handiwork. The water glistened in the afternoon light, a ribbon of silver weaving through the forest. As they watched, a soft rain began to fall, each drop a blessing from the heavens, nourishing the earth and its inhabitants. Alder arrived, his slow, measured steps bringing him to the edge of the brook. He gazed at the flowing water, his eyes reflecting the joy and pride of the gathered creatures. "Well done, my friends," he said, his voice a gentle rumble. "You have shown that through wisdom and friendship we can overcome any challenge." Thistle felt a warmth spread through her, a contentment as deep and enduring as the forest itself. The rain fell softly, its rhythm a lullaby that sang of renewal and hope. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the glen, the creatures of the forest returned to their homes, their hearts light and their spirits high. That night, as Thistle curled up in her cozy burrow, she listened to the patter of rain on leaves, a soothing melody that lulled her into a peaceful slumber. She dreamed of the forest and its wonders, of the harmony that bound them all together. And as she slept, the forest whispered its secrets, a promise that as long as they cared for their home and one another, the magic of their world would endure. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures continued to live in balance, guided by the wisdom of ages and the strength of their bonds. And so the forest thrived, its stories woven into the very fabric of the earth, a testament to the enduring power of harmony and love. Story 62. Once upon a time, nestled within the gentle embrace of the Whispering Wood, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, for it was surrounded by a mystical forest where the trees spoke in soft murmurs and the streams sang lullabies as they wound their way through the emerald foliage. The villagers knew that the forest was enchanted, but they respected its secrets, venturing only as far as they needed to gather berries and wild herbs. Within this serene village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of storm-tossed seas and hair that tumbled like autumn leaves. He possessed an insatiable curiosity and a heart as kind as a summer breeze. Finn loved nothing more than to explore the edges of the Whispering Wood, listening to the stories the wind would weave through the branches. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped towards the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Finn set off on one of his routine wanderings. He had heard rumors of a hidden glade deep within the forest, known only to those who truly listened to the whispers of the trees. It was said that within this glade lay a magical object, one that could reveal the secret wishes of the heart. As Finn meandered through the dappled sunlight, he hummed a tune as old as the village itself, a melody taught to him by his grandmother. The path beneath his feet was soft with moss, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs mingling with the rustle of leaves. Finn followed the path as it twisted and turned, leading him deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees here were ancient, their trunks gnarled and wise. They whispered secrets to one another, their voices a soothing murmur that seemed to guide Finn onwards. After what felt like hours, Finn stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. At the center of the glade, nestled amongst a bed of violets, lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and tiny, twinkling stars. Finn's heart quickened with excitement and a touch of trepidation as he approached the box. Kneeling beside it, Finn gently lifted the lid. Inside, resting on a cushion of soft velvet, was a shimmering glass orb. As he reached out to touch it, the orb began to glow with a soft, warm light. Finn felt a gentle pull in his heart, as if the orb was drawing forth the deepest wishes hidden within him. The glow enveloped Finn, and in that moment he saw visions of his desires, a world filled with laughter and harmony, where kindness reigned and all creatures lived in peace. He saw himself journeying through lands unknown, meeting friends who would become as dear as family. He saw a future bright with possibility and love. The visions faded, leaving Finn with a profound sense of peace and purpose. He understood now that his heart's true wish was not for riches or fame, but for connection and understanding. He closed the box gently, his fingers lingering on the smooth wood as if to imprint its magic upon his soul. As Finn rose to leave the glade, he noticed a path he had not seen before, leading further into the depths of the Whispering Wood. With newfound determination, he set off along this trail, feeling the gentle guidance of the forest around him. The path led Finn through a world of wonder, where flowers bloomed in colors he had never imagined, and streams glistened like liquid silver under the moonlight. He met creatures who spoke in riddles and songs, their eyes bright with wisdom. They shared tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through kindness and courage. One such creature was Luna, a silver-furred fox with eyes like twin moons. Luna had lived in the forest for many years and knew its secrets well. She became Finn's guide and companion, teaching him the language of the forest and the songs of the streams. Together, they explored hidden groves and sparkling caverns, their laughter echoing through the trees. Through these adventures, Finn learned much about the world and himself. He discovered the strength within his heart, the courage to face fears, and the wisdom to listen and understand. He found joy in the simple things, the rustle of leaves, the shimmer of stars, and the warmth of friendship. As the days turned to weeks, Finn and Luna came upon a village hidden within the forest, a place known only to those who truly listened. This village was unlike Willowbrook, for it was inhabited by creatures of all shapes and sizes, living in harmony under the canopy of ancient trees. The villagers welcomed Finn with open arms, their eyes filled with kindness and curiosity. They taught him their ways, sharing stories of their ancestors and the magic that bound them to the forest. Finn felt a deep sense of belonging here, as if he had found a second home. One evening, as the villagers gathered around a crackling fire, a wise old owl named Orin shared a tale of an ancient tree that held the secrets of the forest. This tree, Orin explained, stood at the heart of the Whispering Wood, its roots entwined with the very essence of the land. It was said that those who visited the tree and listened with open hearts would receive the wisdom they sought. Finn felt a stirring within him, a call to seek out this tree and learn its secrets. With Luna by his side, he set off once more, guided by the whispers of the forest and the light of the stars. Their journey was not without challenges. They faced storms that swept through the forest, turning paths into rivers and obscuring the way. They encountered creatures who tested their resolve, demanding courage and wit. Yet through it all, Finn and Luna remained steadfast, their friendship a beacon of light in the darkest of times. At last, they arrived at the heart of the Whispering Wood, where the ancient tree stood tall and majestic. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its branches reaching up to the heavens like a prayer. The air around it was thick with magic, a hum that resonated deep within the soul. Finn approached the tree with reverence, placing a hand upon its rough bark. He closed his eyes, letting the whispers of the forest wash over him. In that moment, he understood the true gift of the forest, the power of connection, the strength of unity, and the beauty of diversity. He saw visions of a world where all beings lived in harmony, where differences were celebrated, and where love and kindness prevailed. He realized that this vision was not just a wish, but a call to action, a journey that began within the heart and extended to the world beyond. As the vision faded, Finn felt a deep sense of peace and purpose. He knew now that his journey was far from over, but he was ready to embrace it with open arms and a courageous heart. With Luna by his side, Finn returned to the hidden village, sharing the wisdom he had gained and inspiring others to join him on this journey of connection and understanding. Together, they worked to create a world where kindness and love were the guiding stars, a world where all could live in harmony. And so the story of Finn and Luna became a tale passed down through generations, a reminder of the power of friendship, the strength of the heart, and the magic that lay within the Whispering Wood. As the fire crackled and the stars shone brightly above, the villagers of Willowbrook and the hidden village gathered to listen to the stories of old, their hearts filled with hope and joy. And in that moment, They knew that as long as they listened to the whispers of the forest and followed the path of kindness, the magic of the world would never fade. And so, nestled within the gentle embrace of the whispering wood, the tale of Finn and Luna lived on, a timeless reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay within each and every heart. And with that, dear reader, as the flames of our tale flicker and fade, may you find your own path lit by the stars and the whispers of the world around you. May your heart be as open as the forest and your spirit as gentle as the breeze. For in the end, it is the journey of the heart that leads us to the truest magic of all. Story 63. In a small, sleepy village nestled between the rolling hills and whispering streams, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Lila had the kind of spirit that bubbled up with questions and sparkled with the thrill of discovery. She often spent her afternoons wandering through the fields, where the tall grasses swayed like ocean waves, and the wildflowers painted the earth in vibrant hues. One soft, golden afternoon, as the sun dipped lower into the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Lila noticed something peculiar. Beyond the familiar fields, past the ancient oak tree with its wise old branches, lay a path she had never seen before. It was a narrow trail, barely visible, woven with vines and strewn with petals that shimmered like stars in the fading light. Feeling a gentle nudge of curiosity, Lila decided to follow the path. As she stepped onto the trail, the air changed. It was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the sound of distant chimes, as if the wind itself was singing a soft melody. The path wound through a grove of towering trees whose leaves whispered secrets of old, and soon she found herself in a place that seemed to belong to a dream. The forest around her was unlike any she had seen. The trees bore fruits that glowed softly like lanterns, and the ground was covered with a carpet of moss that felt like the plushest velvet beneath her feet. Tiny, luminescent creatures flitted about, leaving trails of light that danced in the air like fireflies celebrating a midsummer's eve. As Lila ventured deeper, she came across a gentle stream that babbled joyfully over smooth stones. Sitting by its banks was a creature she had only read about in fairy tales. A small, gentle dragon with scales that shimmered in shades of emerald and sapphire. The dragon looked up with kind eyes, which mirrored the clear skies overhead. "Hello," the dragon greeted in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am Arlo. What brings you to the Forest of Whispers?" "I was curious," Lila replied, her eyes wide with wonder. "I've never seen a place like this before." Arlo nodded, a soft smile playing on his lips. "Few have the courage to follow the unknown path. You are brave, Lila. Would you like to explore together?" With a heart full of excitement, Lila agreed, and they set off, the dragon's gentle presence a comforting companion. They wandered through fields where flowers sang songs of the sun, and meadows where butterflies painted the air with their vibrant wings. Each step was a discovery, each moment a treasure. Along their journey, they encountered delightful creatures, like the giggling meadow mice that danced upon the dewdrops and the wise old turtle who shared stories of the stars. At each turn, Lila learned something new, not only about the world around her, but also about herself. In the heart of the forest, they came upon a challenge, a river too wide to cross. The bridge that once spanned it had worn away with time. Lila paused, pondering how they might continue. Arlo, sensing her hesitation, whispered, "Sometimes the answer lies in creativity and trust." Inspired by Arlo's words, Lila gathered sturdy reeds, and with Arlo's gentle guidance, they wove a raft. With a deep breath, they pushed it into the water and floated across, their laughter mingling with the song of the stream. As dusk began to cloak the forest in shades of twilight, Lila and Arlo reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, they found an ancient stone circle, its surface engraved with runes that glowed softly. In its center lay a heart-shaped stone that pulsed with a warm, gentle light. "This is the heart of the forest," Arlo explained. "It is a beacon of hope and courage. Few come this far, but those who do find their bravery rewarded." Lila touched the stone, feeling its warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and fulfillment. She realized that the journey had shown her the beauty of the unknown and the strength she held within her. With the moon high in the sky, casting silvery beams through the trees, Lila knew it was time to return home. She and Arlo retraced their steps, the path now familiar and friendly. As they approached the edge of the forest, the dragon turned to her with a gentle smile. "Remember, Leela," Arlo said softly, "courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore despite it." With a heart full of gratitude, Leela hugged her newfound friend. "Thank you, Arlo, for guiding me and teaching me." As she stepped back into the fields, the path behind her shimmered briefly before blending into the landscape once more. Lila knew she would carry the magic of the Forest of Whispers within her heart forever. Returning to her village, Lila found everything the same, yet subtly different. The stars above twinkled with a new brightness, and the breeze seemed to whisper stories of adventure. As she settled into her cozy bed, the warmth of her journey wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit ready for new adventures, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the world was full of paths waiting to be discovered, and she had the courage to walk them all. Story 64. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled deep within the heart of an ancient and whispering forest, where time seemed to slow and the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately intertwined with the rhythms of nature. This forest, with its towering trees that reached toward the heavens and roots that delved deep into the earth, was more than just a collection of flora and fauna. It was a living tapestry of harmony and balance, carefully maintained by its inhabitants. The central figure in this verdant tapestry was a wise and gentle deer named Finn. Finn's coat shimmered like polished chestnut under the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy, and his eyes held the depth of ancient pools, reflecting the wisdom of many generations before him. Finn was known among the creatures as a guardian of sorts, a keeper of the forest's secrets, and a gentle guide through its mysteries. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves spiraled gracefully to the ground, Finn sensed a change in the air, a soft whisper carried by the wind. The forest was humming with anticipation, for the time had come for the annual gathering of seasons, a magical phenomenon where the spirits of spring, summer, autumn, and winter would convene to ensure the balance of the natural world. As the sun cast long shadows across the forest floor, Finn set out to meet his friends, each of whom played a vital role in maintaining the delicate equilibrium of their home. There was Ember, the little fox with fur as vibrant as the flames of a hearth, whose playful energy brought warmth and laughter to even the coldest days. Her sharp eyes sparkled with mischief, but her heart was kind and true. Then there was Luna, the wise old owl whose feathers were the color of moonlit clouds. Perched high in the branches, Luna watched over the forest with a keen gaze, her wisdom a guiding light in times of uncertainty. Her calls were soft and soothing, a melodic echo that resonated through the night, bringing comfort to all who listened. Lastly, there was Thistle, a gentle hedgehog with quills as soft as the downy tufts of dandelions. Thistle's heart was as tender as the first blooms of spring, and he possessed an uncanny ability to sense the shifts in seasons and the subtle changes in the forest's mood. As the friends gathered beneath the arching boughs of an ancient oak, the air around them shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, as if the very essence of the seasons danced in the morning light. The spirits of the seasons began to appear, each one a delicate figure woven from the elements they commanded. Spring emerged first, cloaked in vibrant greens and fragrant blossoms, her presence a breath of fresh air that carried the promise of renewal. She was followed by Summer, with golden hair that glinted like the sun and a warmth that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. Autumn came next, draped in a tapestry of amber and crimson leaves, her eyes alight with the richness of harvest. Finally, winter arrived, her silver cloak trailing frosty patterns in the air, her demeanor serene and introspective. The gathering commenced with a gentle acknowledgement of the past year, the successes and the challenges faced by the forest and its creatures. As the spirits conversed in a voice that sounded like a symphony of wind chimes, Finn and his friends listened intently, absorbing the knowledge that was as old as the trees themselves. It was during this exchange that a concern was raised. The balance of the forest had been subtly disturbed, a new stream had formed, altering the landscape and the homes of many creatures. Yet this change, while unsettling, held the promise of new opportunities if approached with understanding and cooperation. Finn, with his deep well of empathy, suggested that they visit the source of the stream to observe its effects firsthand. Guided by the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the water, the group made their way through the forest, each step a careful dance on the carpet of fallen leaves. As they reached the stream, they saw how it had carved a narrow path through the underbrush, its crystal-clear waters glistening under the sunlight. The stream sang a gentle melody, a new voice in the symphony of the forest. Along its banks, wildflowers had begun to bloom, their vibrant colors a testament to the life-giving power of water. Ember, with her keen senses, pointed out how the stream provided a new gathering place for the smaller creatures, a place to drink, to play, and to share stories. Luna, with her profound insight, noted how the stream could serve as a guide, leading wandering animals safely through the forest. And Thistle, ever sensitive to the needs of others, saw how the stream could offer a new source of nourishment, and ensuring that no creature would go hungry. Together, the friends discussed how best to integrate the stream into the life of the forest. They decided to plant a variety of native plants along its banks to prevent erosion and provide shelter for the creatures that would come to rely on this new source of water. They also planned to teach the younger animals about the importance of respecting this new addition to their home, ensuring that the stream would remain a place of life and joy for generations to come. With their hearts full of hope and their spirits uplifted by the beauty of their surroundings, Finn and his friends returned to the gathering. They shared their findings with the spirits, who nodded in approval, their forms shimmering with gratitude. The harmony of the forest was restored not through resistance to change, but through acceptance and adaptation, a lesson as timeless as the earth itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the gathering of seasons drew to a close. The spirits, their task complete, began to fade into the twilight, leaving behind a sense of peace and fulfillment. Finn, Ember, Luna, and Thistle lingered a while longer, basking in the gentle glow of the evening. The forest around them thrummed with life, a symphony of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves. The new stream gurgled happily, a lullaby that promised restful sleep and dreams filled with the wonders of nature. As they finally made their way back to their respective homes, the friends felt a deep sense of contentment. They had witnessed the power of cooperation, the beauty of embracing change, and the enduring wisdom of the forest. In their hearts, they carried the knowledge that the balance of nature was a delicate dance, one that required kindness, understanding, and a belief in the magic of the natural world. And so, as the stars twinkled above like scattered diamonds, the ancient forest settled into a peaceful slumber, its creatures wrapped in the comforting embrace of harmony and balance, ready to greet whatever the next season would bring with open hearts and gentle spirits. Story 65. In the heart of the ancient, whispering forest where time seemed to fold in on itself, there was a place known only to those with the gentlest of hearts and the keenest of senses. It was a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred like mist on a moonlit night. Here, the trees stood tall and venerable, their bark gnarled and wise, while their leaves sang softly in the breeze, a lullaby as old as the stars. The forest was home to myriad creatures, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a little hare named Pippin, whose fur was as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. Pippin was curious and gentle, with eyes that sparkled like dew-dropped leaves in the early morning light. He lived in a burrow nestled beneath the roots of a mighty oak, where the earth was cool and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun painted the forest floor with dappled golden light, Pippin set out on his daily wander. The air was brisk, carrying the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and the distant promise of winter. As he hopped along the winding paths, he greeted his many friends: wise old owl, who perched solemnly in his favorite tree, mischievous squirrel, who was busy gathering acorns, and gentle deer, who grazed quietly by the babbling brook. But that day, Pippin noticed something unusual. The once vibrant leaves were falling faster than ever, carpeting the ground in a tapestry of amber and crimson, The air seemed charged with a magical energy, a tingling sensation that made his whiskers twitch. Pippin's heart fluttered with curiosity and a touch of concern. He turned to Wise Old Owl, hoping for guidance. "Why are the leaves falling so quickly, Owl?" Pippin asked, his voice a soft whisper in the quiet of the forest. Owl blinked his large golden eyes and ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Pippin," he began, his voice deep and sonorous, "this is the season of balance. The forest prepares to rest, and the trees shed their leaves to embrace the coming winter. But there is a magic afoot, one that calls for harmony and careful tending." Pippin nodded, though he did not fully understand. He thanked Owl and continued on his way, his mind whirring with thoughts of balance and magic. As he wandered, he came upon the babbling brook, its waters shimmering with a curious light. There he found his friend, the kind-hearted fox named Leora, her fur a warm russet that glowed in the morning sun. "Leora," Pippin called, hopping closer, "do you feel the magic in the air?" Leora lifted her head, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "I do, Pippin," she replied, her voice as smooth as the brook's gentle flow. "The forest speaks to us. It is time for the gathering, a time to listen and learn from the wisdom of seasons past." Together they decided to seek the guidance of Elder Oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest. Elder Oak stood at the heart of the forest, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. As they approached, they felt the air hum with a presence both ancient and comforting. "Welcome, dear ones," Elder Oak greeted, his voice resonating through the earth like a gentle rumble of thunder. "You have come seeking wisdom, have you not?" "Yes, Elder Oak," Pippin replied, his voice filled with awe. "The forest is changing, and we wish to understand how to help maintain its balance." Elder Oak chuckled softly, a sound like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "Ah, the dance of the seasons is a delicate one indeed. Each creature, each leaf, plays its part in this grand symphony. The magic you feel is the forest's call to harmony. It is a reminder that we must all work together, each contributing our unique gifts to the whole." Leora nodded, her eyes alight with understanding. "So, it is not just about what we take from the forest, but also what we give back." "Precisely," Elder Oak agreed. "The cycles of nature teach us patience and gratitude. When we honor these cycles, we ensure that the forest remains a haven for all who call it home." With the wisdom of Elder Oak echoing in their hearts, Pippin and Leora set off to share what they had learned with the other creatures of the forest. They gathered everyone together beneath the canopy of stars, where the forest glowed with a soft, silvery light. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the distant, soothing song of night birds. As they shared Elder Oak's wisdom, each creature pledged to do their part in maintaining the delicate balance of the forest. The birds promised to carry seeds far and wide, sowing the promise of new life. The squirrels vowed to share their stores with those in need. Even the river otters agreed to keep the waterways clear, ensuring the brook would always sing its merry song. Through their efforts, a sense of harmony and peace settled over the forest. The leaves continued to fall, but now they did so with a sense of purpose, a blanket of warmth for the earth, a promise of renewal. As winter approached, the forest grew quiet and still, wrapped in a soft mantle of snow. Pippin nestled deeper into his burrow, his heart filled with the warmth of friendship and the knowledge that he was part of something greater than himself. He closed his eyes, listening to the gentle whisper of the wind through the trees, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, comforted by the rhythm of the forest, a rhythm that would continue long after he had awakened. And so, in that ancient forest where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the power of unity and the wisdom of the ages. The forest in turn thrived, a vibrant, living tapestry of life, weaving together the past, the present, and the promise of the future. Story 66. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams babbled with secret tales, lay a quaint little village known as Misty Hollow. The villagers were a cheerful bunch, their days filled with the melody of birds and the scent of freshly baked bread wafting through the air. Yet a curious mystery had begun to stir within the tranquil village. It all started one misty morning, when the villagers awoke to find that their beloved clock tower, which sat at the heart of Misty Hollow, had stopped ticking. The clock was more than just a timekeeper. It was a symbol of the village's harmony, and its rhythmic chimes were as comforting as a gentle hug. Perplexed, the villagers gathered around the clock tower, their brows furrowed in concern. Among them was a wise old man named Finn, whose eyes twinkled with the sparkle of many years. Finn was known for his gentle wit and his knack for solving the most curious of puzzles. As the villagers murmured amongst themselves, Finn stepped forward, his voice soft yet steady. "Fear not, my friends," he said, "for every mystery has its key, and together we shall find it." With Finn leading the way, a small group of villagers, including a lively young girl named Lily and her trusty feline companion Nimbus, set out to unravel the enigma of the silent clock. Their first stop was the base of the clock tower, where they found an unexpected guest, a small, shimmering creature with wings that sparkled like the morning dew. It was a fairy, no bigger than a teacup, her eyes wide with concern. "I am Sylphina," the fairy introduced herself, her voice as delicate as the flutter of a butterfly's wings. "Something peculiar is afoot, and I fear it is linked to the forest's heartbeat." The villagers exchanged puzzled glances, for they had never heard of the forest having a heartbeat. Sensing their confusion, Sylphina explained, "The forest breathes with life, its rhythm in harmony with the clock tower. When one falls silent, so does the other." Intrigued, Finn asked, "How can we mend this silence, dear Sylphina?" The fairy pondered for a moment, her wings quivering in thought. "We must seek the wisdom of the elder oak," she finally suggested. "He holds the secrets of the forest, and perhaps he can guide us." With newfound purpose, the villagers made their way deeper into the whispering woods. The canopy overhead was dense, filtering the sunlight into a soft, dappled glow that danced upon the forest floor. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. At the heart of the forest stood the elder oak, an ancient tree with branches stretching high into the sky. Its bark was gnarled and wise, and its leaves whispered stories of ages past. As the villagers approached, a deep, rumbling voice resonated from within the tree. "Welcome, seekers of harmony," the elder oak greeted them. "What brings you to my roots on this fine day?" Finn stepped forward, recounting the tale of the silent clock and the forest's missing rhythm. The elder oak listened intently, his leaves rustling thoughtfully. "I see," the elder oak replied slowly. "The harmony has been disturbed by a misplaced creature, a mischievous sprite named Zephyr, who thought the clock's ticking was a game to be halted." Lily, her eyes wide with curiosity, asked, "How can we find Zephyr and restore the balance?" "Zephyr is drawn to the sound of laughter and joy," the elder oak explained. "Create an atmosphere of merriment, and he shall appear." With a plan in mind, the villagers returned to Misty Hollow, where they gathered instruments, bright ribbons, and prepared a feast of their finest treats. As dusk settled over the village, they began to play music, their laughter echoing through the evening air. True to the elder oak's words, a small sprightly figure appeared, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Zephyr danced among the villagers, his laughter infectious and bright. Finn approached the sprite with a kindly smile. "Dear Zephyr, we invite you to join our revelry, but we ask for your help to restore our clock's song." Zephyr paused, his expression one of playful guilt. "I meant no harm," he admitted. "I simply wished to play." Together, Finn and Zephyr worked to mend the clock, the sprite's nimble fingers weaving through the gears with ease. As the final cog clicked into place, the clock tower's chimes rang out, a sound as sweet as honey and as warm as a summer breeze. The villagers cheered, their hearts light with joy and gratitude. The forest, too, seemed to sigh with relief, its gentle heartbeat restored. As the night fell, Misty Hollow basked in the glow of friendship and understanding. The mystery had been solved not through cleverness alone, but through kindness, cooperation, and the willingness to embrace the unexpected. And so, as the stars twinkled above, the villagers of Misty Hollow drifted into slumber, their dreams cradled by the rhythmic chimes of the clock tower and the gentle hum of the whispering woods. Story 67. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering pines and the rustling oaks stood tall and proud, there lay a hidden world teeming with the quiet lives of its natural inhabitants. This forest, known to the few who stumbled upon its edges as the verdant vale, was a place where the boundaries between the real and the magical were as thin as a spider's silk. The verdant vale was a symphony of life. Each dawn, as the first soft rays of sunlight filtered through the emerald canopy, the forest would awaken with a chorus of gentle sounds. The babbling brook, winding its way over smooth stones, sang a merry tune that mingled with the sweet trills of birds greeting the day. The air was fragrant with the earthy scent of moss and the faint perfume of wildflowers, which carpeted the forest floor in hues of violet and gold. Among the many creatures of the forest was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the stories of the forest etched in ancient patterns. Thistle had lived many seasons, witnessing the cycles of life and the subtle shifts of nature. His slow, deliberate movements were a testament to the patience and wisdom that time had bestowed upon him. Thistle had a dear friend, a sprightly squirrel named Bramble, with fur as russet as the autumn leaves. Bramble was ever curious, with bright eyes that never missed a detail, and an inquisitive nature that often led him to the heart of adventure. Together, Thistle and Bramble roamed the forest, learning its secrets and ensuring its delicate balance was maintained. One crisp morning, as the first frost of the approaching winter sparkled like diamonds on the leaves, Bramble darted down from his nest high in an ancient oak. He scampered across the forest floor, his paws barely making a sound, until he reached Thistle's sun-dappled resting spot. "Thistle," Bramble chirped, his voice a melody of excitement and concern, "I've noticed something strange near the old willow by the glade. The air feels different, and the leaves have begun to shimmer with a silvery hue." Thistle, who had been basking in a patch of warm sunlight, opened his wise eyes, reflecting the deep greens and browns of the forest. "Ah, my young friend," he rumbled, his voice as soothing as the brook. "It seems the enchantment of the seasons is upon us once more." Bramble cocked his head, his curiosity piqued. "The enchantment of the seasons? What's that?" Thistle smiled, a slow, gentle curve of his mouth. "It is an ancient magic, as old as the forest itself. Each year, as the seasons change, the forest undergoes a transformation, a time when magic seeps into every leaf and root, ensuring the harmony of all who dwell here." Bramble's eyes widened with wonder. "What must we do, Thistle?" "We must ensure that the balance is kept," Thistle replied. "Come, let us visit the Willow of Whispers. She will guide us." Together they journeyed through the forest, their path lit by the morning sun. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the distant promise of snow. As they walked, the forest seemed to hum with a quiet energy, a prelude to the magic that was stirring. The Willow of Whispers stood at the edge of a tranquil glade, her branches trailing like the delicate fingers of an ancient guardian. Her leaves, shimmering with the silvery hue Bramble had described, whispered secrets in the gentle breeze. "Welcome, Thistle and Bramble." The willow's voice rustled through the leaves, soft and wise. "The time of the enchantment is near, and the balance must be upheld." Thistle nodded respectfully. "We are ready to help, dear Willow." "The frost of winter approaches, and with it the sleep of many creatures," the willow continued. "But the magic has been disrupted, the harmony falters, and the forest needs your aid." Bramble stood by Thistle's side, his heart filled with determination. "How can we help?" "You must journey to the heart of the forest," the willow instructed, her voice a gentle caress. "There the well of seasons lies. Its waters hold the magic of balance. You must ensure that the well flows clear and true." Thistle and Bramble shared a knowing glance, the kind of silent understanding forged through deep friendship. "We will go, and we will succeed," Thistle declared. With the willow's blessing, they set off toward the heart of the forest. The path was a tapestry of fallen leaves, their colors a vibrant farewell to autumn. As they walked, the air grew cooler, and the shadows stretched long beneath the towering trees. Bramble, ever alert, noticed the subtle signs of disruption. The songs of the birds were quieter, and the breeze carried an unfamiliar chill. "Thistle," he said softly, "I sense the forest's unease." "Yes," Thistle agreed, his voice thoughtful. "The balance is delicate, and the magic is fragile. We must proceed with care." Their journey led them deeper into the forest, to a place where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of ages. Here, at the heart of the forest, the Well of Seasons lay, a crystal-clear spring nestled among mossy stones. But as they approached, they saw the cause of the disruption. A fallen branch had blocked the flow of the well's waters, causing them to pool and stagnate. The magic, once vibrant and alive, now shimmered weakly on the surface. Bramble darted forward, his small paws working swiftly to clear the branch. Thistle, with his steady strength, helped nudge it aside, allowing the water to flow freely once more. As the water began to cascade over the stones, a gentle light emanated from the well, bathing the forest in a warm, golden glow. The air filled with the scent of fresh rain and new beginnings, and the magic of the enchantment surged forth, restoring balance to the forest. Thistle and Bramble watched as the forest came alive around them. The birds resumed their songs, and the trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering words of gratitude. "The balance is restored," Thistle said, his voice filled with quiet satisfaction. Bramble nodded, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. "We did it, Thistle. The forest is safe." As they made their way back to the glade, the forest seemed to embrace them, its ancient magic weaving a tapestry of peace and harmony. The willow of whispers greeted them with a soft rustle of her leaves, her branches swaying in approval. "Thank you, dear friends," she murmured. "The enchantment of the seasons will continue, and the forest will thrive." With hearts full of contentment, Thistle and Bramble returned to their home in the verdant vale, the warmth of the magic lingering in their steps. They knew the forest would face many challenges, but together with wisdom and friendship, they would always find a way to keep its balance. And so, as the first snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the forest in a soft, white embrace, the verdant vale settled into its winter slumber, a testament to the enduring harmony between nature and magic. Story 68. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and time seemed to slow its relentless march, there lived a hidden community of creatures. Beneath a canopy of lush emerald leaves, life thrived in a symphony of chirps, rustles, and the gentle murmur of streams weaving through the forest floor. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Here every creature, from the smallest firefly to the grandest stag, played a part in the delicate dance of environmental harmony. Deep within this verdant sanctuary, in a cozy burrow lined with soft downy moss, lived an elder fox named Bramble. His fur was silvered with age, and his eyes, though dimmed by years, gleamed with the wisdom of many seasons. Bramble was the keeper of stories and the possessor of ancient knowledge passed down through generations. He was revered by all for his gentle heart and his ability to listen to the whispers of the wind, which carried secrets of the forest. One cool autumn evening, as the golden leaves fluttered to the ground like a cascade of tiny suns, a young hedgehog named Pip approached Bramble. Pip's quills shone like tiny specks of starlight, and his eyes were wide with curiosity. "Elder Bramble," he began, his voice a soft whisper against the gentle rustle of the leaves, "I have heard tales of the dance of the seasons. Can you tell me about it?" Bramble chuckled softly, a sound like the comforting crackle of a distant hearth. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he mused, settling himself more comfortably on his mossy cushion. "It is the oldest of all the dances, a magical phenomenon tied to the very essence of the forest itself. It is how the forest breathes and grows, shifting from one beautiful form to another." As Bramble spoke, Pip nestled closer, his quills brushing gently against the fox's side. Bramble began to weave his tale, his voice a melodic murmur that wrapped around them like a warm blanket. "Once, many moons ago, when the world was still young, the seasons were sprites, ethereal beings who governed the cycles of the earth. They were sisters, each with a unique gift. Spring, the youngest, brought renewal and vibrant life, waking the world from its winter slumber with a gentle touch. Summer, with her golden hair and warm embrace, filled the forest with abundance and light. Autumn, adorned in robes of crimson and gold, whispered of change and harvest. Finally, winter, the eldest, wrapped the world in a serene, silvery blanket of stillness. These sprites would gather in the heart of the forest for their annual dance, each taking her turn to lead, passing the baton with grace and respect. This dance ensured the balance of nature was maintained, the cycles of life and death flowing seamlessly in their eternal rhythm. Pip listened, entranced, as Bramble continued, painting vivid pictures with his words. But it was not always so harmonious. Bramble said, his voice growing somber. There was a time when the balance was threatened. A shadow had crept into the woods, a careless spirit who sought to disrupt the dance. It was the spirit of greed, who wished for endless summer, believing that warmth and light were the only paths to happiness. The creatures of the forest grew anxious as summer lingered far too long. The rivers dried, and the leaves withered on their branches. The forest was out of balance, and all were at risk. Bramble paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle like a gentle mist over the burrow. Pip shivered slightly, feeling the gravity of the tale. "What happened then, Elder Bramble?" he asked in a small voice. The forest creatures, wise and kind-hearted, gathered in council beneath the ancient oak, whose roots ran deep into the earth, connecting all life. They knew that the answer lay not in fighting the spirit of greed with anger, but in teaching it the wisdom of balance. It was the smallest of all, a humble firefly named Flicker, who had the courage to speak up. "Perhaps," Flicker suggested, "we can show the spirit the beauty of all seasons, each one a gift, each one necessary for the next." And so, the creatures devised a plan. They invited the spirit of greed to witness the dance of the seasons, to truly see and understand the harmony they brought. With patience and kindness, Flicker led the spirit through the forest, showing how spring's rain nurtured summer's growth, how autumn's harvest prepared for winter's rest, and how winter's quiet allowed spring's renewal. Bramble's voice softened, as if the forest itself were listening to his words. Touched by the beauty and wisdom of the dance, the spirit of greed understood its folly. It joined the creatures in celebrating the balance of the seasons, learning that true happiness comes not from endless abundance, but from harmony and respect for the natural world. As Bramble finished his tale, the forest around them seemed to sigh with contentment, the leaves whispering secrets only the wind could hear. Pip, his heart full of wonder and understanding, snuggled closer to the elder fox. "Thank you, Elder Bramble," he said softly. "I see now how each part of the forest, like each season, is important and beautiful." Bramble smiled, his eyes twinkling like stars peeking through the canopy. "Indeed, young Pip, we are all part of the great tapestry of life, and it is our duty to keep the balance, to cherish and protect each thread, no matter how small." With a gentle nudge, Bramble sent Pip on his way, the little hedgehog's heart aglow with the warmth of the elder's wisdom. As Pip disappeared into the twilight, Bramble settled back into his burrow, listening to the forest's lullaby, a soothing melody of rustling leaves, distant hoots, and the soft patter of dew collecting on the grass. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, life continued in its endless cycle, a dance of seasons and spirits, creatures and trees, all living in harmony and balance, bound together by the ancient magic of the forest and the enduring wisdom of its gentle guardians. Story 69. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Like the graceful tree that shared her name, Willow's spirit was rooted in wonder and curiosity. Her eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for adventure, and her heart beat to the rhythm of the natural world around her. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the vibrant foliage, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak tree lay a glimmering object, its surface reflecting the dappled sunlight. Willow's breath caught in her throat as she reached out to examine the curious find. It was a delicate silver locket, intricately engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance before her very eyes. As Willow's fingers brushed against the cool metal, a warm tingle spread through her body, and the world around her blurred and faded. When the haze cleared, Willow found herself standing in a realm unlike anything she had ever seen before. The trees stretched impossibly high, their branches intertwining to form a canopy of emerald leaves that filtered the golden sunlight. Wildflowers bloomed in vibrant hues, carpeting the ground with their fragrant petals, and in the distance, a sparkling stream wound its way through the lush landscape, its waters singing a soothing melody. Willow gasped in awe, her heart pounding with excitement and a hint of trepidation. Where was she? And how had the locket transported her to this wondrous place? As she explored her new surroundings, Willow soon realized that she was not alone in this hidden world. Flitting among the trees were tiny winged creatures resembling miniature humans with delicate gossamer wings. They darted and danced, their high-pitched laughter echoing through the air like tinkling bells. One of the tiny beings, a girl with hair the color of spun gold, fluttered down to perch on Willow's shoulder, her wings beating furiously to keep her aloft. "Welcome, Willow," she trilled in a voice like a songbird's melody. "We are the Fae, guardians of this enchanted realm." Willow's eyes widened, and 1,000 questions raced through her mind. The Fae girl seemed to sense her confusion and extended a tiny hand, beckoning her to follow. Over the course of her remarkable journey, Willow learned the secrets of the Fae realm and the ancient magic that bound it to the natural world. She discovered that the locket she had found was a powerful talisman, a key that allowed those pure of heart to travel between the human realm and the realm of the Fae. As Willow walked among the Fae, she marveled at their harmonious existence, their deep connection to the rhythms of nature, and their unwavering commitment to protecting the delicate balance of the forest. She witnessed their intricate dances, which seemed to coax the very trees and flowers into bloom, and their songs, which wove enchantments into the fabric of the world itself. But Willow's time in the Fae realm was not without its challenges. A dark force, an ancient evil born of greed and disrespect for nature, threatened to corrupt the land. The Fae, despite their magic, found themselves powerless against this encroaching darkness. It was then that Willow realized the true purpose of her journey, to forge an unbreakable bond of friendship with the Fae and help them protect their sacred realm. With the locket as her guide, she embarked on a quest to unravel the mysteries of the dark force and find a way to banish it forever. Along the way, Willow encountered a diverse cast of characters, each with their own unique strengths and wisdom to impart. There was Oakley, a gruff yet kind-hearted tree spirit, whose roots ran deeper than any living being. Zephyr, a playful wind sprite, whose laughter carried the scent of wildflowers on the breeze. And River Pearl, a serene water nymph, whose tears held the power to purify and heal. Together, this unlikely band of friends faced countless obstacles, from treacherous landscapes to cunning tricksters seeking to lead them astray. Yet through it all, their bond grew stronger, forged in the fires of adversity, and strengthened by their shared love for the natural world. At last, after a harrowing journey that tested their courage and resolve, Willow and her companions discovered the source of the dark force, a twisted, gnarled entity born of humankind's neglect and disregard for the environment. In a climactic battle, they harnessed the power of the locket and the ancient magic of the Fae realm, weaving a tapestry of light and harmony that ultimately vanquished the darkness. As the last tendrils of corruption dissipated, Willow felt a profound transformation within herself. Her journey had not only saved the Fae realm, but had also awakened a newfound appreciation for the delicate balance of nature and her role as a steward of the earth. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her Fae friends, promising to return one day and continue their sacred partnership. As she clutched the locket tightly, its warmth pulsing with ancient magic, the world around her blurred once more, and she found herself back in the familiar embrace of the forest she called home. From that day forward, Willow carried the lessons of her journey close to her heart. She became a guardian of the forest, tending to its needs, and sharing the wisdom she had gained with all who would listen. And whenever she felt the call of adventure or the longing for the enchanted realm, she need only gaze upon the intricate locket and remember the unbreakable bond she had forged with the Fae. For in that hidden world, where magic danced upon the wind and friendship bloomed like the most radiant wildflower, Willow had found her true purpose: to protect and cherish the natural wonders that surrounded her, and to pass on the legacy of wonder and respect to generations yet to come. Story 70, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Lumina. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there was a girl named Lily. Her village, known as Meadowbrook, was a place where stories and legends were as abundant as the wildflowers that painted the fields in hues of violet and gold. These tales spoke of the Whispering Woods, an enchanted forest where trees were said to hum melodies with the wind, and creatures of mythical lore dwelled in harmony. Lily was an adventurous soul, with curious eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart that beat to the rhythm of untold stories. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who was the village's keeper of stories, weaving tapestries of tales long past and dreams yet to be dreamt. Grandmother's cottage was a cozy nook of warmth and wonder, filled with the scent of cinnamon and the crackling sound of a perpetually burning hearth. One chilly evening, as the stars began their nightly dance across the velvet sky, Lily sat by the fire, listening to her grandmother spin a tale about the Lantern of Lumina, a magical object said to be hidden deep within the whispering woods. The lantern, as the story went, possessed the power to illuminate the true path of one's heart, revealing desires and truths hidden even to oneself. But beware, her grandmother warned with a twinkle in her eye, the lantern only reveals the path, it does not dictate it. The journey is yours to take. Lily's curiosity was piqued, her imagination ignited by the mystery of the lantern. That night, she lay in bed, the soft glow of moonlight spilling across her room, contemplating the whispers of the forest. Her heart yearned for adventure and understanding, and as she drifted into sleep, she resolved that she would find the Lantern of Lumina. The next morning, with a backpack filled with essentials and a heart brimming with excitement, Lily set off towards the whispering woods. The forest, lush and vibrant, greeted her with a symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong, a warm breeze weaving through her hair like a gentle caress. She followed a winding path bordered by ferns and wildflowers, each step taking her deeper into the forest's embrace. As the day wore on, the forest began to change. The sunlight filtering through the canopy created patterns of light and shadow that danced along the forest floor, and the air grew thick with the scent of pine and earth. It was then that Lily heard it, a soft murmur, like a distant melody, beckoning her forward. Guided by the whispering song, she came upon a glade where the trees stood tall and stately, their leaves shimmering with a silvery hue. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and its branches sprawling like a protective canopy. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small, ornate chest. Heart pounding with anticipation, Lily knelt beside the chest and opened it. Inside lay the Lantern of Lumina, its surface glistening with an otherworldly glow. As she lifted it, the lantern's light cast a warm golden aura, enveloping her in its comforting embrace. Lily held the lantern close, feeling its gentle warmth seep into her being. The light seemed to pulse with a rhythm akin to her own heartbeat, and as she gazed into its depths, she felt a sense of clarity wash over her. The path she sought was not a literal trail through the woods, but a journey of the heart, a quest to discover her own courage, kindness, and the strength of her spirit. With the lantern guiding her, Lily continued her exploration of the whispering woods. Along the way, she encountered creatures both magical and mundane. A wise old owl who shared riddles that challenged her mind, a mischievous fox who led her on a playful chase, and a gentle deer who offered companionship with its quiet presence. Each encounter taught Lily something new about herself and the world around her. The owl's riddles sharpened her wit and deepened her understanding of life's complexities. The fox's antics reminded her of the joy found in spontaneity and laughter. The deer's serenity instilled in her a sense of peace and patience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Lily found herself at the edge of a tranquil pond. The lantern's light reflected off the water's surface, creating a mirror of stars that twinkled with ethereal beauty. It was here that she paused, the events of the day swirling in her mind like leaves in an autumn breeze. Kneeling by the pond, Lily saw her reflection gazing back at her, eyes bright with newfound wisdom, face softened by the gentle glow of the lantern. In that moment, she understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just a quest to find a magical object, but a voyage of self-discovery. As the evening deepened into night, Lily felt the lantern grow warmer in her hands. It was as though it sensed her realization and was offering its approval. The light began to dim, and as it did, Lily felt a deep sense of contentment settle within her. The lantern had shown her the way, but it was her own heart that had led her to this moment of understanding. With gratitude in her heart, Lily returned the lantern to its chest, knowing that its light would always be with her, a beacon of hope and truth. She retraced her steps through the forest, the path now illuminated not by the lantern, but by the inner light she had kindled within herself. When Lily emerged from the whispering woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of dawn. Her grandmother was waiting, seated on the porch with a knowing smile. As Lily approached, she felt a sense of belonging that was deeper than before, a feeling that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Grandmother embraced her, the warmth of her love enveloping Lily like a comforting blanket. "You've found it, haven't you?" she asked softly, her voice a melody of understanding. Lily nodded, her heart full of stories and songs, of lessons learned and friendships forged. "I have," she replied, her voice steady and sure. That night, as Lily lay in bed, the stars twinkling outside her window, she reflected on her journey. The whispering woods had whispered its secrets, and she had listened. She had found the lantern of Lumina, but more importantly, she had found herself. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be dreamt, Lily closed her eyes, letting the gentle embrace of sleep carry her into a world of wonder and warmth, where the light of the lantern of Lumina would forever guide her path. Story 71. Once upon a time, in a small village cradled by the arms of the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Leora. The villagers often spoke of her with fondness, for Leora possessed a heart as warm as the summer sun and a curiosity as boundless as the sea. She lived with her grandmother, Elda, a wise woman who knew more about herbs and healing than anyone else in the village. Their home was a quaint cottage nestled at the edge of the woods, its stone walls covered in a tapestry of ivy, and its windowsills adorned with pots of vibrant flowers. Inside, the cottage was a sanctuary of comfort, its walls lined with shelves of books and jars filled with dried herbs. The air always carried the sweet scent of lavender and chamomile, soothing anyone who crossed the threshold. Every evening, after the chores were done, Leora would sit by the hearth with her grandmother, listening intently to tales of the whispering woods. Elda would speak of enchanted creatures and hidden paths, her voice weaving a tapestry of wonder and mystery. But there was one story that captured Leora's imagination more than any other, the tale of the Luminara stone. Legend had it that deep within the heart of the whispering woods lay a hidden glen where the Luminara stone rested. It was said to be a gem of radiant beauty, its light capable of revealing truths and healing hearts. Many had sought the stone, but none had returned, for the woods were vast and full of secrets. One breezy autumn afternoon, as Leora gathered herbs from the garden, she felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods were whispering her name, inviting her to discover their mysteries. She paused, her basket of herbs forgotten, and gazed toward the forest. The leaves rustled softly in the wind, their golden hues shimmering in the sun. "Grandmother," Leora called as she entered the cottage, her voice filled with a quiet determination, "I want to find the Luminara stone." Elda, stirring a pot of stew over the hearth, looked up with wise, knowing eyes. She studied Leora for a moment, seeing both the eagerness and the kindness in her granddaughter's soul. "The woods are a place of wonder, but they can also be perilous," Elda cautioned gently. "You must promise to listen to your heart and trust in your friends." Leora nodded, her resolve unshaken. She understood the risks, but the call of the woods was too strong to ignore. With Elda's blessing, she prepared for her journey, packing a small satchel with essentials: bread, cheese, a flask of water, and a pouch of healing herbs. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky with shades of pink and gold, Leora set out for the whispering woods. The path into the forest was lined with towering trees, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into soft, dappled patterns on the ground. The air was crisp and clean, scented with pine and earth. As Leora ventured deeper into the woods, she marveled at the beauty around her. Birds chirped melodiously from the treetops, and squirrels darted playfully across her path. She felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the forest itself was welcoming her presence. Hours passed, and the sun climbed higher in the sky. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, its water clear and cool. She sat on a smooth rock, nibbling on a piece of bread, while watching the sunlight dance on the surface of the stream. It was here that she met her first companion, a small, curious fox with fur as red as autumn leaves. The fox approached cautiously, its amber eyes fixed on Leora. She smiled gently, breaking off a piece of bread and holding it out. "Hello, little one," she said softly. "Are you hungry?" The fox hesitated for a moment, then trotted forward to accept the offering. As it ate, Leora noticed something unusual about the creature. Around its neck hung a delicate chain, and on it was a tiny charm that sparkled in the sunlight, a miniature version of the Luminara stone. "You're not just any fox, are you?" Leora mused, reaching out to stroke its fur. The fox leaned into her touch, a bond forming between them. "Will you help me find the Luminara stone?" The fox looked at her with a knowing gaze, then turned and darted into the underbrush, pausing to glance back as if to say, "Follow me." Heart racing with excitement, Leora gathered her things and hurried after the fox. It led her through the forest with ease, weaving between trees and leaping over fallen logs. Leora followed closely, her trust in the fox growing with each step. As they traveled, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted. Strange, ethereal lights flickered in the shadows, and the air was filled with a faint humming, as if the forest was alive with magic. The fox led Leora to a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. In the center of the glen stood a circle of stones, their surfaces covered in moss and lichen. The air was thick with enchantment, and Leora felt a tingling sensation on her skin. It was there in the heart of the stone circle that she saw it, the Luminara stone. It rested on a pedestal of roots and vines, its surface glowing with a gentle luminescence that pulsed like a heartbeat. The stone was a masterpiece of nature, its colors shifting from deep blue to emerald green to a warm, golden hue. Leora approached the stone with reverence, her heart filled with awe. As she reached out to touch it, a voice echoed through the glen, soft and melodic, like the rustling of leaves. "Only those with pure intentions may hold the Luminara stone," the voice intoned. "What is it that you seek, child of the forest?" Leora paused, the weight of the question settling upon her. She thought of her village, her grandmother, and the warmth of their hearth. She thought of the stories and the wisdom they held. "I seek to understand," Leora replied earnestly, "to learn the truths that will help my village and to heal those in need." The forest seemed to hold its breath, the air shimmering with anticipation. Then, as if in answer, the Luminara stone glowed brighter, its light enveloping Leora in a cocoon of warmth and clarity. She felt a surge of understanding flow through her, as if the stone was sharing its ancient wisdom with her. With newfound insight, Leora gently cradled the stone in her hands. It was as light as a feather, yet it held the weight of 1,000 stories. The fox watched her with approval, its eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Thank you," Leora whispered, gratitude welling up inside her. She knew now what she must do. With the Luminara stone in her possession, Leora began the journey home, the fox trotting faithfully by her side. As they retraced their steps through the whispering woods, Leora noticed how the forest seemed to change around her. The trees whispered secrets, the streams sang with joy, and the creatures of the woods greeted her as an old friend. When Leora emerged from the woods, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the village. She hurried to her grandmother's cottage, eager to share her adventure and the wisdom she had gained. Elda met her at the door, her eyes filled with both relief and pride. "Welcome home, my dear," she said, embracing Leora tightly. "I knew you would find your way." Together, they sat by the hearth, the Luminara stone resting between them, its light casting gentle shadows on the walls. As Leora recounted her journey, the stone glowed softly, illuminating the room with its healing warmth. With the stone's guidance, Leora and her grandmother brought new knowledge and healing to the village. They taught the villagers how to listen to the forest, to understand its rhythms, and respect its magic. The village flourished, and so did the bond between its people and the land. And the fox, Leora's steadfast companion, remained by her side, a reminder of the magic and friendship that had guided her journey. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and kind leader, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering woods. She never forgot the lessons she learned from the Luminara stone, that true understanding comes from listening, that healing begins with kindness, and that the light of friendship can illuminate even the darkest paths. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, the village thrived, a beacon of harmony and joy, forever touched by the magic of the whispering woods. Story 72. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald fields and whispering woods, there was a small cottage where a young girl named Clara lived with her grandmother. The air in Willowbrook always carried the scent of blooming lavender, and the days were filled with the soft melodies of birds singing their timeless songs. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes as bright as the morning sun, and a heart as warm as the hearth in her grandmother's kitchen. She spent her days exploring the meadows and forests, befriending the woodland creatures who recognized her gentle nature. One crisp autumn morning, while the leaves fluttered to the ground like golden coins, Clara discovered something peculiar. She was wandering through an ancient part of the forest, a place where the trees stood like wise old giants, their limbs weaving a tapestry of shadows and light. As she brushed aside a veil of ivy, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was an ornate key. It was unlike any key she had ever seen, with intricate patterns etched into its surface, glinting in the dappled sunlight. Clara felt a tingle run through her fingers as she held it, a sensation that whispered of mystery and magic. Curious and excited, she decided to show the key to her grandmother. Her grandmother, a woman of gentle wisdom and endless tales, took the key with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," she said, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "This is a key to somewhere special, a place that exists beyond the ordinary world." Intrigued, Clara asked where the key led. Her grandmother suggested she seek out the village librarian, Mr. Thistlewood, a kindly old man with a beard like a cloud and spectacles perched on his nose. The library in Willowbrook was a treasure trove of stories and knowledge, and Mr. Thistlewood was its guardian. He greeted Clara with a warm smile and listened intently as she described her find. "This key," he mused, "is said to open the door to the enchanted glen, a place of wonder and enchantment, hidden deep within the forest." Eager to see this magical place, Clara asked how she might find it. Mr. Thistlewood took a large, dusty book from the shelf and opened it to a page filled with delicate illustrations. "The glen reveals itself only to those who seek it with a pure heart," he explained. "Follow the path of the silver stream until you hear the song of the nightingale." With the key clutched tightly in her hand, Clara set out on her journey the next morning. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the gentle murmur of the stream that guided her. Along the way, she met a squirrel named Pippin, with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief. Pippin chattered excitedly, offering to accompany Clara on her quest. "I know these woods like my own tail," he boasted, scurrying up a tree only to reappear on a branch above her head. Grateful for his company, Clara agreed, and together they continued their journey. As the day wore on, the path became steeper, the trees thicker, their trunks wrapped in vines and moss. Just as Clara began to doubt they would ever find the glen, the sweet, melodious song of a nightingale floated through the air, guiding them onward. Finally, they reached a clearing where sunlight danced upon a hidden door, its wood entwined with vines and flowers in perpetual bloom. Clara's heart raced with anticipation as she inserted the key into the lock. With a gentle click, the door swung open, revealing a world that seemed to shimmer with magic. The enchanted glen was a place of ethereal beauty, where flowers of every hue carpeted the ground and trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed in a gentle breeze. In the center stood a serene pond, its waters reflecting the sky like a mirror. As Clara and Pippin stepped into the glen, they were greeted by Celeste, a graceful swan with plumage as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, Clara," Celeste said in a voice that flowed like the stream. "You have found your way here because your heart is open to wonder and kindness." Clara learned from Celeste that the glen was a place of healing and dreams, where those who entered could find clarity and inspiration. She spent the afternoon exploring its wonders, guided by Pippin and Celeste, each sharing stories of the glen and its magic. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart. She realized that while the glen was a wonderful place, she also belonged in Willowbrook, with her grandmother and the familiar comforts of home. "Thank you," Clara said to Celeste, her voice filled with gratitude. "I will carry the magic of this place with me always." Celeste nodded, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, dear Clara, the true magic lies within you. It is your kindness and curiosity that brought you here, and those same qualities will guide you wherever you go." With the key safely tucked in her pocket, Clara and Pippin retraced their steps back through the forest. The journey home felt different. The woods now seemed less mysterious and more like an old friend. As they emerged from the trees, the village of Willowbrook welcomed them with open arms. Clara returned to her cottage as the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. Her grandmother listened intently as she recounted her adventure, her eyes shining with pride and love. That night, as Clara lay in bed, she thought of the glen and all she had learned. She knew that magic could be found in the most unexpected places, and that the love and wisdom of friends and family were treasures beyond measure. With a heart full of warmth and wonder, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the world was a place of endless possibilities and that her own story was just beginning. Story 73. In the heart of a lush, evergreen forest, nestled between the whispering pines and the burbling brook that sang its song through the glade, there lay a quaint little village named Whisperwood. The village was known for its warm cottages that seemed to glow with an inner light, their chimneys puffing out tendrils of sweet-scented smoke that mingled with the crisp, clean air. Here, nature and magic danced together in harmony, and the villagers lived in gentle peace, surrounded by the wonders of their enchanted world. Yet as the moon cast its silver glow over Whisperwood one serene evening, something peculiar began to unfold. It started with the soft, melodious chimes of the village clock tower, which always rang out at the stroke of each hour. That night, however, the clock took on a strange rhythm, chiming 13 times at midnight. The villagers, used to the comforting predictability of their timepiece, exchanged puzzled glances. What could this mean? In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, a young girl named Marigold sat up in her bed, her eyes wide with curiosity beneath the patchwork quilt her grandmother had stitched with care. Marigold was known for her keen sense of observation and her insatiable curiosity about the world around her. She had a heart as warm as the hearth's glow and a mind as sharp as the crisp autumn air. As the mysterious chimes faded into the night, Marigold decided she would uncover the secret behind the clock's curious behavior. She slipped out of bed, her bare feet soundless on the wooden floor, and donned her favorite cloak, a deep blue embroidered with silver stars that seemed to twinkle in the dim light. She tiptoed past her snoring tabby cat, Pippin, and quietly opened the door, stepping into the moonlit night. The village was bathed in a silvery luminescence, and the air was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves, whispering secrets to one another. Marigold made her way to the village square, where the clock tower stood tall and proud, its shadow stretching across the cobblestones like a silent sentinel. As she approached, she noticed something unusual, tiny, shimmering footprints leading away from the tower. Intrigued, Marigold knelt down to inspect them more closely. They sparkled like stardust under the moon's gaze, and she realized they were not the footprints of any creature she knew. Her heart fluttered with excitement, for she knew she was on the cusp of an adventure. The footprints wound through the village, leading her past the bakery with its warm, yeasty aroma still lingering in the air, and the apothecary, its shelves lined with jars of herbs and potions that glimmered in the moonlight. They led her to the edge of the forest, where the trees loomed like ancient guardians, their leaves whispering in a language as old as time. Just as she hesitated at the forest's boundary, a soft, soothing voice broke the stillness. "Do not be afraid, dear child. You seek the answer to the clock's mystery, do you not?" Startled, Marigold turned to find a small, luminous creature perched on a low-hanging branch. It was a Wisplet, a kind-hearted sprite known for their wisdom and gentle nature. Its wings shimmered like dewdrops in the dawn, and its eyes twinkled with the light of 1,000 stars. "Yes," Marigold replied, her voice a soft whisper. "I want to know why the clock chimed 13 times. The Wisplet nodded, its expression thoughtful. "The clock has been touched by the magic of the forest, a magic that wishes to remind the village of something important. but only one with a heart full of kindness and curiosity can unravel its mystery. With that, the wisplet fluttered off the branch and guided Marigold deeper into the forest. The path wound through ancient trees whose bark was etched with the stories of ages past. Fireflies danced around them, their glow casting ethereal patterns on the forest floor. As they walked, the wisplet explained, "Long ago, the village and the forest shared a special bond, but over time, that bond has faded. The clock's chiming is a gentle nudge, a reminder of the harmony that once was and could be again." Marigold listened intently, her heart swelling with a determination to restore the forgotten connection. She followed the wisplet to a clearing where an ancient, gnarled tree stood, its roots weaving into the earth like the fingers of a wise old hand. "This is the heart tree," the wisplet said softly. "It holds the memory of the bond between the forest and the village. Listen closely, and it will share its secrets." Marigold approached the tree, laying her hand gently on its rough bark. She closed her eyes and listened, her breath mingling with the soft rustle of leaves. Gradually, she heard it, a gentle, rhythmic pulse, like the beating of a heart. It spoke to her in a language of emotions and memories, painting vivid pictures in her mind. She saw the village and the forest as they once were, intertwined like old friends, sharing stories by a fire. The villagers tended to the forest with care, while the forest gifted them with bountiful harvests and a sense of wonder. But as time passed, the villagers became more focused on their daily lives, and the connection waned, leaving only echoes of what once was. Understanding dawned in Marigold's heart. She realized that the clock's unusual chimes were a call to action, a call to rekindle the forgotten friendship. With renewed resolve, she thanked the heart tree and the wisplet for their guidance, promising to share what she had learned with the villagers. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marigold returned to Whisperwood. She gathered the villagers in the square, her voice ringing with the warmth of her conviction. "The forest reached out to us through the clock," she explained, her eyes bright with hope. "It wants to remind us of the bond we once shared. If we listen and act with kindness and respect, we can restore that bond and create something beautiful once more." The villagers listened, their hearts touched by Marigold's earnestness. Together, they embarked on a journey of renewal, working hand in hand with the forest to heal the rift and nurture the connection that had been forgotten. As the days turned into weeks, the villagers began to see the fruits of their efforts. The forest flourished, its trees standing taller, and its creatures thriving in the embrace of harmony. The villagers, too, found themselves filled with a sense of peace and contentment that had long been absent. And so the clock tower once again chimed its 12 familiar notes at the stroke of midnight. But this time, it was accompanied by the gentle sound of the forest's whispers, the two melodies merging into a symphony of unity and love. In the cozy glow of her cottage, Marigold smiled, knowing that she had played a part in restoring something precious. She snuggled beneath her quilt, her heart as light as the fireflies that danced outside her window, and drifted into a gentle, dream-filled sleep, confident that the bond between the village and the forest would endure for generations to come. Story 74. Beneath the emerald canopy of an ancient forest, where sunlight dripped like golden honey through the leaves, lay a world often unseen by human eyes. Here, gentle creatures of the forest lived in a delicate harmony that mirrored the cycle of seasons. With each whisper of the wind and rustle of the foliage, the forest sang its age-old song of balance and unity. In this verdant haven, a wise old hare named Bramble had watched over the woodland glade for many winters. His fur, once a vibrant chestnut, was now dusted with the silver of age, and his eyes, deep pools of warmth and wisdom, held the knowledge of generations. Bramble was known throughout the forest as the keeper of stories, the one who held the thread of history that weaved through the lives of every creature. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the cinnamon scent of fallen leaves, and the sky was an expanse of soft grays, a young squirrel named Willow scampered over to Bramble. Her tail fluffed with excitement, and her eyes bright with curiosity. She paused at the entrance of Bramble's cozy burrow. "Bramble," Willow chattered, her voice a tinkling bell in the quiet morning. "The winds are whispering stories again. Can you tell me about the magic that comes with the changing seasons? Bramble, nestled comfortably among soft moss and fragrant pine needles, nodded with a gentle smile. Ah, the magic of the seasons, he began, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. It is a tale as old as the forest itself. Drawing Willow closer, Bramble painted a picture with his words. Long ago, when the world was new, the seasons were wild and untamed. Summer blazed with fierce heat. Winter froze the land in an endless sleep. Spring burst forth with chaotic energy, and autumn was a whirlwind of change. Willow listened, her imagination alive with Bramble's vivid imagery. She could almost feel the warmth of an unbridled summer sun and the icy breath of an eternal winter. But the creatures of the forest, Bramble continued, knew that to survive, they must find a way to live in harmony with the seasons. So they sought the counsel of the great oak, whose roots reached deep into the heart of the earth. The great oak? Willow whispered, eyes wide with wonder. What did it say? The great oak, Bramble replied, spoke of balance. It taught the creatures to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their paws, and to understand that each season brought its own gifts. It was the wisdom of the great oak that helped the creatures weave their lives with the rhythm of the world. As Bramble spoke, the forest around them seemed to breathe in unison with his tale. The gentle rustling of leaves became the applause of ancient trees, and the soft trickle of a nearby brook was the song of time itself. And so, Bramble said, his voice a warm embrace, the creatures learned to gather food in the abundance of summer, to rest and dream through the stillness of winter, to celebrate the renewal of spring, and to prepare and reflect during the thoughtful days of autumn. Willow, enraptured by the story, nodded slowly. It's like a dance, isn't it? She mused, her voice filled with newfound understanding. A dance with the seasons. Exactly, little one, Bramble said with a twinkle in his eye. And in this dance, we find our place and our purpose. For you see, the magic of the seasons is not in what they bring, but in how we choose to live within them. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through the glade, carrying with it the fragrance of ripe apples and the promise of rain. Willow felt the caress of the wind and understood that she was part of something much larger, a wondrous tapestry of life that spanned the ages. Thank you, Bramble, she said softly, her heart full of gratitude and awe. I'll remember your story when the winds sing their songs. Bramble nodded, his heart warmed by the knowledge that the wisdom of the forest would continue to live on through Willow and countless others who listened to the stories of the land. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, the forest settled into the peaceful embrace of dusk. Willow scampered away, her mind alight with dreams and the promise of new adventures, and Bramble, the gentle storyteller, watched the shadows deepen with contentment, knowing that the ancient dance of the seasons would continue, as it always had, in perfect harmony. Story 75, Whispers of the Moonlit Glade. In a quiet village nestled between emerald hills and silver streams, there lived a young girl named Leora. The village was dotted with quaint cottages, their chimneys puffing wisps of smoke into the crisp morning air. The scent of dew-kissed grass mingled with the aroma of freshly baked bread, creating an atmosphere so inviting that even the birds lingered in their songs. Leora was known for her bright eyes that sparkled like stars against a velvet sky, and a heart that was as warm as the hearths in the village homes. She spent her days exploring the woods that bordered the village, always accompanied by her loyal friend, a gentle fox named Finn. The villagers often whispered about the mysteries hidden within those woods, but Leora felt at home among the rustling leaves and whispering winds. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet, Leora and Finn ventured deeper into the woods than ever before. The air was thick with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot played a soothing melody. As they walked, the woods seemed to come alive, each shadow and rustle a part of a symphony only they could hear. Suddenly, Finn stopped, his ears perking up as if picking up a secret message carried by the breeze. Leora followed his gaze and saw a peculiar light flickering through the trees, a silvery glow that danced like moonlight on water. Her heart fluttered with curiosity, and she gently nudged Finn to lead the way. They soon arrived at a secluded glade, bathed in the ethereal glow of the full moon. In the center of the glade stood an ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky as if yearning to touch the stars. Draped among its boughs was a shimmering veil of silvery threads that glittered as they caught the moonlight. Leora approached the tree with a sense of awe, her footsteps silent on the mossy ground. She reached out to touch the silvery threads, and as her fingers brushed them, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, as if the tree itself was alive and welcoming her presence. As she stood beneath the tree, Leora heard a soft, melodious voice, as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear child of the woods," it said. "I am the guardian of the moonlit glade. You have been chosen to undertake a journey of discovery. With each step, you shall uncover the hidden wonders of this world and the strength within yourself." Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a call to explore the mysteries that lay ahead. She glanced at Finn, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes reflecting the same sense of adventure that sparkled in hers. The guardian continued, "To aid you on your journey, I bestow upon you a gift, a pendant forged from the essence of moonlight and dreams. It will guide you and protect you, revealing paths unseen to those who do not seek with an open heart." A delicate pendant appeared in Leora's hand, its surface shimmering with an iridescent glow. She placed it around her neck, feeling its comforting weight against her skin. With the guardian's blessing, Leora and Finn set off once more, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the pendant. The woods around them seemed to shift and change, revealing hidden trails and secret clearings that had eluded them before. Along the way, they encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes, some familiar, like the wise old owl who shared stories of the forest, and others wondrously strange, like the gentle breeze spirits that danced among the leaves. As they journeyed, Leora learned to listen with more than just her ears. She felt the heartbeat of the forest in the rustling leaves, the whispers of the wind, and the songs of the streams. Each new discovery filled her with a sense of wonder and gratitude, and she found herself growing more attuned to the natural world and the magic that lay within it. Days turned into weeks, and Leora's journey took her to places she had only dreamed of. She visited a hidden waterfall where the water sang as it cascaded over smooth stones, its melody echoing through the valley. She walked through fields of wildflowers that swayed in harmony with the breeze, their colors a vibrant tapestry against the verdant backdrop. One evening, as she and Finn rested by a babbling brook, Leora noticed the pendant glowing with a soft, pulsating light. It was as if it was calling to her, urging her to continue her journey. She rose to her feet, feeling a newfound sense of purpose and determination. Their path led them to a towering mountain that loomed over the land like a sentinel. The air grew crisp and cool as they ascended, the scent of pine mingling with the sharp tang of snow. The climb was steep and challenging, but Leora felt a strength within her that she had never known before, a quiet resilience that pushed her forward with each step. At last, they reached the summit, where the world stretched out before them in a breathtaking panorama. The sky was a canvas of stars, their light twinkling like diamonds scattered across velvet. Leora felt a profound sense of peace and connection to the world around her, as if she was part of something greater than herself. As they gazed out over the land, Finn nudged Leora gently, drawing her attention to a small, hidden alcove nestled among the rocks. There, she found a stone tablet, its surface etched with ancient runes that glowed softly in the moonlight. The runes spoke of a time when the world was young, and the balance between nature and magic was maintained by the guardians of the elements. The tablet revealed that Leora's journey was not just one of discovery, but of destiny. She was to become a guardian, a protector of the natural world and its wonders. With this revelation, Leora felt a deep sense of responsibility and honor. She understood that her journey had been preparing her for this moment, and that the strength and wisdom she had gained would guide her in her new role. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finn began their descent from the mountain, their hearts filled with a sense of purpose and fulfillment. The pendant around her neck glowed warmly, a reminder of the journey they had undertaken and the adventures still to come. Upon returning to the village, Leora found that she saw it with new eyes. The simple beauty of the fields, the laughter of the children, and the gentle rhythm of daily life all held a magic of their own. She knew that her journey was far from over, and that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered and cherished. With Finn by her side, Leora embraced her new role as a guardian, sharing the lessons she had learned with those around her, and working to protect the harmony between nature and magic. Her heart was filled with gratitude for the journey that had changed her forever, and she knew that as long as she listened to the whispers of the moonlit glade, she would always find her way. Story 76. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum with secrets and the air was thick with the scent of pine and honey, there lay a quaint little village named Moonshadow Hollow. The village was a tapestry of thatched roofs, cobblestone paths, and lush gardens that burst with colors even in the dim light of twilight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a gentle purple glow over the land, strange occurrences began to weave their way through the fabric of Moonshadow Hollow. It started with the soft tinkling of bells, seemingly coming from nowhere, yet echoing everywhere. Then the village's lanterns, which usually flickered to life at dusk, began to glow with a mysterious blue light, casting ethereal shadows that danced along the cobblestones. In the heart of the village, nestled between the bakery and the apothecary, was the cozy abode of Leora, a kind-hearted young woman known for her sharp mind and gentle spirit. Her rose-scented cottage, with its ivy-draped walls and welcoming hearth, was a haven for those seeking warmth and wisdom. Leora, with her golden hair and twinkling green eyes, was beloved by all, especially the children who often gathered around her for stories and games. But tonight, as the blue light bathed the village in its otherworldly glow, Leora sat in her rocking chair by the fireplace, pondering the strange happenings. The villagers were curious but unafraid, for Moonshadow Hollow was a place where the extraordinary was often ordinary, and magic was as much a part of life as the changing seasons. As Leora sipped her chamomile tea, she heard a soft rap at her door. Rising, she opened it to find Pippin, a wise old owl with feathers the color of moonlight, perched on the railing. Pippin was known throughout the woods as a sage of great renown, his eyes deep pools of knowledge. "Good evening, Leora," Pippin hooted softly, his voice like a gentle breeze. "I see you've noticed the peculiar happenings in our village." Leora nodded, inviting Pippin inside. "Yes, dear friend. There's a mystery in the air, and it seems to be woven with the threads of magic." Pippin fluttered to a cozy perch by the mantel, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Indeed, there is more to this than meets the eye, and I believe the answer lies in observation and understanding." Together, they devised a plan to uncover the source of the enchantment. As they talked, the fire crackled warmly, casting a comforting glow around the room. Leora gathered her notebook, a simple leather-bound tome filled with sketches and notes of her observations and theories. The next morning, Leora set out into the village, her senses alive to the world around her. The villagers greeted her with smiles and curious questions, which she answered with warmth and reassurance. As she explored, she noticed subtle clues, the way the wind seemed to carry the scent of lavender, the soft rustle of leaves that whispered secrets, and the footprints of tiny creatures that crisscrossed the dew-kissed grass. In the heart of the village square, Leora found a shimmering feather, unlike any she had seen before. It glowed softly with the same blue hue as the lanterns, and as she picked it up, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers. Returning to her cottage, Leora shared her discovery with Pippin. The wise owl examined the feather with keen interest. "This is a moon feather," he mused, "a gift from the lunar fae, guardians of dreams and keepers of the night." "The lunar fae," Leora echoed, her eyes widening with wonder. "But why would they visit Moonshadow Hollow?" Pippin's eyes twinkled. "Perhaps they have come to share a message, or seek help. It is said that the lunar fae appear only when there is a need for harmony and understanding." With renewed purpose, Leora and Pippin set out to find the lunar fae. They followed the trail of glowing footprints into the depths of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their boughs entwined like old friends. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with a gentle luminescence, guiding them toward a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, amidst a circle of ancient stones, stood the lunar fae, their ethereal forms shimmering like stardust. The leader of the Fae, a graceful figure with eyes like the night sky, stepped forward. "Welcome, Leora and Pippin," she spoke, her voice a melodious whisper. "We have come to seek your wisdom and friendship." Leora bowed respectfully. "We are honored by your presence. How may we assist you?" The Fae explained that a delicate balance had been disturbed in their realm, causing the magical disturbances in Moonshadow Hollow. They sought the insight of the villagers, whose hearts were known for their kindness and understanding. Understanding dawned upon Leora. Perhaps the answer lies in the unity and compassion of our village. Together, we can restore harmony. With a plan in mind, Leora and Pippin returned to the village, rallying the villagers to join in a night of celebration and unity. Under the light of the full moon, they gathered in the village square, sharing stories, laughter, and music that echoed through the woods. The air was filled with a joyful warmth, and as the villagers joined hands in a circle, the blue glow of the lanterns shifted to a soft, golden light, wrapping Moonshadow Hollow in a comforting embrace. The lunar fae appeared once more, their forms glowing brighter with the harmony that now pulsed through the village. "Thank you," the leader said, her voice filled with gratitude. "Your kindness has restored the balance, and our worlds are once again in harmony." With a final graceful bow, the fae vanished into the night, leaving behind a gentle rain of stardust that twinkled like fireflies. As the village slowly drifted into slumber, Leora returned to her cottage, her heart filled with peace and contentment. She gazed out at the twinkling stardust, knowing that Moonshadow Hollow would always be a place where magic and friendship intertwined. And in the gentle glow of the fireplace, with Pippin softly hooting a lullaby, Leora closed her eyes, her dreams woven with the magic of the night, a testament to the power of unity and the enduring spirit of Moonshadow Hollow. Story 77. Once upon a time, deep within the ancient, moss-covered forests of Elvenwood, there lived a peculiar tribe of woodland creatures. They were no ordinary animals. These were the Whisperers, endowed with the miraculous ability to communicate with the very trees that sheltered them. Among the Whisperers, there was a young rabbit named Thistle, her fur as soft as dandelion fluff, and her eyes shining with insatiable curiosity. From the moment she had first heard the gentle rustling of the leaves, she had been entranced by the secret language of the forest. It was on a crisp, dewy morning that Thistle embarked on a journey that would change her forever. As she bounded through the undergrowth, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A twinkling, golden acorn lay nestled among the fallen leaves. Thistle's whiskers twitched, and she felt an inexplicable pull towards the curious object. Gingerly, she reached out and touched the acorn with her velvety nose. In an instant, a shimmering light enveloped her, and she found herself transported to a hidden world unlike anything she had ever imagined. Thistle gasped in awe as she took in her surroundings. Towering trees stretched high into the heavens, their branches intertwining to form a canopy of emerald leaves that dappled the forest floor with dancing shadows. The air was thick with the earthy scent of moss and wildflowers, and every surface seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. As she explored this enchanted realm, Thistle encountered a menagerie of creatures she had never seen before. Glittering dragonflies with wings that shimmered like stained glass, and tiny mushroom-capped sprites that scurried about, tending to the plants with gentle whispers. It was then that Thistle realized the true power of the golden acorn. It had opened a gateway to the secret world of the forest spirits, a place where the very essence of nature thrived. Overcome with wonder, Thistle ventured deeper into this magical domain, her paws leaving delicate impressions on the velvet moss. It was here that she met Willow, a wise old oak tree whose gnarled branches seemed to embrace the entire forest. "Welcome, young Whisperer," Willow's voice rumbled, as ancient and soothing as the earth itself. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the heart of our realm." Thistle listened, entranced, as Willow revealed the secrets of the forest spirits, how they tended to the flora and fauna, ensuring the delicate balance of nature was maintained. But there was a darkness creeping in, a threat that could upend the harmony they had so carefully cultivated. A mischievous sprite named Bramble had discovered a way to corrupt the tree's language, twisting their words and sowing discord among the woodland creatures. If left unchecked, Bramble's actions could tear the fabric of the forest asunder. Willow looked upon Thistle with eyes that glimmered like sunlight filtering through leaves. "It is your destiny, young one, to stop Bramble and restore peace to our realm." Thistle felt a flutter of trepidation, but also a growing sense of determination. This hidden world had captivated her heart, and she would do whatever it took to protect it. With Willow's guidance, Thistle embarked on a quest to unravel Bramble's treachery. She traversed enchanted glades and misty hollows, forging unlikely friendships with a fearless squirrel named Chitter and a kindly old badger named Stump. Together they faced perilous challenges, navigating twisted, labyrinthine paths that seemed to shift and change before their very eyes, and outwitting cunning riddles posed by mischievous woodland spirits. Through it all, Thistle relied on her gift of communication, using her ability to decipher the trees' whispers and unravel the secrets they held. And as she journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, she began to understand the true power of language, how it could heal or harm, unite or divide. At last, after overcoming countless obstacles, Thistle and her companions found themselves face to face with Bramble, the impish sprite responsible for sowing chaos throughout the realm. Bramble cackled, his eyes glinting with malice. "You think you can stop me, little rabbit? My words hold sway over the very trees themselves." But Thistle stood firm, her heart swelling with the knowledge she had gained on her journey. "Your words may be twisted, Bramble, but they hold no true power over the forest. The trees know the language of love and harmony, and that is a language you cannot corrupt." With those words, Thistle began to whisper to the trees, her voice carrying on the gentle breeze. And as she spoke, the forest seemed to come alive, the branches swaying in time with her words, the leaves rustling in a language only she could understand. Bramble's eyes widened in fear as the trees began to close in around him, their branches twisting and curling like gnarled fingers. He tried to speak, to wield his corrupted words against the forest, but his voice was drowned out by the symphony of the trees' voices. In that moment, Thistle realized the true strength of her gift, the ability to communicate, to understand, and to bring harmony where there was once discord. And as Bramble's influence faded, the forest spirits emerged from their hiding places, their faces alight with joy and gratitude. Willow's voice echoed through the trees, warm and comforting. "Well done, young whisperer. You have proven yourself worthy of the golden acorn's power, and in doing so, you have saved our realm." Thistle felt a sense of peace wash over her, a deep connection to the forest that she had never known before. She had embarked on a journey of self-discovery, and in the process had uncovered the true magic that lay within her all along. From that day forward, Thistle became a guardian of the hidden world, using her gift to maintain the delicate balance between the woodland creatures and the forest spirits. And whenever she felt the weight of her responsibility grow heavy, she need only pause and listen to the gentle whispers of the trees, reminding her that she was never truly alone in this enchanted realm. For in the heart of Elvenwood, the language of love and harmony would forever echo through the boughs, a symphony of hope and healing that would endure long after Thistle's time had passed. Story 78. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, there lay a vast and mysterious forest known to the villagers as the Whimsy Wood. No one dared venture too far into its depths, for whispers of peculiar happenings and odd creatures drifted through the village like the morning mist. Yet, there was one curious soul, a gentle-hearted young boy named Finn, who felt an irresistible pull towards the forest's leafy embrace. Finn was a dreamer, with eyes that shone like the stars and a heart full of wonder. He spent his days imagining what lay beyond the familiar fields and cottages, and his nights dreaming of adventures in far-off lands. One crisp autumn morning, with a sky painted in hues of gold and crimson, Finn decided it was time to explore the secrets of the Whimsy Wood. As he stepped onto the soft, moss-carpeted path, the forest seemed to welcome him with open arms. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustling of leaves whispered tales of old. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground that danced with every breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his heart beating with excitement and a hint of trepidation. Soon he stumbled upon a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a sight that made his breath catch in his throat. Before him lay a shimmering pond, its surface glistening like a silver mirror under the sun. Around its edges, the grass was carpeted with tiny blue flowers that seemed to hum a soft, melodious tune. As Finn approached, the water began to ripple, and from its depths emerged the most wondrous of creatures, a water sprite. Her skin glistened like the surface of the pond, and her hair flowed like liquid silver. She smiled at Finn, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous yet kind-hearted light. "Welcome, young traveler," she sang in a voice like tinkling chimes. "What brings you to the heart of Whimsywood?" Finn, enchanted by her presence, found his voice. "I seek to learn the secrets of this forest and to see what wonders it holds." The sprite nodded approvingly, her laughter echoing like a gentle stream. "Then you must meet my friends," she said, beckoning him to follow. Together they wandered deeper into the forest, where the air was filled with the scent of sweet sap and wildflowers. They soon came upon a grove where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches woven together like the fingers of old friends. Perched on one of these branches was a small owl-like creature with feathers that shimmered in every color of the rainbow. The sprite introduced him as Ollie, a wise creature known for his riddles and stories. Ollie's eyes, large and wise, studied Finn with a curious gaze. "Tell me, young one," he hooted softly, "what is the bravest thing you've ever done?" Finn thought for a moment, then replied, "I believe it's having the courage to walk into the unknown, even when I feel afraid." Ollie nodded, a smile tugging at his beak. "Courage often wears the cloak of curiosity," he said kindly. "May it guide your steps." As the day wore on, Finn's journey led him to meet other whimsical beings, a family of tiny luminescent creatures called the Glowfolk, who lit up the twilight with their gentle glow, and a wise old turtle who spoke in slow, measured tones, imparting wisdom with every word. Each encounter taught Finn something new, not just about the forest, but about himself. He learned the value of patience from the turtle, the joy of seeing the world through different colors from Ollie, and the importance of light in darkness from the Glowfolk. When the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of purple and pink, the water sprite guided Finn back to the edge of the forest. Her presence was a comforting glow in the dimming light, and Finn felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey he had taken. "Thank you for showing me the wonders of Whimsywood," Finn said, his heart full. The sprite smiled, her form shimmering like moonlight on water. "Remember, Finn," she said softly, "the greatest adventure lies not in the places you go, but in the courage you find within yourself." With those words, she slipped back into the pond, leaving Finn standing at the forest's edge, his spirit alight with newfound courage and wonder. As he made his way home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and the village welcomed him back with the warm glow of candlelight. Finn knew that while the Whimsywood held many secrets, it was his own bravery and open heart that had truly unlocked its magic. And so, under the gentle watch of the moon, Finn fell asleep with dreams of new adventures, knowing that the courage to explore the unknown would always guide him home. Story 79. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where leaves murmured secrets to the passing breeze and sunlight danced in playful patterns on the forest floor, there existed a realm that few had ever seen. It was a place where time seemed to dawdle, savoring each moment like a slowly melting candy. Here, nestled amidst the moss-covered stones and ancient oaks, lay the hidden world of Luminara, known only to those with the eyes to see and the heart to believe. At the edge of this enchanted forest stood a quaint cottage with walls the color of honey and a roof thatched with the golden straw of sunlit fields. Tendrils of ivy clung to its sides, and a chimney puffed out sweet-smelling smoke that carried hints of lavender and sage. This was the home of an old woman named Marigold, whose heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled within. Marigold was known throughout the nearby village, not just for her kind heart, but for her remarkable talent with herbs and potions. Her gentle hands could coax the brightest blooms from the earth and brew teas that soothed the most troubled of spirits. But what truly set her apart was a secret she had kept close to her chest. a secret that would soon weave its way into a tale of friendship and transformation. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and crimson, a young girl named Lily found herself wandering into the whispering woods. She was drawn by a feeling she could not quite name, something akin to a forgotten melody or a half-remembered dream. Lily was a child of quiet curiosity, with eyes that sparkled like the stars and a smile that could light up the gloomiest day. Her heart was full of questions, and her mind brimmed with stories she longed to share. As she meandered through the woods, the trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering tales of old. She paused to listen, captivated by the symphony of nature. It was then that she noticed a peculiar sight, a small, shimmering path that seemed to glow with an inner light, beckoning her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, Lily followed the path, her footsteps soft against the carpet of fallen leaves. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the scent of pine and the distant promise of rain. Soon she came upon a clearing where a brook babbled merrily over smooth stones, its waters as clear as the sky on a midsummer's day. And there, by the brook, stood Marigold, her hair as silver as moonlight, her eyes kind and wise. She was gathering herbs, her basket brimming with the forest's bounty. Marigold looked up as Lily approached, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Good day, young one," Marigold greeted, her voice as soothing as the brook's song. "What brings you to this hidden corner of the woods?" Lily hesitated, unsure of how to express the pull she had felt. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice as soft as the whispering leaves. "I just felt drawn here." Marigold nodded, as if she understood more than Lily could put into words. "Sometimes the forest calls to those who are willing to listen," she said. "Perhaps it has a gift for you, if you are open to it." Curiosity piqued. Lily watched as Marigold reached into her basket and retrieved a small, polished stone. It was unlike anything Lily had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, iridescent glow that seemed to shift and change with every angle. "This," Marigold said, holding the stone out to Lily, "is a moonstone. It holds a magic all its own, but its true power can only be unlocked by those with a pure heart." Lily took the stone, feeling its cool, smooth surface against her palm. As she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her, as if the stone were sharing its secret with her heart. Marigold's eyes twinkled with a knowing light. "The moonstone can show you the hidden world within our own," she explained. "But remember, young Lily, the magic it holds is a reflection of the magic within you." With those words, Marigold turned back to her gathering, leaving Lily to ponder the mysterious gift she had received. As the days passed, Lily carried the moonstone with her, keeping it tucked safely in her pocket. She soon discovered that when she held it up to the light, it revealed glimpses of a world that danced on the edge of her imagination. She saw tiny, luminous creatures flitting through the air, their wings like gossamer threads. She saw flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals whispering secrets only the wind could hear. But it was not just the wonders of this hidden world that captivated Lily. It was the sense of belonging she felt, as if she were part of something larger than herself, something ancient and beautiful. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Lily returned to the clearing by the brook. She sat on a smooth stone, the moonstone cradled in her hands, and let its gentle glow wash over her. It was then that she heard a soft, melodic voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "Hello, Lily," the voice said, and Lily turned to see a small figure standing at the edge of the clearing. The figure was no taller than a wildflower, with skin the color of dawn and hair that shimmered like starlight. Its eyes were large and bright, filled with a gentle wisdom that belied its size. "Who are you?" Lily asked, her voice a hushed whisper in the twilight. "I am Leora," the figure replied, a smile lighting up its face. "I am a guardian of the hidden world, and you, dear Lily, have been chosen to see it because your heart is open and your spirit kind." Lily felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of wonder and gratitude that left her breathless. "Why me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because you believe," Leora replied simply, "in the magic of the world around you and in the magic within yourself." As the days turned to weeks, Lily and Leora became fast friends, exploring the wonders of the hidden world together. They marveled at the dance of fireflies that painted the night with their glow, listened to the songs of the forest as the wind played among the trees, and shared stories of dreams and hopes beneath the starlit sky. Through their adventures, Lily learned to see the beauty in the world around her, to find joy in the simple things, and to trust in the goodness of her own heart. She discovered that the magic of the moonstone was not just in what it revealed, but in how it helped her see the world with new eyes. But the hidden world was not without its challenges. One day, as Lily and Leora wandered through a grove of ancient oaks, they came upon a patch of forest that seemed to be wilting, its leaves dry and brittle, its flowers wilted and gray. Leora's face grew grave as she surveyed the scene. "The balance of our world is delicate," she explained. "Sometimes the magic that sustains it falters, and the forest suffers." Lily felt a pang of sadness at the sight. "Is there anything we can do to help?" she asked, her voice earnest and determined. Leora nodded, her expression softening. "There is always something we can do if we are willing to try. The forest needs our care, our love, and our belief in its magic." Together, Lily and Leora set to work, tending to the ailing plants with gentle hands and hopeful hearts. They sang songs of healing and whispered words of encouragement, their voices blending with the wind as it carried their hopes through the trees. Slowly, the forest began to revive, its leaves regaining their vibrant hue, its flowers blooming with renewed vigor. Lily felt a deep sense of satisfaction as she watched the transformation, her heart swelling with pride and joy. In that moment, she realized that the magic of the moonstone was not just a gift, but a responsibility, a reminder that the world was full of wonders waiting to be cherished and protected. As the sun set on that fateful day, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Lily and Leora stood hand in hand, watching the forest come alive with the promise of a new beginning. Leora turned to Lily, her eyes shining with gratitude. "You have done more for our world than you know," she said softly. "Your kindness and courage have restored the magic that binds us all." Lily smiled, feeling a sense of peace and fulfillment that filled her soul. She knew that her journey had only just begun, that there were still many wonders to discover and many lessons to learn. But she also knew that she was not alone, that she had a friend in Leora and a place in the hidden world that would always welcome her with open arms. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lily felt a gentle tug at her heart, a reminder of the bond she shared with the magical realm. She knew that she would return to the Whispering Woods, to the world of Luminara and its many secrets. And so, with the moonstone glowing softly in her hand and the promise of new adventures in her heart, Lily made her way back to the village, her spirit alight with the magic of friendship and the power of belief. The journey had changed her, as all true journeys do, and she knew that she would carry its lessons with her always. For in the hidden world, she had discovered not just the wonders of the forest, but the wonders within herself. And as she lay in her bed that night, the whispers of the forest singing her to sleep, she dreamed of a world where magic and friendship danced hand in hand, a world where anything was possible if only one believed. And in her dreams, the moonstone glowed brighter than ever, a beacon of hope and love that would light her way through the darkest nights and the brightest days. For Lily had learned the greatest lesson of all, that the true magic of the world was not in the enchanted stones or the hidden realms, but in the hearts of those who dared to dream and the souls of those who dared to care. And so, the story of Lily and Leora, of the hidden world and the moonstone's magic, became a tale passed down through the generations, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lies just beyond the veil of everyday life. And as long as there were those who believed, the magic of the Whispering Woods and the world of Luminara would live on, a testament to the power of friendship, the strength of belief, and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 80. In the heart of a dense, whispering forest, where the softest trails of mist curled around ancient trees like gentle caresses, there lay an unsung village named Willowbark. This village, as quaint as a storybook illustration, was cradled by hills that wore crowns of evergreens and a brook that sang lullabies to the moon. The villagers of Willowbark lived in harmony with the land, their days punctuated by the rhythm of sowing and reaping, and their nights by the serenade of crickets and the occasional call of an owl. Among the villagers was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Finn was known for his insatiable thirst for adventure, often found with his nose buried deep in the pages of the village's library, a small but wondrous collection housed in the attic of the town hall. His heart was full of dreams, each one more vibrant and daring than the last. The story begins on a crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the scent of wood smoke and the trees wore cloaks of amber and gold. Finn, bundled in his woolen scarf, wandered into the woods, a favored place of solitude and wonder. His destination was a hidden glen, a secret haven known only to him and a trusted few. As he walked, the leaves crunched beneath his boots, and the forest whispered ancient secrets. The path was dappled with sunlight, filtering through the canopy above, casting playful shadows that danced around him. Finn was deep in thought, pondering tales of brave knights and enchanted lands, when he stumbled upon something quite extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an old oak was a peculiar object, unlike anything Finn had ever seen. It was a mirror, small and round, with a frame of intertwined vines that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The glass was not clear but shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, as if it held the essence of a rainbow within its depths. Finn knelt down, his breath catching in his throat. As he reached out to touch the mirror, a warmth spread through his fingers, and the world around him seemed to hold its breath. Hesitantly, he picked it up, feeling an inexplicable connection to the object, as though it had been waiting just for him. With the mirror safely tucked into his satchel, Finn continued his journey to the glen. The path opened up to a clearing bathed in golden light, where the brook wound lazily through the grass, its surface sparkling like 1,000 tiny stars. Finn seated himself on a moss-covered rock, the mirror resting in his lap. He gazed into the glass, and to his astonishment, the colors began to swirl, forming shapes and patterns that danced before his eyes. The mirror was not ordinary, it was magical, a conduit to another world. As the images settled, Finn found himself looking at a landscape both familiar and strange, a reflection of the forest, but not quite as it was. In this mirrored world, the trees were taller, their leaves shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Creatures flitted among the branches, their forms fluid and ethereal. Finn's heart raced with wonder, and he knew that this was the beginning of an adventure unlike any he had ever imagined. Over the next few days, Finn returned to the glen, drawn by the mystery of the mirror. Each time he looked into it, the scenes grew more vivid, the allure of the hidden world more irresistible. He knew he had to enter it, to explore its secrets and uncover the truths it held. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of violet and rose, Finn sat by the brook, the mirror cradled in his hands. He concentrated on the swirling colors until the world around him faded, and he felt a gentle tug, as if the mirror itself was inviting him in. With a sensation akin to stepping through a veil of mist, Finn found himself standing in the mirrored forest. The air was crisp and sweet, carrying the scent of pine and wildflowers. The light was softer here, as if filtered through a prism, casting a magical glow over everything. Finn's senses were alive with wonder. The trees towered above him, their bark shimmering with a silvery sheen. The ground was carpeted with soft moss, and the brook sang a melody that resonated deep within his soul. He felt a sense of peace and belonging, as though he had come home to a place he had never known existed. As he explored, Finn encountered creatures of astonishing beauty and grace. There were deer with antlers that glowed like moonlight, and birds with feathers that changed color with every beat of their wings. But it was a small, timid creature that captured his heart, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. The fox approached Finn cautiously, its nose twitching as if it could sense the boy's kindness. Finn knelt, extending a hand in friendship, and the fox nuzzled his palm, its trust a precious gift. From that moment they became inseparable companions, exploring the wonders of the mirrored world together. Finn named the fox Snow, for its pristine coat, and the creature seemed to understand, responding with a playful bark. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, discovering hidden glades and sparkling waterfalls. each new sight more enchanting than the last. As they journeyed, Finn learned the language of the forest, a silent communion with nature that spoke to him through the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. He felt a kinship with the land and its inhabitants, a sense of purpose that filled him with joy. But the mirrored world was not without its mysteries. There were whispers of an ancient magic that lay dormant, waiting to be awakened. Finn sensed it in the air, a palpable energy that thrummed beneath the surface, and he knew that his journey was far from over. One day, as Finn and Snow wandered through a grove of silver birch, they encountered an elderly woman with hair like spun gold and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. She was seated on a fallen log, surrounded by a circle of wildflowers that seemed to bloom at her touch. "Welcome, young traveler," she greeted, her voice as soft as the breeze. "I am the keeper of the mirror, and I have been expecting you." Finn felt a thrill of excitement. He bowed respectfully, aware that he stood in the presence of someone extraordinary. "I am honored to meet you, Keeper. I've come to learn about this world and its secrets." The Keeper smiled, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "You seek knowledge and you shall find it. But first you must prove yourself worthy of the gift the mirror bestows." Finn nodded, determination in his heart. "What must I do?" The Keeper gestured to the forest around them. "The magic that sustains this world is faltering. The balance has been disturbed, and it is up to you to restore it. To do so, you must find the Heartstone, a relic of great power hidden deep within the forest. Only then will you unlock the true potential of the mirror." Finn felt a sense of purpose ignite within him. "I will find the Heartstone and restore the balance." Snow barked in agreement, and the Keeper chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "You have a brave heart, Finn, and a loyal friend. Together, you shall succeed." With the Keeper's blessing, Finn and Snow set off on their quest. The forest was vast and filled with wonders, but also challenges that tested their courage and resolve. They navigated treacherous terrain, crossed rushing rivers, and braved the shadows that lurked in the deeper parts of the woods. Through it all, their friendship grew stronger, a bond forged in the fires of adventure and trust. Snow's keen senses guided them, and Finn's unwavering determination propelled them forward. They learned to rely on each other, drawing strength from their shared journey. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered other creatures who had been affected by the imbalance. There were trees that wept sap like tears, and animals that had lost their way. Finn and Snow offered kindness and assistance wherever they could, and in doing so, they learned the true meaning of compassion. It was in a hidden valley, shrouded in mist, that they discovered the entrance to a cavern. The air was heavy with magic, and Finn knew they were close to the Heartstone. As they descended into the depths, the light from the mirror cast a warm glow, illuminating the path before them. At the heart of the cavern lay the Heartstone, a gem of indescribable beauty, pulsating with a gentle radiance that filled the space with warmth and light. Finn approached it with reverence, feeling the power that emanated from its core. As he reached out to touch the Heartstone, a voice echoed in his mind, the voice of the forest itself. "You have proven yourself, young one. Your heart is pure and your intentions noble. The balance shall be restored." With those words, the Heartstone's light enveloped Finn and Snow, a comforting embrace that healed the wounds of the forest and set things right. Finn felt a surge of joy and fulfillment, knowing that their journey had brought about a change for the better. With the Heartstone's power restored, the mirrored world flourished, its beauty renewed. The creatures rejoiced, and the forest sang a song of gratitude, a melody that resonated in Finn's heart. When they returned to the Keeper, she greeted them with a smile, her eyes shining with pride. "You have done well, Finn. The mirror's magic is now yours to wield, a gift to guide you in your life." Finn thanked the Keeper, understanding the responsibility that came with such a gift. He knew that he would cherish the mirror and the lessons it had taught him, carrying them with him always. As he and Snow returned to the glen, the world around them felt more vibrant, more alive. Finn knew that he had been changed by his journey, his heart filled with a deeper understanding of friendship, courage, and the magic that connected all living things. Back in Willowbark, Finn shared his adventures with the villagers, who listened with awe and wonder. They, too, felt the magic of the mirrored world, and it brought the community closer together, united by the tales of bravery and hope. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, Finn continued to explore the wonders of the forest, both in his world and the mirrored one. Snow remained his steadfast companion, a reminder of the bond they had forged on their journey. And every night, as the village settled into the gentle embrace of sleep, Finn would sit by the fireplace, the mirror resting on his lap, and dream of the adventures yet to come, knowing that the magic of the forest would always be with him, a guiding light in his heart. The story of Finn and Snow became a cherished legend in Willowbark, a tale of adventure, friendship, and the power of a kind heart. It was a story whispered by the crackling fire, a lullaby sung by the brook, and a promise that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to believe. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky, casting their gentle glow over the village, Finn drifted into dreams filled with wonder and possibility, comforted by the knowledge that he had found his place in the world, a place where magic was as real as the love that surrounded him. Story 81. In a village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a sparkling azure lake, there was a place where the air was always filled with the scent of blooming honeydew flowers and the sound of laughter. This was the village of Merriment, known far and wide for its cheerful inhabitants and the most delightful festival, the Jolly Jubilee, held every year under the gentle glow of the harvest moon. In this village lived a peculiar inventor named Whimsy Wigglewatt. Whimsy was not like any other inventor you might have met. She had hair like spun sugar that changed color with her mood, pale pink for peace, bright blue for excitement, and a vibrant green when she was deep in thought. Her eyes twinkled like the morning dew, and she wore an array of mismatched multicolored socks that never failed to amuse her neighbors. Whimsy's cottage was a marvel on its own, perched on stilts above a meadow of wildflowers. It was a patchwork of tinkling wind chimes, whirring gears, and puffs of fragrant steam escaping from its many chimneys. Inside, it was a treasure trove of curious contraptions and whimsical wonders, each more curious than the last. But of all her inventions, her pride and joy was the magical muffin maker, a machine that could bake muffins that sparkled with edible glitter and whispered sweet nothings as you ate them. One sunny morning, as Whimsy was tinkering with her latest invention, a mechanical squirrel that could juggle acorns, a letter arrived at her doorstep in a flurry of confetti. It was from the village council, inviting her to create something spectacular for this year's Jolly Jubilee. Whimsy was overjoyed and immediately set her mind to the task. She decided to create the fantastical fun fountain, a whimsical contraption that would spray colorful streams of sparkling lemonade into the sky, where they would form magical rainbows that you could slide down on like a water slide. The idea alone made her heart race with excitement, her hair turning a dazzling shade of blue. But as the day of the Jolly Jubilee approached, Whimsy discovered a magical problem. The fantastical fun fountain refused to work. Instead of shooting lemonade into joyful arcs, it produced nothing but a sputter of bubbles that floated lazily to the ground. Whimsy scratched her head, her hair turning a thoughtful green as she pondered the dilemma. Undeterred, Whimsy sought the help of her quirky friends. There was Finn, the fiddle-footed farmer, whose clogs played a merry tune with every step, and who was known for his uncanny ability to grow the juiciest lemons. Then there was Lila, the laughter weaver, who could spin giggles and guffaws into tapestries of joy, and who had a knack for seeing the brighter side of every predicament. Together they sat in Whimsy's cozy workshop, sipping on mugs of steaming cocoa, pondering the problem. It was Finn who first suggested, "Perhaps the fountain needs a touch of music to get it dancing." And Lila, with her ever-present smile, added, "And a sprinkle of laughter to make it truly merry." Inspired, Whimsy set to work, her fingers flying as she added a melodic mechanism to the fountain. It played a cheery tune that made everyone's toes tap involuntarily. Lila, in turn, wove a spell of laughter into the fabric of the fountain, her giggles echoing like tinkling bells. The day of the Jolly Jubilee dawned bright and beautiful, the air alive with anticipation. As the villagers gathered around the fantastical fun fountain, a hush fell over the crowd. With a deep breath and a hopeful smile, Whimsy flipped the switch. To everyone's delight, the fountain sprang to life, shooting streams of lemonade into the sky. The air was filled with a symphony of music and laughter as the rainbows formed, shimmering and bright. Children and adults alike raced to the rainbows, sliding down with joyous squeals, their faces alight with wonder. The Jolly Jubilee was a resounding success, and the fantastical fun fountain became the talk of the village. Whimsy, Finn, and Lila were hailed as heroes, their creative thinking and friendship turning a potential disaster into a day of delight and magic. As the sun set over the village of Merriment, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Whimsy sat on her porch, watching the last of the rainbow slides sparkle in the twilight. Her hair, a peaceful pink, fluttered gently in the evening breeze. She sighed contentedly, knowing that sometimes all it took to solve a magical problem was a bit of creativity, a sprinkle of laughter, and the warmth of good friends. And so, in the cozy comfort of merriment, the village tucked itself in for the night, dreaming of rainbows and the joyous adventures yet to come. Story 82, The Luminous Grove. In a small village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the whispers of the leaves mingled with the gentle hum of a distant brook, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her hair was the color of chestnuts in the autumn sun, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions yet to be asked. Leora had a peculiar gift. She could hear the songs of the forest, tunes that danced in the air, carried by the wings of birds and the rustle of branches. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Leora would wander into the forest. The villagers often warned her of the hidden mysteries within the woods, tales of ancient spirits and secret places that could never be found twice. But Leora was drawn to the forest as a moth to a flame, her heart attuned to the rhythm of the natural world. One crisp autumn night, as the first stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds in the sky, Leora felt a different kind of song calling to her. It was a melody both haunting and beautiful, wrapping around her like a silken cloak. She followed the sound deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before, her footsteps guided by moonlight filtering through the canopy above. The path led her to a grove unlike any she had seen. The trees were tall and ancient, their leaves shimmering with a silvery glow. In the center of the grove stood a pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the celestial tapestry overhead. Leora approached the water, her breath catching at the sight of luminous lilies floating upon it, each one casting a gentle, ethereal light. As she gazed into the pond, the surface began to ripple, and from it emerged a figure cloaked in moonbeams, a guardian of the forest. His eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and his presence radiated a warmth that chased away the chill of the night. "Welcome, Leora," he spoke, his voice a soothing melody that resonated with the very soul of the forest. "You have been chosen to witness the secrets of the luminous grove." Leora's heart swelled with wonder and gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the gentle rustle of the leaves. The guardian smiled, gesturing towards the pond. "This is the heart of the forest," he explained. "It is a place of magic, where the threads of time and nature weave together. Here you may glimpse the hidden world within the natural world." With a nod, Leora knelt by the water's edge, her reflection merging with the stars above. As she closed her eyes, the world around her shifted, and she found herself standing amidst the trees, not as a visitor, but as a part of the forest itself. She could feel the life pulsing through the roots beneath her feet, hear the whispers of the creatures that dwelled within the shadows. In this hidden realm, Leora discovered that every tree, every stone, and every creature had a story to tell. She learned of the ancient pact between the forest and the village, a bond forged in harmony and respect. She saw how the forest sustained the villagers, providing them with shelter, food, and wisdom, while the villagers, in turn, protected the forest from harm. Days turned into nights, and nights into days, yet Leora remained in the grove, her heart and mind expanding with each new revelation. She came to understand the delicate balance of the natural world, the interconnectedness of all living things. It was a world of harmony, yet also one of challenges and growth. One evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant hues, the guardian approached Leora once more. "You have learned much, young one," he said, his voice a blend of pride and tenderness. "But the time has come for you to return to your world." Leora nodded, though her heart ached at the thought of leaving the grove. "What will become of the forest and its secrets?" she asked. "The forest will endure, as it always has," the guardian replied. "But it is up to you to carry its wisdom into the world beyond. Share what you have learned, and the harmony of the grove will live on." With a final glance at the luminous lilies and the guardian's warm smile, Leora stepped back through the veil, emerging once more into the familiar embrace of the forest she had always known. The path home was lined with memories of her journey, each step a reminder of the hidden world that lay within the heart of the forest. As Leora returned to her village, she carried with her the songs of the forest, woven into her very being. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her stories painting vivid images of the grove and its wonders. In time, the village grew to understand and cherish the forest even more, fostering a deeper connection with the natural world. And so, the luminous grove remained a place of mystery and magic, hidden from the eyes of many, yet forever alive in the hearts of those who believed. Leora's journey had changed her, teaching her the value of wisdom, friendship, and the delicate balance of life. Her story became a part of the village's lore, a tale of transformation and growth that resonated through generations. In the quiet moments of the night, when the forest sang its gentle lullaby, Leora would sit by her window, gazing at the stars and feeling the pulse of the forest within her. The luminous grove was always there, a beacon of light and hope, reminding her of the wonders that lay just beyond the veil. And in those moments, she knew that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, for they lived on in the hearts of those who truly listened. The end. Story 83. In a timeless forest where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lay a hidden world teeming with life, unseen by human eyes. The canopy above was a kaleidoscope of green, dappling sunlight onto the forest floor, where gentle breezes carried the scent of earth and pine. Every leaf, every blade of grass, and every drop of dew cradled a story of the forest's ancient past. In this verdant kingdom, the creatures lived in harmony, each playing their part in the great symphony of nature. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Galen, whose shell bore the patterns of the forest itself. Galen was known for his slow, thoughtful ways and the deep wisdom he carried. His presence was a comfort to all, especially to the younger creatures who often came to him for advice. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was cloaked in a quilt of gold and amber leaves, Galen noticed something unusual. The air felt different, tinged with a kind of magic that danced unseen among the trees. It was the season of whispers, a special time when the forest's magic was most potent, and changes could be felt by those who listened closely. As Galen ambled through his familiar paths, he heard the faintest murmurings in the air, like the rustle of pages being turned. He followed the sound until he found himself by the edge of a sparkling brook, its water singing over smooth stones. There he met Willow, a young and curious squirrel with fur the color of ripe chestnuts. Her eyes sparkled with the excitement of discovery, and she greeted Galen with a respectful nod. "Good morning, Galen," chirped Willow, her voice carrying the bright tones of birdsong. "Have you felt the change in the air?" Galen nodded wisely. "Indeed, young Willow, the forest is whispering its secrets, and we must listen carefully." Willow's tail flicked with anticipation. "What do you think it means?" Galen gazed into the brook, watching the sunlight dance upon its surface. "It means that the forest is preparing for the great balance. Each season brings its own magic, and we must be ready to help the forest maintain its harmony." Just then, a gentle breeze ruffled Willow's fur, carrying with it the scent of the first frost. The season of whispers was not just a time of transition, but also one of preparation. The creatures of the forest knew they had to work together to ensure the balance was kept. As they pondered this, a delicate butterfly with iridescent wings fluttered by, its colors shimmering like the rainbow in the autumn sun. It was Lyra, the keeper of seasonal changes, who had the gift of sensing the delicate shifts in nature's rhythm. She landed gracefully beside them, her wings whispering against the fallen leaves. "Hello, Galen and Willow," Lyra greeted them, her voice as soft as the gentle hush of falling snow. I've come to share the wisdom of the skies. The winds have told me that this season's magic is particularly strong. We must ensure that the forest remains in harmony, for the weather will soon turn. Galen nodded, the lines on his ancient face deepening with thought. Then we must gather the creatures and share this knowledge. Each one of us has a role to play. Together, the trio set off, spreading the word through the forest. They visited the burrows of the rabbits, where soft, warm nests were being prepared for the colder days ahead. They spoke with the birds, who were fluffing their feathers against the chill, and reminded them of the importance of their songs in keeping spirits high. They even visited the mischievous foxes, whose eyes gleamed with mischief, but who listened intently to the importance of guarding the balance. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, the creatures gathered in a sun-dappled clearing. It was a place of peace and unity, where the towering trees stood like silent guardians, their leaves rustling softly in agreement. Galen stood at the center, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. Friends, the season of whispers is upon us. The magic of the forest is strong, and it is our duty to ensure that it remains in balance. Each of us, no matter how small, has a part to play. Willow bounced forward, her enthusiasm infectious. We must work together. Gather your supplies, share your warmth, and listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide us. Lyra unfurled her wings, catching the last rays of sunlight. And remember, we are not alone. The forest has always been our companion, and together we shall weave the magic of the seasons. With renewed determination, the creatures dispersed, each carrying a bit of the forest's wisdom in their hearts. As night fell, a silvery moon rose above, casting a gentle glow over the land. The forest thrummed with a quiet energy, the creatures' efforts creating a tapestry of harmony and balance. In the days that followed, the forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants. The trees stood tall, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The brook babbled happily, and the creatures moved with a sense of peace and purpose. The season of whispers had passed, but its magic lingered on, a testament to the enduring bond between the forest and its children. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the ancient forest slept, cradled in the embrace of harmony and balance, its secrets safe for another season. The creatures, nestled in their cozy homes, drifted into dreams filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook, knowing that their world was as it should be, balanced, harmonious, and full of magic. Story 84. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and bordered by a dense, whispering forest, the air always seemed to carry a hint of magic. This was a place where the sun sprinkled golden light through the leaves, where the brook babbled with the secrets of old, and where, if you listened closely enough, you might just hear the soft, lilting chorus of the forest spirits. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Marin. She was known for her curious spirit and gentle heart, always finding wonder in the simplest of things. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and woods, often with her best friend, a clever fox named Finn. Together, they shared many adventures, uncovering the hidden wonders of the world around them. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, and the sky was a canopy of azure, Marin discovered something unusual. As she and Finn trotted through the forest, their path was suddenly illuminated by a curious glow. It led them to a small clearing where a gnarled oak tree stood, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At the base of the tree, half buried beneath the leaves, lay a peculiar object. It was a small, ornate box, adorned with delicate engravings of stars and moons that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Marin felt an inexplicable pull towards it, as if the box was calling her name. Finn, with his keen senses, sniffed at the box cautiously, his sharp eyes darting between Marin and the mysterious find. "What do you think it is?" Marin whispered, crouching down to brush the leaves from its surface. Finn tilted his head, a playful glint in his eyes, as if to say, "Only one way to find out." With a gentle touch, Marin opened the box. Inside lay a simple silver amulet, its center holding a stone that glimmered with all the colors of the dawn. As Marin lifted it, a soft warmth spread through her fingers, filling her with a sense of peace and wonder. "What a beautiful thing," Marin murmured, turning the amulet over in her hands. Finn nuzzled her side, as if sensing the amulet's importance. Just then, a soft breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it a faint, melodic whisper that seemed to come from the very heart of the forest. "Seek the hidden world," the wind seemed to sing. "Find the truth within." Merrin and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts beating with the thrill of discovery. They knew this was the beginning of a journey that would lead them to places they had never imagined, and together they set off, following the whispers of the forest. Their path led them deeper into the woods, where the light grew softer and the air was filled with the fragrance of pine and earth. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves a tapestry of green and gold. Merrin felt as though they were stepping into another world, a world hidden from the eyes of those who rush through life without stopping to see. As they walked, Merrin noticed something remarkable. The amulet around her neck began to glow softly, its light growing brighter with each step they took. It was as if it was guiding them, leading them towards the hidden world spoken of in the whispers. After what felt like hours, they arrived at a small, secluded glade. In the center stood a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. Merrin approached cautiously, the amulet's glow now a gentle beacon. "Do you think this is it?" she asked Finn, who wagged his tail in response. Merrin knelt by the pool, peering into its depths. There, beneath the surface, she saw something extraordinary. It was as if the pool was a window to another place, a world of vibrant colors and strange, ethereal creatures. With a deep breath, Merrin dipped her hand into the water. The moment her fingers touched the surface, the world around them shifted. The forest faded away, replaced by a landscape unlike anything they had ever seen. They found themselves standing in a meadow, but this was no ordinary meadow. The grass was a brilliant emerald, dotted with flowers that shimmered like jewels. Above, the sky was a sea of swirling colors, as if a painter had brushed it with hues of blue, purple, and gold. Finn barked excitedly, and Merrin laughed, her heart light with wonder. They had found the hidden world, a place where magic was as real as the ground beneath their feet. As they explored, they encountered creatures of all kinds. There were tiny winged beings that danced in the air, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Graceful deer with antlers of silver roamed the meadow, and in the distance, Merrin could see a majestic unicorn, its coat shimmering like stardust. Merrin and Finn wandered through this enchanted place, their eyes wide with awe. Everywhere they looked, there was something new, something wondrous. And yet, as joyful as this world was, Merrin felt a sense of purpose tugging at her heart. She knew they had come here for a reason, that the amulet had brought them here to learn something important. It was then that they met the guardian of the meadow, an ancient tortoise named Eldrin. His shell was a mosaic of colors, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. Eldrin greeted them warmly, his voice deep and soothing. "Welcome, young seekers," he said, nodding to them. "You have found the hidden world, a place of magic and mystery. But remember, with great discovery comes great responsibility." Merrin listened intently, the words resonating within her. She felt a deep connection to this place, as if it was a part of her, and she of it. Eldrin continued, sharing stories of the meadow and its inhabitants, of the balance that must be maintained to keep the magic alive. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Merrin and Finn knew it was time to return. Eldrin gave them a parting gift, a single, shimmering leaf that held the essence of the meadow's magic. "Remember," Eldrin said, "the magic of this place is within you, always. Use it wisely and with kindness." With the leaf safely tucked away, Merrin and Finn returned to the pool. As they stepped into the water, the world shifted once more, and they found themselves back in their own forest, the amulet glowing softly around Merrin's neck. The journey had changed them in ways they couldn't fully understand yet. Merrin felt a renewed sense of wonder, a deeper connection to the world around her. She knew that the magic she had discovered was not just in the hidden world, but in every leaf, every breath of wind, every moment of kindness. As they made their way home, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Meadowbrook. Merrin and Finn walked side by side, their hearts full of the magic they had found and the adventures yet to come. And so, in the quiet of the evening, beneath a sky filled with stars, Merrin whispered to Finn, We have discovered something truly special, haven't we? Finn wagged his tail in agreement, his eyes shining with the promise of future adventures. Together, they knew that with each new day, there would be more mysteries to uncover, more journeys to embark upon, and more magic to be found in the world around them. As they reached the edge of the village, Marin paused, looking back at the forest that had become their gateway to a realm of wonder. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle light, a reminder of the hidden world and the truth she had learned there. "Thank you," she whispered to the night, her heart filled with gratitude for the journey and the lessons it had brought. With Finn by her side, Marin continued on, her steps light and her spirit free, knowing that the hidden world was never far away, and that the magic within her would guide her path, no matter where it might lead. And so, with the stars as their guide and the warmth of friendship as their compass, Marin and Finn journeyed into the night, ready to embrace whatever wonders awaited them, their hearts forever bound by the magic of the hidden world. Story 85. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the roofs of houses sloped like the backs of napping cats and cobblestone paths wound through fields of lavender and daisies, there was a small, unassuming shop nestled between the bakery and the apothecary. This shop belonged to Mr. Thistlethorn, known throughout the village for his collection of peculiar trinkets and curious oddities. One misty morning, as the sun cast a gentle golden hue over the dew-kissed landscape, a young girl named Marigold ambled into Mr. Thistlethorn's shop. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of summer skies and a heart as open as the wild meadows that surrounded her home. Marigold loved to explore, and the shop was her favorite place to lose herself in wonder. As she stepped inside, the familiar scent of aged parchment and cinnamon tickled her nose. The shop was a treasure trove of the unexpected, shelves brimming with shimmering stones, jars of powdered moonlight, and clocks that ticked in reverse. Mr. Thistlethorn, with his bushy eyebrows and spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, greeted her with a warm smile. "Ah, Marigold, my dear, what brings you to my humble emporium today?" he asked, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I'm looking for something special, Mr. Thistlethorn," Marigold replied, her gaze wandering over the myriad of wonders. "Well, you've come to the right place. Have a look around. You never know what you might find," he said with a twinkle in his eye. Marigold wandered from shelf to shelf, touching this and peering at that, until something tucked away in a dusty corner caught her eye. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, unremarkable at first glance, but exuding a warmth that drew her in. "What's this?" Marigold asked, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched into the wood. Mr. Thistlethorn's eyes sparkled with a hint of mystery. "Ah, that is the Whispering Box. It's said to hold the voices of those who have loved and lost, and those who have found their way." Marigold's heart fluttered with intrigue. "May I open it?" "Of course, my dear, but remember, the magic within is as gentle as a whisper. It listens as much as it speaks." With a mixture of excitement and reverence, Marigold carefully opened the box. Inside, she found a collection of tiny, glowing orbs that pulsed gently like the heartbeat of a sleeping creature. As she leaned closer, she heard a soft murmur like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. A voice as serene as moonlight on water began to speak. "To find what you seek, follow the path of kindness and light. Your journey begins where the river sings." The words wrapped around Marigold like a comforting hug, filling her with a sense of purpose. She thanked Mr. Thistlethorn, who simply nodded knowingly and set off on her adventure. Marigold's journey took her through the heart of Willowbrook, where she found herself at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its tranquil beauty. The path wound beneath towering trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As she walked, Marigold encountered a flurry of autumn leaves swirling around a small, wise-looking fox with fur as red as the setting sun. The fox's eyes gleamed with intelligence and warmth. "Hello, little one. Where does your journey take you?" the fox inquired, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I'm following the path of kindness and light," Marigold replied. "The Whispering Box said my journey begins where the river sings." The fox nodded. "Ah, the singing river. It lies just beyond the meadow. But beware, for the path is not always clear." With the fox guiding her, Marigold continued through the woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. Eventually, they reached the meadow, where the grass danced in the breeze like ocean waves. There, at the edge of the meadow, was the singing river, its waters sparkling under the midday sun. The river sang a melody both ancient and new, a tune that resonated deep within Marigold's heart. As she listened, a soft splash drew her attention. A small, round pebble lay at her feet, its surface smooth and glistening. It seemed to hum with an energy all its own. "The river has gifted you a songstone," the fox explained. "It holds the power to reveal truths hidden beneath the surface. Use it wisely." Marigold picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. She knew instinctively that it was the key to her journey's next step. With a grateful heart, she thanked the fox, who bowed gracefully before disappearing into the whispering woods. The path took Marigold deeper into the forest, where the light danced through the canopy in dappled patterns. As she walked, she encountered a family of rabbits, their fur soft and eyes bright with curiosity. "We hear you're on a journey," the rabbit mother said, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Perhaps we could help?" Marigold smiled and showed them the songstone. "I'm seeking truths hidden beneath the surface," she explained. The rabbit family huddled close, their ears twitching thoughtfully. "You must listen with more than your ears," the rabbit mother advised. "Sometimes the heart hears what the ears cannot." Taking their advice to heart, Marigold continued her journey, the songstone nestled safely in her pocket. She traveled until dusk began to wrap the world in its soft embrace, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose. Just as the evening stars began to twinkle, Marigold reached a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Beneath the tree, a small pond mirrored the sky, its surface as smooth as glass. Feeling drawn to the serene beauty of the place, Marigold sat by the pond, the songstone cradled in her hands. She closed her eyes, allowing the symphony of the forest to wash over her, the rustle of leaves, the gentle croak of frogs, the distant call of a nightingale. As she focused inward, the songstone began to vibrate softly, and a vision unfolded in her mind. She saw the people of Willowbrook, each with their own joys and sorrows, dreams and fears. She saw herself, a part of this vibrant tapestry, connected to all through invisible threads of love and understanding. The lesson was clear. True wisdom lay in empathy and compassion, in seeing the world through the eyes of others and listening with an open heart. It was a truth that needed no force to understand, only the gentle touch of kindness. When Marigold opened her eyes, the pond shimmered with the reflected glow of the moon. She felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that she had found what she sought. The journey home was a quiet one, the night air cool and refreshing against her skin. As she stepped back into the village, the familiar sights and sounds welcomed her like a comforting embrace. Marigold returned to Mr. Thistlethorn's shop the next day, the songstone still warm in her hand. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Mr. Thistlethorn asked, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Yes," Marigold replied, a gentle smile playing on her lips, "and so much more." The wise shopkeeper nodded, his heart warmed by the knowledge that another soul had discovered the quiet magic of the world. And so, in the sleepy village of Willowbrook, where the river sang and the trees whispered ancient secrets, Marigold's journey became a cherished tale, one that reminded all who heard it of the simple power of kindness and the wisdom hidden in the gentle rhythms of life. As the stars twinkled above, casting their soft glow over the village, Marigold drifted to sleep with a heart full of gratitude, knowing she was part of something beautiful and timeless. And somewhere in the shop of oddities, the whispering box hummed softly, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. Story 86. The Whispering Grove. In the small, serene village of Larkspur, nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, there was a legend that spoke of a hidden realm within the heart of the ancient Whispering Grove. The grove, a dense cluster of towering, silver-barked trees, stood at the edge of the village, its leaves perpetually rustling with secrets carried by the wind. The villagers believed that if one listened closely enough, the grove would reveal the mysteries of the world to those pure of heart. Our story begins on the cusp of autumn, when the air was crisp with the scent of fallen leaves, and the sky was painted in hues of orange and gold. It was during this time that a young girl named Mara found herself drawn to the grove. Mara was a curious soul, her heart filled with dreams of adventure and discovery. She had grown up listening to the tales of the Whispering Grove, and her imagination was often lost in thoughts of what lay hidden within its depths. One blustery afternoon, as the wind danced through the village, Mara made her way to the grove, her footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves that blanketed the ground. The villagers watched her go, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity, for few dared to venture into the grove alone. However, Mara was undeterred, her mind set on unraveling the secrets that had eluded so many before her. As she entered the grove, Mara felt a sense of wonder enveloping her. The air was filled with a gentle hum, as if the trees were singing a melody only she could hear. The light filtered through the canopy, bathing the forest floor in dappled patterns of light and shadow. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, and the world outside felt like a distant memory. Mara wandered deeper into the grove, her fingers brushing against the smooth bark of the trees, each touch sending a shiver of excitement through her. She soon came upon a clearing, at the center of which stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Intrigued, Mara approached the tree, her eyes drawn to a peculiar knot in its trunk. It was shaped like an eye, and as she gazed into it, she felt as though the tree was looking back at her, its gaze gentle yet probing. Suddenly, the ground beneath Mara's feet trembled, and a soft glow emanated from the knot. Startled, she stepped back, watching as the light grew brighter, spilling out in tendrils that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Mara felt no fear, only a deep sense of belonging. The light pulsed in time with her heartbeat, and she felt a connection to the grove, a bond that transcended the physical world. As the light enveloped her, Mara was transported to a realm unlike any she had ever imagined. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the sky shimmered with colors that defied description. The ground beneath her feet was soft, like walking on clouds, and the trees whispered in a language that spoke directly to her heart. In this hidden world, Mara met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each more wondrous than the last. There were delicate sprites with wings that glimmered like dew-laden cobwebs, and gentle beasts with coats of fur as soft as silk. They greeted her with warmth and kindness, their eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. Among them was a wise old owl named Eldrin, whose feathers were the color of moonlight. Eldrin perched on a low branch, his gaze steady and knowing. "Welcome, young Mara," he hooted softly. "You have been chosen to walk the path between worlds. The grove has seen your heart and deems you worthy." Mara, though overwhelmed, felt a sense of peace settle over her. She knew she had stepped into a realm of magic, and with it came the responsibility to understand and protect it. "Thank you, Eldrin," she replied, her voice a gentle echo in the enchanted air. "But why have I been chosen?" The owl blinked slowly, his eyes as deep as the night sky. "The grove is ancient, and its magic is woven into the fabric of our world. It seeks harmony and balance, and it has sensed a change coming, a shift that could unsettle the delicate equilibrium. It has chosen you to be its guardian, to learn its secrets and safeguard its mysteries." Mara nodded, her mind racing with the gravity of the task before her. Yet she felt a sense of purpose, a calling that resonated with her very being. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice filled with determination. Eldrin spread his wings, the motion as graceful as a whisper. "Your journey begins with understanding. You must learn to listen to the grove, to hear its stories and heed its wisdom. In time, you will know what is required of you." With that, the creatures of the hidden world gathered around Mara, their presence a comforting reminder that she was not alone. They shared their knowledge and stories, teaching her the language of the trees, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the stars. Days turned into weeks, and Mara's bond with the grove deepened. She learned to listen to the whispers of the leaves, to dance with the rhythms of the earth, and to see the world through the eyes of its many inhabitants. Her heart was filled with the joy of discovery, and she cherished the friendships she forged with the creatures of this magical realm. As time passed, Mara became aware of a subtle change in the grove. The whispers grew more urgent, and the light that once filled the air began to dim. Eldrin, ever watchful, noticed the shift as well. "The time has come," he said, his voice a gentle echo in the twilight. "The balance is being threatened, and you must find the source." Mara felt a surge of determination, her heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the grove. She knew that the harmony of this hidden world depended on her, and she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With Eldrin by her side, she set out to uncover the mystery that threatened the grove. The journey led them to the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and silent, their branches entwined like the fingers of ancient giants. It was here that Mara discovered the source of the disturbance, a shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, who sought to unravel the magic of the grove. The figure, a sorcerer consumed by greed, had stumbled upon the grove's secrets and sought to harness its power for his own gain. He had unwittingly upset the balance, and his actions threatened to unravel the very fabric of the hidden world. Mara, filled with a courage born of friendship and love, stepped forward to confront the sorcerer. "You cannot take what is not yours," she said, her voice steady and clear. "The magic of the grove is sacred, and its wisdom is meant to be shared, not stolen." The sorcerer sneered, his eyes cold and calculating. "What do you know of magic, child? The power of the grove could make me unstoppable, and I will not be swayed by the likes of you." But Mara, with the support of Eldrin and her newfound friends, stood her ground. She reached deep within her heart, drawing upon the strength and knowledge she had gained from the grove. With a touch of her hand upon the earth, she called forth the magic of the forest, weaving it into a tapestry of light and sound. The grove responded to her call, its power flowing through her like a river of stars. The trees sang with a harmony that resonated through the air, and the creatures of the hidden world joined their voices in a chorus of unity and hope. The sorcerer, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the grove's magic, staggered back, his dark intentions crumbling like dust in the wind. Realizing the futility of his ambitions, he fled into the shadows, his presence dissipating like mist at dawn. With the balance restored, the grove's light returned, filling the air with a warmth that embraced all who dwelled within. Mara, her heart filled with gratitude and joy, turned to Eldrin, her eyes shining with newfound wisdom. "Thank you, Eldrin," she said softly. "I could not have done this without you and the grove." The wise old owl nodded, his gaze filled with pride. "You have proven yourself to be a true guardian of the grove, Mara. Your heart is pure, and your spirit is strong. The magic of this world is safe in your hands." As the sun set over the misty mountains, Mara stood among her friends, her heart overflowing with love and gratitude. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she welcomed the challenges and adventures that lay ahead. For she had learned that true strength came from the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of the heart. And so, with the whispers of the grove as her guide, Mara embraced her destiny, knowing that she would always be a part of the enchanted world she had come to love. As the days turned to weeks, Mara continued her role as the guardian of the Whispering Grove, her heart entwined with the magic that pulsed through its ancient trees. The villagers of Larkspur, once wary of the grove's mysteries, began to see it through new eyes, their fear transformed into wonder and respect. Mara often shared her experiences with the villagers, recounting tales of the hidden world and the friendships she had forged with its inhabitants. Her stories, filled with warmth and wisdom, captivated the hearts of those who listened, opening their minds to the beauty and magic that lay just beyond their understanding. The children of the village, in particular, were drawn to Mara's stories, their imaginations ignited by her tales of the hidden realm. They would gather around her, their eyes wide with wonder, as she described the shimmering skies, the melodious songs of the trees, and the gentle creatures who called the grove home. Mara's bond with the village grew stronger with each passing day, and she became a beloved figure, her presence a symbol of hope and unity. The villagers, inspired by her courage and kindness, began to cherish the natural world around them, nurturing the land with care and reverence. In time, the Whispering Grove became a place of gathering and celebration, a sanctuary where the villagers could connect with the magic of the earth and each other. It was a place where old and young alike came to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the embrace of the wind, and to find solace in the harmony of nature. Mara, ever watchful and wise, continued to learn from the grove, her heart attuned to its rhythms and stories. She knew that the balance of the hidden world required vigilance and understanding, and she embraced her role with a sense of purpose and gratitude. As the seasons changed, Mara's connection to the grove deepened, her spirit intertwined with its magic. She discovered new wonders with each journey into the hidden realm, her heart filled with the joy of discovery and the peace of belonging. Yet even as she reveled in the beauty of the grove, Mara remained mindful of the lessons she had learned. She understood that true magic lay not in the power to control, but in the ability to connect, to listen, and to love. And so, with the wisdom of the grove as her guide, Mara continued her journey, her heart open to the possibilities of the world around her. She knew that the magic of the Whispering Grove would always be a part of her, a beacon of light and hope in a world filled with wonder. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the ground in hues of gold and crimson, Mara felt a familiar tug at her heart, a gentle call from the grove. She made her way through the village, her footsteps light and eager, the cool breeze carrying the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the grove, Mara was greeted by the familiar hum of the trees, their whispers a soothing melody that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. She walked with a sense of purpose, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the forest, until she reached the ancient oak at the clearing's center. Eldrin awaited her there, his eyes bright with anticipation. "Mara," he hooted softly, "the grove has a gift for you, a symbol of the bond you have forged with this world." Curious and touched, Mara approached the oak, her hand resting gently on its trunk. From the knot in the tree, a soft glow emerged, bathing her in a gentle light. As she watched, the light coalesced into a small, intricately carved pendant, shaped like a leaf, and glimmering with a soft, ethereal light. Mara took the pendant in her hands, feeling its warmth and the pulse of magic that resonated within it. "Thank you," she whispered, her heart swelling with gratitude and love. "I will cherish it always." Eldrin nodded, his gaze filled with pride and affection. "It is a reminder of your journey, of the courage and wisdom you have gained. Wear it as a symbol of the bond you share with the grove, and let it guide you on your path." With the pendant resting against her heart, Mara felt a renewed sense of purpose and connection. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she welcomed the challenges and adventures that lay ahead. For she had learned that true magic lay not in the power to control, but in the ability to connect, to listen, and to love. And so, with the whispers of the grove as her guide, Mara embraced her destiny, knowing that she would always be a part of the enchanted world she had come to love. As the years passed, Mara grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the Whispering Grove. The village of Larkspur flourished under her guidance, its people united by the love and respect they held for the natural world and each other. Mara's tales of the hidden realm continued to inspire generations, her stories a bridge between the seen and unseen, the known and the unknown. She taught the villagers to listen to the whispers of the earth, to cherish the bonds of friendship, and to find strength in the harmony of nature. The grove, ever watchful and wise, continued to share its secrets with Mara, its magic a constant source of wonder and discovery. She learned the language of the stars, the songs of the rivers, and the dance of the seasons, her heart in perfect harmony with the world around her. And so the legend of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of friendship, courage, and wisdom that echoed through the ages. Mara's legacy, woven into the fabric of the land, became a testament to the power of love and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the grove, the ancient oak stood tall, its branches sheltering the hidden realm within. The pendant, a symbol of Mara's journey, shimmered with the light of 1,000 stars, a reminder of the magic that lay within the heart of the Whispering Grove. And as the whispers of the trees filled the air, a gentle breeze carried their song across the village, a melody of hope and harmony that touched the hearts of all who listened. For in the end, the true magic of the grove lay not in its secrets, but in the love and connection it inspired in the hearts of those who called it home. Story 87. In a quaint village nestled within the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart yearned for adventure beyond the confines of her humble home. Little did she know that her life was about to take an extraordinary turn. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the nearby forest, as she often did, to gather wild berries and admire the changing colors of the leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, her keen eye caught sight of something peculiar, a glimmering object hidden beneath a pile of fallen leaves. Brushing away the foliage, Willow unearthed an exquisite silver locket, its surface etched with intricate symbols she had never seen before. Drawn by its enchanting allure, she gently opened the locket, and a brilliant light enveloped her, transporting her to a realm beyond her wildest dreams. Willow found herself standing in a verdant meadow, surrounded by towering trees and vibrant flora that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the melodic trills of exotic birds. In the distance, she could see majestic snow-capped mountains piercing the azure sky. As she marveled at the breathtaking scenery, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, Willow, to the enchanted realm, a world hidden within the heart of nature." Turning around, Willow came face to face with a wise old oak tree, its branches swaying as if greeting her. "I am the guardian of this realm," the tree spoke, its voice resonating like the whispers of a gentle breeze. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? How do you know my name?" The guardian chuckled, its bark creaking softly. "The locket you found is a magical artifact, a portal that has granted you access to this realm. It has chosen you, Willow, for you possess a pure heart and a deep appreciation for the wonders of nature." Willow listened in awe as the guardian explained that the enchanted realm was a sanctuary, a place where the balance between nature and magic was preserved. However, a dark force threatened to disrupt this delicate equilibrium, and only Willow could restore harmony to the realm. With newfound determination, Willow embarked on a journey through the enchanted realm, guided by the guardian's wisdom, and aided by a motley crew of enchanting creatures she befriended along the way. Her first companion was Zip, a mischievous fairy with iridescent wings and a penchant for playful pranks. Despite his mischievous nature, Zip proved to be a loyal friend, using his magic to light their path and distract any dangers that crossed their way. Next, they encountered Moss, a gentle moss-covered troll who had a deep connection with the earth. Moss's knowledge of the forest and its inhabitants proved invaluable, helping them navigate treacherous terrain and decipher ancient riddles that unlocked the secrets of the realm. As they delved deeper into the enchanted realm, Willow and her companions discovered hidden glades and mystical groves, each more enchanting than the last. They crossed babbling streams that sparkled with stardust and climbed towering waterfalls that cascaded like liquid diamonds. In one particularly breathtaking clearing, they met a herd of majestic unicorns, their coats shimmering like rainbows in the dappled sunlight. Willow was awestruck by their grace and gentleness, and the unicorns welcomed her with a warmth that melted her heart. However, their journey was not without its challenges. They encountered treacherous obstacles and formidable foes, including a cunning sorcerer who sought to harness the realm's magic for his own nefarious purposes. Through it all, Willow's courage and determination never wavered. She faced each challenge with resilience and wisdom beyond her years, drawing strength from the unwavering friendship of her companions and the beauty of the enchanted realm itself. As they neared their goal, the Guardian revealed to Willow the true nature of the dark force they were battling, a malevolent entity born from the greed and disregard for nature that plagued the human world. This entity sought to corrupt the enchanted realm, draining it of its magic and leaving it barren and lifeless. In a climactic confrontation, Willow and her friends stood against the dark force, wielding the power of friendship, courage, and their deep reverence for nature. Through a series of daring feats and selfless acts, they ultimately triumphed, banishing the darkness and restoring the enchanted realm to its former glory. As the realm was bathed in a radiant light, the Guardian approached Willow, its branches swaying with pride. "You have proven yourself worthy, Willow. The enchanted realm is forever indebted to you and your friends." Willow felt a profound sense of growth and transformation within her. She had embarked on this journey as a wide-eyed girl, but she emerged as a courageous young woman, her heart filled with wisdom and a deeper appreciation for the wonders of nature. As she bid farewell to her enchanting companions, Willow knew that her time in the enchanted realm had forever changed her. With the locket as a reminder of her extraordinary adventure, she returned to her village, determined to share the lessons she had learned and inspire others to cherish and protect the natural world. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the forests and meadows, sharing her tales of the enchanted realm and encouraging others to embrace the magic that resided within every blade of grass, every flutter of a butterfly's wing, and every whisper of the wind through the trees. And whenever she gazed upon the silver locket, its symbols glimmering in the moonlight, Willow was reminded of the incredible journey that had transformed her, a journey that had taught her the true power of friendship, courage, and the enduring beauty of nature's embrace. Story 88. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush emerald forest, there lay a hidden village known as Whimsywood. The village was like no other, for it was nestled within a giant ancient oak tree whose branches reached up to tickle the clouds. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeydew and blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves played a melody that lulled the forest to sleep each night. In this delightful village lived a collection of quirky, endearing characters, each with their own unique charm. There was Pippin, the pint-sized squirrel with a penchant for collecting acorns and wearing an oversized top hat. His best friend, Luna, was a soft-spoken rabbit with a coat of the palest pink and ears that twitched with every emotion. Together they often frolicked through the meadows, their laughter echoing through the trees like a chorus of tinkling bells. One sunny morning, as the golden rays cast playful shadows across the forest floor, the villagers awoke to find something peculiar had happened overnight. The village's magical fountain, which sat at the heart of the oak, had inexplicably stopped flowing. This was no ordinary fountain. Its waters were infused with the essence of joy and whimsy, and it was said that a single drop could lift even the heaviest of hearts. The villagers gathered around the dry basin, their faces painted with concern. Without the fountain's magic, Whimsywood's enchantment would soon begin to fade. Pippin, ever the optimist, adjusted his top hat with a determined nod. "Fear not, friends, we shall solve this mystery and restore the fountain's magic." Luna, ever thoughtful, suggested they consult the village's wisest inhabitant, a venerable turtle named Tiberius, who resided in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of the oak. Tiberius was known for his ancient wisdom and his fondness for storytelling, his voice as soothing as the whisper of the wind through the leaves. The friends, along with a few curious villagers, made their way to Tiberius's burrow. Inside, they found the turtle reclining on a bed of moss, a pair of tiny spectacles perched on his nose. "Ah, Pippin, Luna, and company!" Tiberius greeted them with a warm smile. "I've been expecting you." After listening to their tale, Tiberius stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It sounds to me like the fountain's magic has been misplaced. Such things happen when the balance of joy and whimsy is disrupted. We must journey to the source of the magic, to the very heart of Whimsywood, and discover what has gone awry." And so, with Tiberius guiding them, the villagers embarked on an adventure through the forest, the air filled with anticipation and the scent of pine needles and fresh earth. They traveled through glistening glades where sunlight danced like fireflies, and over babbling brooks that giggled as they skipped over smooth stones. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. A family of hedgehogs offered them a basket of sweet berries, their spines adorned with tiny twinkling lanterns. A choir of frogs serenaded them from a lily-padded pond, their croaks harmonizing into a riveting symphony. Finally, they reached the heart of Whimsywood, a hidden grove where the air shimmered with magic. In the center stood an ancient stone pedestal, upon which a crystal orb rested. The orb, normally aglow with vibrant colors, was now dim and clouded. Pippin scratched his head, perplexed. What could have caused this, he mused aloud. Just then, Luna noticed a peculiar sight. Perched atop the orb was a tiny creature, no larger than a pine cone, with iridescent wings that fluttered like a butterfly's. It was a spriggle, a mischievous sprite known for their love of pranks and playful antics. The Spriggle, noticing the gathering crowd, let out a squeaky giggle. "Oh, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I only borrowed a bit of magic to make my wings extra sparkly," it confessed, its eyes twinkling with impish delight. The villagers couldn't help but smile at the Spriggle's innocence. Luna knelt down, her gentle voice reassuring. "We understand, dear Spriggle, but we need the magic back to restore the fountain." The Spriggle nodded, its wings shimmering as it returned the borrowed magic to the orb. Instantly, the orb glowed with renewed brilliance, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the grove. A ripple of enchantment spread through the air, and the forest seemed to sigh with relief. With the magic restored, the villagers hurried back to the fountain, eager to see it come to life once more. As they reached the village square, they found the fountain bubbling merrily, its waters sparkling like liquid starlight. The villagers cheered, their hearts light with happiness. Pippin doffed his hat with a flourish, while Luna's ears bounced with joy. Tiberius chuckled, his eyes twinkling like the stars that would soon blanket the night sky. From that day forward, the Spriggle became a beloved member of the Whimsywood community, its antics bringing laughter and joy. It was a gentle reminder that even in moments of mischief, there could be magic and friendship. And so, as the moon rose high above the forest, casting a silver glow over the village, the villagers of Whimsywood settled into their cozy homes, their hearts full of contentment. The air was filled with the soft melody of the fountain, a lullaby that carried them into happy dreams. And thus, the whimsical tale of Whimsywood and its magical fountain came to a cheerful end, leaving behind a gentle lesson that sometimes the smallest of creatures can create the greatest ripples of joy. Story 89, title, The Whispering Forest. In the heart of the tranquil village of Eldergrove, where the golden rays of the sun kissed the dew-laden grass each morning, there lay a legend whispered among the townsfolk. It was said that deep within the Whispering Forest, a magical object of untold power slumbered, veiled by the emerald canopy and guarded by the ancient trees. This object, a shimmering stone known as the Heart of the Woods, was believed to grant one the ability to understand the language of nature itself. In this village lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. With auburn hair cascading down her shoulders like the autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she possessed a profound love for all living things. Her days were spent wandering the meadows, her laughter mingling with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. But despite her joyful demeanor, Lila harbored a yearning to truly connect with the world around her, a connection beyond the bounds of mere sight and sound. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. Her grandmother, wise and full of stories, spoke of the heart of the woods, her voice a gentle murmur in the cozy room. "It is said," the old woman began, her eyes reflecting the flicker of the flames, "that the heart of the woods can grant the bearer the ability to speak with the creatures of the forest. But it is hidden well, for only those true of heart may find it." Lila's heart danced with a mix of excitement and curiosity. The thought of conversing with the woodland creatures filled her with wonder. That night, she lay beneath her patchwork quilt, the words of her grandmother weaving through her dreams like a silken thread. The dawn arrived with a gentle touch, the sunlight spilling through the window and painting her room in soft hues. Lila awoke with a newfound resolve. She would venture into the Whispering Forest, not only to seek the heart of the woods, but to discover a deeper understanding of the world she cherished. With her grandmother's blessing and a small satchel of provisions, Lila set off on her journey. The path to the forest was lined with wildflowers swaying in the breeze, their petals a symphony of colors. As she entered the forest, a sense of peace enveloped her, the air filled with the rich scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall and wise, their branches whispering secrets to one another. Lila wandered deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the sounds of nature, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle babble of a brook, the rustle of leaves as creatures darted through the underbrush. She marveled at the intricate patterns of sunlight filtering through the canopy, creating a dance of light and shadow on the forest floor. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Lila paused by a clear stream to rest. The water shimmered like liquid crystal, and she dipped her fingers into its cool depths. As she sat, a rustling sound caught her attention, and she turned to see a small rabbit peering at her with curious eyes. "Hello, little one," Lila whispered, her voice soft and inviting. The rabbit twitched its nose, its gaze unwavering. To her surprise, the rabbit hopped closer, nudging her hand with its soft nose. In that moment, Lila felt a connection, a silent understanding that transcended words. She smiled, her heart swelling with a sense of kinship. With renewed determination, Lila continued her journey, the rabbit scampering alongside her, as if guiding her through the maze of trees. As the afternoon sun dipped lower, casting a golden glow over the forest, they arrived at a clearing. In the center stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches reaching towards the heavens. Lila approached the tree, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. As she drew near, she noticed a faint glow emanating from the roots, a soft, pulsating light that seemed to beckon her closer. Kneeling down, she gently brushed away the leaves and earth, revealing the heart of the woods, a stone of iridescent beauty, shimmering with all the colors of the forest. With a deep breath, Lila reached out and clasped the stone in her hands. As she did, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a gentle whisper in her mind, a chorus of voices, each as distinct as the rustling leaves in the babbling brook. "Welcome, Lila," the voices sang in harmony. "You who seek understanding and connection, your heart is true." Overwhelmed by the moment, Lila closed her eyes and listened. She heard the song of the trees, the laughter of the brook, the stories of the creatures who called the forest home. Each voice was a thread in the tapestry of life, weaving together a story as old as time itself. With the heart of the woods in her possession, Lila spent the following days exploring the forest, conversing with its inhabitants and learning their secrets. She discovered a world rich with wisdom and beauty, where every creature played a vital role in the delicate balance of nature. The rabbit, whom she named Thistle, became her constant companion, sharing tales of the forest and guiding her through its hidden wonders. Together, they unraveled mysteries and forged friendships with the creatures of the woods, from the wise old owl, who shared stories of the night sky, to the mischievous squirrels who taught her the dance of the trees. Lila's journey through the whispering forest was one of transformation, not only in her newfound ability to speak with the creatures, but in the understanding she gained of herself and the world around her. She learned the value of listening, the importance of harmony, and the power of kindness. As the days turned into weeks and the forest donned its autumnal cloak of fiery reds and golds, Lila knew it was time to return to Eldergrove. With a heart full of gratitude and wisdom, she bade farewell to her forest friends, promising to return and share their stories with the village. The journey home was filled with reflection, the lessons of the forest echoing in her mind. As she stepped into the familiar embrace of Eldergrove, she found her grandmother waiting by the garden gate, her eyes warm with understanding. "Lila," her grandmother said, embracing her tightly, "I see the forest has shared its secrets with you." Lila nodded, her heart brimming with the tales and wisdom she had gathered. "Yes, grandmother, I've learned so much. The forest is alive with stories, and I wish to share them with everyone." And so, Lila became a storyteller, weaving the magic of the whispering forest into her tales, enchanting the villagers with her stories of friendship, understanding, and the harmony of nature. The heart of the woods remained with her, a reminder of the journey that had transformed her and the connection she had forged with the world. Under the gentle glow of the moon, as the village of Eldergrove slumbered peacefully, Lila knew that the lessons of the forest would forever guide her heart. Her dreams were filled with the whispers of the trees and the laughter of the brook, and she slept with the comfort of knowing that she was forever a part of the wondrous tapestry of life. And thus the legend of the Heart of the Woods lived on, a beacon of hope and understanding for those who dared to seek its magic in the heart of the whispering forest. Story 90. In the serene village of Willowbrook, nestled within the whispering arms of the Eldergrove forest, there lived a girl named Mira, who had the knack for noticing the unusual. With auburn curls that danced like autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the evening star, Mira was known for her insatiable curiosity and gentle heart. Willowbrook was a place where magic hummed quietly beneath the surface of everyday life. The cobblestones sparkled with dew that glinted like tiny diamonds in the morning sun, and the air was often filled with the sweet scent of blooming moonflowers. The villagers were used to the soft glow of will-o'-the-wisps lighting their paths at dusk, and the whisper of the wind carrying tales from the forest. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Mira noticed something peculiar. The ancient willow tree, standing proudly at the village's edge, seemed to be shedding its leaves in a curious pattern. Instead of spiraling gently to the ground, the leaves floated upwards, gathering in a swirling dance above the branches. Intrigued, Mira decided to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, its fabric soft and comforting against the cool evening air, and set off toward the willow. As she approached, she felt a gentle tug at her sleeve. Looking down, she saw Flicker, a tiny fire sprite with wings as delicate as gossamer. "Something is amiss, isn't it?" Flicker chimed, his voice as light as a breeze. His eyes glimmered with the warm glow of a campfire, and he fluttered eagerly beside Mira. "Yes, indeed," Mira replied, her voice thoughtful. "The willow's leaves are behaving strangely. I wonder if the forest is trying to tell us something." Together they made their way to the willow tree. Its trunk was broad and gnarled, its bark etched with the stories of countless seasons. Mira placed her hand against the tree, feeling the subtle pulse of magic that thrummed beneath her fingertips. As they pondered the mystery, a rustling sound emerged from the underbrush. Out stepped Bramble, the wise old hedgehog who was known throughout Willowbrook for his knowledge of the forest's secrets. His quills were speckled with the last light of day, and his eyes twinkled with a knowing gleam. "Ah, young Mira," Bramble greeted, his voice a comforting rumble. "I see you've noticed the willow's peculiar behavior." "Yes, Bramble," Mira nodded. "Do you know what might be causing it?" Bramble considered for a moment, his eyes closing as if listening to the whispers of the earth itself. "The forest is alive with stories," he began, "and sometimes it speaks through the trees. This pattern you see, it might be a message, a puzzle for us to solve." The three friends pondered the situation, their thoughts weaving together like the branches of the mighty willow. Mira noticed that the leaves, in their upward dance, formed a pattern that resembled the constellation known as the Weaver, a starry figure known for guiding lost travelers. "What if the willow is pointing us somewhere?" Mira suggested, her voice tinged with excitement. "Perhaps there is something we need to find." Flicker flitted around, casting playful shadows on the ground, while Bramble nodded in agreement. "The Weaver is said to lead those who seek wisdom," Bramble added. "Perhaps it wishes to guide us to something hidden within the forest." With a newfound sense of purpose, Mira, Flicker, and Bramble set off deeper into the elder grove. The path was bathed in the gentle glow of the fire sprite, making the shadows dance like playful spirits around them. The air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant song of nightbirds. As they ventured further, they came upon a clearing where the moonlight spilled like liquid silver. At the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone, etched with symbols that shimmered in the moon's glow. Mira knelt beside it, tracing the grooves with her fingers. "This must be it," she whispered, her heart swelling with the thrill of discovery. Bramble inspected the stone closely. "These symbols," he murmured, "are the language of the ancients. They speak of a hidden grove, a place where the forest's heart beats strongest." Flicker hovered over the stone, his light reflecting off its surface in a dance of colors. "Perhaps this is what the willow wanted us to find," he suggested, his voice trembling with excitement. Together, they deciphered the symbols, which revealed directions to a secret grove deep within the forest. Following the trail of moonlight, they made their way through twisting paths, guided by the whispers of the wind and the guidance of the Weaver above. Eventually, they arrived at the grove, a place of breathtaking beauty, where the trees stood like sentinels around a shimmering pool. The water mirrored the night sky, capturing the stars in its depths. At the water's edge, a gentle glow emanated from a cluster of blooming night lilies. As they approached, the lilies unfurled their petals, releasing a soft, harmonious melody that filled the air. It was a song of peace and harmony, a lullaby that seemed to soothe both the earth and the soul. Mira knelt beside the lilies, understanding that the forest had led them here for a reason. "The willow wanted us to find this," she said softly, "a reminder of the beauty and magic that surrounds us." Bramble nodded, his heart filled with gratitude. "The forest's heart beats in harmony with our own," he mused, "and it reminds us that we are never truly lost as long as we listen to its whispers." Flicker, with his wings softly glowing, settled on Mira's shoulder. "It's a gift," he said, his voice a gentle sigh, "a reminder that even the smallest of us can find our way when we follow the light." With hearts full of wonder and a deeper understanding of the world around them, Mira, Bramble, and Flicker returned to Willowbrook. The willow tree, now at peace, rustled gently in the evening breeze, its leaves once more drifting down in a serene cascade. The village, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, seemed to embrace them as they returned. And as Mira lay down to sleep that night, she knew that the forest's magic was always there, waiting to reveal its secrets to those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. And so, with the gentle lullaby of the night lilies echoing in her dreams, Mira drifted into a peaceful slumber, comforted by the knowledge that she was part of a world rich with mystery and kindness, where every whisper of the wind carried the promise of a new adventure. Story 91. In a forest where the trees whispered stories of old, there lay a hidden world known only to those who dared to dream beyond the scene. This was the Forest of Whispers, a place where sunlight danced through emerald leaves, casting a warm, dappled glow upon the forest floor. Here, the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves formed a melody that spoke of peace and timeless harmony. In this enchanted realm lived creatures that bore the wisdom of ages, their lives woven into the fabric of the forest's being. Among them was a gentle deer named Selwyn, whose coat shimmered like morning dew on a spider's web. Selwyn had eyes like pools of amber, filled with the quiet knowing of one who has seen many seasons pass. His every step was a whisper on the forest floor, a testament to his harmony with the land. Selwyn's closest companion was a wise old owl named Bramble, who roosted high in the ancient oak known as the Keeper of Time. Bramble's feathers were a patchwork of gray and white, like the soft clouds that drift lazily across a summer sky. His eyes glinted with the light of stars, and his voice was a soothing lullaby to the forest's denizens. As the seasons turned from the lushness of summer to the golden hues of autumn, a peculiar phenomenon began to manifest. The sky would occasionally be painted with ribbons of vivid greens and blues, shimmering like the surface of a sunlit pond. The creatures of the forest knew this as the dance of the aurora, a magical display that signaled the forest's time of balance and renewal. In the heart of this transition, Selwyn and Bramble noticed something amiss. The vibrant colors of the dance seemed muted, and the air buzzed with a tension that was foreign to their peaceful home. The streams, usually clear and babbling, had grown quiet, and the whispering leaves carried a note of unease. Concerned, Selwyn and Bramble decided to seek the counsel of the oldest being in the forest, the grandmother Willow. She was a towering presence, her bark etched with the lines of centuries. Her branches stretched wide like welcoming arms, and beneath her canopy, a cool, soothing shade embraced all who sought her wisdom. As Selwyn and Bramble approached, the grandmother Willow's leaves rustled softly, as if acknowledging their presence. Her voice was a gentle murmur, like the sigh of a breeze through the trees. "What brings you to my shade, dear ones?" she inquired, her tone carrying the warmth of a hearth on a chilly night. Selwyn stepped forward, his voice earnest and soft. "Grandmother Willow, we have seen the dance of the aurora, but its colors are dimmed, and the forest seems restless. We fear for the balance of our home." The grandmother Willow sighed, her leaves trembling slightly. "Ah, the dance of the aurora reflects the heart of our forest. When it dims, it speaks of a disturbance within the harmony we hold dear." Bramble, perched on a low-hanging branch, nodded thoughtfully. "But what could cause such a shift, grandmother?" "The balance of our forest is a delicate weave, maintained by the respect and care of all who dwell here," she explained. "There is a tale, passed down through the rings of my trunk, of a time when the dance was lost because the harmony between land and sky was disrupted." Selwyn's eyes widened, a flicker of understanding dawning. Then we must find what disrupts our harmony and set it right. The grandmother willow's branches swayed gently. Indeed, young ones, seek out the source of this imbalance, and remember that wisdom and friendship are your greatest strengths. With newfound resolve, Selwyn and Bramble set out on their quest. They traveled to the heart of the forest, where the great river Ilara flowed. Along its banks, they found an unexpected sight, a gathering of creatures, each voicing their concerns in hushed tones. There were squirrels with fur like autumn leaves, foxes with tails like brushes dipped in flame, and even the shy lynx, whose coat mirrored the shadows of twilight. A beaver named Alder emerged from the crowd, his voice steady and calm. We have noticed that the river's flow has slowed, and many of us fear for the coming winter if the waters do not return. Selwyn listened intently, his heart heavy with the weight of their worries. What could be causing the river to slow? Alder sighed, his eyes reflecting the worry shared by all. There is a barrier downstream, a dam built by those who do not understand the balance of our forest. It is blocking the river's path. Bramble fluffed his feathers, thoughtful. We must find a way to restore the river's flow. But how can we do so without causing harm? The forest creatures exchanged glances, and it was then that a small voice piped up. It belonged to a young otter named Willow, whose eyes sparkled with mischief and kindness. Perhaps we could work together to gently alter the dam, allowing the river to flow freely again. Selwyn smiled, his heart warming at the otter's suggestion. A wonderful idea, dear Willow. Together, we have the strength and wisdom to make a difference. And so, under the shimmering light of the muted aurora, the creatures of the forest joined forces. With careful precision and the guidance of Bramble's keen eyes, they worked to reshape the dam. The beavers, with Alder leading them, gnawed and shifted branches, while the otters and other creatures carried stones and mud, creating small channels within the barrier. As dawn painted the sky with gentle pastels, their efforts bore fruit. The river, once hindered, surged forward with a joyful rush, its song echoing through the forest. The dance of the aurora bloomed anew, its colors vibrant and full of life, a reflection of the restored harmony within the forest of whispers. Selwyn and Bramble watched as the forest thrummed with renewed vitality. The leaves whispered a song of gratitude, and the creatures celebrated with joy, their hearts lightened by the knowledge that balance had been restored. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the land, Selwyn and Bramble returned to the grandmother willow. Her branches swayed in a gentle dance, and her voice was a soothing balm to their tired hearts. "You have done well, dear ones," she praised, her tone filled with warmth and pride. "Through wisdom and friendship, you have restored the balance that sustains us all." Bramble nodded, his eyes twinkling like the stars that began to peek through the evening sky. "It is as you said, grandmother. Together, we have the strength to overcome any challenge." Selwyn's heart swelled with gratitude and peace. He nuzzled the grandmother willow's trunk, feeling the ancient wisdom within her bark. "Thank you for guiding us, grandmother. Your wisdom is a light in our forest." As the creatures of the forest settled into the embrace of night, a gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers and promise through the trees. The dance of the aurora shimmered brightly overhead, a testament to the enduring harmony of the forest of whispers. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the forest slumbered peacefully, held in the gentle arms of nature's balance. The creatures, nestled in their cozy dens and nests, dreamed of new adventures and the timeless bond of friendship that would guide them through the seasons yet to come. In the forest of whispers, where magic and reality intertwined, the heart of the forest beat strong and true, a melody of life and love that would echo through the ages, reminding all who listened of the power of harmony and the enduring spirit of the natural world. Story 92. In the heart of a gentle valley cradled by rolling lavender hills, there was a quaint village named Willowbrook. This village was known for its lush gardens and the serene river that wound its way through fields of wildflowers, whispering secrets to the quiet woods that edged the horizon. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a young weaver named Leora. Leora was known for her radiant smile and her nimble fingers that could coax the most intricate patterns from even the plainest yarn. Despite her skill, Leora often felt uneasy. Change seemed to loom around her like a shadow, and the thought of stepping beyond the familiar paths of Willowbrook filled her with a quiet dread. Leora's closest friend was an old tortoiseshell cat named Marlowe, who offered companionship with his soft purring and occasional wise glances. Marlowe had a way of appearing just when Leora felt most unsettled, curling up beside her and reminding her of the simple joys of the present moment. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky with hues of gold and rose, Leora sat by her window, her loom standing silent before her. She watched the stars prick the darkening sky like scattered diamonds. The air was thick with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the chorus of crickets sang in the distance. A gentle knock interrupted the evening's peace. It was Bevan, the village storyteller, whose tales of adventure and wisdom were beloved by all. With his eyes twinkling like the stars above, Bevan greeted Leora and took a seat by the hearth. "I have just returned from the Elder Forest," he began, "and I met with a most curious creature, a will-o'-wisp who speaks the language of dreams." Leora leaned forward, intrigued despite herself. Bevan's stories always had a way of weaving magic into the mundane. "The will-o'-wisp spoke of a transformation," Bevan continued, "a change that mirrors the turning of seasons, a dance between what was and what will be. It said that those who embrace this transformation find a path illuminated by their own inner light." Leora pondered Bevan's words long after he left. As she drifted into sleep, visions of shimmering lights and shadowy forests filled her dreams. The next morning, Leora awoke with a sense of anticipation. Perhaps it was time to seek the will-o'-wisp herself, to discover what lay beyond her fears of change. With Marlowe padding silently beside her, she set off toward the Elder Forest. The path wound through fields of dew-kissed clover and under arches of ancient oaks, their leaves whispering in the soft breeze. The deeper they ventured, the more the forest seemed to pulse with life, a chorus of birds and rustling leaves, creating a symphony of nature's own making. As they approached a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, Leora spotted a flicker of light, a delicate dance of luminescence at the heart of the glade. The will-o'-wisp was indeed a marvel, its form like a tiny flame suspended in the air, casting a gentle glow upon the mossy earth. "Welcome, seeker," the wisp chimed, its voice like the rustle of silk. "What brings you to the heart of the forest?" Leora hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm afraid of change. It feels like an endless storm waiting to sweep away all that I know." The will-o'-wisp drifted closer, its light warming Leora's face. "Change is but a new thread in the tapestry of life. It can be woven with fear or with hope. What if you allowed yourself to weave with colors you have not yet seen?" Marlowe, with a slow, deliberate blink, nudged Leora's hand, as if encouraging her to listen to the wisdom of the wisp. The will-o'-wisp continued, "Within this forest lies a mirror pool, where the moonlight dances upon its surface and reveals the truth of one's heart. It shows not only what is, but what could be." Compelled by the wisp's words, Leora followed a narrow path to the pool, Marlowe at her side. The water shimmered under the canopy, reflecting the silvery light of the moon. With a deep breath, Leora knelt by the edge, peering into its depths. At first, she saw only her reflection, framed by the stars above. But as she watched, the surface began to ripple, revealing images of her weaving, patterns she had never imagined, vibrant and alive, intertwined with elements of the forest and sky. She saw herself among friends, sharing laughter and stories, her heart open and free. In that moment, Leora understood that change was not something to be feared, but embraced. It was an opportunity for growth, a chance to weave new stories into the fabric of her life. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora carried with her a newfound sense of peace. She approached her loom with a joyful heart, weaving patterns inspired by her journey. Threads of gold and green, interlaced with silver strands that caught the light like the stars in the night sky. The villagers soon noticed the transformation in Leora's work. Her tapestries seemed to sing of the forest's beauty and the magic of the unseen. People from neighboring villages came to see her creations, drawn by their warmth and mystery. Through her art, Leora shared the lesson she had learned, that change, like the seasons, is a natural and beautiful part of life. With Marlowe always at her side, she found joy in each new day, her heart open to the wonders of the world beyond Willowbrook. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora continued to weave her story, one thread at a time, knowing that the dance of change would always lead her to new and wondrous places. And each night, as the village settled into slumber, the gentle murmur of the river and the whisper of the wind in the trees sang a lullaby of peace and possibility, wrapping Willowbrook in a comforting embrace. Story 93. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child with a heart full of wonder and an insatiable appetite for adventure. One crisp autumn evening, Willow sat by the fireplace, listening to her grandmother's tales of enchantment and magic. Her eyes sparkled with delight as the flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the walls. "Grandma," she whispered, "do you think there's still magic in our world?" Her grandmother smiled warmly and reached into her knitting basket, pulling out a simple wooden needle. "Of course, my dear. Magic is all around us, if you know where to look." With a gentle tap of the needle, she brought it to life, and it began to dance and twirl across the hearth rug, weaving intricate patterns. Willow gasped in amazement, her eyes wide with surprise. "This needle has been in our family for generations," her grandmother explained. "It holds the power to bring inanimate objects to life, but only for those with a pure heart and open mind." From that moment on, Willow's world was forever changed. She saw the potential for magic in everything around her, from the rustling leaves on the trees to the fluttering curtains in her bedroom window. One day, while exploring the forest near her home, Willow stumbled upon a peculiar sight: a small, tattered rag doll lying beneath a twisted oak tree. Remembering her grandmother's words, she carefully picked up the doll and tapped it with the enchanted needle. To her delight, the doll sprang to life, its button eyes blinking and its cloth limbs stretching. "Hello, my name is Patches," it said in a gentle whispering voice. "Thank you for awakening me." Willow was overjoyed to have found a new companion and introduced Patches to her grandmother. Together, they embarked on a series of magical adventures, bringing joy and wonder to all they encountered. Their first challenge arose when a greedy merchant threatened to cut down the ancient oak tree where Patches had been found. The tree, they discovered, was the guardian of the forest, protecting the delicate balance of nature. With wisdom beyond their years, Willow and Patches devised a plan. They gathered all the woodland creatures, the squirrels, rabbits, and birds, and enlisted their help. Using the enchanted needle, they brought to life an army of fallen leaves, twigs, and acorns. Together, this unlikely alliance stood their ground, surrounding the oak tree in a whimsical yet formidable barrier. The merchant, overwhelmed by the sight, realized the error of his ways and vowed to protect the forest forevermore. As the seasons changed, Willow and Patches continued their adventures, meeting new friends along the way. There was Theo, a kind-hearted scarecrow who could bend the rules of gravity, and Rosie, a delightfully chatty tea-set with a knack for solving riddles. Each challenge they faced taught them valuable lessons about courage, friendship, and the beauty of the world around them. They learned that true magic lies not in spells or enchantments, but in the wonder of everyday life and the power of a loving heart. And as Willow grew older, she passed on the enchanted needle and the stories of her magical adventures to her own grandchildren, ensuring that the spirit of wonder and imagination would live on for generations to come. For in a world where ordinary objects hold extraordinary secrets, the greatest magic of all is the ability to see the world through the eyes of a child, a world filled with endless possibilities and the promise of incredible journeys yet to come. Story 94. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, there lived a young woman named Ela. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and timber houses, where the scent of fresh bread mingled with the crisp, earthy aroma of the surrounding woods. Life in the village was simple, predictable, and for the most part comforting. Ela, however, found herself at odds with the rhythm of village life. She felt a restlessness fluttering within her, like a bird trapped inside a gilded cage. Every day seemed to blend into the next, and though she loved the people and the place, she yearned for something more. Change, however, was a daunting thought, wrapped in uncertainty and shadowed by fear. The village, aware of her unease, was a place of gentle souls and kind hearts. her best friend, a cheerful baker named Finn, often tried to lift her spirits with warm pastries and stories of adventure. His bakery was a haven of buttery scents and laughter, where the crackle of the oven was a symphony of contentment. "Ela," Finn would say, his eyes twinkling like sunlight on rippling water, "sometimes change is like a new recipe. It might be daunting at first, but the result can be wonderfully surprising." Despite his encouragement, Ela hesitated, her heart a fragile thing wrapped in apprehension. It wasn't until one particularly moonlit night that the change she feared began to take shape, not through her choice, but through a series of magical happenings. The forest that bordered the village was ancient and mysterious, whispered to be home to enchantments and creatures unseen. Drawn by a pull she couldn't quite understand, Isla often wandered its paths, finding solace among the towering trees and the soft rustle of leaves. On this night, the forest seemed to hum with an energy she had never felt before. As she walked, the moonlight spilled like liquid silver across the path, casting everything in a gentle glow. The air was cool and carried the sweet fragrance of night-blooming flowers. It was then that Ela noticed something peculiar, a shimmering light dancing between the trees, like a will-o'-the-wisp guiding her deeper into the woods. Curiosity piqued. Ela followed the light, her footsteps quiet on the moss-carpeted ground. Deeper she went, until she found herself in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if reaching for the stars. Beneath its boughs, the air felt alive, charged with possibility. Isla approached cautiously, heart beating in time with the whispers of the woods. As she drew near, she noticed a small, luminescent creature perched on one of the lower branches. It was a fairy, its wings iridescent and delicate like stained glass. The fairy regarded Isla with eyes that shone like twin moons. "Fear not, child of the village," the fairy spoke, its voice a melodic harmony that filled the clearing. "I am here to guide you through the change you seek but fear." Ela felt a shiver run through her, not of fear, but of awe. "How do you know?" she asked softly, her voice mingling with the night air. "The forest knows many things," the fairy replied, "and it listens to the hearts of those who wander its paths." As the fairy spoke, the ancient oak began to glow softly, its bark etched with patterns of light that pulsed in time with Ila's breath. The fairy fluttered closer, its light casting gentle hues across Isla's face. "Within you there is a seed of change," the fairy continued. "To grow, you must embrace the journey it offers. Will you trust in yourself and the magic that surrounds you?" Isla hesitated, the weight of her fears heavy upon her. But as she stood beneath the oak, she felt the warmth of the earth beneath her feet and the gentle embrace of the forest around her. In that moment, she realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to be walked with courage and hope. "I will try," Ela whispered, her voice firming with resolve. The fairy smiled, a radiant expression that filled the clearing with light. "Then let the journey begin," it said, and with a flick of its wings, the world around Isla transformed. The forest seemed to awaken, each leaf and branch shimmering with a life of its own. Isla felt a tingling sensation in her fingertips, as if the magic of the forest was flowing through her. She closed her eyes, letting the warmth and light envelop her, and when she opened them again, she found herself in a world both familiar and wondrously new. The village was still there, but it was as if she was seeing it through fresh eyes. Colors were more vivid, sounds more harmonious, and the air was filled with a symphony of scents, lavender, pine, and the distant sweetness of honey. As Ela returned to her daily life, she discovered that the change she had feared was, in fact, a blossoming. The villagers, too, seemed to notice the shift within her. They saw her newfound confidence, the lightness in her step, and the joy that danced in her eyes. Finn, ever the faithful friend, watched with a knowing smile. "See," he said one morning as they shared a warm loaf of bread. "Change is the spice of life, Isla. It adds flavor to our days." Together with Finn and the villagers, Ela embraced her journey of transformation. She learned to weave her love for the forest into her life, leading others on nature walks and sharing the wonders she had discovered. Through her experiences, she found her place within the community, not as someone yearning for more, but as a beacon of inspiration and hope. And so, Isla's story became a tale of personal growth, of magic and transformation, intertwined with the beauty of self-discovery. As the seasons turned, she learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a gift that, once embraced, revealed the wonders of life in all its vibrant hues. From that day forward, Isla's heart was no longer a bird trapped in a cage, but a soaring spirit, riding the winds of change with grace and joy. And in the heart of the village, surrounded by friends and the magic of the forest, she found the home she had been searching for all along. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Isla's story came to rest, a peaceful chapter in the ever-turning tale of life. Story 95, The Whispering Grove. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the boughs of ancient trees knit a verdant canopy above, and the forest floor was a mosaic of soft moss and scattered wildflowers, there lay a hidden grove. This grove was unlike any other place in the woods, for it was said to hold the secrets of the earth and the sky, whispered by the winds and guarded by the spirits of nature. On a crisp autumn morning, as the sun spun threads of gold through the leaves, a young boy named Finn was making his way through the forest. Finn was curious and kind-hearted, with eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that tumbled in nut-brown waves. He was accompanied by his trusted companion, a fluffy squirrel named Nutmeg, with fur as soft as the clouds and eyes that twinkled with mischief. Finn and Nutmeg had heard tales of the Whispering Grove from the village elder, stories of magic and wisdom hidden within its depths. The grove was said to reveal itself only to those who approached with a pure heart and an open mind. Finn, ever eager for adventure and the chance to uncover the mysteries of the world, had set out that day with hope in his heart and a determination to find the grove. As they walked, the forest seemed to embrace them, the air filled with the rich scent of pine and earth. The leaves rustled with gentle whispers, as if sharing secrets in a language only the trees understood. Finn paused to listen, closing his eyes and letting the music of the forest fill him with peace. "Do you hear it, Nutmeg?" Finn asked, his voice soft with wonder. The squirrel twitched its ears, nodding eagerly, before scampering up a nearby tree trunk, its fluffy tail flicking like a playful flag. The path they followed was narrow and winding, marked by the delicate footprints of deer and the occasional crackle of a twig beneath Finn's boots. Sunlight dappled their way, painting patterns of light and shadow that danced with each gentle breeze. After walking for what seemed both a moment and an eternity, they arrived at the edge of a glade where the forest parted to reveal a small, sparkling stream. Its waters sang a merry tune as they skipped over smooth stones, and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle that twined around the nearby trees. "Look, Nutmeg!" Finn exclaimed, pointing to the far side of the glade where a cluster of trees stood taller and more grand than any they had seen before. Their trunks were wide and gnarled, their branches stretched high into the sky like ancient guardians of the forest. Among them, Finn spied a narrow archway formed by two trees leaning towards each other, their limbs intertwined. "This must be it," Finn breathed, his heart quickening with excitement. The entrance to the Whispering Grove. With a deep breath and Nutmeg perched confidently on his shoulder, Finn stepped forward, crossing the stream with careful steps. The closer he came to the archway, the more he felt a gentle tug in his heart, as if the grove itself was calling to him. As he passed beneath the archway, a soft breeze enveloped him, carrying with it the faintest echo of laughter and song. It was a sound that filled him with warmth and a sense of belonging, as if he had come home to a place he had never known but always carried within him. The grove was a world unto itself, a hidden paradise where the air shimmered with an ethereal glow. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals glistening like jewels in the dappled sunlight. Birds with plumage as bright as rainbows flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a chorus of joy. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its trunk as wide as three men standing shoulder to shoulder. Its bark was etched with patterns that seemed to pulse with life, and nestled among its roots was a small, stone altar. Upon the altar rested a simple wooden box, its surface smooth and polished to a rich, warm sheen. Finn approached the altar with reverence, his heart a symphony of awe and curiosity. The box seemed to hum with a gentle energy, as if waiting to share its secrets with those who dared to ask. "What do you think is inside, Nutmeg?" Finn asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The squirrel chattered softly, its eyes fixed on the box with equal parts wonder and anticipation. With careful hands, Finn lifted the lid of the box. Inside lay a single, smooth stone, its surface etched with the delicate lines of a map. But it was no ordinary map, for as Finn's fingers brushed against it, the lines began to shift and dance, forming new paths and trails that seemed to lead to places unseen. "This is incredible," Finn murmured, tracing the lines with a fingertip. The map seemed alive, responding to his touch with a gentle glow. As he studied the map, Finn realized that it was more than just a guide to the grove. It was a map of the heart, revealing the hidden paths of kindness, courage, and wisdom that lay within each soul. It showed the way to understanding, to friendship, and to the magic that existed within and around them all. With the map in hand, Finn felt a newfound sense of purpose. He knew that the journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the grove, but about understanding the truths within himself and the world around him. "Let's see where this map takes us, Nutmeg," Finn said, his voice filled with determination and joy. Together, they set off once more, following the map's ever-changing paths. As they walked, the grove seemed to shift and change, revealing hidden wonders with every step. They discovered a meadow where butterflies danced like living jewels, a waterfall that sang a lullaby as its waters cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, and a grove of silver birches that shimmered like moonlight even in the bright sun. With each new discovery, Finn learned more about the world and himself. He learned to listen to the quiet voices of nature, to see the beauty in the smallest of things, and to understand the language of the heart. He learned that true magic lay not in the spells and enchantments of fairy tales, but in the love and kindness that connected all living things. As the sun began to set, casting the grove in a warm golden light, Finn and Nutmeg found themselves back at the ancient oak. The map had led them full circle, but the journey had changed them in ways they could never have imagined. Finn looked up at the oak, a sense of peace and gratitude filling him. He understood now that the grove was a place of learning and growth, a sanctuary where one could find their true self. With a quiet smile, Finn placed the map back in the box, closing the lid with a soft click. He knew that the map was a gift meant to be shared with others who would seek the wisdom of the grove. As they left the grove, Finn glanced back one last time, his heart full of hope and promise. The grove had taught him that the world was full of magic and wonder, and that with an open heart and a gentle spirit, one could find beauty and friendship in even the most unexpected places. Together, Finn and Nutmeg made their way back through the forest, their spirits light and their hearts full. They knew that their adventure was only just beginning, and that there were countless paths yet to explore, each with its own secrets and stories waiting to be discovered. And so, with the stars beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, they made their way home, carrying with them the whispers of the grove and the promise of new adventures to come. In the warmth of his cozy cottage, with Nutmeg nestled happily beside him, Finn lay in bed that night, the soft crackle of the hearth lulling him to sleep. As he drifted into dreams, he heard the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the stream, a reminder that the magic of the whispering grove was always within reach, as long as he listened with his heart. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit as free as the wind, Finn slept, knowing that the world was a beautiful place, full of stories and wonders waiting to be embraced. Story 96. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient songs with the breeze and the stars hung low enough to brush the rooftops, lived a young girl named Mira. She was known for her gentle heart and curious spirit, traits that often led her to the edge of adventure. The village itself was a place of warmth and camaraderie, where laughter echoed from cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the crisp forest air. Mira's home was a cozy cottage, its walls lined with shelves of books and its hearth perpetually aglow with a welcoming fire. Her days were filled with simple joys, helping her grandmother weave tapestries that told stories of old, and tending to the lush garden that blossomed with every color imaginable. Yet, Mira's heart often yearned for the mysteries beyond the village's boundaries, particularly the secrets of the Whispering Woods. It was during one golden autumn afternoon, when the leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and crimson, that Mira's life took an unexpected turn. While wandering near the forest edge, she stumbled upon an object half buried beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Mira carefully lifted the box, noticing how light it felt in her hands. As she turned it over, she discovered a tiny keyhole at its base. Her mind buzzed with possibilities. A treasure chest, a secret keeper. She decided to take it home, where she could examine it further by the fire's warm glow. That evening, as the wind whispered through the chimney and the flames danced in the hearth, Mira sat with the box in her lap. She traced the carvings with her fingertips, feeling a strange connection to the object. Her grandmother, wise and perceptive, watched her with a knowing smile. "Ah, you have found something special, haven't you, dear?" her grandmother remarked, setting down her knitting. "The woods have a way of gifting those who seek with an open heart." "But what could it be, Grandma?" Mira asked, her voice a mix of wonder and anticipation. "Sometimes the answers lie within," her grandmother replied cryptically. "Perhaps it holds more than just secrets. Perhaps it holds a path." Mira pondered her grandmother's words as she turned the box over again. Her gaze fell upon the keyhole, and she remembered the old, rusted key she had found in the attic years ago, tucked away in an old trunk. With a hopeful heart, she fetched the key, and to her delight, it fit perfectly. As the key turned, the box sprang open with a gentle click, releasing a soft, warm glow that filled the room. Inside lay a delicate silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon, its surface glimmering with a soft luminescence. Mira gasped at its beauty, feeling an inexplicable pull towards it. With the pendant in her hand, she felt a gentle tug at her consciousness, as if the world around her had subtly shifted. The fire's warmth seemed to deepen, and the shadows in the corners of the room softened, drawing her into a tranquil reverie. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled, understanding that the pendant was no ordinary trinket. The days that followed were filled with quiet contemplation and a sense of purpose. Mira wore the pendant close to her heart, its presence both comforting and mysterious. It was during one of her solitary walks along the forest path that she first noticed its magic. The pendant began to glow softly in response to the whispers of the woods, guiding her to deeper and hidden trails she had never noticed before. The forest, with its towering oaks and whispering pines, seemed to welcome her, revealing secrets previously unseen. She discovered a hidden grove, where sunlight danced across a crystal-clear pond, and birds sang melodies that seemed to speak directly to her soul. In this serene place, Mira often lingered, feeling the pendant's energy resonate with the tranquil surroundings. As the weeks passed, Mira realized that the pendant was not just a guide, but a key to a hidden world within the natural environment. She learned to listen to the subtle cues around her, the rustle of leaves, the call of distant owls, the patterns of sunlight filtering through the canopy. Each clue led her deeper into the heart of the Whispering Woods, unraveling layers of enchantment that lay hidden from ordinary eyes. One misty morning, as Mira sat by the pond, she noticed a shimmering path of light stretching across the water. Her heart quickened, sensing that this was no ordinary trick of the light. She touched the pendant, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, and as she stepped onto the path, the world around her transformed. The air shimmered with magic, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Mira found herself in a realm where time flowed differently, where the colors were more vibrant and the sounds more vivid. It was a world alive with magic, where creatures of legend roamed freely, and the trees themselves seemed to hum with life. In this hidden world, Mira met beings both wondrous and wise, gentle fairies with wings like stained glass, and creatures of the forest who spoke in riddles and song. Among them she found a friend in a young fox named Leora, whose eyes sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Leora had a knack for finding hidden paths and secret places, and together they explored the wonders of the magical realm. Through her journeys, Mira learned that the pendant was a symbol of balance, a reminder of the harmony between the worlds. It was a gift from the forest, bestowed upon those who sought to understand and protect its mysteries. As she deepened her bond with the land and its creatures, she found herself growing wiser and more attuned to the rhythms of nature. Yet, not all was peaceful in this enchanted realm. A shadow had fallen over the land, a creeping darkness that threatened to unravel the delicate balance. It was said that an ancient spirit, forgotten by time, had awakened, its heart filled with bitterness and sorrow. The creatures of the forest spoke of a rift deep within the heart of the woods, a place where light and shadow waged an eternal battle. Determined to help, Mira and Leora set out on a journey to find the source of the shadow. Along the way, they encountered trials that tested their courage and resolve. They navigated labyrinthine paths, crossed bridges of mist and moonlight, and faced riddles set by the wise old owls who guarded the knowledge of the forest. Through each challenge, Mira learned the value of patience and understanding. She discovered that the shadow was not a force to be fought with anger or fear, but one that needed compassion and healing. With Leora's guidance, she found the heart of the forest, a place of profound beauty and power, where the ancient spirit dwelled. In this sacred place, Mira faced the spirit, whose eyes were filled with sadness and longing. She understood then that the spirit was not evil, but lost and forgotten, yearning for connection and remembrance. With a gentle heart, Mira offered the spirit her understanding and friendship, promising to honor and protect the forest's legacy. As the spirit accepted her offer, the shadow lifted, and the forest erupted in a symphony of light and color. The creatures rejoiced, and the trees swayed in a dance of gratitude. Mira felt the pendant pulse with a warm glow, a testament to the bond she had forged with the land and its inhabitants. With the balance restored, Mira returned to her village, her heart full of newfound wisdom and strength. She shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love, knowing that Mira had embraced her destiny as a guardian of the forest. The village celebrated Mira's return, and she became a storyteller, weaving tales of magic and wonder that inspired others to seek their own adventures and discover the hidden worlds within their hearts. Her stories, like the pendant, became a symbol of hope and harmony, a reminder that through friendship and understanding, even the greatest challenges could be overcome. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Mira's legend grew, and the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment and mystery. The village thrived, its people living in harmony with the land, guided by the tales of the girl who had once walked among the shadows and brought light to the forest. And so, under the starlit sky and the gentle watch of the moon, Mira's story lived on, a timeless tale of courage, friendship, and the enduring magic of the world around us.